Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1 Yoriichi I Tsukiguni in Soul Society. People say that Rakangai is an extremely cruel place, where all kinds of souls must use every means to survive. However, Tsugikuni Yoriichi held a different view on this. It was noon. The sun was scorching. Two simply dressed youths stood outside a residence, shouting, "Big Brother Yoriichi, please accept our thanks." As their voices faded, a girl, several years younger than they were, slowly walked out of the main entrance. She looked at the packages they were carrying in their hands and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. They were. "Hey, I say, you two, how many times has this been this month for you? Big Brother doesn't need your thanks. After all, saving you from a hollow was just a small, convenient matter. Why bother so much?" "That won't do," the brothers said in unison. The elder brother spoke first. "Miss Rukia, I know Big Brother Yoriichi doesn't need these small things, but it's our heartfelt appreciation. Besides, hollows are not ordinary creatures, they feed on souls. When we were caught by it, we thought we were dead for sure. If Big Brother Yoriichi hadn't happened to pass by, my brother and I would have died without a trace. How can we ignore such life-saving grace?" That's right. The younger brother chimed in. "Miss Rukia, please accept it. Before we left, Father specifically told us that if we don't accept it, we won't be able to go back. It's just some daily necessities, nothing valuable." The people speaking were all souls from Rakangai. Souls seem formless and don't need to eat, but in this world, the stronger the soul, the more it needs food. Rukia sighed in exasperation, "Although it's not valuable, but forget it. I'll accept it on behalf of Big Brother this time, but please don't come again next time. This month, I've refused you 4 times. Big Brother dislikes noise and being ostentatious. No one can stand you coming every day like this. Even if you come, you must be quiet, understand?" She stared at the two, hands on her hips, with a stern demeanor that implied she would sharks them if they disagreed. The brothers immediately nodded, understood. As they turned to Memianuria finally had the leisure to carefully examine the package in her hands. Through the gaps in the fabric, she could see that inside were several pieces of compressed, dry bread and some clean water. A rough estimate suggested it was enough for one soul to live in Rakangai for over a week. Rukia was suddenly filled with emotion. Don't underestimate the small quantity of these items. In this barren land, they could at least spark a brawl among dozens of people. Their value was almost priceless to those in need. Yet now, she could obtain them with ease. The disparity was truly. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. As she stepped over the threshold and closed the main door, a clear, cold voice drifted slowly from the courtyard. "Rukia, is it those 2 children again?" "Yes, Big Brother." Rukia was silent for a moment, adjusted her mindset, and replied in a calm, unhurried tone. "But please rest assured, they have already left." As she spoke, Rukia stepped onto the wooden corridor, turned a few corners, and finally met the owner of the voice in a tranquil courtyard. It was a red-haired man who looked as if he had just come of age. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling his finely chiseled features, coating him in a golden glow. The deep red mark on his left forehead made him appear even more sacred. He wore a simple yet chiseled black and white training uniform, sitting cross-legged on a wooden board. The wooden board was skillfully balanced on the tip of a sharp boulder. It wasn't until a gentle breeze blew, breaking the tranquility, and the rustling of trees on both sides of the pond, that Yoriichi slowly opened his eyes. His deep red pupils were like a tranquility showing no emotional fluctuations. He looked at Rukia. "If they've left, then so be it. Remember to return the things later." "Yes." Rukia bowed her head and responded. After speaking, she gazed at Yoriichi and softly asked, "Big Brother, do you remember what day it is today?" Yoriichi closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then reopened them. "I remember, the first day I met you, which is your birthday." "What about it?" Rukia hesitated and said, I was wondering if you could tell me the story you told me when we first met again. I want to hear it. It's about my origins, and the one about demons. I remember you, Big Brother, are not from this world, are you?" Yoriichi suddenly fell silent. Rukia's words brought back memories. 10 years ago, he was still an old man on the verge of death, from a world where demons existed. So-called demons were terrifying monsters that could regenerate limbs and loved to devour the flesh and blood of others. His brother had turned into a demon, and at the last moment of his life, he met him. He was still so young, but unfortunately, he had 3 pale eyes. That pathetic sight made Yoriichi incredibly sad. After striking him with a sword, he passed away suddenly. He couldn't remember much about what happened after his death, nor did he know how his brother treated his body. He only remembered his consciousness constantly falling downwards, and as he fell, he arrived in this world called Soul Society. It was as if fate had played a joke on him. When he first arrived in this world, he thought he had come to hell, because the surroundings were desolate and barren, with no vegetation. Even the houses were dilapidated. Born into a samurai family, he had only seen such a sight among vagrants. At the same time, his body had shrunk from 80 years old to about 10 years old. He didn't know the reason for this, perhaps it was related to the afterlife. Facing this harsh environment, he had no objections, believing everything was his retribution. After all, he had let the Demon King, Kibutsuji Muzan, escape, indirectly leading to the deaths of countless people. He couldn't even save his brother. He had intended to atone in hell until the end of his life. However, after encountering a bandit who robbed him with a sword, he understood that they came to hell, but to District 80 of South Rukongai in Soul Society, an area known to have more villains than sand. From the bandit's mouth, he learned that the higher the district number, the harsher the environment. Therefore, to understand everything that had happened to him, he prepared to move towards District 1, the most prosperous area. On his way, he discovered baby Rukia in a swaddling cloth. Seeing her alone and helpless, he took her with him. Yoriichi didn't know why he did this, he didn't even know anything about the environment he was in. Perhaps he was reminded of his unborn child and Yuta. Although 60 years had passed, he had never forgotten. In a flash, it was now, and after meeting some elders who were 400 or 500 years old, the things he once didn't understand became clear one by one. Chapter 2 Entering Soul Society, Another Genius. Memories surged like a tide, and a hint of melancholy was mixed in Yoriichi's calm tone. It's been 10 years. I didn't expect you to still remember. Rukia responded matter-of-factly, how could I forget? You are my elder brother after all. Besides, the stories you told me were as interesting as legendary biographies. I had never heard of demons, nor had I heard of the Demon Slayer Corps. I wonder who is stronger, them or the Shinigami. Shinigami was a profession Rukia had recently heard of. It was said that they were the most noble existence in the entire Soul Society. Young and ignorant, she seemed to have seen someone being carried away in an 8-person palanquin. Shinigami? Demon Slayer Corps. Yoriichi remained silent, seemingly recalling some unbearable past events. Rukia said at the opportune moment, brother, why don't you become a Shinigami too? Your strength is completely sufficient, because even a hollow is no match for you. I know that you didn't consider becoming a Shinigami because you were taking care of me, but things are different now. I can be independent. Moreover, this place is West Rukongai District 1, there's no shortage of food, and the neighbors around are very kind, so there's no danger. Perhaps after you become a Shinigami, you can even find your wife. Although you said the Soul Society isn't your original world, what if it is? It had to be admitted, Rukia's words deeply touched Yoriichi's heartstrings. He pondered for a moment. He leapt down from the boulder, his figure transforming into a gentle breeze, and in an instant, he took Rukia out of the house. Only after arriving at a senior's place did he inquire about this year's registration date. Soon, in about 7 days. 7 days passed in a flash. Outside the Ryatsu Academy. A sign reading, Registration Office, turn left ahead, stood in the middle of the road. Rukia followed beside him, clutching Yoriichi's clothes tightly, never leaving his side. Go back. Yoriichi looked down at her. She was the one who wanted him to become a Shinigami earlier, and now she was the one who couldn't bear to part. A child's temperament was indeed hard to fathom. Brother, you must come back to see me often. Rukia choked up, the sadness from the separation hard to let go. Yoriichi gently stroked her head, sighing, silly child. I know, don't worry. Only when Rukia let go of his hand did he follow the crowd inside. Yoriichi was not averse to going to school, as he had never had such an experience. He was the second son of the family, born a twin, which in that era was generally considered an ominous sign. Not to mention the birthmark on his head, which resembled a curse. Although the birthmark was later called a mark by him, activating it could grant him roughly 100 or even 1,000 times the strength of an ordinary human. However, it couldn't change the fact of his unique and distinctive style. Therefore, his and his elder brother Tsugikuni Michikatsu's status in the family was worlds apart. Suddenly coming into contact with a private school, he felt a bit unfamiliar and expectant. After filling out the registration form, Yoriichi followed the instructions and entered a bustling stadium. After waiting for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the stadium gates suddenly closed. Bang. A dull sound echoed inside the room, accompanied by a sudden burst of Ryatsu, causing everyone present to instinctively hold their breath. Yoriichi looked in the direction of the sensation. What met his eyes was a formal Shinigami, dressed in a black Shinigami uniform, with a sword at his waist, whose aura was completely out of place among the surrounding students. He slowly walked towards the crowd until he stood on a temporarily erected podium, then he slowly began to speak in a modulated tone. "Good morning, everyone." After an introduction to the Shinigami and the long history of the Ryatsu Academy, the test officially began. Some people placed their hands on the crystal ball at the beginning of the line, and after a while, the crystal ball emitted light of varying brightness. Based on the strength of the light, the Shinigami on the podium quickly announced the corresponding rank, and then called for the next person to come forward. In an instant, the sound of "failed" intermittently echoed in the enclosed space. The voice was cold and emotionless, making the students who had not yet been tested extremely nervous. Until, the appearance of 17th rank and 18th rank slightly eased their emotions. Yoriichi stood at the end of the line, quietly watching this scene, his mood completely undisturbed. It was just a minor situation. When he was almost forcibly ordered to commit seppuku back then, he didn't even frown. Even if he were tested and found to have no Shinigami talent, it wouldn't matter, it would just mean returning to his original life. If it weren't for Rukia's words, he might never have set foot in the Ryatsu Academy in this lifetime. Will Yuta exist in this world? Regarding this, Yoriichi held a questioning attitude. 6th rank. Suddenly, an exclamation interrupted Yoriichi's thoughts. He looked in the direction of the sound, and that crystal ball emitted a dazzling white light. The Shinigami beside the crystal ball widened his mouth upon seeing this. Standing in front of the crystal ball was a squinting young man, his smile curving like a crescent moon, his eyes like a fox's. The first time Yoriichi saw him, he couldn't help but frown. This child. The Toho Sekigen he possessed allowed him to see into a person's heart through micro-expressions. As the strongest ability in Demon Slayer, it had a certain effect of foreseeing the future. Although the young man maintained a smile and never opened his eyes, the Toho Sekigen could also see through muscles and bones. After observing the blood flow rate, Yoriichi could conclude. This child was constantly pretending. Very strange. However, due to a lack of details, Yoriichi chose to ignore it from the bottom of his heart. There were too many strange people in this world, and pretense might be a sign of deep cunning. He looked about 10 years old, but his psychological age might well be over 100. To delve into everything, it would be too tiring. Finally, the young man named Ichimaru Jin was taken away by a Shinigami who appeared to be of higher status. His tested 6th rank spiritual power caused a considerable stir among the test takers. Anyone who understood the details knew that Ichimaru Jin had a promising future and was destined to be a vice-captain level figure. 5th rank spiritual power was the minimum requirement for a vice-captain. With a bit of luck, reaching 3rd rank, he might even become a captain. Captain, huh? Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Yoriichi's unperturbed eyes flickered. Soon, with another burst of spiritual pressure, the scene quieted down. Before long, it was Yoriichi's turn to be tested. Taking a few steps forward, he casually placed his hand on the crystal ball. The smile on the Shinigami's lips had not yet disappeared. Upon seeing Yoriichi's action, he quickly composed himself, grasping his paper and pen, ready to record again. However, the next second, a brilliant white light suddenly blinded his eyes. This light was far more intense and fierce than the last time. Unprepared, he wept profusely as if staring directly at the sun. At the same time, an unspeakable joy suddenly grew in his heart. Another genius. Chapter 3, 3rd Class Spiritual Power, Swordsmanship Competition with Yamamoto. Third grade. Quickly report to Vice Captain Aizen. Coming back to his senses, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, and only after repeatedly confirming the data was accurate did he hurriedly shout to his companion beside him. No, that's not right, Captain Commander Yamamoto must also be called. 3rd grade, what kind of concept is this? A natural captain candidate. If properly nurtured, he might even be able to join the ranks of the Captain Commander. One must know that even Captain Commander Yamamoto, as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, had a disciple who only scored 4th grade on the entrance exam. Now they possess 1st grade spiritual power, serving as captain of the 8th Division and captain of the 13th Division respectively. Their status is above all others. They are existences that all Shinigami find difficult to even approach in their entire lives. Similarly, this Rakangai named Tsugikuni Yoriichi might also be the same. No wonder everyone lost their composure. Aizen, with brown hair, an armband on his shoulder, dressed in a black Shinigami uniform, and a gentle smile on his face, rushed over and led Tsugikuni Yoriichi away from the area. The Shinigami in the back, seeing this, couldn't help but show envious expressions. However, Aizen's inner emotions were completely different from theirs. He only felt troubled. 3rd grade spiritual power. This is difficult to handle. Pushing up his glasses, a strange glint flashed in his usually amiable and refined eyes. Standing in front of Yoriichi, his thoughts surged like a tide. Aizen initially planned to cultivate a confidant, and for this, he had set his sights on Ichimaru Jin, who was participating in this assessment. He had seen this child, Ichimaru Jin, before. He was patient. He was silent. He was intelligent. He knew what to say and what not to say, making him very suitable to be his assistant. However, the sudden appearance of Tsugikuni Yoriichi caught him off guard. After a brief interaction, Aizen found that his personality was extremely similar to Ichimaru Jin's. Thus, Aizen was wavering. In a direct comparison, Tsugikuni Yoriichi was undoubtedly more suitable, but unfortunately, he was too conspicuous. The old man Yamamoto would not let him go. If it were 4th grade spiritual power, it would be fine. The upper limit would only be 1st grade or even 2nd grade, and even if the old man Yamamoto noticed, he wouldn't take it to heart. But why was it 3rd grade? Just a hair's breadth cost him an excellent assistant. This made Aizen feel extremely regretful. Harboring these thoughts, he led Tsugikuni Yoriichi into a pure white building. The building resembled a palace, magnificent and grand. At this moment, an old man, shirtless, sat quietly in the center. The old man's body was covered in hideous scars, some even spanning his entire chest. Yoriichi glanced at him and immediately felt a sense of awe. He's an old senior. At the same moment he had this thought, the old man slowly said, "You've arrived. Aizen. You may withdraw first. Let me have a good talk with him." "Yes." Aizen bowed his head in acknowledgement, turned, and withdrew. Once there were no outsiders present, Yamamoto Genryusai's gaze was like a torch, fixed on Yoriichi, his voice as majestic as a lion about to awaken. "I've generally looked at your file. It's not bad. However, do you know swordsmanship? Your life history states that in the early stages of your entry into Soul Society, you once defeated a Gillian-class hollow with a Kenpachi. Although Gilliani's the lowest rank of Minos Grande, ordinary Shinigami are by no means their opponents. At that time, you shouldn't have mastered the use of spiritual pressure. Were you a sword master in your previous life?" Yoriichi nodded. "However, I wouldn't say a master. I just swung my sword purely by instinct. That hollow was full of openings, far inferior to the enemies I encountered in my previous life." "Is that so?" Yamamoto Genryusai frowned, always feeling that there was something off about this young man's words, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. He also couldn't explain it. After thinking for a moment, he decided to abandon further inquiry, stretched his limbs, and then said, "Since that is the case, let's have a match, old man and you. Let this old man see your true swordsmanship skill. 3rd grade spiritual power still makes your enrollment too difficult. The teachers in the school won't be able to teach you anything. Instead, they will hinder you." Yamamoto Genryusai was stern, his entire body's knotted muscles like rocks, clearly defined. He looked at Tsugikuni Yoriichi and casually tossed a real sword from in front of him to him. "Come." A chilling glint instantly flashed into his vision, and Yoriichi naturally caught it. The atmosphere gradually grew heavy as Tsugikuni Yoriichi accepted the challenge. In a short while, the battle officially began. Yamamoto Genryusai instantly vanished from his spot, and a strong sense of danger immediately surged into Tsugikuni Yoriichi's heart. Reflected in the Toho Sekigen was the image of Yamamoto Genryusai drawing his sword and unleashing a horizontal slash. Its momentum was fierce, the sword light like a swimming dragon. Yoriichi subconsciously raised his blade. Clang. The drawn horizontal slash swept upwards, narrowly avoiding Tsugikuni Yoriichi's body. The wind pressure formed by the sword energy blew away the fragmented hair on his forehead. Yoriichi's eyes narrowed, and seizing the moment Yamamoto Genryusai adjusted his posture, a thrust imbued with immense power suddenly pointed towards the opponent's waist. The tip of the blade even ignited a circular, ripple-like illusory flame. This was the application of momentum. Sun-breathing, 7th form, solar halo thrust. The thrust was as fast as lightning. At the moment the flame spread, Yamamoto Genryusai had already adjusted his state. Facing the attack at close range, he pushed down the sword hilt with the backhand. Although the wooden sword hilt instantly shattered into fragments upon contact with the blade, it still managed to deflect the direction of the thrust due to the sudden impact. In the nick of time, it grazed Yamamoto Genryusai's body. Yoriichi, seeing this, followed up with a horizontal slash, and a circular fiery slash once again appeared in Yamamoto Genryusai's eyes. Strange swordsmanship. Yamamoto Genryusai considered himself well-traveled and knowledgeable, yet he had truly never seen Yoriichi's swordsmanship, which came with its special effects. Flame should be the ability of a Zanpakuto. Raising his blade, he unleashed a powerful slash to neutralize Yoriichi's round dance, and the battle resumed. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, a series of clanging sounds like metal striking stone echoed through the spacious hall, and the sparks that flew off formed an orange-red lightning bolt. The vibrating air ripples stimulated one's eardrums, as if being caught in a raging storm. Just hearing it was enough to imagine the danger within. A small boat drifted on the sea, huge waves rolled, yet the boat narrowly and skillfully survived. Since it was a test of pure swordsmanship, Yamamoto Genryusai did not use his Zanpakuto. Therefore, with Yoriichi's keen dynamic vision and powerful intuition, the two were evenly matched. However, during the battle, Yoriichi suddenly found that he could not break through Yamamoto Genryusai's defense. Whenever his blade narrowly grazed the edge of Yamamoto Genryusai's skin, it would abruptly stop at 3 units of distance, unable to advance further. Witnessing this, Yoriichi immediately knew he had no chance of winning. But he was not disheartened by this. Instead, he focused even more on the current confrontation, immersing himself wholeheartedly in it. Until, after a long time, Yamamoto Genryusai's weapon was completely ruined, to the point where he had to channel his spiritual pressure and grabbed Tsugikuni Yoriichi's slash with his bare hands, and only then did the battle gradually conclude. One could see with the naked eye that the blade was covered in honeycomb-like notches. Yamamoto casually crushed it, puffed out his chest, and exclaimed, exhilarating. "You truly are a sword master. This old man acknowledges you. Although your use of spiritual pressure is still unrefined, you can improve it through diligent training in the future. As for Hakudo, you can learn it in academy. As for Shuinpa and Kido, these two subjects will be personally taught to you by the vice captain of the 2nd Division, Marekio Oamida, and the vice Kido chief, Hachigen Ashoda. They are both leaders in these fields. This old man looks forward to the day you shine brightly in Siriidi." Speaking of this, he paused slightly, seemingly pondering if there was anything else he had forgotten. Then he waved his hand forward. "If there are no other questions, you may withdraw. After school starts, remember to go to the academy to obtain your Asachi. As a Shinigami, your Zanpakuto and spiritual pressure are everything." Chapter 4, Graduation and Becoming a Death God. It was 3 days later when Yoriichi received his Asachi. From the Shinigami responsible for distributing Asachi, he learned that an Asachi was the prototype of a Zanpakuto, possessing no special abilities. It required a daily infusion of one's spirit and beliefs to awaken it. The awakened Zanpakuto was called Shurkai. Once successful, the Zanpakuto would gain special powers, such as wind, fire, lightning, or ice, which could multiply one's strength. Currently, within the Godii 13 of the Siriidi, only those who had mastered Shurkai were considered true powerhouses. They were often the seat officers of their respective divisions, holding a much higher status than ordinary Shinigami. For Yoriichi, if he wanted to find his wife through external means, the first thing he needed to do was elevate his status to that of a captain. And for captains, the requirements to become a captain are very strict. Although there's only one, you must master Bankai, which is above Shurkai. As the Shinigami's strongest technique, only a few dozen of the thousands of Shinigami in the entire Siriidi have mastered Bankai. Hearing this explanation, Yoriichi couldn't help but frown. 1 in 100. Not bad. It wasn't a despair-inducing probability. At least he possessed a 3rd-grade spiritual pressure. The probability of achieving Bankai was still quite high. Lightly stroking the blade of the Asachi, Yoriichi turned and walked towards the classroom. Soon after, his formal academy life began. It was different from what he had expected. He had thought studying was a very tiring thing because he used to see children complaining about not wanting to attend private tutoring. However, after experiencing it firsthand, he realized it wasn't tiring at all. According to the teachers at the academy, his Zanjutsu and Hakuda skills were already at captain level when he enrolled. Although they didn't know how he possessed these abilities, they sincerely congratulated him. After all, a student they taught was a genius, and it brought them pride to mention it. As for the other 2 Shinigami abilities, Shuinpa and Kido, he quickly mastered the former due to his mastery of thunder breathing. It was simply releasing spiritual pressure to instantly step on the ground, then using the impact to move instantly. This was extremely difficult for beginners, as the amount of spiritual pressure needed precise control. Too little and one couldn't move, too much and one would be propelled away. But for him, even Vice Captain Marekio Oamida of the 2nd Division praised him greatly upon seeing it. After less than 7 days of training, he was already on par with him in terms of speed. One must know that he was a renowned speedster in the Siriidi, and only 20 or 30 Shinigami in the entire Siriidi could surpass him in speed. Yet, if he weren't such an open-minded person, he might have fallen into self-isolation facing Tsugikuni Yoriichi's seemingly effortless talent. His 100 years of Shuinpa training were not as effective as Yoriichi's 7 days. And finally, Kido. In Yoriichi's view, it was an ability similar to Blood Demon Arts, except Blood Demon Arts used demon blood, while Kido used one's reishi. He was personally taught by a 2.5-meter tall, pink-haired fat man Hachigen Ashoda. That was his name. Although he was tall and robust, he gave Yoriichi a very gentle impression. Even when he made mistakes, he would patiently correct himself. He wouldn't show the slightest impatience until Yoriichi had fully mastered it. Yoriichi once thought he was the most amiable Shinigami, opposite to Yamamoto Genryusai. Of course, his study of Kido didn't last too long either. In about 2 months, Yoriichi achieved a leap from beginner to master. You have graduated. In a spacious and tidy room, Hachigen Ashoda, clad in a purple haori, watched Yoriichi use Kido without incantation to shatter a wall, and couldn't help but exclaim. You are the most talented student I have seen in 200 years. I wonder if you're interested in joining the Kido Corps. With your talent, I believe you could take my place in less than 10 years. Please consider it carefully. Besides Yoriichi, the fastest student he had taught took 5 months to go from beginner to master. Yoriichi's efficiency was more than double theirs. Such speed could no longer be described merely as genius. Everyone else was a genius. Someone far beyond a genius was called a prodigy. The Kido Corps needed prodigies. Whoosh. Yoriichi retracted his fingers, a wisp of white lightning dancing at his fingertips. Hearing Hachigen Ashoda's words, he pondered for 2 seconds, then shook his head slightly. I apologize, Teacher Hachigen, the Kido Corps is not my ideal destination. I know you value me greatly, and that's why you're specifically recruiting me, but I have reasons why I must do this. Only by joining the Godii 13 and becoming a captain can I feel at ease searching for my wife. She died 70 years ago, and her whereabouts are still unknown. You should understand my actions. This is my sole obsession in becoming a Shinigami. Hachigen Ashoda sighed. Is that so? If that's the case, then there's nothing that can be done. It's a pity that our Kido Corps is gradually declining. Although he was reluctant to see Tsugikuni Yoriichi leave, since he had said so, he couldn't stop him. He wasn't that kind of heartless Shinigami. Once upon a time, he also had a wife, but she died 100 years ago. Lowering his eyes, Hachigen Ashoda slowly said, Come with me to see Captain Commander Yamamoto. You have now mastered all 4 Shinigami abilities. Normally, one only needs to skillfully use 2 to graduate. Your situation. I'm afraid only Captain Commander can decide your placement. If you were willing to join my Kido Corps, it would be easy, but the Godii 13. Except for the 6th Division, they should all be vying for you. The 6th Division was noble, the lowest-ranking members allowed to enter were either lower-class nobles or noble retainers. And Tsugikuni Yoriichi was not of noble birth. With his Rakangai status, no matter how strong he was, the 6th Division would never accept him. Unless he married into a noble family. However, Tsugikuni Yoriichi had no such intentions, so from the very beginning, he was destined to be unrelated to the 6th Division. Yoriichi nodded and quickly arrived outside the 1st Division with Hachigen Ashoda. After announcing their presence inside, they soon saw Yamamoto Genryusai, whom they hadn't seen in many days. The old man still had a stern expression. You've arrived. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded, his gaze sweeping over Tsugikuni Yoriichi's calm face, and he went straight to the point. I presume you've heard about the structure within my Serii. What are your thoughts? Which division of the Godii 13 do you wish to join? What is the primary mission of each division? Yoriichi asked. Yamamoto Genryusai replied, The 1st Division is the commanding division, responsible for issuing notices from Central 46 and holding regular meetings. The 2nd Division is the covert ops, mainly for assassination and intelligence gathering. The 3rd Division is. Excluding the 6th Division, and including my own 1st Division, you are free to choose. This is the greatest concession I can make. If it's difficult to decide, I can give you some time to think it over carefully. After all, you graduated early, you have ample time before this year's graduation season arrives. Chapter 5, Squad 10, Whereabouts of Yuta. After a moment of contemplation, Yoriichi made a decisive choice. He did not choose the 1st Division, where Yamamoto Genryusai was located, but instead opted for the 10th Division, which was responsible for patrols and vigilance. There was no other reason. It was simply because the 10th Division could frequently leave the Serii. Oh. Yamamoto Genryusai narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he was very surprised by Tsugikuni Yoriichi's choice of the 10th Division, he still asked, like an elder caring for a junior. Why? Is being able to enter and exit the Serii at any time more important to you than your future? If you join my 1st Division, I will personally grant you a seat officer position. Upon hearing this, Hachigen Ashoda, who was standing beside Tsugikuni Yoriichi, was startled. A seat officer in the 1st Division. That was incredible. Although in terms of status, it seemed slightly lower than a Vice Kido Corps commander, its actual value was much higher. After all, the 1st Division was the Godii 13. The difference between the two was roughly equivalent to the difference between a provincial and a municipal level. In the past 300 years, there had never been a precedent of a Shinigami being appointed as a 1st Division seat officer immediately after graduation. In contrast, other divisions would see such cases every 20 years or so. The disparity was obvious. Captain Commander Yamamoto's regard for Tsugikuni Yoriichi was simply beyond imagination. Compared to Hachigen Ashota's extreme shock, Tsugikuni Yoriichi appeared calm and composed. I apologize, Captain Commander, but I have some unavoidable difficulties. Firstly, my younger sister lives alone in Rakangai, and she is only 10 years old this year. I'm truly worried about her. Secondly, my wife. He repeated what he had told Hachigen Ashota to Yamamoto Genryosai. About 30 seconds later. In short, that's how it is. Considering everything, the 10th Division suits me best. The patrol duties will help me understand Soul Society and everything in Rakangai. As for my future, I am not too concerned. Because a true gem will always shine. Facing Tsugikuni Yoriichi's answer, Yamamoto Genryosai nodded slightly. Your reasons are acceptable, but what if I can help you find your wife? Soul Society may seem vast and boundless, but to me, it's merely a small corner. What is her name? How many years ago did she die? What was the region? And how old was she when she passed away? Tsugikuni Yoriichi's thoughts instantly paused for a moment, feeling somewhat surprised by Yamamoto Genryosai's words. He was about to speak of Yuta's life, but in the next second, remembering his birth, his voice inexplicably stopped. Finally, he thought for a moment and said, Yuta Tsugikuni, 70 years ago, Edo, died at 18 years old. He had learned from some elders that there was a city called Edo in the human world of Soul Society. Although he didn't know if this Edo was the Edo he knew, it was still a glimmer of hope. Edo. Yamamoto Genryosai narrowed his eyes again. Is the timing a bit off? Edo was renamed Tokyo hundreds of years ago. It seems the time you became a soul is much longer than I imagined. No matter, whether it was 70 years ago or several hundred years ago, I will help you look for that soul named Yuta. Chojiro. Yamamoto Genryosai called out a name. Suddenly, a man with a small mustache, white hair, and golden eyes, who looked like a noble, appeared beside him as if by Shuinpa. Lord Genryosai, I am here. Chojiro Sasaki knelt on one knee, his voice utterly respectful. Yamamoto Genryosai glanced at him, who was in charge of Edo between 70 and 500 years ago. Have him check the list of souls interred during that period to see if there is a name Yuta. Requirement, a young female, 19 years old. Chojiro Sasaki hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing at Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Finally, he bowed his head and said in a low voice, yes. As Chojiro left with Shuinpa, Yamamoto Genryosai slowly shifted his gaze. How about it? Do you have any intention of joining the 1st Division now? As his words fell. Beside him, Hachigen Ashota quickly winked at Tsugikuni Yoriichi. As if to urge him to agree quickly. If the second invitation fell through, then it would truly be over. In the 1,000 years since the 1st Division was established, there had never been a case of inviting a Shinigami 3 times. In response, Tsugikuni Yoriichi shook his head helplessly. Still, I apologize. Captain Commander. I am very grateful for your high regard, but my ambition is not here. Mainly, he knew the probability of finding Yuta in Soul Society was minuscule. Rather than staying in the 1st Division and searching all over Soul Society, it would be better to look further afield. 10 years of Rakangai life had made him understand. The outside world was incredibly vast. Since she couldn't be found in Soul Society, then he would go to the human world to look. And there was also the world of hollows. He had never set foot in these two worlds since becoming a soul, only heard some things about them. And it just so happened that the 10th Division's missions frequently took them into the human world. Yamamoto Genryosai fell silent. For a long time. He raised his eyes and looked at Hachigen Ashota. Hachigen, have any members of the noble factions contacted him recently? Like the Shihuin family, the Tsuneyashiro family? I apologize, Captain Commander, no, they haven't. Hachigen Ashota bowed his head slightly, his voice a little helpless. You don't need to worry about him being tied down by those nobles. I understand Tsugikuni. He is not the kind of person who can be swayed by personal gain. Perhaps not wanting to join the 1st Division was his original intention. Please understand. Yamamoto Genryosai pondered for a moment, then slammed his hand on the table. In that case, so be it. The doors of my 1st Division will always be open for you. For someone of your strength to be a mere squad member in the 10th Division is truly a waste of talent. I will personally promote you to 3rd seat. I will have someone deliver your wife's information to you after some time. That's all. If there are no other important matters, you may leave. Oh, and one more thing. Suddenly remembering something, Yamamoto Genryosai subtly furrowed his brows. Can your Zanpakuto perform Shirkai? It was 3 minutes later when the two left the 1st Division. On the white street outside the squad barracks, Hachigen Ashoda looked at Tsugikuni Yoriichi and sighed softly. You, oh you. I don't know what to say about you. You should have joined the 1st Division. The Captain Commander holds you in very high regard. If you had accepted his offer, he might even take you as a disciple in the future. At that time, that would be the most glorious period of your life. You should know, in these 1,000 years, he has only had 2 disciples, and both of them are captains. I know. Tsugikuni Yoriichi gazed at the distant street, his tone betraying no emotion. But my ambition is indeed not here. Leading a squad. I have no talent in that area. Even if I become a seat officer, what then? Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. That is my philosophy. There are Shinigami stronger and more talented than me, and I believe they are currently being born somewhere in Soul Society. Teacher Hachigen, you don't need to persuade me anymore. My mind is made up. Where is the 10th Division? Please take me there. Chapter 6, the original 3 seats. Vulnerable. Knowing that Hacknowing have difficulty persuading Tsugikuni Yoriichi, he could only send him to the 10th Division. The 10th Division was quite deserted at this moment, as it was a patrol and security team. Except for special periods, usually only about 10 guards were left in the barracks. When those 10 people saw the famous vice-captain of Kido slowly approaching from the end of the street, they immediately put away their slacking attitude and put on a serious working appearance. They originally thought the vice-captain of Kido was just passing by, but unexpectedly, when Hachigen Ashoda passed the barracks entrance, he said something astonishing. Where is your captain? I have brought your 3rd seat. Please ask him to come out. 3rd seat. One person raised an eyebrow, full of suspicion, feeling like he had misheard. Vice-captain of Kido, are you serious? How do I remember that our 3rd seat is Inuno, 3rd seat? Who is he? That person pointed at Tsugikuni Yoriichi and asked. Today isn't April Fool's Day, is it? This joke isn't funny. I'm not joking, Hachigen Ashoda's gentle voice sounded. This is Captain Commander's decision, and his order will arrive shortly. I am only responsible for bringing him here, and your captain will handle the transfer procedure. He just graduated today. Just graduated. This sentence left that person dumbfounded. What a joke. He could become a 3rd seat right after graduating. He had graduated for nearly 20 years and hadn't even made it to the 20th seat. Was this kid a genius? Or was he an idiot? It didn't make sense. However, considering Captain Commander's order, it made much more sense. No wonder the vice-captain of Kido personally escorted him. It seems this kid. No, this young man will become a great figure. Ha ha. He chuckled, lowering his posture significantly. So that's how it is. Please rest assured, our captain will be back soon. May I know the name of this new 3rd seat? Tsugikuni Yoriichi. The moment Tsugikuni Yoriichi's voice fell, that person immediately said loudly. So it's 3rd seat Tsugikuni. It's an honor to meet you. He decisively extended his right hand and introduced himself. My name is Ichi-Nissen Ichimoku, but you can just call me Ichimoku. New 3rd seat, please guide me in the future. Ichi-Nissen. That's a rare surname. Yoriichi extended his palm and nodded lightly. They shook hands once. At this moment, a wild and uninhibited figure, swaying as he walked, came from the other side of the street, a gourd in his mouth. His eyes were unfocused, his cheeks flushed, looking completely drunk. Seeing 2 people standing outside the 10th Division barracks, he subconsciously rubbed the back of his head with his rough left hand. He walked forward. Ichi-Nissen Ichimoku just happened to see him and couldn't help but say, Inuno, 3rd seat, you're back. You're drunk again. That. I have some bad news for you. This is the new 3rd seat Tsugikuni, personally appointed by Captain Commander. At first, he didn't react to Ichimoku's words, until the sunlight above his head was obscured by Hachigen Ashoda. Inuno, 3rd. 4th seat, then slightly sobered up. He suddenly widened his eyes. What? His scarlet pupils stared intently at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, revealing an expression of disbelief. He had only gone out to Rukongai to drink at a brothel using his position, and when he returned, his 3rd seat position was gone. One must know that the 3rd seat was only 1 step away from vice-captain. He had thought that in the coming decades, he could rely on his seniority to grind his way to vice-captain and make a name for himself in history, but the result? Damn it. Why? This news was nothing short of a bolt from the blue for him. Ichi-Nissen Ichimoku, seeing his unstable emotions, quickly comforted him. I know it's hard to believe, but it's already done, and there's nothing that can be done. 4th seat isn't bad at all. Captain will be back soon, and you wouldn't want him to see you in such a disheveled state, would you? Hearing this, Inuno, 4th seat suddenly came to his senses. He hurriedly tidied his hair and clothes, rushing into the barracks in a hurry, attempting to wash away the smell of alcohol. Neglecting duties during patrol was a major taboo. If the captain found out, let alone fourth seat, even his Shinigami status might not be preserved. Of course, although he was in a hurry, his rejection of Tsugikuni Yoriichi was never forgotten. This guy had stolen his future vice-captain position. Even if he were recommended by Captain Commander, he would get his revenge. His ability to become a third seat must have been due to some unique qualities. He refused to believe that Tsugikuni Yoriichi was proficient in all 4 combat disciplines, Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, a burly man with black hair and black eyes appeared at a nearby street corner. His thin Shinigami uniform could not hide the bulging muscles on his chest, and the number on the back of his haori directly indicated his identity. Captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Ishin. What is it? Arriving at the entrance of the 10th Division barracks, he looked at the people gathered outside and asked with a smile, did something happen in the division again? Is it our vice-captain who's beating people up again? No, Chanki, the 10th Division's kendo instructor, shook his head at his unreliable captain. You'd better see for yourself. The former third seat and the current third seat are having a one-on-one fight. By the way, Captain, did you know that our third seat has been replaced? Shiba Ishin unconsciously raised an eyebrow. Replaced? By whom? How come I don't know? Has Inuno been pushed out? Chanki nodded. Yes, the current third seat is a Shinigami named Tsugikuni Yoriichi, personally appointed by Captain Commander. His sole age is about several decades. Being under 100 years old and holding the position of third seat is unique. Throughout the Godai 13, only the first division has such a record. In a few words, the situation was generally understood. Shiba Ishin squeezed through the crowd and nodded slightly. Why are they fighting? Is it about status? More or less, but it was Inuno, fourth seat, who initiated the challenge. Inuno. Hearing that name, Shiba Ishin sighed lightly. Why is it him again? I knew it would be him. It's just falling from third seat to fourth seat, it's no big deal. Why cause such a big commotion? My 10th division is not like the battle-crazed 11th division. What's the meaning of drawing swords and guns over a small matter? Quickly make them stop. This. Just as Chanki hesitated, the crowd suddenly burst into exclamations. The two looked over, and what they saw was a red-haired man releasing his spiritual pressure, easily suppressing Inuno, fourth seat. Inuno, fourth seat's face was flushed, and he lay on the ground like a turtle, unable to move. In front of him was a towering pillar of spiritual pressure, its fluctuations even covering half of Siriidii. Even Shiba Ishin, as a high-ranking noble with extensive experience, couldn't help but change his expression at this moment. How much? This spiritual power. Third class or second class? Chapter 7 Mayfly shaking the tree. Unbelievable. Words like stormy or precarious couldn't even begin to describe the sheer intensity of this reishi. He had served in the 10th Division for over 50 years. Even a genius like him, after enduring immense hardships, had only managed to advance from 4th-class spiritual power to 2nd-class spiritual power. But what about this person? Although his reishi level was slightly lower than his own, he was still a rare and powerful individual. Moreover, he was so young, merely a fraction of his age. Third seat. The position of vice-captain would be an underestimation for him. Where did Captain Commander Yamamoto find this Shinigami? Shiba Ishin was completely bewildered. Just then, Tsugikuni Yoriichi retracted his reishi, and the immense pressure that had weighed on everyone's hearts finally lifted. Everyone felt as if they had escaped from an endless deep sea, many gasping for breath, claiming they had almost fainted. When immortals clash, mortals suffer. If only this confrontation hadn't lasted too long. Otherwise, the buildings near the 10th Division would probably have been left on the verge of collapse. Inuno, fourth seat, was far too overconfident, attempting to provoke someone with third-class spiritual power with his sixth-class spiritual power. It was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Damn it. The pitying and sympathetic gazes of the crowd were like needlepoints, piercing Inuno, fourth seat's heart. He clenched his molars tightly, and amidst the teeth-grinding clatter, he was utterly indignant about the recent battle. What kind of hero only uses reishi to overwhelm others? If he had the guts, why not compete with fists? Compete with swordsmanship. He completely forgot that in battles between Shinigami, reishi was the fundamental basis of everything. If one's reishi was inferior to the opponent's, even if one exerted all their strength, or even a life-burning strike, it might not be enough to break through the opponent's physical defense. Cough, cough. The atmospheric pressure grew heavier, and just as Inuno, fourth seat, attempted to draw his sword for Shirkai, Shiba Ishin's light cough interrupted their standoff. He pushed through the crowd and stepped forward, standing between the two, attempting to mediate. Well. I say, both of you, calm down first. I've generally understood what happened. There's no need for you two to fight, changes in seating are quite common, you know. He pointed to the division next door, giving an example. Look, not long ago, our neighboring 11th division suddenly had a Gosu Kenpachi appear. This Kenpachi was originally just a vice captain, but no one expected the previous Kenpachi Oza's hero to suddenly be imprisoned. He didn't even have a duel with Kenpachi Oza's hero, but was inexplicably promoted to captain, directly breaking the 11th division's 1,000-year rule. If you want to talk about sudden, nothing is more sudden than that. It's just a change in the third seat, relax. Shiba Ishin patted Inono, fourth seat's shoulder, adopting a posture that conveyed, kid, don't make a fuss anymore. If things escalated, it wouldn't be good for anyone. Those who knew would think Inono was narrow-minded and looked down on newcomers, those who didn't would think the 10th division was full of scum. One rotten apple shouldn't spoil the whole barrel. Inono Yang's expression was extremely grim, he heard the threat in his captain's words. But why? Why should he give up his third seat position? He had fought for this with every swing of his blade. A newcomer who just dropped out of the sky, not even bothering to say hello. Just because he's a genius. Indeed. Noticing the unwilling emotion in Inono Yang's eyes, Shiba Ishin gently nodded, feeling a bit wistful himself. Genius was just that unreasonable. Otherwise, why establish reishi levels? Class systems existed in every era. But for Shinigami who lived by the sword, the stronger one's reishi, the higher their status should be. Your displeasure was utterly useless. He patted Inono Yang's shoulder again, and the atmosphere grew even more somber. Then, Shiba Ishin raised his eyes, turned, and spoke to the crowd, everyone, if there's nothing else, please disperse, including those from the stealth force. At his words, several Shinigami dressed in all black, wearing masks, appeared instantly on a nearby rooftop. Shiba Ishin looked at them. The children are being a bit unruly, please be understanding. I will submit the detailed report to Captain Commander Yamamoto later. It was merely a spar between division members. I hope you won't take it to heart. Upon hearing this, the Shinigami exchanged glances. Although they couldn't understand the meaning of spar, they could only reluctantly give up. A battle with third-class spiritual power, whose commotion was enough to cover half of Siriidi, was called a spar. Were they sick, or was the world sick? Unheard of. Whoosh. Whoosh. Amidst the sound of rushing wind, watching the crowd gradually disperse, Shiba Ishin slowly reined in his smile. Facing the two, he said seriously, Inono, come with me. His voice was cold and solemn, and Inono couldn't help but shiver at the sound. Following behind Shiba Ishin, walking towards the division barracks, he was like a frostbitten eggplant, with no light in his eyes. He knew clearly what his captain was going to tell him. However, halfway there, Shiba Ishin suddenly turned around. I almost forgot, this new third seat Tsugikuni should come along too. It's a good opportunity to introduce you to the basic situation of the 10th division. From now on, everyone will be colleagues, there's no need to get seriously angry over small matters. Of course, I'm not talking about you. The overall design of the 10th division resembled a colossal structure encircled by numerous ancient courtyards, spanning approximately 30 acres. Before entering, Yoriichi could hear the sound of bamboo tubes striking blue stone, as well as the murmuring of flowing water, as if it were an enchanting melody played by spirits. Stepping into the inner courtyard, the reishi in the air immediately became dense, shallow, and deep water interchanging, as if many small hands were continuously caressing the surroundings. Staying for a while, even the fatigue throughout one's entire body, and even deep into the soul, could be quietly soothed. A good place. Yoriichi looked around, genuinely sighing with emotion. When they arrived outside a room that blended modern and Edo styles, Shiba Ishin stopped and introduced himself to Tsugikuni Yoriichi. This will be your office in the future. Of course, you might not necessarily use it. Our 10th division's work is quite relaxed. Generally, aside from resting in the barracks at night, the rest of the time is spent in various corners of Siriidi and Rakongai. Stepping inside the room, he clapped his hands and turned to instruct. Oh, right. We'll be holding a banquet for you later, so prepare yourself well. After all, your future is bright, and you might very well surpass me. If I don't build a good relationship with you during this time, there might not be another chance later. He smiled, his gentle tone like a joke. As a high-ranking noble family, the Shiba family naturally didn't need to curry favor with anyone. Their attitude towards Tsugikuni Yoriichi was mainly due to his being favored by Captain Commander Yamamoto. He might even become a noble in the future. Befriending him in advance. Better safe than sorry. As for Inono Yang. Taking a deep breath, Shiba Ishin continued to introduce a few more things to Tsugikuni Yoriichi before leaving with Inono, fourth seat. Before they left, Yoriichi seemed to notice Inono, fourth seat's eyes were submissive, no longer as arrogant as before. It seemed he had learned his lesson after a single setback. It was not in vain that he had subdued his opponent without a fight. Chapter 8 Banquet, Kisukirahara. Soon, it was evening. The lingering glow of the setting sun spread across the land. Inside the spacious and brightly lit hall, as cheers echoed in all directions and the aroma of roasted meat filled the air, Shiba Ishin, holding a bowl of sake, slowly walked over and sat down beside Tsugikuni Yoriichi. He gently swirled the sake bowl in his hand, and the clear liquid rippled within. Looking at Yoriichi's unsmiling demeanor, Shiba Ishin couldn't help but ask, "Why, don't you like banquets?" Even the lively and boisterous environment, the infectious atmosphere, and even the most popular Manzai performances in the human world failed to elicit a smile from Yoriichi. In his eyes, everything was as ordinary as wild grass. A very strange Shinigami. To date, Ishin had only seen something similar in the Kuchiki clan. Speaking of which, you wouldn't happen to be related to those poker-faced individuals from the Kuchiki clan, would you? Shiba Ishin took a sip of sake, testing the waters with his question. After asking, he slowly picked up the sake flask and poured a cup for Tsugikuni Yoriichi. He smiled nonchalantly. Haha, how could that be? Please forgive my impertinence. If you had the bloodline of the Kuchiki clan, you wouldn't be serving as a third seat in my 10th division. What are your hobbies? You know I'm your captain. It's one of my duties to investigate the psychological state of my squad members, including their preferences, so that future work can proceed smoothly. Don't you agree? His tone was slightly relaxed, as if this would help bridge the gap between them. Upon hearing this, Tsugikuni Yoriichi's calm eyes slowly turned, and the sparkling sake that met his gaze was so dazzling. Seeing Yoriichi look at his treasured sake, Shiba Ishin raised his palm, a proud smile on his face. 500-year-old refined sake, specially supplied to high-ranking nobles. How about it, want to try some? This is pure reishi sake. Unlike those in the human world, it helps to increase spiritual pressure, though the effect is negligible. Oh, right. At this point, he suddenly remembered something and raised his hand to pause the banquet. Hey, you, come here. His gaze swept around, finally settling on a cold, noble-looking woman with golden-rimmed glasses and long, flowing black hair. The woman was holding a cup of sake, quietly drinking by herself. Hearing the voice, she slowly raised her eyes, meeting Shiba Ishin's gaze from afar, seemingly aware that the you he referred to was herself. Her usually calm eyes couldn't help but twitch. Slam. She put down her sake cup. She pushed up her glasses, her calm tone tinged with irritation. Please mind your words, Captain. I am Kairaku Chiharu. Although you are the captain, don't you think such rude words coming from your mouth are undignified and lacking in class? Haha, don't mind it. Shiba Ishin waved his hand. We're all old acquaintances, just a joke. He said, looking at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, and introduced him in a teasing tone. This is our vice captain, Lady Kairaku Chiharu. Born into the high-ranking noble Kairaku. The current captain of the 8th division, Kairaku Shunsue, is her cousin. You two should get acquainted. At this point, Shiba Ishin slowly leaned closer to Tsugikuni Yoriichi, adding in an extremely low voice. She, like you, possesses third-grade spiritual power. Remember not to anger her, or if the 10th division is destroyed, I won't have the money to repair it. Your personalities are so similar in some ways, you both act rather than talk. Oh, right. He remembered something again, his eyes flickering with a light of helplessness. Inuno, 4th seat, who had a conflict with you today, has already been taught a lesson by her. He was beaten so badly that he probably won't be able to get out of bed for a while. I don't understand how such a violent woman came from the usually gentle and elegant Kairaku. TSK. He slightly curled his lips. At this moment, Kairaku Chiharu couldn't help but say, Hey, Captain, are you speaking ill of me to him? Don't force me to beat you when I'm happy. All consequences will be on you then. Got it, got it. Shiba Ishin immediately stopped the topic, made a zipping motion over his mouth with his hand, then lowered his hand, drank a large bowl of sake, and resumed. Sigh, being a captain is uncomfortable for me. Outside the squad, I'm oppressed by those high-ranking nobles, and inside, I'm bullied by the vice-captain. I don't know when this hellish life will end. He subconsciously put his arm around Tsugikuni Yoriichi's shoulder, as if he were drunk, and sighed. You guys have it good, free and unburdened, carefree, and no one even cares if you're poker-faced. Like the Kuchiki clan. If an ordinary Shinigami were like you, they would have long been labeled as unsociable by their captains, but geniuses are different. No matter how aloof a genius acts, in others' eyes, it's seen as being unique. I truly envy you. There's nothing to envy. Tsugikuni Yoriichi glanced at Shiba Ishin's slightly flushed face, and spoke, which was rare, Captain, you're drunk. Nonsense. I'm not drunk. Shiba Ishin took a deep breath and sat up straight, though his slightly tipsy state made his body sway constantly. I'm just tired. Continue drinking. As his command was given, the banquet continued. Kayaraku Chiharu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the situation, but she said nothing, because she clearly understood the current difficulties of the Shiba family. Although they were one of the 4 great noble clans, they were being jointly suppressed by the other high-ranking nobles due to a decline in talent. In terms of their situation, they couldn't even compare to the Kayaraku, which was a step lower in status. And Shiba Ishin, as the head of a branch family, had dozens of people under him to support. Every day he woke up, he had to face the ugly faces of those nobles, and one misstep could result in the loss of family assets. The pressure was immense. Let him continue drinking. It's a way to relieve stress. Thinking of this, Kayaraku Chiharu slowly closed her eyes. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Moshi moshi. A disheveled young man with slightly upturned light yellow short hair and a bit of stubble on his chin quietly pushed open the door of the 10th Division, his half-closed military green eyes peeking in. Is Captain Shiba here? He invited me to drink. Chiharu's gaze swept over, and she immediately recognized this guy as Keisuke Urahara, a favored retainer of the Shihuin and the 3rd seat of the 2nd Division. This Shiba Ishin fellow. A banquet for the 10th Division. Why invite a Shinigami from the 2nd Division? However, she ultimately did not show any signs of refusal. As Keisuke Urahara became the center of the banquet, advancing under everyone's seemingly scrutinizing gazes. His eyes suddenly caught sight of Tsugikuni Yoriichi beside Shiba Ishin. A glimmer of light suddenly burst forth from his tired, somewhat socially anxious eyes. Found him. Chapter 9, Yoriichi, do you really want to feed the tiger with your own body? 2 hours ago. 2nd Division Barracks. Keisuke Urahara, who was slacking off, suddenly received a message from his captain. He didn't care about the small research project he was working on, quickly tidied his messy hair, put on a pair of geta, and hurried towards the inner court. Inside the inner court, a dark-skinned young woman was leisurely leaning on a luxurious long chair covered with soft fur, having waited for a long time. Her slightly tight black combat uniform was out of place with the elegant surroundings. However, it perfectly highlighted her curvaceous, devilish figure. Ah. Her thin lips parted slightly as she bit into a grape held to her mouth. Whoosh, whoosh. Beside her, a fair-skinned young woman attended to her, holding a feather fan and fanning her. Yoriichi Shihuin. The 22nd head of the Shihuin family. And, captain of the Gotei 13th 2nd Division. Thump, thump. Suddenly, several hurried, muffled footsteps echoed in the quiet hall. Yoriichi Shihuin looked up, and the bored expression on her face suddenly lifted into a smile. Extending a slender finger, she slowly sat up, pointed at Keisuke Urahara who was hurrying over, and smiled sweetly. Keisuke, you're here. Yes. Keisuke Urahara lowered his head, stood in front of Yoriichi Shihuin, and said softly in a more formal tone. May I ask what Captain Commander summoned me for? Can't I look for you if there's nothing wrong? Yoriichi Shihuin said, standing up from the soft carpet. When she reached Keisuke Urahara, seeing his face shrouded in shadow, she immediately put an arm around his shoulder and said jokingly. How many times have I told you? There's no need to use honorifics with me. How many years have we been friends? If it weren't for the disparity in our statuses, I would have considered bringing you into the 4 great noble clans as a son-in-law. The reason I called you here this time. She slowly released his shoulder, pacing back and forth, her voice slightly serious. It's not for anything else. The Mobile Corps once told me that there was a level 3 spiritual pressure burst in Siriiti this morning. I inquired with those who knew, and the one who unleashed the spiritual pressure was a Shinigami who had just joined the 10th Division, named Tsugikuni Yoriichi, from Rakangai, with no background. Keisuke, I have a difficult task for you. She suddenly stopped, her eyes fixed on Keisuke Urahara. You also know that we, the upper nobility, value bloodline and aptitude the most, especially those old fogies at the top. No matter where they come from, as long as they can bring benefits to the family, they are worth winning over. That Tsugikuni Yoriichi is precisely the Shinigami with the highest priority. Previously, he was hidden by Captain Commander Yamamoto, only showing his brilliance today. Therefore, the elders in the family demand that I recruit him at all costs, and if necessary, even have him marry into the family and grant him the status of an upper noble. I need you to find out his preferences. Regarding this task. Can you do it? This is very important. She emphasized again, it concerns the future of the Shihuin clan. You should be clear that what truly checks the upper nobility has never been their status or position, but the strength of their family members. The Shiba family gradually faded from the ranks of the upper nobility precisely because of the decline in talent. Strength means influence. Only by having influence, Can one have the ability to decide everything? Including the distribution of benefits. As an upper noble, the Shihuin clan is no exception. Looking at Yoriichi Shihuin's eyes, recalling her words, Keisuke Urahara felt that the world was too absurd. A newcomer with level 3 spiritual power. What a joke. He had been scrambling in the Soul Society for over 150 years, experiencing countless battles, only to barely rise from level 8 spiritual power to level 4 spiritual power. And now. Suddenly, someone told him that there was a Shinigami who graduated at level 3. This sudden news truly shattered his worldview. If it were a member of an upper noble family, he might not have been surprised. But a Rukongai native with no background. Is that possible? Taking a deep breath, Keisuke Urahara said with some uncertainty, Yoriichi, are you serious? I also felt the spiritual pressure fluctuation this morning. I thought it was a captain. If only it were a captain. Yoriichi sighed, interrupting him. If he were a captain, it would mean his allegiance is already set, and the Shihuin clan would have no need to worry. Most likely, he would be on Yamamoto Genryusai's side. However, he belongs neither to the 1st Division nor is he the vice-captain of the 10th Division, indicating that his stance is still unclear. This is our opportunity, and of course, it could also be a test from Captain Commander Yamamoto for him. However, no matter what, we cannot let this go. Because if we don't act, other upper nobles will. To fall behind is to be beaten. Didn't the Kuchiki clan recruit a Koga Kuchiki a few years ago? Although he later disappeared. Upon hearing this, Keisuke Urahara immediately understood. Feeling a bit helpless, he respectfully whispered, I understand. I will begin preparing a plan to approach him right away. Time returns to the present. Having come at Captain Shiba's invitation, Keisuke Urahara first adopted a reserved attitude, lowering his perceived threat in others' eyes. Only then did he slowly walk in front of Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Shiba Ishin was completely drunk. Taking this opportunity, Keisuke Urahara smoothly sat down beside the two, fanning himself with a slightly exaggerated posture, as if to evaporate the cold sweat that had appeared on his forehead from nervousness. While fanning, he also spoke. Oh my, the 10th Division's location is hard to find. I must have arrived late, what a pity, I missed the most exciting opening. He slowly turned his head, looking at Yoriichi with a kind smile, young man, are you also a member of the 10th Division? Why haven't I seen you before? Are you very close with Captain Shiba? Not close. I'm a new member. Then why are you sitting next to him? Even others don't dare to approach him. I thought you were also a member of the Shiba family. He smiled, reaching for a paper fan from his waist. Snap. The paper fan opened. He fanned himself. Extended his right hand. His tone was amiable. Let's get acquainted. I am Keisuke Urahara, 3rd seat of the 2nd Division, and a friend of Captain Shiba for 3 or 4 years. Young man, I see you have extraordinary bones, you must not be very old. What should I call you? Yoriichi's gaze swept over Keisuke Urahara's eyes, then he politely shook hands and nodded slightly, you can just call me by my name. I am Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Tsugikuni-kun, huh? Keisuke Urahara mused for 2 seconds, then chuckled, got it. Snap. He closed his paper fan. His smile remained. Though his expression was sunny, his mood was quite the opposite. This guy is too aloof. How am I supposed to win him over? Yoriichi, are you perhaps planning to sacrifice yourself? Chapter 10, Current Mission. Keisuke Urahara couldn't help but shiver. No way. No way. It should, probably, possibly be a branch family. He couldn't imagine Yoriichi Shihuin getting married. Phew. He imperceptibly took a breath, cleared his mind of jumbled thoughts, and refocused his attention on the banquet. Knowing that loose lips sink ships, his conversation with Tsugikuni Yoriichi was brief and to the point. Soon. The banquet concluded smoothly amidst laughter and merriment. Keisuke Urahara rubbed his belly, and while some Shinigami were cleaning up, he approached Tsugikuni Yoriichi again. Tsugikuni, why do I feel like you don't enjoy this banquet? They should be welcoming you. After all, it's not graduation season. Being out of place with everyone, that's not good. Shinigami live for thousands of years. If you don't make some friends, you'll be very lonely in the future. He spoke with the tone of an experienced person, full of sighs. Then, casually putting his hand on Tsugikuni Yoriichi's shoulder, as if addressing an old friend, Keisuke Urahara continued. Do you want me, your big brother, to introduce you to a few friends? These friends didn't sound like legitimate friends. When Keisuke Urahara said this, his thin eyebrows couldn't help but raise, giving Yoriichi a wink. This infuriated Kairaku Chiharu, who was observing the two from not far away. She even laughed in anger. Hey! I say! Keisuke Urahara. This isn't your 2nd division. If you're feeling frisky, go find those courtesans outside. Why come to my 10th division and utter such vulgar words? Don't you feel ashamed? Oh my. Keisuke Urahara's mouth dropped open in surprise, his hand covering his lips as he turned to look at Kaiaraka Chiharu. He wore an expression of, I can't believe I overlooked you. Isn't this our great Vice Captain Chiharu? I heard you're being transferred to the Goti I-13. Why haven't you left yet? Kaiaraka Chiharu sneered. When I leave, why must I inform you? Who do you think you are? Keisuke Urahara, don't forget, you're just a retainer of the Shihoin. You're neither a noble nor a captain. My willingness to speak with you and allow you to attend this banquet has already given you enough face. If you utter any more glib remarks, don't blame me for being impolite. Her voice was full of oppressive power, like a block of ancient ice, causing Keisuke Urahara to shake his head repeatedly. This she-devil is as arrogant as ever. No wonder Shiba Ishin is so suppressed by her. Oh well. The conversation about Tsugikuni Yoriichi's preferences will have to be postponed. He's been busy for half a day, and he doesn't even know what for. He sighed. Keisuke Urahara slowly stood up. Just then, Shiba Ishin slowly woke up. Seeing the two, he rubbed the back of his head, his tone slightly confused. Urahara, when did you arrive? It's been a while. I saw you were drunk, so I didn't disturb you. Keisuke Urahara observed Shiba Ishin's drowsy, unclear state, and couldn't help but click his tongue. Speaking of which, Captain Shiba, I feel like your personal deterrent power in the squad isn't quite enough. No matter what, your Shiba family is above the Kairaku, and you have second-grade spiritual power. How can you be suppressed like this by a woman? At this moment, Kaiaraka Chiharu tidied herself up and left this place that she found annoying, so she didn't hear Keisuke Urahara's words. Regarding this, Shiba Ishin rubbed his temples and said with some distress. What do you know? A good man doesn't fight with women. Besides, she's about to leave. What's wrong with me letting her have her way? Unbeknownst to me, she's been the vice captain of the 10th division for over 100 years. Back then, I, as the representative of the Shiba family, was directly parachuted in to replace the captain position she should have gotten. It's perfectly normal for her to bear a grudge against me. Hearing this, Keisuke Urahara smiled. I see. So, she's an old woman over 300 years old, no wonder her temper is so volatile. With her gone, I imagine your life will be much better. Well, who knows? Shiba Ishin rubbed his temples and slowly stood up. His hazy mind not yet clear, his peripheral vision instinctively glanced at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, who was packing his things to leave nearby. His mood was also heavy. Keisuke Urahara keenly observed this and said timely, by the way, do you have any plans for the next vice-captain candidate? He followed Shiba Ishin's gaze and asked, that kid is your new third seat, right? Do you have any thoughts of promoting him? Promote. Shiba Ishin repeated the word, shaking his head slightly, not yet. He just joined the 10th division, and we're still unsure of his abilities. Although he was sent by Captain Commander Yamamoto, even Captain Commander, who has lived for so long, has times when he misjudges. I plan to have him handle a few small tasks first, then gradually increase the difficulty, and then decide his position. Third-grade spiritual power doesn't explain everything. As a Shinigami, the Shurkai and Bankai of a Zanpakuto are the most important. Has he achieved Shurkai? Keisuke Urahara asked. Of course. Shiba Ishin looked at him strangely, otherwise, why do you think he would directly become a third seat? Of course, I don't know about Bankai. After all, this is every Shinigami's trump card ability. Under normal circumstances, it's kept secret. Perhaps it will only be revealed when he becomes a captain. I see. Keisuke Urahara stroked his chin. The rough feeling of his beard didn't hinder his thoughts. As he pondered, his eyes gradually brightened. A normal Shinigami who might have Bankai. No wonder Yoriichi values him so much. If it were him, he would too. Mastering Bankai is like achieving the highest score in a real-world exam, it will be recorded in history, and even high-ranking nobles cannot ignore it. So, what is his Shurkai ability? Just as Keisuke Urahara slightly raised his head, about to ask Shiba Ishin this question, a sudden urgent order interrupted their conversation. Captain Shiba. Shinigami from the 10th Division and the 13th Division have encountered a Minos Grande in the human world. Urgent support is needed. This message abruptly cut off Keisuke Urahara's words. He looked at Shiba Ishin and then saw the expression on the face of this once frivolous man instantly turn serious. Click. Shiba Ishin tightened his grip on the Zanpakuto at his waist. A Minos Grande. Understood. Third seat Tsugikuni, don't leave yet, a mission has come up. Damn it. They sure know how to pick their timing. He cursed, stopped Tsugikuni Yoriichi who had reached the door, turned around, and apologized to Keisuke Urahara. Then, The two, with their mission badges, headed straight for the Senkaman. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Now is Taisho era. Ink-like, swirling clouds obscured the sparse moonlight. A desolate, cold wind continuously swept across the dark land. The sea of trees surged into tumultuous waves. Not far away, hoarse, shrill beast cries pierced the silence of the night, echoing in the ears from time to time. Outside the Dangai, it was a dim, lightless forest, with some bats hanging upside down from tree trunks. Their dense, crimson eyes shone like torches in the darkness. Screech! Screech! Listening to the bats' cries, Tsugikuni Yoriichi stepped onto the soft ground. After waiting for a while, a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. He turned to look at the rapidly disappearing Dangai behind him. His head tilted slightly. Where is the captain? Where did the captain go? Damn it. Dangai coordinates, 308.301, abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Is it the Kotatsu? Or the Koryu? 12th Division. The Shinigami responsible for monitoring the Dangai looked at the garbled data on the computer. After a gasp, they fell into a panic. They were flustered because there was a problem with the Dangai. The Dangai is an existence that superimposes multiple severed spaces. Through the influence of the Dangai, it connects the human world and the soul society. Souls who wish to go to the human world must pass through the Dangai. The time density inside is 2,000 times that of the outside world. In other words, 33 hours inside. 1 minute in the human world. When a Shinigami enters and then exits, under normal circumstances, the time in the outside world barely changes. However, while normal circumstances exist, so do unexpected situations. Namely, the Kotatsu and the Koryu. They are like guardians within the Dangai. It's fine if they don't appear, but once they do, the Shinigami who enter will have no chance of survival. The Kotatsu is like a train, appearing every 7 days, and will crush all foreign existences in the Dangai with irresistible force. The Koryu, on the other hand, is a liquid-like mass of spiritual energy. Its appearance time is irregular. Its location is also irregular. It will capture everything inside, and those who come into contact with it will never be able to leave. The current situation. It is very similar to the scene when both occur. This is not optimistic. One person slammed the computer, trying to restore it to normal through the most primitive method. Unfortunately, he slammed it for a long time. There was no sign of any miracle happening. Did a Shinigami just enter? Knowing that the situation was irreversible, a few Shinigami could only report it to their superiors, and then, sitting together, they couldn't help but discuss. Yes, I remember it was the captain of the 10th Division, and an unfamiliar Shinigami. Their luck is too bad. Even if it's a captain, encountering the Kotatsu and Koryu, they probably wouldn't survive. I heard that captain is also a high-ranking noble of the Siriiti. What a pity. I hope they only encountered the Koryu. The survival rate for the Kotatsu is 0. Although the Koryu's is also 0, at least there's a glimmer of hope. A few people couldn't help but sigh. As time passed, their superior sent people to investigate, but they found nothing. The energy emanating from the Dangai had subtle differences from that of the Kotatsu and Koryu. Even the current 12th Division captain, the creator of the Soul Candy, Hikifune Kiryu, who was about to be promoted to Squad 0 and held a status equal to Yamamoto Genryusai, couldn't figure out what it was. Strange fluctuations. Anyway, the Dangai had a problem, that's for sure. A rescue team would be dispatched shortly. Hopefully, those two Shinigami would survive. Shiba Ishin slowly opened his eyes, reflecting a nearly void scene. The sudden change in the unfamiliar scenery made him draw his Zanpakuto abruptly, a sense of vigilance growing from the depths of his heart. This was completely different from the human world he remembered. He recalled. He should have entered the Dangai, right? With Tsugikuni Yoriichi. But now. He surveyed his surroundings. 3 question marks gradually appeared above his head. Where did Tsugikuni Yoriichi go? Where is this place? And the Dangai? Caw. Caw. A crow flapped its wings and flew across the sky. On the ground. After standing in the forest for a long time, Tsugikuni Yoriichi finally accepted the fact of the captain's disappearance. Although it was his first time passing through the Dangai, after 2 months of theoretical knowledge study, he knew that the time difference between 2 people appearing consecutively would not exceed 10 seconds at most. 2 minutes had passed so far, which was equivalent to about 3 days in the Dangai. 3 days. Let alone a strong Shinigami, even a slow old man should have walked out by now. However, the captain had not. Sighing inwardly, Tsugikuni Yoriichi gripped his Zanpakuto at his waist tightly, his dark red eyes lowered. After 2 seconds of thought, he stepped out with his right foot and walked out of the forest. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay longer. But staying longer was useless. Firstly, he couldn't control the appearance of the Dangai at will. Secondly, if the captain was truly missing, he must have been lost in the Dangai. At that time, professional personnel would enter to search. He had no experience in this regard. Instead of wasting a lot of time and plunging himself into it, causing himself to go missing as well, it was better to conserve his strength. The captain had a second-grade spiritual pressure after all. Step. Step. The hard ground was like a swamp. Yoriichi gently stepped, and a pit appeared. The bright moonlight from the sky pierced through the gaps in the inky clouds, casting down obliquely. Yoriichi looked at the footprints on the ground. He frowned slightly. It wasn't until he completely suppressed his spiritual pressure using the mission token hanging from his waist that the path he walked left no traces. This human world is not right. He couldn't help but think. It was as if his spiritual pressure was incompatible with this world. Even a tiny bit of power leaking out could cause unimaginable destruction to the environment. One must know that before entering the human world, his spiritual pressure was sealed, only 1/5 of what it normally was. This was a rule that Shinigami had maintained for 1,000 years to preserve the stability of the human world. Even high-ranking nobles could not break it. Therefore, he was not in his complete form at the moment. At about a 5th-grade spiritual pressure level, it was enough to defeat a Minos Grande. It's just. He looked at the token, gripping it in his hand. The red dot flashing on it had now extinguished. The red dot indicated the location of a hollow. As long as a hollow existed within a 100-mile radius, it would be reflected on the token. There was nothing on the token. Does that mean the nearby city is very safe? Then, what about the mission? Confused, he walked out of the forest, and what met his eyes was not the prosperous human world he knew. There were no skyscrapers that his seniors spoke of, nor any technological creations. All there was a small village. Houses built of straw and wooden planks were everywhere, neatly lined up along a street extending into the depths of darkness in the distance. In the darkness, a few scattered candle flames flickered. Along with it came the sound of a night watch bell. It made Yoriichi feel less like the human world and more like the Rakangai. Especially the areas with larger district numbers. Where is this? Carrying these questions, he found a house and quickly understood. Tokyo. Foot of Mount Kumatori. The current era is the Taisho era. Chapter 12, Is there a ghost in Narrow Mist Mountain? Having understood his current location and era, a new question flooded Tsugikuni Yoriichi's mind. Why could people see him? He was a Shinigami. Did everyone in the human world possess Reishi? This didn't match what was taught in textbooks. A strange world. He sighed with emotion, shook his head slightly, and Tsugikuni Yoriichi gradually lowered his gaze, resolving not to think about it further. A cold wind, carrying a few cherry blossom petals, blew in, some falling through the window gaps onto the dark yellow floor. The wooden house creaked and groaned. Yoriichi surveyed everything around him, then looked at the old man named Saburo below him. Not long after, he heard a word that piqued his interest from the old man's words. The Kamado family on the mountain. Kamado. Yoriichi repeated the surname. The moment he spoke, a long-sealed memory suddenly surged into his mind. It was only then that he remembered. This mountain was the same mountain he had passed by 70 years ago. On that mountain, he had met the first true friend in his life who understood him. And it was from that moment that he shed tears for the first time in his life. Was Tanjiro still alive? Sir Samurai, do you know the Kamado family? Because Yoriichi, dressed in a Shinigami uniform, looked particularly imposing, Saburo, who had never left the mountain in his life, subconsciously took him for a samurai. Although he carried a sword at his waist, Saburo felt he should report it, but for some reason, facing Tsugikuni Yoriichi, he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. It was like meeting a long-lost relative, which prevented him from feeling any hostility. He is my friend. My only friend. Yoriichi emphasized, his voice like a spring breeze, revealing a faint nostalgia that caused Saburo's expression to freeze. His hands, which were pouring water, suddenly stopped midair. He put down the teapot. Seemingly recalling an unpleasant past event, Saburo lowered his head slightly, his voice choked, as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. Is that so? Then I am truly sorry. His aged eyes flickered twice, and a strong wave of sorrow instantly filled the entire space with his words. I have some bad news to tell you. The Kamado family was wiped out. Crack. Like a muffled thunderclap from the sky, a crack instantly appeared in the teacup in Yoriichi's hand. His breathing stopped in that instant. 1 second later, he raised his eyes, gazing at Saburo, his crimson eyes no longer holding their previous calm, his tone like the eerie stillness before a thunderstorm. What? Boom. Kibutsuji Musen. A black figure flickered through the dim, lightless sky with almost lightning speed. Each time his foot stepped on the air, it vibrated with invisible reishi ripples. The clouds were pushed aside as he advanced. He gazed at everything below. The mountains, the terrain, all were as he remembered. Only the cozy little house on the mountaintop, which was in his memory, was lifeless. Covered in moss, it appeared exceptionally desolate. Upon nearing, a trace of blood, long devoid of vitality, lingered in his nostrils. That was a demon's blood. The blood of Demon King Muzan. His fists clenched, his gaze following his senses, sweeping across a corner of the courtyard. There, 5 burial mounds lay quietly. The incense sticks in front of the mounds had long burned out, their ashes scattering in the wind, leaving only a faint white trace. Weeds grew rampant around them, and the flower branches were withered. The atmosphere was extremely bleak. Seeing this, his perpetually calm expression, unchanged for 100 years, was now like a frozen lake, anger surging in his eyes. You won't escape. Wait for me. Soon after paying respects to the deceased of the Kamado family, Yoriichi descended the mountain under the cover of night. He bid farewell to Saburo and headed in the direction of Mount Sajiri. Saburo said that although the Kamado family had been wiped out, a young boy named Tanjiro Kamado had fortunately survived. Tanjiro had asked him about the location of Mount Sajiri about 3 months ago. Perhaps he was there now. Mount Sajiri. Tanjiro, your descendant. A blessing in disguise. I could not fulfill my wish in life, I cannot let Tanjiro suffer the same tragedy as me. Yoriichi did not know how many generations Tanjiro was from Tanjiro. But one thing was certain, having witnessed his family slaughtered by demons, he must hate those demons to the core. Out of impulse, he might foolishly seek revenge against them, which could lead to his demise. This was something Yoriichi did not want to see. Tanjiro was his friend. No matter what, his bloodline had to continue. Furthermore, if he had slain Kibutsuji Muzan back then, none of the current circumstances would have occurred. It was all his responsibility. He was obligated to take responsibility. Whoosh! A heavy breath coursed through his limbs and bones into his body. Yoriichi gazed into the distance. In about 3 minutes, he saw a tall mountain shrouded in dense mist. Mount Sajiri. He slowly descended until he landed. He walked to a wooden house at the foot of the mountain. Only then did an inevitable sense of nervousness rise within him. His expression remained as usual. It had been hundreds of years since he last saw the Kamado family. At first, Yoriichi thought the Taisho era was merely the period after the Sengoku era. He never imagined it was the world 400 years later. 400 years of drastic changes were enough to alter everything. Perhaps the current Tanjiro no longer bore the shadow of Tanjiro Kamado, but no matter what, he was a junior whom he must look after. As for why he, an elder, had returned from the dead. If creatures like demons could exist in this world, why couldn't Shinigami? Knock, knock, knock. As the door was knocked, an eerie silence fell over the surroundings. At the same time, Yoriichi's nostrils flared slightly. It seemed, he had caught the scent of a demon. He slowly lowered his right hand, placing it on his zanpakuto, his arm muscles tensed, his gaze piercing through the wooden door, fixed on the interior of the house. Soft, sun-like lamplight seeped through the door crack onto Yoriichi, yet he felt no warmth at all. Boom. In an instant, a colossal surge of killing intent, accompanied by flames igniting in the night sky, erupted, instantly clearing the mist within a 1,000-meter radius. Seconds earlier, Urokodaki Sakanji, about to rest, was preparing to close his eyes. Before pulling up his blanket, he glanced at Tanjiro, who was writing in his diary in the corner, a rather relieved smile on his face. Tanjiro's body was covered in scars, his bruises still visible, showing the effort he had put in during this time. As a demon slayer core trainer, children with such resilient wills, like Tanjiro, were his favorite. Rustle. The sound of writing echoed intermittently. His gaze then shifted to his feet. There lay a little girl in a deep sleep. Her small mouth was slightly open, a green bamboo tube half held, half exposed, complementing her serene and well-behaved sleeping face, adding a touch of innocent childlike charm. Nezuko Kamado, Tanjiro's younger sister. Once human, now, a demon. Just as he was contemplating, an overwhelming sense of crisis, like a needle prick, suddenly struck Urokodaki Sakanji's heart. Boundless coldness climbed his spine. The peace and tranquility within the house were shattered, his breathing involuntarily hitched, and he abruptly looked towards the door. Although there was no fluctuation of aura, his intuition told him that someone was standing there. Who is it? Hastily, he grabbed the Nichiren blade by his side. Click. The moment the blade was drawn, a surging flame suddenly erupted at the doorway. The sudden light and heat that burst in caused Urokodaki Sakanji's face to change drastically. Unstoppable. Tanjiro. Take Nezuko. And run. Chapter 13 Womanly Kindness. Tanjiro. Take Nezuko, and run. The shout was urgent and brief. Urokodaki Sakanji uttered these words almost instinctively. The moment his words fell, he forcefully drew his blade forward, and the indigo Nichiren blade suddenly unsheathed. Hiss. He took a deep breath, instantly. Enough oxygen to fill the entire house was brutally compressed into his lungs. Some white waves rolled over the blade with his powerful swing. The sound of surging waves echoed in his ears. Water breathing. First form. Water surface slash. The horizontal slash of his blade directly faced the surging heat wave. However, it was as if fate had played a trick on him. His water breathing, which he had cultivated for over 60 years and was considered the best in the Demon Slayer Corps, could not even last a second. Reflected in his eyes was boundless intensity, devouring all the slashes he unleashed, like hellish spider lilies blooming before him. All the past events slowly replayed. Am I going to die? No. Urokodaki Sakanji suddenly tightened his grip on the hilt. The black and white hilt trembled violently from the sudden increase in pressure. Taking advantage of the almost time-stopped interval before him, he deeply gazed behind him at Tanjiro, who wore a panicked expression. His eyes were more resolute than ever. At least, he had to let this child escape. Water breathing. The air was scorching, he could no longer breathe and could only use the remaining oxygen in his lungs to unleash his final attack. Sixth form. He didn't know who the intruder was, perhaps a human or perhaps a demon, but no matter who it was, they must have had a deep-seated hatred for both. Whirlpool. The moment his thoughts settled, a substantial sword energy, shaped like a water tornado, enveloped everything within a 2-meter radius. Like being encased in an eggshell, the heat wave was blocked, though only for an instant. It was enough for Tanjiro to successfully escape with Nezuko. This was the strongest sword strike he had ever unleashed in his life, imbued with all his belief and strength. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Yoriichi had just broken through the door, preparing to kill the demon inside the house. But the moment he extinguished the tornado with a single slash. Water breathing. He abruptly stopped, withdrew his blade in time, and, using the light and heat remaining in the air, scanned the room. An old man with white hair, wearing a Tengu mask, stood holding a Nichiren blade, facing him directly. His movements were so resolute, and the indigo Nichiren blade was dazzling, causing Yoriichi's gaze to narrow involuntarily. Behind the old man were 2 young children, one of whom closely resembled Tanjiro in his memory. He must be Tanjiro. He was also wearing the Nichiren earrings Yoriichi had left for Tanjiro. However, who was the girl in his arms? Why protect her? You. Yoriichi slowly sheathed his blade, and the heat wave in the air receded. Urokodaki Sakanji immediately felt relieved. Under the rapidly diminishing pressure, he gasped for air, like a drowning person instinctively grasping at the last shred of hope for survival. Are you the Demon Slayer Corps? He stared at the 3 with complex eyes, feeling a sense of disappointment within him. Protecting a demon. Had the Demon Slayer Corps fallen so low? Explain. The scattered reishi slowly gathered back into his body. Yoriichi raised his eyes, his calm tone containing clear disappointment. He returned the zanpakuto at his waist to its sheath and slowly sat down cross-legged under the wary gazes of the 3. Waiting for their answer. After a period of silence, Urokodaki Sakanji's expression softened slightly. He looked at Yoriichi, his gaze fixed on the mark on his forehead, and instinctively thought of the similar scar on Tanjiro's forehead. This. He took a deep breath, his gaze shifting downwards. The Nichiren earrings swayed in the wind. So. You weren't protecting her just now, you simply didn't want that boy to be harmed. Soon. Under the boundless starry sky. Yoriichi sat cross-legged in front of the 3, the atmosphere gradually improving with their conversation. Only. The scent of a demon assaulted his nostrils, and Yoriichi's slightly furrowed brows remained unrelaxed. He looked at Nezuko. He glanced over. Tanjiro held Nezuko, his face slightly pale, still not understanding why a human would protect a demon. He was about to say something. The next second. Yoriichi felt Nezuko looked familiar. If the bamboo muzzle were removed from her mouth. She seemed remarkably similar to Tanjiro's wife, Sumiko, in his memory. Could this little girl be Tanjiro's descendant? He had never heard that Tanjiro had a younger sister. Tsugikuni. Tsugikuni-sensei. Tanjiro's breathing was tense, one hand tightly clutching his clothes, maintaining a fearful attitude towards the faint, lingering killing intent that permeated the air around them. He possessed an extremely keen sense of smell and could easily detect a person's emotions. The hostility this person harbored towards his sister was extremely obvious. Taking a deep breath, Tanjiro cautiously asked, "Do you know my father?" Why do you have the Nichiren earrings passed down through my Kamado family? If he knew him, that would be good. Perhaps he could use that to reduce his hostility towards his sister. Who is your father? Yoriichi raised his eyes. Tanjiro, my father. Tanjiro, Kamado Tanjiro. I don't know him. Yoriichi shook his head, his tone unchanged. He looked at Nezuko, changing the subject. Is this girl your sister? Do you know she is a demon? I know. Yoriichi scrutinized him. If you know, why do you keep making the same mistake? She is a demon, you are human. Humans and demons are on different paths. Tanjiro remained silent for a long time, his expression slightly pained. I know. But I can't do it. I'm sorry. His two fingers twisted unnaturally. His brows were lowered. He knew that Tsugikuni-sensei was trying to persuade him to give up his sister who had become a demon. Because there had never been a case of a demon turning back into a human. But he had once promised his father that he would protect her. Currently, Tanjiro was desperately searching for a way to cure his sister, but he had found nothing. And at this time, his sister had fallen into an unannounced sleep. Although Urokodaki-sensei said that Nezuko was replenishing her strength through sleep. But when would she wake up? No one knew. The path ahead was hopeless, there was no retreat, he could only numb himself with daily training. Seeing this, Yoriichi shook his head slightly, a sigh escaping his lips. Womanly compassion, Tanjiro. You are very similar to my past self. If you don't want to regret it for the rest of your life, it's best to be decisive. My wife, my child, my elder brother, all died at the hands of demons. I don't know your father, but I know your ancestor. You are exactly like Tanjiro, just as kind, just as optimistic. However, these are useless against demons, instead, they will become fuel to embolden demons. You should know that in front of that demon king, your kindness and optimism cannot save you. Chapter 14, A person from 400 years ago. Tanjiro. Tanjiro's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had heard something unbelievable, and the cloud of gloom in his heart was instantly overshadowed by surprise. His memory was excellent. He remembered. Kamado Tanjiro was the ancestor of the Kamado family, about 15 generations back. The Nichiren earrings of his ancestors. They also began to be passed down from his generation. 400 years had passed. How could Tsugikuni-sensei possibly know him? Tanjiro tentatively asked. Tsugikuni-sensei, are you sure you know ancestor Kamado Tanjiro, and not someone else? Having the same name is quite common. I see you're only around 20 years old. But ancestor Tanjiro was an ancient person from 400 years ago. For you to say you know him, isn't that a bit? Since he hadn't read much, Tanjiro couldn't think of any suitable words to describe this relationship. At this moment, Urokodaki Sakanji, sitting beside him, timely added. Incredible. Yes. Tanjiro suddenly realized, it's incredible. After he finished speaking, he observed Tsugikuni Yoriichi's expression. He sniffed the scent of the words just spoken. Suddenly, he came to an even more incredible conclusion. Tsugikuni-sensei. He hadn't lied. Tanjiro was instantly speechless. Compared to Tanjiro's shock, Urokodaki Sakanji had long since come to terms with it. No matter who he was, he couldn't be defeated, so he would just listen to what he had to say. Just based on his strength, which could instantly kill him, a former water Hashira. If he claimed to be a fire god, Urokodaki Sakanji would believe him. Silently listening to their conversation, and based on the fact that Tsugikuni Yoriichi and Tanjiro knew each other, Urokodaki wisely didn't interject. However, when the two of them started discussing how to deal with Nezuko again, he couldn't help but speak up. Allow this old man to say something, Tsugikuni-sensei, although Nezuko is a demon, she has never eaten a human. We shouldn't hold stereotypical impressions of all demons. I know you advocate for eliminating all demons for safety, but Nezuko is different. She recovers her strength by resting, this alone is enough to prove that she is different from other demons. Not enough. Yoriichi glanced sideways. You cannot guarantee that she will not recover her strength by eating humans in the future. Demons cannot be trusted, this was a lesson he learned when he was human. He could not make the same mistake again. This old man indeed cannot guarantee it. However, Urokodaki Sakanji's voice was heavy. He reached out and took off the Tengu mask on his face, revealing a relatively aged face. With his hands on his knees, sitting upright, facing Tsugikuni Yoriichi, he solemnly said. If that day truly comes, this old man will personally kill her, and then commit seppuku. I have been with Nezuko for 3 months. She is very kind. Just like her brother. Also, my disciple, the current water Hashira, Jitomioka, once told me. When he encountered the siblings, Nezuko had fallen into extreme hunger. Yet even then, she didn't attack Tanjiro, instead, she desperately protected him. I believe in Nezuko, just as I believe in my disciple. I hope Tsugikuni-sensei can give me a chance to prove that she is a good demon. Upon hearing this, Yoriichi's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. He looked at the siblings. His emotions were slightly complex. A demon sister protecting her human brother. In his memory, this was an impossible occurrence. However, it had indeed happened in reality. And it happened to his former close friends, the Kamado family. It was difficult to decide. With a sigh, Yoriichi slowly stood up. His agate-like eyes quietly surveyed the three people. Finally, he uttered a meaningful sentence. You all, take care of yourselves. He turned around. Tanjiro, come with me. I have something to give you. He waved his hand behind him, then walked into the darkness deep within the forest. Tanjiro hesitated, pressing his hand to his chest, forcefully suppressing the surprise in his heart. He handed Nezuko to Urokodaki-sensei to care for, then quickly put on his shoes. He tightly followed Yoriichi. A time of trouble indeed. Watching the two disappear into the darkness, Urokodaki-Sakanji was filled with emotion. He had finally found a relatively satisfactory disciple, but he didn't expect him to be related to an ancient person from 400 years ago. Especially, this ancient person also had a certain connection with the first Demon Slayer Corps. He saw. The breathing technique mastered by Tsugikuni Yoriichi was active all the time. If he hadn't guessed wrong, hadn't remembered wrong. The birth of the breathing technique was precisely 400 years ago. Who was its origin? He wasn't sure. But, considering the current situation, considering Tsugikuni Yoriichi's strength. Perhaps. Caw. Caw. A Kasugai crow suddenly flew down from the sky, interrupting his thoughts. Urokodaki-Sakanji's gaze was as deep as a pond. His right hand grasped the mask on the ground and put it back on. He lowered his gaze, sweeping over Nezuko's sleeping, serene face. After some thought, he finally decided to give up on delving into Tsugikuni Yoriichi's identity. He waved his hand, summoning the black crow that was perched on a tree branch. This was his Kasugai crow, a bird that transmitted messages to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. After briefly summarizing the events of the day and explaining them to the Kasugai crow. Watching the Kasugai crow flap its wings and fly high, disappearing into the vast night sky. Only then did his mood completely calm down as time passed. At the same time. Forest. Tsugikuni Yoriichi looked at Tanjiro, who was following closely behind him. Seeing his slightly reserved demeanor. He nodded slightly, breaking the stalemate. Tanjiro. Do you wish to avenge your family members? I went to your house and also saw Saburo. I understand the situation of your family. For Tanjiro's sake. I'll give you two choices. First, find a city and live well with your sister, and no longer participate in anything related to demons. I will slay your enemy for you, and correspondingly, if there is a way for a demon to become human, I will teach it to you immediately. Consider it leaving a lineage for the Kamado family. Second, I will teach you sun breathing, which is my breathing technique. You can choose whether or not to seek revenge yourself. Afterwards, if Muzan dies and your sister cannot become human, I will need her soul for an attempt. Zanpakuto could forcibly send souls into the Soul Society. Yoriichi was unsure what went wrong with the Senkaman, but since it could appear once, it could naturally appear a second time. If it appeared a second time, with good luck, perhaps some souls could be taken to the Soul Society. If he could find Yuta's soul. Naturally, that would be even better. But it had been 400 years. Hope was slim. Chapter 15 Sun Breathing. Tanjiro didn't quite understand Tsugikuni Yoriichi's words. My sister's soul. At first listen, they were quite familiar words. He could understand them when taken apart individually. But when combined, for some reason, they were as obscure as a heavenly script. Mr. Tsugikuni, are you? Tanjiro's expression was quite hesitant, his simple and gentle red eyes carefully observing Tsugikuni Yoriichi. His mouth inadvertently opened, and a question, accompanied by his confusion, spilled out. Are you not human? As soon as he said this, he regretted it. He quickly covered his mouth, shaking his head repeatedly, indicating that he hadn't said anything at all. He remembered that his mother's storybook had mentioned it. If a person had a strong obsession before death, then after he died, his soul would remain in the world. He would live a life like an ordinary person. And at this time, if someone pointed out his cause of death, he would be unable to accept reality and his soul would scatter. The current Mr. Tsugikuni might be in this situation. Don't be afraid. Yoriichi watched Tanjiro take a small half-step back, and gently shook his head twice. He took a half-step forward, grabbed Tanjiro's arm with one hand, and without explanation, pressed him against his chest. The sudden movement made Tanjiro feel as if he was facing a great enemy. However, the next second. Don't move. Thump. Thump. Feeling the powerful and strong heartbeat, Tanjiro's stiff expression immediately relaxed. While sighing in relief, he cautiously looked at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, and then slowly pondered the two suggestions he had just made. Until, after a long time, he raised his eyes. Mr. Tsugikuni. Tanjiro pressed his hands tightly against his body and bowed solemnly. Please teach me sun breathing. I want to personally avenge my family. After saying this, the air was as still as if frozen. Tanjiro slowly looked up. Cautiously looking upwards. His reddish-brown pupils shone like jewels under the moonlight. Bang. He could feel his shoulder being violently patted, and a comforting voice entered his ears. Your courage is commendable, Tanjiro. Since that's the case, then work hard. Yoriichi released his right hand, holding his Zanpakuto and walking towards an empty space nearby. He spoke as he walked. Your aptitude is acceptable, but your physical fitness is still insufficient. Sun breathing is the original breathing technique, and it is my own breathing technique. I don't know if your ancestor passed down this experience. But back then, I personally demonstrated it in front of Tanjiro. Tanjiro slowly puffed out his chest, pondering his words. Suddenly, a vague memory flashed in his mind. That was, a sunny afternoon. Tsugikuni Yoriichi, wearing a red haori, was dancing in a courtyard. He held a black blade, his expression focused, and as he danced, flames like meteors ignited in the air. The movements were simple and elegant, and Tanjiro found them somewhat familiar. Just as he wanted to watch carefully. Whoosh. The previously clearer memory instantly turned into bubbles and vanished. Tanjiro came back to his senses, his expression somewhat startled and uncertain. What just happened? He had never seen Mr. Tsugikuni before today, so why did he have such a memory? Whose memory was it? Was it ancestor Tanjiro's? He seemed to have seen an adult Nezuko. What's wrong? Noticing a slight disorder in Tanjiro's breathing, Yoriichi looked back, frowning as he asked. Tanjiro forced a smile, indicating that there was no need to worry. Until he reached the open space. He saw the same expression as in his memory, the same starting stance, the same sword technique. His eyes widened slightly. Accompanied by somewhat flustered breathing, Tanjiro seemed to witness a myth. He actually didn't want to believe that a person could live for 400 years. This overturned his worldview. However, Mr. Tsugikuni had done it. Did he eat mermaid flesh? Amidst his wild thoughts, the 13 sword techniques of sun breathing demonstration ended. Although his thoughts were chaotic, Tanjiro deeply etched them into his mind. After comparing them, he realized. This was the Hinokami Kagura passed down through his family for generations. However, compared to it, Mr. Tsugikuni's movements had an extra touch of divinity, while Hinokami Kagura only had the form. But even having only the form was impressive. He finally understood why his father, despite being seriously ill, could instantly kill a 3-meter-tall bear. It turned out to be Mr. Tsugikuni's contribution back then. Taking a deep breath, Tanjiro bowed again. Mr. Tsugikuni, thank you so much for taking care of my Kamado family. I already believe you are ancestor Tanjiro's friend, because your sword techniques have been compiled into Hinokami Kagura by the ancestor and passed down completely. If there's anything you need help with in the future, please don't be shy and just tell me. I will do my best to help you. Yoriichi walked over to Tanjiro, patted his shoulder, and did not decline this offer. He indeed needed the help of humans in this world. He had been gone for 300 years. He had long been out of touch with society. Before the Senkaman appeared. To conserve his strength, he would inevitably have to rely on the Demon Slayer Corps' intelligence network. After all, Japan was neither too big nor too small. If Kabutsuji Musen wanted to hide, for example, by escaping into the deep sea or underground, he wouldn't be able to find him in a short time. He also didn't have the Soul Society's customized locator specifically for finding demons. Remember my movements just now. Yoriichi instructed. That is the complete sun breathing. Only when you fully master it will you have the strength to fight Kabutsuji Musen. I don't know what you mean by Hinokami Kagura, but you clearly don't have the ability to master sun breathing right now. Keep working hard. Only by continuously strengthening your body can you avenge your family. Only then can your sister turn back into a human. Now, come back with me. When the two returned to the original spot, Urokodaki Sakanji had already roughly repaired the small house. Nezuko, lying unconscious in the futon on the ground, had a sweet smile on her peaceful face, as if she was in a beautiful dream. Completely unaware of everything that had happened tonight. Seeing this, Tanjiro's mouth curved slightly upwards. At this moment, He suddenly noticed that Tsugikuni Yoriichi walked up to Master Urokodaki and said something to him. The distance was too far to hear clearly, but Tanjiro smelled a sense of relief. After a while, he understood. He would still undergo training here as an apprentice demon slayer swordsman under Urokodaki Sakanji until his physical fitness was sufficient to master sun breathing. As an old friend of the ancestor, Mr. Tsugikuni was about to leave. Before he left, Tanjiro wanted to ask his name. However, before he could even speak, Mr. Tsugikuni suddenly transformed into an illusion and disappeared. Tanjiro stood in place, feeling a little dejected. And even more dejected than him. Urokodaki Sakanji didn't even see how Yoriichi disappeared. Humph. Bowing his head slightly, Urokodaki's eyes flickered beneath his Tengu mask. Thoughts surged like a tide. A sense of admiration spontaneously arose. He truly was the strongest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps back then. This speed. Headquarters, they're going to be busy. Chapter 16, Don't you feel ashamed to bully a teenager? Wah. Please. Please marry me. I beg you. At noon. On the bustling street, a boy's desperate cries instantly drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. A glance. The boy had pure black hair and wore rough hemp clothes, appearing quite poor. Currently, he was clutching a girl's skirt, refusing to let go. Even as he sat collapsed on the ground, letting the girl pull with all her might, he wouldn't release his hands. The veins on his arms bulged abruptly due to intense emotional fluctuations. Tears splattered onto the girl's clothes as he cried. This made the girl reveal an expression of utter disgust. She looked exactly like someone who had seen a pervert. Although the girl's clothes were not extravagant, they were worlds apart from the boy's. Some people couldn't help but frown at the sight. They had intended to step forward and help the girl. But they never expected. They suddenly heard several statements with an extremely strong contrast. Damn it. You good for nothing, get lost. Agatsuma Zenitsu. I'm telling you, you have no value left, do you understand? Marry. Look at your cowardly self. Who would marry a good for nothing like you? I was just playing with you. If you don't let go, I'll have my men teach you a lesson. She said, looking towards a spot. That was an izakaya. Several burly men inside heard the sound, pulled back the curtain, and walked towards the girl. Agatsuma Zenitsu's face turned pale at this. He still found it hard to believe. Whether it was the girl's subconscious self-address, or her words that she already had a husband. Every single thing was shattering his worldview. His pupils trembled, and his voice wavered. No, impossible. Sayariko, you promised me. He clutched the girl's skirt, ignoring that he was tearing it from the excessive force. You said you would marry me. For this, I spent all my family's wealth, even bought a house. I even filled out the deed with your name. But why are you treating me like this? What did I do wrong? I loved you so much. You must be lying to me, right? He took a deep breath, forcing a smile, but tears flowed uncontrollably. The color drained from his face as the girl sneered. Lying to you. You good for nothing. You can't even tell the difference between true love and false affection, you deserve to be deceived. However, I didn't lie about your money, only your feelings, so even if you report me to the authorities, they can't do anything to me. The money for the house, you willingly spent it on me, so I'll gladly accept it. Now, let's talk about the huge loan you took out to buy the house. She leaned down slightly, her tone cold and mocking, like a seasoned con artist. Her eyes swept over his tear-stained clothes, and she spat in disgust, then picked up the tattered skirt with one hand before brutally kicking Agatsuma Zenitsu. Disgusting fellow. Zenitsu remained frozen in place, unable to move. By the time the burly men reached him, his worldview had collapsed. He had even stopped breathing. Until... Ow, ow, don't hit me, don't hit me. Give me a chance. I'll pay the money back. His cries were utterly miserable, considering his predicament, it was enough to make listeners grieve and weep. Accompanied by the thudding sounds of being beaten, for a time, even passers-by instinctively walked around the izakaya. So noisy. At this moment. By the roadside. A red-haired man, who had just passed a tea shop and was about to rest and have a cup of tea, instinctively looked towards the source of the sound. Listening to the whispers of the surrounding crowd, he had just picked up his teacup, watching the tea leaves float, but hadn't even taken a sip. His hand unconsciously paused in midair. His gaze shifted. Bullies. It's already the Taisho era. Why can't they settle down? Bang. Putting down the teacup, he abruptly stood up. While feeling at his waist, where his zanpakuto was hidden under his clothes. He lamented how bizarre this world was. A respectable man could be swindled out of all his family's wealth by a woman. In the Sengoku period, not committing seppuku would be an insult to his birth parents. Step. Taking a step forward with his right foot, he placed a coin on the table, picked up the straw hat beside him, and walked straight towards the izakaya. On the way, a limping old man with a staff noticed him. At the same time, the old man also noticed the boy being beaten inside the izakaya. Agatsuma Zenitsu was being stepped on by a burly man. As the wooden door was pulled open, passers-by outside saw Zenitsu's bruised and swollen face. His eyes were swollen into slits. At this moment, Zenitsu kept shouting that he would pay back the money. His voice had somehow become hoarse, and his tears had long dried up. The dried blood on his face was particularly jarring. The burly man sneered, hearing his words, 500 yen. During the Taisho period, the average worker's salary was 5 yen/month. Even if we sell you, you can't pay it back. But, the madam is willing to give you a chance. As long as you agree to sell yourself into servitude, your debts will be cleared. Consider it. An opportunity to repay 500 yen all at once doesn't come around often. Although they said it would be cleared, in reality, after Agatsuma Zenitsu agreed, they would sell him to clients with special fetishes. After all, Sayuriko knew exactly what men would do when they went crazy, so it was best to keep him out of sight. Killing him was not an option. Otherwise, when it came to scamming money, she wouldn't have to beat around the bush. Coincidentally, Agatsuma Zenitsu's appearance was decent, and his tendency to burst into tears at the slightest provocation increased his value by several notches. No one was more suitable than he. The burly man recalled the madam's words, sneering inwardly. As if hearing his thoughts, Agatsuma Zenitsu shivered. He could discern the truthfulness of others' words just by listening. He had avoided many dangers using this ability. However, when facing women, for some reason, it never worked. Men. No, no. With unknown strength, Agatsuma Zenitsu screamed again. He struggled violently, his arms suddenly exerting force, pressing against the ground. Like a god descending from heaven, he flipped the 200-pound burly man behind him onto the ground. Agatsuma Zenitsu attempted to escape. Seeing this, the limping old man's eyes lit up. A prodigy. He was worried that no one would fully inherit the breath of thunder, and feeling annoyed, he had decided to wander down the mountain. As soon as he came down, he saw a prodigy in terms of explosive power. The breath of thunder required strong explosive power. He was exactly the person he was looking for. Thud. His staff pierced the ground. Sangishima Jigoro, pretending to be an ordinary old man to avoid causing a disturbance, quickly rushed towards that spot. About 100 meters from Agatsuma Zenitsu. Zenitsu was caught by the burly man's subordinates. The burly man got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and rushed over with a furious expression, mercilessly stepping on Agatsuma Zenitsu. He cursed, "You ungrateful wretch." His large fist was about to fall. Just then, Yoriichi, wearing a straw hat, suddenly appeared beside him, placing a hand lightly on his shoulder, his eyes calm. "Hey. You fellow. Don't you feel ashamed of bullying a young boy? Why can scum like you be found in every world?" Yoriichi's personality changed 3 times, first, when Yuta died, second, when he was old, third, after living in South Rakangai for some time. Kindness to evil people is evil to the innocent. Yoriichi learned this after letting Kibutsuji Musen escape. Chapter 17 Monster. Snap. Without giving the big man a chance to explain, Yoriichi exerted a slight force. Instantly, his shoulder made a sound like a thin pancake breaking. The residual force penetrated his flesh and blood, and the bones inside instantly shattered into powder, as if trampled heavily by a giant beast. The pain was indescribable. Ah! An ear-annihilating wail suddenly echoed through the sky. Accompanying this wail, it was a distorted expression mixed with countless tears and snot, and the pain that emerged from his limbs and bones almost reached his soul. Amidst his copious tears and snot, he had just caught a glimpse of the men behind him out of the corner of his eye, and before he could turn around or resist, his other arm was dislocated again. Hoo-hoo. The pain, like a tsunami, compromised his sanity. A pair of invisible large hands seemed to tightly grip his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. The moment he fell to his knees, Yoriichi clenched his fist with one hand. A brief charge. Then, bang. The izakaya collapsed with a roar. Amidst the rising smoke and dust, he coldly swept his gaze over the big man's subordinates. In an instant, they scattered like birds and beasts. Not far away. Seeing this situation, Sangishima Jigoro froze in place. What happened? The smile on his face slowly disappeared. He felt as if he had seen an illusion. Fighting in the street. Is that okay? By the way, who is that kid? To be able to send a 200-pound adult flying dozens of meters away, the explosive power of his shoulder would require at least 10 tons. Such strength is difficult for even ordinary demon slayer swordsmen to achieve. A sense of confusion arose in his heart. Sangishima Jigoro hesitantly walked forward. At this moment, Tsugikuni Yoriichi pulled Azuma Zenitsu up. Azuma Zenitsu hadn't recovered from the fear he had just experienced. He kept his eyes tightly shut, listening to the suddenly vanished sounds around him, and then slowly opened his eyes. However, the moment he opened his eyes, hiss! Monster! He shrieked, his pupils instantly shrinking to pinpricks, as if he had heard some unspeakable hellish symphony from Tsugikuni Yoriichi. That sound was extremely heavy, like a great mountain pressing on his heart, causing the color that had just barely returned to his face to rapidly fade. Accompanying it was a sudden, approaching sense of crisis that almost crushed his internal organs. Is this death? Until he could no longer bear the pressure, Zenitsu instinctively screamed for help. Then, a string in his heart snapped instantly. He rolled his eyes and fell straight to the ground. He lost consciousness in an instant. Tsugikuni Yoriichi fell silent. 2 hours later, inside a quiet guest room, Azuma Zenitsu slowly woke up. His memory stopped at the moment he saw Tsugikuni Yoriichi and heard the sound inside him, as if from hell. Hoo-hoo. He suddenly sat up, breathing hastily, a large amount of sweat seeping from his pale face. After his breathing stabilized, he carefully lifted the quilt and slowly looked around. Although it was an unfamiliar room, he didn't hear any sound that made him uneasy. Good. Safe. He patted his chest. It was just a dream. He let out a long sigh. However, the next moment, hiss! His palm accidentally touched his bruised cheek, and the intense pain it caused made Azuma Zenitsu gasp. His mind instantly cleared. He remembered. The girl he secretly loved. The lost property. The debts he owed. For a moment, he even felt like dying. It's not a dream. Wah. His eyes stung slightly, and tears once again welled up in his eyes. Why is my life so bitter? Sayariko. Bang. Stop making noise. The door suddenly opened, and a short old man walked in, leaning on a staff. He interrupted Azuma Zenitsu's wailing. Ah. Azuma Zenitsu choked, looking towards the sound. He saw. The old man had little hair on his head, and the scars on his face gave him an air of authority without needing to be angry. Sangishima Jigoro stood on the tatami, staring at Azuma Zenitsu, who would burst into tears at the slightest provocation, and instantly felt a surge of anger. This child. Thud. The tatami was pierced. How long are you going to cry? Quickly get up for this old man. I've already paid your debts for you. Now, immediately, at once, come with me and apologize. Tsugikuni. How outrageous. He saved you, and you called him a monster to his face. If it weren't for your decent talent, I wouldn't bother with you. Bother with me. Azuma Zenitsu wiped the tears from his face, and although he didn't understand, he still followed his instinct and asked. Old man, who are you? No, don't hit me. Old man, I know I was wrong. A few minutes later, in another room, Azuma Zenitsu was chased by Sangishima Jigoro, who was wielding his cane, scurrying around with his head in his hands. Rebellious disciple. Call me master. After a sharp rebuke. Thud. Sangishima Jigoro brought Azuma Zenitsu, who had fed Tsugikuni Yoriichi. He forcibly pulled him and made him apologize to Yoriichi. Tsugikuni Yoriichi was sitting in a corner of the room, listening to their conversation, taking a sip of the tea in his cup, his brows slightly furrowed. You don't have to apologize to me. Yoriichi raised his hand. In a sense, this child wasn't wrong. Old man. Put him down. I just helped out when I saw injustice. This. Sangishima Jigoro didn't understand the meaning of Yoriichi's words. In his opinion, Azuma Zenitsu was extremely rude. A few dajiza wouldn't even be too much. However, since he said so, then let him off for now. Sangishima Jigoro exhaled. Looking at Azuma Zenitsu, who was trembling and curled up beside him, he said with some exasperation. Oh, I don't even know if my choice was right or wrong. It's late now, so rest here tonight, and come with me up the mountain tomorrow morning. Starting tomorrow, you will officially become a disciple of my thunder-breathing lineage, and I will surely teach you to become a qualified swordsman. Be prepared, if you don't want to be looked down upon. Bang. He slammed the door and left. His disciple was too timid. Although he didn't know why he was afraid the moment he saw Tsugikuni Yoriichi, leaving him here should help him gain some courage. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Sensing a change in atmosphere, Azuma Zenitsu slowly lifted his head from his curled-up knees. His dark, jade-like eyes cautiously observed his surroundings, and then he met Tsugikuni Yoriichi's gaze. The atmosphere solidified in an instant. Ah. Eh. After a startled cry, he suddenly realized that the sound inside Yoriichi was gone, which utterly perplexed him. Sangishima Jigoro heard the sound and burst in. Idiot. Realizing it was just a false alarm, he tapped Azuma Zenitsu's head to indicate he shouldn't make a fuss. The old man didn't want to die suddenly in the middle of the night. Chapter 18 Abuyashiki. The next day, Sangishima Jigoro woke up early and roused Azuma Zenitsu from his sleep. After a night of rest, he took the still drowsy and not fully awake Azuma Zenitsu directly to Peach Mountain. Of course, before leaving, he greeted Tsugikuni Yoriichi. However, after he knocked on the door, received no response, and carefully pushed the door open, he suddenly found that Tsugikuni Yoriichi had already disappeared. He left without saying goodbye. That was his thought at the time, and he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, they had only met by chance. Subsequently, when he returned to Peach Mountain, settled Azuma Zenitsu, and set the future training plan, a Kasugai crow suddenly cried out, circling downward. A secret letter was tied to the Kasugai crow's leg. The content of the letter was somewhat shocking. With just one glance, the figure in black, with a red haori draped over his shoulders, instantly leaped into Sangishima Jigoro's mind. It's him. His unfocused eyes slowly sharpened, and Jigoro suddenly looked up at the road down the mountain. The golden tide of dawn enveloped the entire Peach Mountain, even dyeing the ground with a golden glow. Beside the road, a black-haired young man was holding a kenpachi, desperately trying to prove himself. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and the kenpachi he wielded forcefully made a clear whooshing sound in the air. His eldest disciple, Kaigaku. However, at this moment, Sangishima Jigoro's attention was completely drawn to the events mentioned in the letter. He was completely unaware of the young man's performance. Sitting on the veranda, he composed himself, decisively stood up, tucked the letter into his pocket, picked up his cane, and hurried down the mountain. His momentum was formidable, and his movements caused even the bluestone ground to tremble, showing no trace of the decrepitude expected of a 70-year-old man. Master, I. Seeing his master rushing over, Kaigaku's heart filled with joy, eagerly anticipating some praise. He had exerted himself to the utmost to perform, hoping to graduate early. Only by becoming a Demon Slayer Corps swordsman could his status be elevated, could he earn more money, and be respected. He no longer wanted to return to the miserable days of drinking muddy water and starving. However, when he saw Sangishima Jigoro's dismissive manner, passing by him without even a glance, Kaigaku's face instantly darkened. Thump. His footsteps gradually faded into the distance. With his back to the mountain gate, a strong feeling of jealousy, born from the intense disparity, arose within him. He looked at his new junior brother, Azuma Zenitsu, who was crying out in panic not far away. He completely failed to understand why his master would bring such a useless person up the mountain. This useless person was taking away his master's concern for him. He was taking away his sense of honor. And he was taking away his time. His master told him to look after him. Why? One successor to the thunder breathing was enough. Creak. His tightly clenched fists made a grinding sound as his muscles tensed, and his black eyes, like dense darkness, stared fixedly at Azuma Zenitsu. The complex emotions of jealousy, anger, and impatience, blended together, almost filled his entire chest. Until. Kaigaku, what are you doing standing here? His master's voice came from behind him. Kaigaku's heart jumped. He quickly turned around, revealing a gentle smile, and slightly lowered his head. Nothing, master. I saw that the sunlight here is ample and the air is fresh, very suitable for warming up. I plan to look after my junior brother once I finish my warm-up exercise. His tone was amiable, as if all the negative emotions he had just felt did not exist. Sangishima Jigoro nodded. I see. That's thoughtful of you. He smiled with relief. I'll give you the day off today. After Zenitsu finishes his warm-up, you can take him to familiarize himself with the surroundings of Peach Mountain. The headquarters has summoned us old folks for something, and we might not be back for a few days. You two must take good care of yourselves. Yes, master, Kaigaku replied respectfully. Afterward, he watched Sangishima Jigoro leave until his figure disappeared at the end of the road. Only then did a subtle shadow reappear in his eyes. Humph. Tokyo. Deep within the vast mountains. Yoshiki Kagaya, only 20 years old, sat in a courtyard, coughing up blood repeatedly. The courtyard was filled with birdsong and the scent of flowers, with a gentle breeze, yet even the brightest environment could not conceal the faint desolation and decay lingering in the air. Cough, cough. His handkerchief stained with blood, Yoshiki Kagaya slowly straightened up with the help of his wife, Amane Abuyashiki. He looked at the old man kneeling before him, Urokadaki Sakanji, wearing a tengu mask, now hanging on the side of his head. On his jade-like face, an expression other than a gentle smile appeared for the first time. Sakanji-san, is this true? His hands rested on his knees, seemingly trying to maintain his last shred of composure. Upon hearing this, Urokodaki Sakanji slowly raised his head. His voice was solemn, it is true. After he spoke, he quietly observed Yoshiki Kagaya, the current head of the Demon Slayer Corps. He suddenly noticed a purple scar on his forehead that he hadn't seen 2 years ago. Decades ago, Urokodaki Sakanji had seen such marks. They were a sign of a severe illness acting up. Every head of the Ubuyashiki family, once this mark appeared on their face, would, without exception, die from illness within 5 years. 5 years. He was 73 this year and had served 3 heads of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yoshiki Kagaya was the most recent, and probably the last. It's true. Upon hearing this reply, Yoshiki Kagaya's inner emotions instantly turned into a tangled mess. He didn't know how to react to this matter. Excitement. Or joy. No, it was more likely shock. A figure from 400 years ago was still alive. If it were anyone else, he would have assumed that person had turned into a demon. After all, only demons could live forever. But he looked deeply at Urokodaki Sakanji, suddenly feeling that Urokodaki was hiding something from him. Of course, Yoshiki Kagaya did not delve deeper. Regardless of what was hidden, Tsugikuni Yoriichi's resurrection was an undeniable fact. The immediate priority was to find him, win him over, and determine his stance. Although Urokodaki Sakanji described his final stance as unchanged for 400 years regarding Tsugikuni Yoriichi's identity. How did he describe himself? Yoshiki Kagaya took a deep breath, voicing the doubts in his heart. Do you know where he has been for the past 400 years? Though his voice was as warm as sunlight, Urokodaki Sakanji could hear deep worry. Kneeling before Yoshiki Kagaya, Urokodaki pondered for a moment, then shook his head softly. I apologize, master, his existence is mysterious to us. It is precisely because I can't make up my mind that I tried to seek help from headquarters. I heard that there is history from 400 years ago here at headquarters. He slowly revealed his purpose. Yoshiki Kagaya nodded. A main Ubuyashiki, seeing this, perfectly presented the Demon Slayer Corps record that had been prepared in advance. The yellowish-brown book was so striking. Urokodaki Sakanji carefully flipped through it, and various past events appeared before his eyes one by one. A hint of shock gradually appeared in his eyes as well. Chapter 19 Senjuro Rengoku. Yoriichi, wait for me. Along a verdant path, 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked one after the other. A gust of wind swept through as they walked, making the weeds along the way sway and dislodging some dewdrops. They stopped beside a tree. Yoriichi turned his head. He looked at the boy of about 10 years old behind him, with a slightly helpless expression on his face. In his eyes, the boy's golden hair, tinged with crimson at the edges, shimmered in the sunlight. Senjuro Rengoku. That was his name. When he met him, he was at the roadside buying sake for his father. Because he had witnessed him slay a demon hiding in the darkness, he had followed him for some time. Senjuro, is it right if you don't go home? Once Senjuro reached him, Yoriichi glanced at the sake flask in his hand, his tone calm. Your father must still be waiting for you. Don't make him worry. Yes, Yoriichi, Senjuro nodded solemnly. But it's all right, father has been drinking all day recently, not even caring about my elder brother, so he probably won't mind if I return a little late. Are you a swordsman? Forgive my impertinence. He lowered his head slightly. Just now, when I saw your sword technique, I felt it was somewhat similar to the inherited secret art of our Rengoku family. You must be using a breathing technique. I wonder if you know my father, Shinjuro Rengoku. If you do, I hope you can persuade my father. Their family was the only surviving user of flame breathing in the world. If the other party was also a successor of flame breathing, they must be familiar with his father. His father had recently been deeply mired in the pain of his mother's passing, drinking away his sorrows all day, not even caring about his duty as the flame Hashira. As his son, Senjuro couldn't bear to see his father continue to be so dejected. Someone had to break the stalemate. Shinjuro. I don't know him, but I do have some impression of the Rengoku surname. Who is Saikairo to you? Saikairo. Senjuro frowned. He remembered having seen that name somewhere. However, his memory seemed to be veiled. No matter how hard he tried to think, he couldn't recall the details. Finally, he lowered his head helplessly. I'm sorry. You might have mistaken me. Among the family members I know, there's no one named Saikairo. That's right. After all, it had been hundreds of years. It was impossible for everyone to clearly remember their ancestors' affairs. Yoriichi nodded, skipping the topic. Let's not talk about this for now, Senjuro. What's wrong with your father, Shinjuro? Why do you need me to persuade him? Senjuro took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and then spoke. Yoriichi inadvertently furrowed his brows upon hearing it. Heartbroken. A bit troublesome, but not without a solution. He subconsciously glanced at the zanpakuto at his waist. His gaze shifted, focusing on Senjuro. Do you know where your mother's grave is? And when she died? Don't rush to tell me yet, just have it in mind. I need some preparations here. Leave a contact method. If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll try to contact you. Although they had met by chance, it was, after all, the family of a former good friend. Saikairo and he had been friends for many years. It was a pity that he died at the age of 25, and after that, his relationship with the Rengoku family gradually drifted apart. Only now, seeing Senjuro's distinctive hair color, did he recall that past. Senjuro was silent for 2 seconds, finally giving Tsugikuni Yoriichi his family's phone number. As a samurai family with a 1,000-year heritage, the Rengoku family possessed things that upper-class individuals did not uncommon. Yoriichi was not surprised to hear it, because the Soul Society had even invented high-definition visual communicators. So even an ancient person from the Warring States period, facing technological creations at this moment, would not feel any awkwardness. After noting down the number, Yoriichi turned and left. Senjuro did not follow. However, he had keenly noticed Yoriichi glancing at the black blade at his waist just now. It was precisely when he was answering his question. What was special about that sword? Tsugikuni Wakata. Tokyo, Abuyashiki Estate. Urokodaki Sakanji was browsing through history, and the truth recorded was so shocking that he couldn't utter a single word for a long time. When his gaze swept over the Demon Slayer Corps' first, and also last, Moon Hashira, the entry for Tsugikuni Wakata. His eyes gradually grew solemn. He looked up, his voice low. That person's elder brother became a demon. Why? As a Demon Slayer swordsman, why would he willingly defect to the enemy? Cough cough. Yashiki Kagaya coughed twice. He took the handkerchief handed to him by his wife, wiped the corners of his mouth, and slowly said. Regarding this, we are not very clear either. But one thing is certain. If it is still alive, it is in existence second only to Kibutsuji Musen. For 400 years, no swordsman has been able to learn the moon breathing he mastered. His talent is unparalleled. Second only to his younger brother. However, he betrayed us, and it is because of his betrayal that the Demon Slayer Corps could not tolerate it, which is why the previous master erased this past from history. Sakanji. His tone was somewhat agitated. After calming his breathing for a moment, he looked at Urokodaki Sakanji. If what you say is true, then now is the time to uncover this history. Tsugikuni Wakata, this former Moon Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, during his 400 years as a demon, some Hashira have seen him. According to the fragments of information left behind. Its name has changed. He abandoned the Tsugikuni surname, he abandoned the name Iwakata. 300 years ago, he already became the head of the 12 demon moons under Kibutsuji Musen. It is, upper rank 1. Kokusabu. Ah. No. Inside a dark, lightless room. Accompanied by a burst of solar flare tearing through the boundless darkness. A demon, like a snake, instantly turned into flying ash and dispersed. Its voice was shrill and mournful, as if it had seen an unspeakable existence. Just by looking. It felt as if 10,000 needles had appeared in its throat, piercing through its head and soul. Before its death, it attempted to utter the words Musen, because once spoken, it could establish contact with him. However, the speed of thought ultimately couldn't match the flash of the blade. When the scent of the demon in the air was completely gone, Yoriichi lightly lifted his blade, and a rich burst of reishi instantly flickered on the zanpakuto. He looked at the reishi, absorbing it into his body through the hilt, and only then was the emptiness originating from his soul replenished. Boom. A surging spiritual pressure erupted, until it covered to fifth covered, and he let out a long breath. For more advanced chapters. Thank you very much for all the support and donate Power Stones. Do comment, anything just comment and donate Power Stone. If you're enjoying the story, don't forget to leave a white medium star 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 rating. Your feedback means so much. And feel free to comment on where you think the story should go next. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the future direction. Chapter 20, Chapter 20 Twin Sword Spirit, Good Karma and Bad Karma. At the same time, in the Soul Society, at the 2nd Division, a commotion broke the silence of the squad barracks. Oh no, Yoriichi. Kisuke Urahara, wearing wooden clogs, hurried inside. He looked flustered and spoke rapidly, as if something terrible had happened. That genius you mentioned, he. Before he could finish, Yoriichi Shihoin, leaning back in her lounge chair, glanced at Kisuke Urahara's frantic appearance, waved her hand, and calmly said, "Calm down, Kisuke. I've already heard the details from the Hell Butterfly. It's just a problem with the Dangai, nothing too serious." Ah. Kisuke Urahara suddenly stopped, his mouth slightly agape, finding her words hard to comprehend. A problem with the Dangai isn't serious. Isn't that genius someone the Shihuin family wants to recruit? Yes, Yoriichi Shihuin raised her head. But so what? Her voice was calm, as if it were only natural. If he's truly a genius, he wouldn't even fail to outrun the Koryu. And if he encounters a Kutatsu, don't forget, the one from the Shiba family is also there. Although he's just the head of a branch family, his strength is considered top tier in the Soul Society. A second-class spiritual pressure can evade it. The survival rate used to be 0, but that's only because those Shinigami were too weak. She slowly sat upright. Her black eyes stared intently at Kasuke Urahara as she instructed, "Kasuke, don't interfere with this matter. This is a good opportunity to observe his overall qualities. Don't forget, spiritual pressure is only one factor in measuring talent. While you were away, I had someone investigate him." As Yoriichi spoke, she took a stack of documents from a nearby maid, flipped through them, then handed them to Kasuke Urahara, her delicate eyebrows slightly raised. How should I put it? Tisk. Although the ability of his Zanpakuto is truly unprecedented in the history of the Soul Society. Even the rarest ability depends on how its wielder uses it. You must understand that throughout the Soul Society's 1,000 years, there have been countless spiritual pressure geniuses, but only those who master Bankai are considered true powerhouses. This lecture gave Kasuke Urahara a headache. He had heard some seniors and teachers mention this when he first enrolled over 100 years ago. He only wanted to know Yoriichi Shihuin's true attitude towards Tsugikuni Yoriichi now. But seeing her businesslike demeanor, and realizing he wouldn't get any answers, he could only turn his gaze to the documents in his hand. After a sigh, he read through them carefully. He had initially thought Yoriichi's words might be a slight exaggeration, dismissing the idea of an unprecedented ability as something he simply didn't believe. But then... Kasuke Urahara's eyes widened suddenly. The writing on the document stimulated his eyes as if it were an illusion. After a long while, he slowly lifted the document, looked up at Yoriichi, his complex gaze filled with disbelief. Phew. Kasuke Urahara took a deep breath, asking emphatically, "Yoriichi, you're not lying to me, are you? Is everything written here true? Is that his Shirkai ability? Summoning hell. And the name of his Zanpakuto? Karma Fire." In the Demon Slayer world, Yoriichi sensed the abundant spiritual pressure within him. He gently stroked the blade of his Zanpakuto, letting out an almost imperceptible sigh. Accompanying his sigh, two unknown entities suddenly appeared before him. They resembled humans, similar to himself, yet they were of different ages. One was in his childhood, with pure eyes and a striking coarse linen robe. He stood on the steps, witnessing the death of a demon, a hint of compassion emanating from his expression. The other was in his twilight years, thin and with withered skin. A red haori draped over his shoulders, paired with a yellow inner lining, gave him a capable appearance. He watched the demon's death with an expressionless face, an attitude of indifference to everything. As the Zanpakuto spirits, they were both reflections of Tsugikuni Yoriichi's inner self. The moment he awakened his Shirkai, Yoriichi knew their names, Karma of Good and Karma of Evil. Karma of Good remained silent. Karma of Evil slowly spoke. Its dark red eyes surveyed Tsugikuni Yoriichi, its expression cold. "Yoriichi, we meet again. I have to admit, your luck is as bad as ever. There's no reishi in this world, your spiritual power will deplete with every use. Although you can restore your spiritual pressure through my ability, how long can you sustain it in your current state? Was it a good idea to rashly agree to that, child? You should be aware that hell might not even exist here." It sensed everything around it, shaking its head slightly, its tone filled with disappointment. "If Shirkai fails, you will lose at least 1/10 of a unit of spiritual pressure. We are a trinity, I absolutely cannot stand by and watch you take such a risk. Once spiritual power is exhausted, a Shinigami loses all power and becomes a normal soul. This is intolerable for a Zanpakuto because a Zanpakuto is an extension of its wielder's mind. In a sense, the sword is the person, and the person is the sword. Without the person, the sword loses its meaning." Karma of Good, however, maintained an indifferent attitude, as if all worries were unrelated to it. If one didn't know it was a Zanpakuto spirit from the start, anyone present would mistake it for an ordinary child. Yoriichi remained silent, finally letting out a soft breath. "I apologize. I know this is very risky, but I have a reason why I must do this. You originate from my soul, so I presume you know what I'm referring to." "I know," Karma of Evil replied coldly. "But that's nothing. The deceased is gone, why disturb her again? Even if you find Yuta, what then? Are you sure she'll forgive you? That disaster back then was entirely your responsibility. You caused the death of your wife and your child. Don't you think it's too late to talk about making amends now?" Upon the mention of Yuta, Karma of Good's expression subtly shifted. Its ethereal eyes moved, and its voice was as clear as a calm sea. "Yoriichi, I support your decision. It's never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. The events of that year were not entirely your fault. Don't blame yourself too much. You Hearing itself contradicted, Karma of Evil glared at Karma of Good. Karma of Good met its gaze without hesitation, causing Karma of Evil's expression to stiffen. Finally, Karma of Evil snorted and then vanished. I will appear again, Yoriichi. Remember, I am the right one. Choices driven by emotion will destroy you, just like they did back then. Its voice gradually faded. Karma of Good nodded towards Yoriichi. As a butterfly landed in its palm, it too became transparent and vanished like a bubble. Whoosh, whoosh. The butterfly fluttered its wings high, shedding scales that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Chapter 21, Chapter 21 Kenzaki Aoi. Who? At night, rapid breathing suddenly echoed through the forest. A young girl pushed aside the bushes in front of her, completely disregarding her already blood-stained hands, and ran down the mountain like a madwoman. Her pupils trembled violently, and the sound of branches breaking as she ran entered her ears, tensing her mind. Her hands pressed against her chest. Her heart pounded like a drum. She occasionally looked back at the forest behind her, but it was too dark to see anything. However, the clear raindrops on the leaves reflected her expression, as if facing a formidable enemy. I have to escape. My dad, my mom, they were all killed by that monster. Why does something like that exist? Recalling the tragic deaths of her parents, recalling how they tried to send her away to escape even in their dying moments. Kenzaki Aoi wanted to cry, but due to extreme panic and urgency, she couldn't even squeeze out a single tear. She frantically asked herself in her heart. Why is all this happening? Clearly. Before dusk, everything was so harmonious. Laughter, and the fragrant aroma of tea and food. However, after the sun set, only a pool of dark red blood flowed. What kept replaying in her mind was the image of the door being torn open, and then a sharp claw cutting her mother's throat. Ugh. Extreme panic and grief made her stomach churn. She leaned against a tree trunk and instinctively bent over, dry heaving for a while. Before she could straighten up and force herself to continue running despite the discomfort, a distinct whooshing sound suddenly reached her ears. Whoosh. She turned her head sharply. Vaguely, in the dim moonlight, amidst the sparse forest, a small figure had turned into an afterimage, leaping rapidly through the branches. Just that one sight. An extreme chill instantly climbed from her tailbone to her spine. The monster. It's coming down the mountain. Ah. Kenzaki Aoi shrieked, sitting upright, her face covered in sweat and still reeling from fright. She looked around with lingering fear, trying to recover from this sudden terror. Suddenly, she realized that everything she had just experienced was only a dream. But the dream was so real, as if she had returned to that moment when she encountered the demon years ago. What's going on? She murmured, the dim candlelight around her illuminating her slightly pale face. She managed to wipe the sweat from her forehead, her gaze inadvertently falling on the red-haired man sitting not far away, her heart filled with confusion. Splash, splash. The pouring rain outside reminded her of where she was at the moment. It turned out that this place was a dilapidated temple. And she, as a logistics staff member of the Butterfly Mansion, had encountered this sudden downpour while going down the mountain to purchase daily necessities. Helpless, she could only take shelter in this temple, planning to make do for the night. And the red-haired man seemed to have already been there when she entered. Pressing her hands against her chest, she barely managed to calm her breathing. Kenzaki Aoi counted the supplies by her side. Not long after, the sky gradually brightened. Rustle. She suddenly stood up. The unusual environment made her feel slightly uneasy, and she was already preparing to leave. The moment she took a step with her right foot. Yoriichi slowly opened his eyes and warned, "Don't go, it's a trap." Upon hearing this, Kenzaki Aoi slowly turned her eyes, full of confusion at Tsugikuni Yoriichi's words. A question mark slowly appeared above her head. Finally, she smiled dismissively. "Uncle, what are you talking about?" Yoriichi's tone was too flat, without any persuasiveness. Kenzaki Aoi didn't even know what he meant by a trap. But soon, she would know. Creak. The moment she pushed open the temple door, a dark figure outside swiftly lunged in. The figure's eyes glowed with a warm light like the sun, which quickly extinguished as it attacked. Kenzaki Aoi only managed to see an afterimage. Then, she was pinned down by some enormous creature. This was a demon. A demon, dripping with saliva. Ah. Her expression dazed, Kenzaki Aoi belatedly screamed. Hearing this, the demon opened its bloody maw and prepared to bite down. Its yellowish teeth mixed with crimson flesh gleamed dangerously, as if it could bite off Kenzaki Aoi's head in one go. Instinctively, Kenzaki Aoi tried to draw the Nichiren blade she carried with her, but after fumbling for a long time, the blade didn't even leave its sheath. She instinctively kicked upwards, attempting to buy some time. However, the next moment, Boom. A winding fire dragon incinerated everything in the air. Kanzaki Aoi only managed to see a fleeting flash of fire before the demon in front of her turned into ashes and silently vanished. This scene left her stunned for a long time. Just now. What happened? The pressure on her body suddenly dissipated, and she barely managed to look up behind her. At this moment, Yoriichi had already sheathed his blade. The feeling he gave Kanzaki Aoi was like he just glared at the demon, and then the demon turned to ash. She must have seen an illusion. But the lingering temperature in the air didn't seem fake. An incomprehensible scene is a demon that is easy to kill. What about the weakness being the neck? Oh, it disappeared along with its entire body. Taking a deep breath, she was about to open her mouth to express her gratitude and inquire about Yoriichi's origins. Suddenly, by the reishi that had suddenly increased in the air, she seemed to see a doorway appear behind Yoriichi. The doorway appeared strangely, born from the void, and slowly opened. Inside, an endless white light emanated. Although she couldn't see it, only a hazy shadow, it was truly there. This scene made her mouth drop open. She even forgot how to speak. Apologies, it's time. The token at his waist beeped, and Yoriichi looked at the Senkaman behind him, not caring about Kanzaki Aoi's reaction, and stepped inside. He had never forgotten his promise with Senjuro, but as a Shinigami, he couldn't ignore the sudden appearance of the Senkaman. Anyway, in his eyes, he could return at any time. It wouldn't matter if it were a few days later, and it would also be a good opportunity to increase his spiritual pressure and prepare, otherwise, exhausting his spiritual power during Shirkai would be disastrous. Thud. The sound of the door closing was exceptionally loud, startling Kanzaki Aoi awake. Although the heavy rain outside had stopped, her heart remained unsettled. Looking at the empty temple, Kanzaki Aoi opened her mouth, seemingly unable to believe everything she had just seen. If she hadn't been mistaken, that person disappeared into thin air, right? Huh. So scary. An inexplicable chill climbed into her heart. Even in the relatively bright environment, it now seemed full of danger in her eyes, like a spider web covered with spiders. Ignoring the urge to guess the truth, she gathered her belongings and quickly left. She rushed to the butterfly mansion that very night and told Kochu Shinobu about the incident. Meanwhile, at the Rengoku household, Senjuro, who had secretly gotten up in the middle of the night and opened the family registry, suddenly showed a look of horror. On the first page of the family registry, the 5 large characters for Rengoku Shinjuro were written there. Chapter 22, True World. Sengoku period. That person. Is it possible? After the shock came a deep sense of bewilderment. Senjuro found it hard to believe what was before his eyes. Though young, he knew that only demons could live for 400 or 500 years. And the person from this morning didn't look like a demon at all. So, he couldn't tell if it was a joke or the truth. Just then, Senjuro. A loud voice rang out from behind him. The voice came so suddenly that it startled Senjuro. He quickly put away the family tree he was holding, returned it to its original place, and then turned around, cautiously looking at the newcomer. A young man with similar hair color, but a few years older than him, was standing by the entrance of the ancestral hall. He was dressed in a loose white nightgown, and his thick, dark eyebrows were raised. "What are you doing here?" Even in the quiet night, his voice was unreservedly loud. Kyojuro Rengoku glanced at his brother's flustered and anxious appearance and subconsciously looked behind him. A yellowed book stood quietly at the top of all the memorial tablets. The book's position had shifted compared to the tablets. This sight made Kyujuru's brow furrow. "Were you looking through the family tree? Is something wrong? Not sleeping in the middle of the night?" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Senjuro make a shush gesture towards him. Kyujuru immediately stopped speaking and continued, "Does father know? The ancestral hall is generally not allowed to be entered or exited." "I know," Senjuro said softly. "Please, brother, please don't tell father about this. I met a special person today, which is why I secretly looked through the family tree behind father's back." "Brother, you have been practicing flame breathing for so many years. Have you ever known of a breathing technique whose sword skills are comparable to flame breathing, but is not flame breathing?" "Yes," Kyujuru answered without hesitation, "derivative breathing techniques of flame breathing. What's so special about that? This matter itself shouldn't be related to the family tree, right?" "That's not what I mean." Senjuro shook his head slightly, his voice gradually becoming serious. "I want to ask, who was the originator of flame breathing? This morning, when I was buying sake for father, I seem to have met an ancient person from 400 years ago. He seemed to be acquainted with our ancestor, Rengoku Shinjuro." "You mean? What?" Kyujuru's eyes widened suddenly. His golden eyes trembled, and his tone was incredibly heavy. "Senjuro, you're not joking, are you?" 400 years, isn't that a demon? Did you encounter an upper-rank demon? Oh, no, brother, please let me finish what I have to say first. His words were interrupted, and Senjuro's attitude was slightly helpless. Looking at Kyujiro with similarly golden-red pupils, he slowly said. I remember father has several Demon Slayer Core Flame Hashira records. Have you ever read them, brother? They should contain events from 400 years ago. If nothing unexpected happens, perhaps, his life story is there. I have no talent for swordsmanship since childhood, but you are different, brother. Perhaps you can use this connection to further improve your swordsmanship. Father is about to step down, only you can take on the responsibility of the next Flame Hashira. When we parted this morning, I exchanged contact information with him. He said he would visit us in a while. I'm not sure if this is true, but... Brother, I think we should prepare in advance. Senjuro's tone was exceptionally sincere, even making the outspoken Kyujiro fall silent. He was silent for 2 seconds, his gaze gradually becoming solemn. I see. Senjuro, I understand. For now, let's assume what you said is true. But there's a problem with that. Are you sure the person you met is human? At least he isn't affected by sunlight. Creatures like hollows turn to dust even with a little sunlight, Senjuro said casually. Also, he never showed any hostility towards us. He knows the Demon Slayer core, and he knows the names of our ancestors that even we don't know. I trust him. Dangai. Time here has almost lost its proper function. Shiba Ishin sat alone in a pale space, looking at the almost void-like surroundings, feeling utterly bored. How long has it been? His perception of time gradually blurred. He only remembered the scene when he first arrived. As for how long he had been here. 1 second. 3 seconds. Or a minute. Unclear. As if time had slowed down countless times, his thoughts also slowed down countless times. Dangai was such a place. Until then. Clang. The sound of a door opening exploded in his ears. Shiba Ishin looked sideways, a smile gradually appearing. He's here. He slowly stood up straight and took a step into the endless white light ahead. Then. Thud. The door closed. Eternal silence returned to the void space. Third seat Tsugikuni. Human world. Shiba Ishin slung his arm around Tsugikuni Yoriichi, who had suddenly appeared. His tone was emotional. I was so stifled, I thought I was lost, but I didn't expect to come out alive. That damn Dangai is a place I don't want to stay in for even a second. Next time, remember to use my Shiba family Senkaman. It's much less dangerous there. You must come and honor me with your presence. The Senkaman behind them slowly disappeared. Tsugikuni Yoriichi watched him silently. Just then. Shiba Ishin was talking when he suddenly noticed something was off. He looked at the Haori and straw hat that were disintegrating on Yoriichi's shoulder, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Did I remember wrong? Where did these accessories on you come from? They went through the same place. And came out in the same place. But. He was about to ask for details. The next second, a series of urgent broadcast sounds suddenly rang out from the Siriiti's exclusive communicator. Human world coordinates, Karakura Town 396.408, a strong Minos Grande reaction has appeared. Immediate support is needed. Shiba Ishin's expression instantly tightened. He quickly spoke into his headset, received. The captain of the 10th Division will arrive shortly. Please hold on for a while longer. Having said that, he returned to his carefree expression, his eyebrows curved, and his tone carried a hint of luck. Good luck. It seems we didn't stay in the Dangai for too long. He walked forward, patting Tsugikuni Yoriichi's shoulder as he went. His peripheral vision reflected the emptiness on Yoriichi's shoulder, but he ignored it from the heart, his voice encouraging. This mission is yours to handle. There shouldn't be any problem, right? If I'm not mistaken, your Zanpakuto is very suitable for this mission. Hell, it is said to be a world that even the Soul King has never touched. Chapter 23, Judge him, Kyuka. Karakura Town. A small town located in the middle of Tokyo. It has existed for hundreds of years. At this moment, a 200-meter-long crack was slowly appearing above a school. As if space had been torn apart, a hideous Minos Grande gripped the edges of the crack with both hands. As it exerted force. Whoosh! The crack rapidly expanded as if an eye had opened. A leg as tall as a mountain stepped out from within. Boom. The ground trembled violently, and the strong winds bent the trees along the street. For a moment, all the humans within a 1-kilometer radius could feel their center of gravity shifting. An earthquake is coming. Damn it. Why is it a Minos Grande? You don't see something like this once in 100 years. Outside the school, several Shinigami were standing in the air, their feet condensed with reishi. They looked at the 100-meter-tall, imposing Minos Grande before them, their expressions all somewhat grim. As a fusion of hundreds of thousands of hollows, a Minos Grande possessed astonishing power. To defeat it, at least a seat officer-level individual was required. And a seat officer. A young girl looked at her colleagues around her, seeing that no one dared to step forward, and felt both annoyed and ashamed. Their luck was too bad. Why did she encounter this thing on her first human world mission, to the point where she didn't even dare to make a move? Can we only watch it like this? While self-preservation was prudent, they were Shinigami. The duty of a Shinigami was to repel hollows or kill hollows. But now. Look. Just as she was feeling frustrated, someone's exclamation jolted her awake. She quickly gripped the Zanpakuto at her waist, then saw the Minos Grande turn around and walk towards them. Each of its steps covered dozens of meters, and while its movement speed was slow, a vague sense of crisis constantly filled their hearts. Their minds tensed. Their breathing slowed. Her colleagues, along with her, slowly retreated. Until... buzz. The reishi in the air suddenly contracted into a ball, rapidly condensing at the Minos Grande's mouth. Everyone only had time to see a red glow. The Shinigami fell from midair due to the sudden increase in spiritual pressure, kneeling on the ground. Their faces were as pale as gold leaf, as if they had witnessed an apocalyptic scene. That is. Damn it. Some recognized Minos Grande's technique, and almost instantly, they showed expressions of despair. Zero. Hailed as the ultimate technique of hollows, its upper limit could destroy a city. Among Shinigami, only individuals of vice captain level or higher could contend with it. If nothing unexpected happened, they were going to die. Boundless pressure surged over, like being at the bottom of the ocean tens of thousands of meters deep, and Kion Kotetsu felt it increasingly difficult to breathe. Her head hung low, and a screen like a black hole covered her vision. Under Minos Grande's stimulation, she felt a bit dizzy. Phew. She managed to take a breath. Raising her eyes, she stared at the Zero. She subconsciously tightened her grip on the Zanpakuto at her waist, and her previous thoughts surged into her mind one by one. Perhaps it was retribution. Because of one act of self-preservation. She would end up dying without a burial. She wondered what her sister in the 4th Division would think when she learned of her death. She felt a bit sorry for Captain Yukatake. It wasn't easy to join the 13th Division, and as a result, she didn't even become a seat officer. With Captain Yukate's gentle personality, he would surely be saddened. Well, at least he would remember her, so she wouldn't die in obscurity. Her thoughts fluttered like butterflies breaking free from their cocoons in her mind. In a few thoughts, the Zero was fully condensed. Boom. With a gentle exhalation from the Minos Grande, an energy bomb compressed with tens of millions of reishi units shot towards the group, crushing everything in its path. Everything in its path was utterly destroyed, small birds turned to dust, and the air became nothingness. Just the feeling alone was like being pricked by tens of thousands of silver needles in the heart, unable to even conjure a thought of resistance. Everyone waited for death to arrive. Suddenly. Burn, and Jetsu. A clear shout echoed through the clear sky. Shiba Ishin appeared at the very front of the Zero, holding a Zanpakuto about half a person's height, and lightly swung it towards the Zero. Boom. In an instant, a crescent-shaped crimson sword energy sliced across the sky, cutting the Zero in half instantly, like a hot knife through butter. Accompanied by a burst of brilliant fireworks, the surging winds blew away the scattered hair of the Shinigami below. Everyone looked up, stunned, their eyes reflecting the grand mushroom cloud, leaving them all somewhat dazed. Before they could even clearly see the newcomer, another figure appeared in front of the Minos Grande. His striking red hair intertwined with the fireworks in the sky. He slowly raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, aiming at the Minos Grande. Judge him, Gyuka. With a low shout, a beam of crimson laser shot out from the tip of his blade. Its speed was so fast that before anyone could react, the Minos Grande's head was effortlessly pierced. Like a cavitation effect, a huge hole appeared in the middle of Minos Grande's forehead. Burning reishi chains were flying out from inside the hole. The chains rapidly wrapped around the Minos Grande, binding it so tightly that it couldn't move in just an instant. Illusory flames spread over its body, causing it to let out painful wails. Just then, a thunderous roar sounded, and a black gate, the same height as the Minos Grande, abruptly appeared in midair. The gate was carved with blood-colored, evil skull patterns, and a chain on one side was tightly connected to the chains on the Minos Grande's body. Even thousands of meters away, everyone could smell its decaying, bloody, and sinful aura, sending shivers down their spines. Hell Gate. Seeing this, Shiba Ishin clicked his tongue in wonder. It could summon hell. One must know that the conditions for the appearance of the Hell Gate were extremely strict. It only seized beings who had committed heinous sins during their lives. There was no standard for judging sin. In his decades as a captain, he had only seen it a dozen times. Though the number was small, he knew that once the Hell Gate appeared, the people and hollows it targeted would not escape. Even the captain commander was no exception. And now, the Zanpakuto that Tsugikuni Yoriichi wielded seemed to be able to control the Hell Gate. An unsolvable ability. If Shirkai was already like this, what about Bankai? Amidst his emotions, the Hell Gate slammed shut. Thousands of meters away, the rampaging Minos Grande had already vanished before everyone's astonished eyes. It only left behind a faint reishi fluctuation, gradually dissipating in the air. Seeing this, Yoriichi gently exhaled, slowly sheathing the Zanpakuto in his hand. Then, he moved, flying downwards. Shiba Ishin followed closely behind. Are you all right? The Shinigami who were lying on the ground now stood up. Although their faces still showed lingering fear, they were much better compared to when the Siro arrived. Hearing Tsugikuni Yoriichi's question, Kaion Kotetsu took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said, "Report. Senior, all members of the 13th Division and 10th Division's Human World Station squad are accounted for. Please give your next instructions. Speaking of which." Her voice lowered a few degrees. What is Senior's name, and which division are you from? Chapter 24. Chapter 24. If you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. Because the reishi pressure emitted by the Minos Grande was too strong, all their reishi-constructed communication devices were destroyed. They hadn't heard any sound from the other side at all. Although they knew help would arrive, they never expected such a scene. The Minos Grande was instantly killed. This level of strength must be at least vice captain level or higher. For Kaion Kotetsu, this was truly overwhelming. The gap in status was like a star compared to the sun. To be saved by such a person would be a proud story to tell once they returned to Soul Society. 10th Division, Tsugikuni Yoriichi, Tsugikuni Yoriichi said slowly. Kaion Kotetsu nodded, her eyes gradually brightening. Just then, she saw the captain's Haori fluttering in the wind behind Shiba Ishin, further solidifying her inner guess. Facing Tsugikuni Yoriichi, she tentatively asked, "Senior, you must be a vice captain, right?" "No." Tsugikuni Yoriichi didn't finish his sentence. Shiba Ishin stepped forward, coughed lightly twice, and interrupted. Hey, don't ignore me. I'm a captain, after all. Seriously, how did you manage to steal all the glory in the end, kid?" He looked at Yoriichi, a hint of emotion mixed with his joking tone. "If I had known, I would have gone myself. Using your ability here is such a waste. Speaking of which, exposing it so casually should be fine, right? Do you want me to handle it for you?" "No need." Yoriichi gently shook his head. He understood the meaning behind Shiba Ishin's words. However, a clear conscience fears no knock on the door. The essence of judgment is to adjudicate the karma accumulated by a being throughout its life. Stepping on an ant is karma, and killing a person is also karma. The weight of karma differs, and the pull of hell will increase or decrease depending on the situation. It seems to have a singular effect, but it is not his only ability. Is that so? Shiba Ishin rubbed his chin. Estimating that Tsugikuni Yoriichi wasn't the kind of misanthropic person, he then put his worries aside. He was mainly afraid that Tsugikuni Yoriichi would use the ability of this sword to indiscriminately reap the lives of Shinigami or hollows. An overly extreme personality is not suitable for positions above seat officer. Some people might even be imprisoned to prevent them from disrupting the order of Siriidii. Over the past 1,000 years, no fewer than 100 Shinigami have experienced such things. Seeing the two of them silent and the atmosphere somewhat awkward, Kaion Kotetsu tentatively spoke. "Seniors, if I may interject, what should we do next? Do we need to erase the memories of the surrounding humans?" "No need to erase them," Shiba Ishin replied, nodding to Kaion Kotetsu. "Your job is merely to protect the order of the human world. Do not interfere with anything in the human world unless there is clear damage caused. Like the earthquake caused by that Minos Grande today, you can erase human memories, but you cannot erase the event itself. If they wake up and find they've forgotten about it, it will surely cause a significant disturbance, which is not conducive to the Shinigami's concealment. Besides, there's nothing to hide about an earthquake. You can go back now," Shiba Ishin observed the group. "When you return, remember to tell your captain about this and have him be careful. A Minos Grande appearing in the human world is incredibly rare. I also need to go back and report this to the captain commander. If there are no objections, let's part ways. You there, come over." He called the 10th Division members mixed in with the 13th Division, then turned and led everyone away. Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Is he a vice captain or a seat officer after all? Kaion Kotetsu watched their receding figures, feeling a bit upset that she hadn't gotten the answer she wanted. That 10th Division captain, really, why did he have to leave so quickly? Doesn't he know the situation in Siriidii is very grim right now? The male-female ratio is severely imbalanced, with some division Shinigami clamoring to transfer to the 4th Division. Because that's the medical division, and the male-female ratio there is 3 to 7, far exceeding the 8 to 2 of other divisions. Although she was still young this year, she understood the importance of planning. She didn't want to end up like her sister, over 100 years old without even a partner. I'll just have to inquire slowly. Perhaps Captain Yukitake knows. Oh, these two are hard to choose between. Both men were excellent catches, but the power of choice often doesn't belong to the weaker party, so her ideas were destined to fall through. However, the current Kion Kotetsu was unaware, still thinking that if Captain Yukitake didn't know, she would ask her sister. Her sister, under the command of the most popular Captain Retsu Unohana, should know a lot about Siri. Casually adjusting her white gloves, Kion Kotetsu entered the dangai with the other Shinigami. Soon after, she returned to the 13th Division and reported the incident in full to her captain, Jushiro Yukitake. Jushiro Yukitake was a young-looking man with white hair, long hair draped over his shoulders, and gentle eyes like spring water. His body seemed somewhat frail. He was currently lying in a pavilion, coughing softly. A cup of tea sat beside him, already cooled by the wind. Listening to Kion Kotetsu recount the events in the human world, he slowly propped himself up, his voice as calm as possible. You've truly worked hard, Kion. I'm very relieved that you were able to return safely. Regarding this matter, I will report it to the Captain Commander later. Although you were the ones rescued, the credit for discovering the Minos Grande will not be small. It's no trouble, Kion Kotetsu said softly, this is what we should do. However, Captain, never mind the credit. When I encountered the Minos Grande, I was only thinking of protecting myself. This goes against the duty of a Shinigami. I should rightfully be punished. No, Jushiro Yukitake slowly shook his head. Self-preservation is a human instinct, you don't need to feel guilty. Everyone feels fear. It's enough to do your utmost. The fact that you didn't run away means you are a qualified Shinigami. Kion, I'm proud of you. Kion Kotetsu's expression shifted slightly. Then. She heard again. As for the person you mentioned, I should know him. If I'm not mistaken, he's probably the 3rd seat of the 10th Division. I don't know about his abilities, but his strength is outstanding. He just enrolled this year, passed the professional exam, and graduated successfully in 2 months. He had 3rd grade reishi upon enrollment. A standard captain-level prodigy, even stronger than I was back then. The teacher seemed to admire him greatly. 3rd grade. Kion Kotetsu's eyes widened suddenly. This was somewhat unbelievable. She had never seen, no, she had never even heard of such a thing. The strongest Shinigami from her cohort only had 7th grade reishi upon enrollment. Years passed, and now he was the 7th seat of the 8th Division. It seemed like a high position. But the actual difference was unimaginable. Chapter 25 Yamamoto, he should have been the captain. How are you doing, Captain Commander? Meanwhile, Shiba Ishin entered the 1st Division barracks with his mission report. In the center of the hall, an old man sat, his breathing steady. Hearing Ishin's voice, he slowly raised his eyes, his tone flat and unreadable. Shiba, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Shiba Ishin waved his hand, as if dispelling bad luck. Perhaps I'm not meant to die. I'm surprised myself that I made it out of the dangai alive. Maybe it's because I do good deeds every day. Captain Commander, I am a captain after all. It's not very appropriate for you to curse me to death. Yamamoto Genryosai snorted, an incompetent captain, dead is dead. If you can't properly resolve an unexpected emergency, then that truly disappoints me. The captains of the Godai 13 are not freeloading good-for-nothings. Shiba, tell me, what did you encounter in the dangai that made you rush back as soon as your mission ended? Thump. Yamamoto Genryosai slowly rose, gripping his cane and striking it heavily on the ground. His seemingly frail body contained power like a volcano. Shiba Ishin coughed lightly. Captain Commander, please don't get angry when I tell you. Actually, I didn't encounter anything. I just closed my eyes and opened them, and I was out. But this seemingly normal situation is often the most abnormal. You, sir, know more about what the dangai is than I do. It's a superposition point of tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of spaces. Under normal circumstances, if you accidentally enter one space, there's no way to get out. But I got out. You, sir, are well-traveled and knowledgeable, I wonder. Never seen before. Seemingly guessing the question Shiba Ishin wanted to ask, Yamamoto Genryosai interrupted. Not only I, but even those above, have never known the full extent of the dangai. Asking these questions is meaningless. Give me some meaningful reports instead. Among Squad Zero, some were born millions of years ago, but even he is not the Almighty. Regarding hell and the dangai, the extent of understanding so far is not even 50%. Stumped, Shiba Ishin's words came to an abrupt halt. He thought for a moment, then could only say, "Is that so?" It seems I was overthinking. Very well. Taking a deep breath, Shiba Ishin stroked his chin and continued. As for other meaningful matters, in my opinion, there are only the Minos Grande in the human world and third seat Tsugikuni Zanpakuto. As for the Minos Grande, there must have been a mishap in the forest of Minos. Third seat Tsugikuni Zanpakuto. Captain Commander, you must have known its Shirkai ability from the start, right? I know. Then aren't you worried? Worried about what? Worried about it disrupting the balance of the three realms, the human world, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo. Shiba Ishin's voice gradually grew serious. He paused, then continued. Humans die and become souls, souls die and become spirits. Some souls will reincarnate in the human world and Soul Society, while others will fall into hell. And spirits that fall into hell do not reincarnate. This cycle system barely maintains the ecological balance of the three realms. But if too many souls enter hell, this cycle will be broken. Logically speaking, Tsugikuni Zanpakuto ability has already seriously threatened the safety of Soul Society, hasn't it? Are those old masters of the Central 46 still sitting idly by? The Central 46 are all nobles, responsible for handling all aspects of Siriidii. The Godii 13, led by Yamamoto Genryusai, is equivalent to a samurai organization. And the Central 46 is the government agency responsible for commanding the samurai organization. The two are one, yet each has its own duties, but their purpose is the same, to protect Soul Society. Any existence that can threaten the safety of Soul Society will not be spared. The Maggot's Nest and Mukin, these two prisons, were created for this very purpose. Facing Shiba Ishin's question, Yamamoto Genryusai narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this your concern, or the Shiba family's concern? Of course it's my concern, he's my 10th Division's third seat after all. Shiba Ishin sensed the sudden change in atmosphere and said without hesitation. I know you, Captain Commander, are very perceptive. Since you know his ability, yet let it be, does that mean there's a part we don't know? A Zanpakuto, theoretically speaking, only has one ability. But there are exceptions. For example, Kido-type Zanpakuto. Kido abilities are diverse, even if it's just a ball of fire, in the hands of a clever person, it can be used to produce more than 3 effects. It depends on how the user develops it. Like Yamamoto Genryusai. The Zanka no Tachi, Blade of Ember, he wields has a power vastly different from 1,000 years ago. Yawatch once commented on it, Blade of Blazing Fire. Meaning it releases flames for attack. 1,000 years later. Its temperature is contained, all flames are absorbed into the blade, so much so that the blade's temperature approaches the core of the sun. This has already far exceeded the scope of flame. Perhaps. Tsugikuni Yoriichi Zanpakuto is also like this. Yamamoto Genryusai was expressionless. Shiba Ishin's concerned expression was reflected in his deep pupils. Finally, he slowly said, indeed. He turned around. With his back to Shiba Ishin, he gazed at the peaceful and serene beauty of Siriidii through the open window, his voice coming slowly. Since you are his captain, I will not hide it from you. His Zanpakuto essentially possesses 4 abilities. The Hell Gate you saw is merely the most common one. Those with stronger spiritual pressure, firm will, or gentle nature can all be immune to the Hell Gate's capture. The Central 46 once issued an order for his capture, but this old man refused. Because the fear of the nobles is simply not worth mentioning compared to the positive impact he can bring to Soul Society. What impact? Shiba Ishin asked subconsciously. You want to know? Yamamoto Genryusai turned around with his staff, his slightly narrowed eyes showing no emotion. He stared at Shiba Ishin. I can tell you, but there's a condition. Before the right time comes, you must not disclose it to anyone. If it weren't for graduating as a captain being too high profile, this old man would have planned to transfer him to the 3rd Division. It just so happens that the original captain of the 3rd Division is about to retire. Shiba Ishin was stunned into silence by these words. So, letting him become 3rd seat, was he actually overreaching? Graduating as a captain, what kind of concept is that? In 1,000 years, no Shinigami has ever accomplished it, because it's against common sense. However, summoning hell also seems very unreasonable. Putting them together makes it much more reasonable. Taking a deep breath, Shiba Ishin gradually accepted reality and began to listen to Captain Commander Yamamoto's description. Chapter 26, Chapter 26 Are you interested in becoming a part of the Shihuin family? 13th Division. Really? Is he really that strong? So, how does he compare to you, Captain? Kion Kotetsu looked at Jushiro Yukitake, her curiosity growing, and she couldn't help but ask. Jushiro Yukitake smiled, what is there to compare between him and me? I'm over 700 years old. Even if I were to compare, what would I gain by winning? Besides, he is currently only a seat officer. Although he has reishi, his experience is insufficient. Perhaps only when he becomes a captain can we truly compete. It will probably be some time until then. Kion, compose yourself. If there's nothing else, you can go back for now. I'll call you if I need anything. As he spoke, he sensed something was amiss and actively stopped the conversation. Yes. Kion Kotetsu saluted and took her leave. After she departed, a gentle breeze ruffled the lake's surface, creating ripples. Jushiro Yukitake watched quietly. His heart was very peaceful. Suddenly, he looked up. Cherry blossoms drifted down. On the pavilion, a middle-aged man, wearing a cherry blossom-colored kimono, with a bamboo hat on his back and a sparse beard on his chin, was lying on his side there, at some unknown point. He held a cup of sake, aiming it at the lake, his expression content and relaxed. Cough cough. Kairaku, you're here. Jushiro Yukitake raised his eyes, covering his mouth with his sleeve and lightly coughing twice. How is the head captain? Everything is well. Kairaku Shunsue raised his cup and drank, his tone nonchalant. It's just that the 46 chambers are a bit troublesome. A group of noble lords are clamoring to sanction the head captain. Don't they ever get tired? As he said this, some cherry blossoms drifted onto his shoulder. He gently picked up a blossom, his voice gradually becoming wistful. But fortunately, the Shihuin clan and the Kachiki clan seem to be on the head captain's side, which is why the situation hasn't spiraled out of control. A single Zanpakuto causing such a huge commotion. I think this is the second time in the Seriidii, isn't it? Last time, I remember it was Kenpachi Kurayashiki's Bankai. Listening quietly to Kairaku Shuensue's words, Jushiro Yukitake suddenly asked, what about the Shiba clan? Shiba. Kairaku Shuensue thought for 2 seconds, then shook his head. I'm not sure, they probably didn't take anyone's side, but that's normal. The current head of the family has not yet matured and is not even a vice-captain. And the head of the branch family cannot represent the entire Shiba family. At this time, remaining inactive is the most correct course of action. He suddenly remembered something. He put down his sake cup. A smile played on his lips. Speaking of which, it's quite strange. That kid was assigned to the 10th division right after graduation. Isn't that a coincidence? Jushiro, do you think the head captain had anything to do with this? If he truly appreciates him, why not just take him as a disciple? So far, Genryu only has the two of us as successors, it's a bit too boring. I wish I had a junior disciple. What a pity, what a pity. Kairaku Shuensue sighed repeatedly, the refreshing reishi sake fermenting in his mouth, finding it somewhat difficult to understand his master's thoughts. If he wasn't a disciple, then why treat him this way, even rejecting the orders of those noble lords from the 46 chambers? Some captains don't even get this kind of treatment, do they? Don't speak ill of the head captain. Jushiro Yukitake caught his breath, looked at Kairaku Shuensue, and slowly said. Perhaps he has his considerations. Maybe it's a test. Who can say for sure about becoming a disciple? Maybe one day, the two of us will have a junior disciple. Let's wait and see. As for the Shiba family, I'll trouble you, senior brother, to look into it. No trouble at all. Kairaku Shuensue waved his hand. However, the terms senior brother and junior brother sound awkward to me. How many years has it been since we called each other that? Let's change it back. Even if you don't say anything, I'll still keep an eye on the Shiba family. After all, they are one of the 5 great noble clans. If they were to stand against the head captain, then our little junior disciple might be out of luck, so we need to pay attention to the impact. Jushiro, will you go or will I? You go. Jushiro Yukitake thought for a moment, his gaze on Kairaku Shuensue gradually becoming firm. I remember, you should have a cousin working in the 10th division, right? What, looking for me? Suddenly learning that the captain of the 2nd division wanted to see him, Tsugikuni Yoriichi's brow furrowed slightly. 2nd division. Who? He looked at Kisuke Urahara. He didn't understand when his relationship with him had become so familiar. That's right, she's looking for you. Kisuke Urahara put his arm around Yoriichi's shoulder. You scared us half to death when you disappeared in the Dongai. I thought you were gone for good. And here I was, wanting to be friends with you. Now that you've finally returned, our captain heard about your deeds and wants to meet you. You wouldn't refuse her, would you? He raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips, an expression that said, you can try. Seeing this, Tsugikuni Yoriichi stopped his unimportant work, faced the door, and said helplessly, lead the way. Kisuke Urahara's eyes showed a smile. He pushed the hat on his head. And nodded, that's more like it. You should know that our captain is one of the 5 great noble clans of the Seriidii, the head of the Shihuin family, known as the God of Flash. Even Captain Shiba is not her equal in status and strength. If you refused, it would be really difficult for me to handle. I'd have to tie you up and drag you there. Tsugikuni Yoriichi wasn't interested in anything about the god of Flash. He only cared what the Shihoin family wanted with him. When he inquired, Keisuke Urahara smiled and opened the fan in his hand. Asterisk clap, asterisk. Good news. It was as if he had said nothing, making Tsugikuni Yoriichi even more helpless. Finally, when he entered the 2nd Division barracks and saw the rumored Yoriichi Shihoin, his confusion deepened. Was the head of the family a woman? Soul Society in the Warring States period. The difference was indeed vast. Hey, your eyes tell me you're thinking something bad. Are you looking down on me? How keen was Yoriichi Shihoin's perception? Even a tiny hint of emotion was caught by her. She looked at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, marveling, it's no big deal if you look down on me. You must be wondering why I, a mere woman, can become the head of the family, right? It's because my parents were useless, they didn't give me a younger brother. It's nothing. Captain Retsu Unohana of the 4th Division is also a woman, isn't she? These are all normal occurrences in the Soul Society, 3rd seat Tsugikuni. Look at it openly. Sooner or later, you'll encounter it too. What do you mean? Tsugikuni Yoriichi instinctively frowned. What? You don't seem to understand. Yoriichi Shihoin chuckled softly, noticing the bewildered expression on Yoriichi's face, and decided to explain further. Didn't Keisuke tell you beforehand? Oh, never mind. Seeing Tsugikuni Yoriichi still confused, she waved her hand, then I'll make it clearer. Yoriichi Shihoin's eyes suddenly became serious, but her tone remained relaxed and casual. 3rd seat Tsugikuni, your talent is outstanding, and you'll likely surpass most captains in the future. Because of this, our Shihoin family values you greatly. We are willing to invest in you early. At this point, she paused slightly, her gaze fixed on Yoriichi's reaction. Are you interested in becoming a part of the Shihoin family? Chapter 27, Chapter. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Become a part of the Shihoin clan. It was a bit sudden. Yoriichi understood that the status of an upper noble in the Warring States period was comparable to that of a shogun. Unless it was a marriage between nobles, no matter how talented a male was, he would have to become a live-in son-in-law. And as for becoming a live-in son-in-law, Tsugikuni Yoriichi clasped his hands without hesitation and bowed, I apologize, Miss Shihoin, but allow me to refuse. I know your invitation is extremely rare, but it does not align with my ideals. Besides, I have a wife. What are your ideals? Yoriichi Shihoin asked. After speaking, she looked Tsugikuni Yoriichi up and down. As for your wife, I know about her, but didn't she die 300 years ago? 300 years have passed, and you still can't forget her. Since you know my invitation is extremely rare, why do you still refuse? Becoming an upper noble is something many Shinigami can only dream of but never achieve. So far, only Koga Kuchiki, decades ago, managed to do it. He was a genius like you, and a commoner, yet, on the eve of his marriage, he disappeared. Although I don't know what happened, if you are willing to join my Shihoin clan, you will become the first Shinigami in Soul Society in 200 years to achieve a class leap. Your parents would certainly be deeply honored. No. They would only crawl out of the underworld. Especially his father. His prejudice against him was deeply ingrained. Of course, Tsugikuni Yoriichi understood. Therefore, it became even more difficult to accept Yoriichi Shihoin's invitation. Seeing him politely refuse again, the smile on Yoriichi's face gradually faded. She slowly stroked her chin, her gaze fixed on Tsugikuni Yoriichi, and gently shook her head. Something's not right, at least 9/10 of you isn't right. At the very least, your reason for refusing me is not for your wife. It's been so long, even if your wife were still alive, she would have reincarnated several times by now. It's hard to say if she'd even recognize you. The lifespan of an ordinary soul is only 50 to 100 years. Like in the plot, Rukia Kuchiki's 3 childhood playmates were all buried in graves in less than 50 years. Only Abarai Rinji, who possessed spiritual pressure, was still alive. Spiritual pressure is the key to a Shinigami's longevity. Whether Tsugikuni Yoriichi's wife had spiritual pressure or not was unknown, but she was certainly not a significant figure. Otherwise, when he made his request to Yamamoto Genryusai, the Godei 13 would have found the detailed identity and location of his wife. However, the reality was this. No results. As if this person did not exist in Soul Society. This is impossible. It should be that they didn't investigate thoroughly enough. After all, millions of souls enter Soul Society every year, and there are thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people with the same name. To investigate each one under such numbers would be impossible without a certain amount of effort. And even with effort, there would still be omissions and other issues. That's why Yoriichi Shihoin was so certain. Thinking of this, she slowly said, aside from these reasons, perhaps it's just your convictions at play. That's right, there are always those Shinigami in the world who don't go along with the nobles. Or rather, Shinigami who don't want to be bothered by power and responsibility. Upper nobles are noble, but living their lives is also very troublesome. I understand your reason, but are you not going to reconsider? This kind of opportunity doesn't come around all the time. The Shihuin clan has existed for tens of thousands of years, and its continuous existence without decline for all those years is proof enough of everything. Her tone was profound, making Tsugikuni Yoriichi frown again. He was about to refuse for the third time. At this moment, thump thump. A series of knocks echoed in the spacious hall. Come in. Yoriichi Shihuin's gaze passed over Tsugikuni Yoriichi and looked at the door behind him. A member of the Onmitsukido, dressed in black combat attire, pushed the door open and instantly appeared before her. He respectfully whispered, "Captain, an urgent order. Captain Commander Yamamoto requests your immediate presence at the 1st Division. There are important matters to discuss." Now. Yoriichi Shihuin raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by this sudden invitation. She had to admit, it was a very subtle timing. It seemed that which she had entrusted to Kisuke Urahara to do had been exposed. That's right, after all, he was the captain commander, it would be strange if he didn't react at all. Yes, Captain, right now. The Onmitsukido member confirmed again. Yoriichi Shihuin nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. All right, you may withdraw first. I'll be there shortly. After the person left, Yoriichi turned her head, smiled slightly at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, and then sighed softly. Oh, why is my life so difficult? Everyone can order me around. As for what happened today. She looked around, stepped forward, and patted Tsugikuni Yoriichi's shoulder, her tone relaxed. I think we'll leave it here for now. Don't rush to refuse, I'll give you some time to think it over carefully. If you receive an invitation from the Kuchiki clan, definitely don't accept it. That family is full of boring people, you'll be bored to death if you go there. As for the Tsuneyashiro clan, I'll give you a free piece of advice, if you don't want to be an enemy of Captain Commander Yamamoto, then never side with them. As for the other nobles, with your talent, going there would be too much of a waste. Although I'm not sure what the Captain Commander's plans are for you, you should also leave yourself a way out. Being a noble isn't bad at all. See you around. She lightly brushed past Tsugikuni Yoriichi, leaving a faint farewell, and then instantly vanished from the spot like a gust of wind. Seeing this, Kisuke Urahara could only give a helpless wry smile. He subconsciously opened his fan, covering his eyes. He secretly thought to himself. If it could succeed. Presumably, he would also be able to relax a little. Leaving the 2nd Division and walking on a secluded path, Tsugikuni Yoriichi was truly puzzled by Yoriichi Shihuin's repeated invitations. Did they just have to choose him? To the extent that they still wouldn't give up after being refused twice. Moreover, from her words, besides them, others wanted to invite him. What exactly was the situation in Seoul society? Factional struggles were truly troublesome. Nobles were also troublesome. Far less free than a samurai. If his wife were by his side, it would be great. He couldn't help but sigh, reminiscing, and quickly returned to the street where the 10th Division was located. At the end of the street, from a distance, he saw a person lingering at the entrance of the division barracks, not leaving for a long time, seemingly waiting for someone. That figure was very familiar. He quickened his steps, gradually approaching, and found that it was none other than the vice-captain, Kayaraku Chiharu. Just then, Kayaraku Chiharu also looked at him, and the two coincidentally met each other's gaze. Then. Bang. Kayaraku Chiharu's figure flickered, instantly appearing in front of Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Chapter 28, Rukia's Letter. Hey. Third seat Tsugikuni, did you just go to the Shihuin? As soon as she arrived, Kayaraku Chiharu asked her a question. She looked Tsugikuni Yoriichi up and down, her brows tightly furrowed. I never thought the Shihuin would target you so quickly. They even invited you over while the captain was away. Damn it. She was following her brother's orders to keep an eye on Tsugikuni Yoriichi. But as soon as she returned to the 10th Division, she found he was gone. This sent her on a frantic search. If it weren't for some clues from the Shinigami guarding the gate. If Tsugikuni Yoriichi hadn't returned after a while longer, she probably would have had to go to the 8th Division to apologize. These high-ranking nobles are truly quick-witted. Is something wrong? Tsugikuni Yoriichi stopped, his gaze gently falling on Kayaraku Chiharu. He then briefly glanced at Ichi-Nissen Ichimoku, who was guarding the gate with a somewhat timid expression, and shook his head. It shouldn't be a big deal. Isn't Kisuke Urahara the captain's friend? Besides, I only went to the 2nd Division, not the Shihuin. It's not a den of dragons or a tiger's lair. They didn't do anything out of line either worth your making such a fuss. Making a fuss? Kayaraku Chiharu raised an eyebrow, a hint of helplessness in her tone. By the time you realize they've gone too far, it might already be too late. Moreover, the Shihoin are one of the top noble families in the Tsukiguni. Is any of their actions a small matter? What about the second division? The second division is the Shihoin's exclusive division. It has been for 1,000 years. Everyone who enters is, without exception, a genius. She paused, her tone growing serious. Why exactly did they seek you out? To recruit you into their faction, or do they have other plans? Whatever it is, you must be careful. The captain specifically warned me before he left that the Tsukiguni is very deep, and the conflicts between nobles are even more complex. As a Shinigami with no background, avoid it if you can, lest you get caught in some whirlpool. Is that so? Yoriichi pondered for a few seconds, then nodded. Understood, but please rest assured. I don't care much for noble status. If there's a chance, please tell the captain from me that I appreciate his concern. You should go yourself. Kayaraka Chiharu sighed. I'm going to be transferred from the 10th division soon, and it's uncertain if I'll see him again after this. It's not just the captain, my brother also told me to have you be careful. It's about the one from the 8th division. She pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, a complex look in her eyes. I've said all I can. I'm only telling you more because you're a squad member. After this, how much you understand is no longer my concern. Farewell. With that, she nodded slightly and disappeared in a flash. After the air returned to silence, Yoriichi looked at the empty street with a touch of helplessness, pondering her words. Once he had fully processed them, he continued forward. Passing by Ichi-Nissen Ichimoku. Wait, third seat Tsugikuni. Ichimoku called out to him. I am sorry. The matter of you being pulled to the second division by third seat Urahara was something I took it upon myself to reveal. If you want to punish me, please do so, I will not utter a single word of protest. Why would I punish you? Yoriichi stopped, looking at him sideways. Because. Ichimoku couldn't quite articulate it, only feeling that the division's hierarchical system was extremely strict. In such a situation, apologizing was the best course of action. He still remembered the last time he was beaten half to death with a scabbard by Inono, fourth seat, for leaking information about him going out to drink. The pain from that time still made him shudder. Just as he was recalling this incident, Yoriichi gently patted his shoulder, his voice as warm as a spring breeze. It's just a small matter, there's no need to worry about it. I don't know what you've been through, but with me, no unreasonable treatment will ever happen. Ah. The gentle voice was like a warm current flowing into Ichimoku's heart. He lifted his head in a daze, seeing the blazing sunlight from above shining on Tsugikuni Yoriichi's shoulders. Gold and crimson intertwined, like a holy light, illuminating his world. Finally, an indescribable excitement surged in Ichimoku's heart. He had finally found a normal Shinigami superior. Recalling all his past experiences. The cynical captain, the cold-faced and violent vice-captain, and that former third seat who would hit people at the slightest provocation. He couldn't help but be filled with emotion. It was as if all his suffering had vanished, leaving only boundless anticipation and hope for the future. Taking a deep breath. Third seat Tsugikuni. He mustered his courage, his voice firm. Thank you so very much. Oh, right. He suddenly remembered something. A few minutes ago, the communication room delivered a letter for you. It's in your office. You can go take a look when you have time. The quiet office. A white letter, adorned with a pink rabbit design, lay quietly on the desk. Yoriichi walked over to it. He scanned it silently. Even before opening it, he knew who had sent the letter. Rukia. Among the people he knew, only she liked Chappie the rabbit. Chappie was a type of soul candy packaging. As a product developed decades ago, it was deeply loved by many female Shinigami. Yoriichi had heard about it from some female Shinigami when he was studying at the Ryatsu Academy. During his holidays, he had bought some Tsukiguni specialties, along with models of it, and sent them back to West Rukongai. He knew Rukia might like it, but he didn't expect her to be so fond of it. She's truly a child, but this is good too. Yoriichi sighed, slowly sat down, his gaze on the letter, and softly mused. This kind of innocence and happiness is what she should have at her age. Next time, I'll buy her some more Chappie the Rabbit merchandise. Sitting upright, Yoriichi gently picked up the letter. After tearing open the envelope, a letter adorned with Chappie the Rabbit appeared. He carefully unfolded the letter and slowly read it. Although the handwriting was childish, Yoriichi could understand what she had written. It was roughly about her befriending a girl named Hinamori Momo. They were similar in age and both possessed spiritual pressure. They had agreed to enroll in the Ryatsu Academy together in the future. The exact time was not yet confirmed. However, Yoriichi could already discern Rukia's excited expression from the handwriting. A girl her age. After reading the letter, Yoriichi felt a sense of relief. He knew that the childhood of a Shinigami was incredibly long. Ichimaru Jin's seemingly youthful appearance, despite being nearly 100 years old, was clear proof. Having a friend of the same age. Growing together, progressing together. That would be good. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Lord Aizen is disappointed. That night. 10th Division Barracks. Hiss. A sharp intake of breath shattered the night's silence. On the sickbed, Inono Yang slowly opened his eyes. He was covered in bandages, and his swollen, bruised eyes looked particularly horrifying in the dim moonlight. He painstakingly turned his eyeballs to look at the ceiling, and the tragic battle from that morning involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Negative emotions surged like a tide, overwhelming him. His internal organs felt as if they were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, causing unbearable pain. Damn it, he cursed in a low voice, veins bulging, sweat beading on his forehead, his hands clenched into fists as he tried to struggle to his feet. But the intense pain radiating throughout his body felt like thousands of needles pricking him, constantly reminding him. This was a complete and utter defeat. That old woman. And that brat. Inono Yang gritted his teeth, his heart burning with rage. Why? Can they just do whatever they want because of their noble status? Is there still justice in this world? Is there any fairness? He knew well that while infighting among Shinigami was strictly forbidden without reason, these rules were nothing but a dead letter to nobles. Especially upper-class nobles, even if they committed heinous crimes within the Tsukiguni, they could still escape justice by relying on their family's power. The vice-captain position should have been his. However, it was all ruined due to Tsugikuni Yoriichi's intervention. He had lost his prestige and dignity, instantly reduced to a clown. How could he accept this? Bang. Suppressing the pain, he slammed a fist onto the sickbed. The bedding absorbed the sound, but it couldn't suppress the spread of his repressed emotions. Inono Yang's heart was filled with unquenchable resentment. Just as he was thinking about how to get his revenge. Cough, cough. 2 sudden coughs sounded by his ear. Like a clap of thunder from a clear sky, Inono Yang was startled and laboriously turned his head. In the dim corner, a masked man in black stood silently there. He stood with his arms crossed, as if he had merged with the night. Seeing this. Phew. Inono Yang let out a long sigh. You're finally here. Hurry and save me. That old woman from the Kayaraka family is truly insane, her attacks were too brutal. His voice trembled slightly with pain, every word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth. However, the man in black remained motionless, like a statue. He simply stood there silently, as if oblivious to Inono Yang's plea for help. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Inono Yang's brows furrowed, and a hint of doubt and unease flashed in his eyes. He endured the intense pain in his body and raised his head. Hey! Why are you just standing there blankly? Didn't you say you were coming to heal me? Hurry up and do something. Upon hearing this, the man in black finally moved. Rustle. Stepping forward, he stood beside Inono Yang and shook his head, his voice incredibly low. Inono, you are too incompetent. Lord Aizen is very disappointed with your performance. If I were you, I would be ashamed enough to commit suicide right now, instead of repeatedly urging me. Not only did you fail to hold onto the 10th Division's 3rd seat position, but you also got yourself beaten into such a miserable state. Do you take your mission as a game? Inono Yang's eyebrows furrowed into a knot, he hated the other party's tone. He was just a tool. He lowered his voice and reprimanded, what are you talking about? Hurry up and heal me. Are you trying to usurp authority? Don't forget, I am Lord Aizen's confidant. Not for long. The man in black shook his head slightly, his tone as if he were looking at trash. However, he still followed his duty, using healing Kido with both hands to quickly heal Inono Yang's body. Until all internal contusions disappeared. The spiritual pressure scattered in the ward gradually converged and vanished. What's going on? Some pain still lingered in his body. Inono Yang raised his eyes and looked at the mirror hanging on the wall beside him. In the mirror, he still looked as terrifying and hideous as ever, a sight that would make anyone fear him. Veins protruded on his forehead. He abruptly turned his head, staring at the men in black, one hand tightly gripping his collar, gritting his teeth, and snarling. You bastard, are you playing a trick on me? Who uses healing Kido like this? He had never seen a patient whose external injury showed no improvement after a treatment. He wasn't terminally ill, it was just superficial wounds. Let go. The man in black casually grasped Inono Yang's wrist and, before he could react, gently squeezed. Crack. The sound of bones shattering instantly echoed in the empty room. Inono Yang's face instantly turned ashen, and pain surged like a tide. His body trembled violently from the sudden severe blow. Fine beads of sweat seeped from his forehead. He gritted his teeth, trying his best not to make a sound. The man in black looked at Inono Yang's suffering expression with satisfaction, then slowly released his right hand. As soon as the restraint was released, Inono Yang rapidly fell backwards like a kite with a broken string, stumbling to lean on the bed and bending over, gasping for breath. His eyes held pain, unwillingness, and a hint of ruthlessness flickering within them. Do you know what you're doing? Inono Yang barely managed to raise his head, questioning the man in black. I do, but what of it? The man in black snorted coldly, looking down at him. In Lord Aizen's grand plan, you and I are merely insignificant pawns. There is no hierarchy among pawns, but strength determines everything. Now, I am stronger than you. What do you intend to do? The man in black clapped his hands lightly, gathering his sleeves, and seeing Inono Yang's silence, he said coldly. Truly useless. Years of complacency seem to have greatly diminished your strength. But Lord Aizen is willing to give you another chance. For your next mission, find an opportunity to go to West Rakangai District 1 and guide a hollow to attack a girl named Rukia. She is Tsugikuni Yoriichi's sister. Although not blood-related, there is still a close connection between them. Remember, your mission is only to guide, you must not directly intervene. Upon hearing this, Inono Yang's breathing suddenly hitched. Rukia. The name was like a flash of lightning cutting through the gloom in his heart. A complex emotion immediately flashed in his eyes, shock, anger, and a hint of imperceptible anticipation. Why does Lord Aizen want to do this? He couldn't help but ask. I can just kill her directly. That would satisfy me. She's just a Rakangai resident. I'm confident I can make sure no one else finds the real culprit. I want that brat to be plunged into unbearable pain. No need to ask further. The man in black interrupted him. Remember, this is your last chance. I have secretly healed your injuries, although they don't look good on the surface, they won't affect your mobility. But if you fail again... His words were full of menace. Don't forget who guided you to become a Shinigami. Don't forget who made you the third seat of this 10th division. Serving Lord Aizen is your duty until death. Chapter 30, The Flesh of Nature. The next day. Inside the barracks. On a secluded street. Several Shinigami gathered, whispering among themselves. Hey, have you heard? Inono, 4th seat's injury seemed to have healed overnight. I don't know where he got such luck, but he ran into a Shinigami from the 4th division in the middle of the night. The 4th division is the medical and rescue team, and everyone there possesses extremely refined healing Kido, which is a medical skill. They all have very good temperaments, as long as it's not a criminal wanted by the Serie, they will provide some medical assistance out of respect for their colleagues. The probability of encountering a 4th division Shinigami is not negligible. It is also a rare sight. Kaiaraku Chiharu's original intention was for him to lie in bed for a week, so the commotion would die down, and also to teach him that a superior cannot be insulted. But... TSK. If you ask me, that mad dog should have stayed in bed. Why is he wandering around for no reason? It's time to curb his arrogance. If the 10th division wasn't so obscure, and the captain and vice-captain didn't put in effort during the annual recruitment, leading to very few freshmen joining us. How could he be so arrogant? A Shinigami sighed repeatedly. In response, another Shinigami echoed, indeed, if he were in the 11th division, Inono, 4th seat would never be this arrogant. Last time I ran an errand for him, I was only a minute late returning and he locked me in the kendo room and beat me for 10 minutes. I don't know how a person like that became a 3rd seat. It must have been through the recommendation of other captains. The 3rd Shinigami stroked his chin, pondering. I remember he seemed to be from the 5th division initially. It was only after Aizen Sasuke became vice-captain that he was transferred to us due to issues within the squad. That was only about a decade ago. As the three spoke, a gaunt figure walked from not far away. Although he had removed last night's bandages, the bruises around his mouth and eyes were still exceptionally noticeable. His gaze was as dark as night, scrutinizing everyone as if they owed him something. Swish. The three immediately fell silent. As Inono Yang slowly walked past them, his eyes swept over the three. The corner of his eye seemed to catch their guilty expressions. At this, he suddenly stopped, his eyebrows twitching twice, then turned and shouted sharply, "Stop!" The three were startled. They exchanged glances. Then. You're not completing your assigned tasks, but instead idling here? Inono Yang's voice suddenly rose several octaves, his dissatisfaction and questioning undisguised, his finger tilted, almost cursing. Have you forgotten your duty as a Shinigami? Are you derelict in your duties? Heh. One person muttered under his breath, you are derelict in your duties, and you have the nerve to lecture us. What? Seemingly hearing this, Inono Yang's voice rose again. He was indignant, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to make a move, preparing to let these juniors experience what love's chastisement felt like. However, the next second. Inuno, 4th seat, calm down. A gentle voice suddenly spoke from behind him. At the same time, a broad, strong hand pressed down on his shoulder, preventing Inuno Yang from swinging his arm down, no matter how much force he used. The voice was inexplicably familiar. Inuno Yang's face darkened. He gritted his teeth. Before he could speak, the 3 Shinigami in front of him had already revealed the other party's identity. 3rd seat Tsugikuni. Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Inuno Yang spun around abruptly, his gloomy eyes reflecting Yoriichi's calm demeanor. The slight curve of his lips seemed to imply he was trash. Although Tsugikuni Yoriichi himself had no such intention. But, just like judging a gentleman's heart with a villain's mind, the hatred deepened. Clap. Inuno Yang instantly grabbed Tsugikuni Yoriichi's right hand that was on his shoulder. He quickly mobilized all the strength in his body, his hand and forearm exerting force together, veins bulging on his skin. He tried to twist that hand, but no matter how hard he tried, that palm remained as if nailed to his shoulder. The two remained in a stalemate, and the air around them seemed to solidify. Until Tsugikuni Yoriichi smiled lightly and voluntarily released his hand. The oppressive force on his shoulder then quickly dissipated. Phew. Although the pressure vanished, Inuno Yang's expression remained ugly. His face was pale, his breathing rapid, and from exhaustion, he was as weak as if he had just been pulled out of water. The Shinigami beside him, seeing such a scene, were momentarily speechless. Is this 3rd seat Tsugikuni's true strength? He didn't even use his spiritual pressure. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Leaving the place where he had lost face, Inuno Yang cursed damn it 3 times in a row. He had intended to show off in front of those 3 Shinigami to vent his frustration from last night. But he ended up losing face again. He's a monster. Tsugikuni Yoriichi's body seemed ordinary, but the power contained within it, in his view, was like an unshakable mountain. It was even more like looking up at the vast universe from atop a high mountain. That boundless sight. It made him unable to breathe. Just you wait. He clenched his fists, his tone full of angry resentment highlighting his fragile inner self. Recalling the past scenes. Inuno Yang's face grew even paler, whether from anger or from just recovering from a serious illness. Gazing beyond the 10th division, his voice was low, like an echo from an abyss. You won't be arrogant for much longer. I will surely kill your sister. By then, let's see if you can still maintain your composure. He did not intend to implement Aizen's plan. Although Lord Aizen had shown him great kindness and he was a pawn in Aizen's plan, still, compared to fulfilling Aizen's inexplicable scheme, he was more inclined to unleash his inner rage. For Rukia, whether she died by his hand or at the claws of a hollow, it would equally mean the end of her life. In his opinion, there was no essential difference between the two. Even if Lord Aizen investigated the matter later, he was confident he could find a reasonable explanation to quell any potential storm. Step. As he stepped out of the 10th Division barracks. Behind him, Shiba Ishin, wearing his captain's Haori, suddenly appeared on top of a building. Facing the breeze, staring at Inuno Yang's retreating figure, his eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. This kid. His vice-captain's warning, Inuno Yang is an ungrateful bastard, once again echoed in his mind. Shiba Ishin had noticed Inuno Yang's rebelliousness long ago. But due to their colleague relationship, he hadn't made it public, only privately reminding him a few times to rein himself in. But now it seems. This kid's eyes are very dangerous, I need to keep an eye on him. He mused to himself. Chapter 31, 2 tasks. Weeks later. Hey, we've got a mission. Inside the squad barracks, Shiba Ishin handed 2 missions to Tsugikuni Yoriichi. He spread open 2 requests from the Goti I-13 and said to Yoriichi. 2 missions. One is a large-scale hollow disturbance in North Rukongai District 77. Some hollows are heading towards the downtown area, and the Goti I-13 wants us to send 3 Shinigami to handle it, preferably seat officers or higher. Because there's a high chance of encountering a Minos Grande or higher. The other is a group of bandits that appeared in West Rukongai District 56. One of the bandits possesses considerable reishi. The squad the 3rd Division sent previously was completely defeated by them, and even the 3rd Division's 7th seat was severely injured as a result. Captain Commander Yamamoto was furious upon hearing this and demanded that we punish them severely. Let me know when you're free. You can decide the team's composition yourself, anyone except me and the vice-captain is fine. Do you have anyone in mind? Standing before Tsugikuni Yoriichi, Shiba Ishin looked at him and slowly said, if not, how about I pick a few for you? They are all Shinigami with clean backgrounds and outstanding talent. It would be their fortune to go on a mission with you. The 10th Division had over 500 members in total. Without certain opportunities and connections, climbing up would take at least decades, but with a recommendation, it was different. As captain, his duty was to unearth talented Shinigami within the squad and then give them a push at the appropriate moment. This would allow them to grow in the shortest possible time. North Rakongai and West Rakongai. Yoriichi browsed the two missions, lowering his gaze and pondering for a moment. He slowly raised his head, glanced at the scenery outside the window, and softly said, "Then I'll trouble you, Captain. As a newcomer, I'm not sure who is suitable for these two missions. Shinigami need to experience combat to grow. Although I could complete it alone, I cannot deprive others of the opportunity. This should also be the original intention of selecting team members, right?" "Indeed." Shiba Ishin smiled and nodded. "You see things very clearly, Yoriichi. It is indeed as you said, within the Seriitii, even the simplest mission must be completed by two people. Shinigami must possess a sense of cooperation, otherwise, no matter how strong they are, they will not gain the recognition of others. It seems you'll be able to succeed as vice-captain very soon. Congratulations in advance. You're too kind." Yoriichi nodded. Ishin continued, "To return to our previous topic, if you're asking who is most suitable for these two missions, I recommend Ichi-Nissen Ichimoku. That's the one who was guarding the gate a few days ago and communicated with you before fighting Inuno, 4th seat. His strength isn't great, but his Zanpakuto ability is excellent for finding people. With him, your mission efficiency can at least triple." Him. Tsugikuni Yoriichi recalled that Ikimoku's appearance was very ordinary, the kind that would blend in with a crowd of Shinigami. However, since the captain mentioned him, it means his Zanpakuto ability is truly impressive. He's the one. Tsugikuni Yoriichi decided with a clap of his hand. Then, shouldn't there be one more person? He looked at Shiba Ishin and asked. Ishin pondered for a moment. Indeed, but quality over quantity. The two of you are enough. If we have to add someone, bring Akagi, 7th seat. Her healing Kido is exquisite. I remember, her hometown seems to be in West Rakongai as well. West Rakongai. When Yoriichi set foot on this land again, it drew the envy and anticipation of the Rakongai residents. To the Rakongai residents, Shinigami were like stars in the sky, visible but unattainable. Some Rakongai residents hid behind their doors, observing cautiously. The clamor of the wind mixed with the sounds of hawkers entered Yoriichi's mind. It made him feel the long-lost scent of his hometown. Until, upon arriving at District 50, the number of people on the streets sharply decreased. The reishi concentration in the air suddenly became thin, as if moving from a plain to a high-altitude area. For weaker Shinigami, even breathing became difficult, as if a large stone were pressing on their chest. Ichi-Nissen Ichimoku gasped twice, and the persistent heavy feeling gradually disappeared. He clutched his chest and sighed. "That's why I don't like going on missions. Every time I leave the Seriitii, I feel distinctly uncomfortable." "Then you should work on improving your reishi." Akagi, 7th seat, glanced at him from the side. This was a middle-aged woman with red hair. Her expression was serious, and her tone was steady. The weaker your reishi, the more easily you are affected by the environment. Generally speaking, once you reach 10th grade or higher, you can ignore the reishi concentration differences between areas. With your strength, it's still too strenuous. I know, but this is the captain's order. What can I do? Ichimoku spread his hands helplessly, seemingly resigned. He then changed the subject. But fortunately, 3rd seat Tsugikuni is also with us. He's our companion. This mission should conclude without any major incidents. He looked at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, a clear smile on his face. Yoriichi remained silent, simply listening quietly to their exchange. Not long after, they arrived at the place described in the mission, District 56. The street was desolate, with faint traces of its former prosperity. Some stalls were scattered haphazardly on both sides, not yet put away. However, now it was empty, leaving only a dead silence. From afar, Yoriichi heard the sounds of several people playing a drinking game. He followed the sound with his gaze. It was a dilapidated temple. The temple gate was ajar, and through the gap, a large, brown figure, seated on the ground like a giant, could vaguely be seen inside. Bang! Akagi Chizuru suddenly kicked open the half-open wooden door, striding inside, and yelled in a loud and authoritative voice. "The Godii 13 is here on a mission. All unauthorized personnel, quickly retreat. Otherwise, you will face the consequences." As her voice fell, it caused everyone inside the temple to turn and look. Then, when they saw it was an old woman who was overestimating herself, they covered their chests and laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha ha. Big brother, look, another fool has delivered himself to us. I don't know what those Shinigami of the Godii 13 are thinking. They always send ants. The last Shinigami who challenged Big Brother even had his Zanpakuto broken. I heard he was some 7th seat of the 3rd division, and his tone was so arrogant, looking at us like trash. But what happened? He spat up 3 liters of blood and couldn't even break Big Brother's defense. How long do you think this old woman can last? I guess 1 minute. Accompanied by the laughter of the crowd, the tall, brown figure in the middle of the group slowly raised his head. His eyes were as cold as ice, and a dangerous smile spread across his lips. A bandit, seeing this, immediately volunteered. Big Brother Kiganjo, let me take care of her. It's perfect, I also want to test how sharp the Zanpakuto I got last time is. Chapter 32, Chapter 32. This is my brother's territory. Isn't it just a Grim Reaper? Oh. Kiganjo's lips curled slightly as his gaze swept over the bandit who had volunteered, a hint of undetectable mockery in his tone. Since that's the case, then go. He also wanted to see just how strong the Shinigami sent by the Goatee I-13 this time truly were. The last one hadn't been an enjoyable fight, which had left him extremely displeased. Although he had acquired a few Asachi, to a Rukongai resident with no reishi, they were nothing more than ordinary blades. Among their group of bandits, only one had managed to awaken his. Yes. The bandit who had volunteered, Nara, respectfully bowed his head. His slender physique, though not as imposing as his leader Kiganjo, was still considered top tier among this motley crew of bandits. Nara tightly gripped the Zanpakuto by its feet and turned to look at Akaji Chizuru. A greedy smile spread across his somewhat ferocious face. Lightly licking his lips, Nara's excitement was barely contained. TSK TSK TSK. It's been a long time since I've had some fun. Although you're a bit older, looking closely, you're still quite charming. Both my blade and I want to devour you. I wonder where to start. His highly aggressive gaze, as if being scrutinized under a magnifying glass, fell upon Akaji Chizuru. Just that one look made her feel as if countless ants were crawling all over her body, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Isn't this guy a pervert? Akaji Chizuru frowned slightly. She was over 300 years old this year, how could she still encounter such a lecherous man? No, not just a lecherous man, but also a battle maniac. Indeed, bandits are bandits, even if they master a Zanpakuto, their filthy souls will remain unchanged. Brat. Watch your tone. Who do you think you're facing? Akaji Chizuru reprimanded sharply. You, a mere Rukongai resident, have committed a heinous crime by plundering a Shinigami Zanpakuto. If you kneel and beg for mercy, and obediently offer up the Zanpakuto, the Siriitii might grant you leniency, considering your voluntary surrender. But if you remain so stubbornly deluded and arrogant, don't blame us for being impolite. Heh. Nara couldn't help but laugh. I'd like to see how you'll be impolite. Do you know where this is? This is my leader Kiganjo's territory. Go ask around, who doesn't know Kiganjo's prestige? Just a mere Shinigami. My elder brother has killed at least 1,000 Shinigami like you, if not 800. He no longer cares. His words grew increasingly arrogant. 800, 1,000 Shinigami. You dare to speak? If the Central 46 were to know about this, they would surely lock your elder brother in Mukon for tens of thousands of years. Seeing that verbal communication was useless and only provoked a violent reaction from the other party, Akaji Chizuru snorted coldly. Good boy, I'd like to see if your arrogance can match your strength. If you're just shouting, I advise you to escape quickly, otherwise, the rest of your life will be spent in prison. Attacking a Shinigami, a grave crime. Plundering a Zanpakuto, a crime upon a crime. Insulting a Shinigami, an unforgivable crime. She unhesitatingly drew the Zanpakuto from her waist, aimed it at Nara, and decisively activated Shirkai. After a low roar, the blade transformed into reishi and quickly dispersed, and a powerful reishi instantly enveloped the temple. Some bandits with no reishi immediately gasped for breath, as if submerged in the deep sea. Who? The heavy pressure almost suffocated them, and sweat uncontrollably streamed down their temples. In their line of sight, they only managed to see ethereal flames, like a surging tide, mercilessly engulfing Nara. Instantly. Bang. A reishi flame pillar, several meters high, erupted there. The scorching and violent power, like an unbridled beast, directly broke through the temple's roof. A circular hole appeared. It wasn't until the flames dispersed and warm sunlight poured down through the hole that a figure, burned to charcoal, fell to his knees with a thud. Clang. The Zanpakuto in his hand flew with the impact to Akaji Chizuru's feet, where she bent down and picked it up. Raising her head, her stern eyes coldly stared at everyone. As if to say, nothing more than this. Nara proved with his life what it meant for a villain to die from talking too much. Of course. Even if he hadn't talked much, unable to activate Shirkai, he would still have eventually died at Akaji Chizuru's hands. It was just a matter of sooner or later. Good. Good. Suddenly, Kiganjo's clapping and cheering echoed like thunder throughout the temple. There was no hint of regret in his tone for the death of his subordinate. Only undisguised admiration for Akagi Chizuru. You're very good. He slowly raised his eyes, the smile on his face growing more dangerous and inscrutable. Only a Shinigami who can use Shurikai can be called a good Shinigami. This is precisely the opponent I've been waiting for. Those useless ones from before couldn't even pique my interest enough to draw my blade. Tell me your name, Shinigami. My blade, Kiganjo, never strikes down nameless nobodies. His tone was truly irritating. Akagi Chizuru couldn't help but furrow her brows, a hint of displeasure showing between her tightly knit eyebrows. However, duty called. She slowly said, Akagi Chizuru. You must be the leader of this group of bandits, right? Kiganjo, I remember that. Your subordinates are too weak. If they weren't weak, how could they highlight my strength? Kiganjo grinned, his palm-sized hand pressing firmly against the ground, then slowly rising. His tall body stood in the temple, almost occupying half the space. In contrast, the zanpakuto hanging at his waist seemed so slender and tiny. He tightly gripped the hilt with his thick, powerful hand. Clang. A crisp sound broke the silence, and where the blade pointed, there was only sharp, cold light. Come on. Let me see your limits, Akagi Chizuru. You must be the strongest among the Shinigami sent by the Tsukiguni this time. As long as I defeat you, I'll become a Shinigami. This bandit life is truly boring. It's been 10 years, and I haven't even encountered the shadow of a true strong opponent. I wonder if you're too weak, or if I'm too strong. Akagi Chizuru scoffed, unsure if she was laughing at his overestimation of himself or his inexplicable good luck. Strongest. What a joke. She was merely a 7th seat. Her appearance this time was simply to earn herself a chance to perform. There's no reason to throw down your ace card at the very beginning. She also tightly gripped the hilt. Who? Heavy breathing echoed in her ears. Her entire reishi rapidly expanded. Suddenly. Thump thump thump. Ichi-Nissen Ichimoku knocked on the temple doorframe, a timid head peeking in, and he whispered. Akagi 7th seat, it's time. Let's hand it over to 3rd seat Tsugikuni now. We have other missions to complete. We can't waste time here. Chapter 33, Chapter 33 Judging you is the business of Tsukiguni, we are only responsible for arresting. Ichi-Nissen Ichimoku's words almost made Akagi Chizuru lose her composure. What did he mean, it's time? Did he think combat was a turn-based game, where you could just stop fighting whenever you wanted? The atmosphere had been built up to this point by their words. Wouldn't a sudden retreat be a bit of a letdown? Wait. Just then, she suddenly noticed a crucial detail. Never mind the time for now. Was Kiganjo weak? No, he wasn't. He had defeated the 7th seat of the 3rd division. Although she didn't know how he was defeated, he was still a Shinigami capable of Shurikai. He had been beaten to that extent. Would she fare any better? Her heart tightened, and Akagi Chizuru quickly adjusted her mindset. She was a Shinigami, not a hero. There was no need to talk about martial ethics with a bandit. Not ganging up on him was already showing him enough respect. Thus, without hesitation, amidst the rapidly expanding and contracting spiritual pressure, Akagi Chizuru shunput away. Kiganjo's face darkened. He had already drawn his zanpakuto. And this is what he got. Brat. His gaze was fierce, like a man-eating beast staring at Ichi-Nissen Ichimoku by the doorframe, his anger surging uncontrollably. Who gave you the guts to stop my fight when I was just getting warmed up? Do you have a death wish? The atmospheric pressure was as low as a quagmire, making Ichimoku unable to move. He dared not meet Kiganjo's eyes, his legs trembling like a sieve. Under the pressure of Kiganjo's nearly 3rd-grade spiritual power, Ichimoku was already exerting all his strength just to maintain his balance. At this moment. Why get angry? Kiganjo. Yoriichi gently pressed Ikimoku's trembling shoulder. That steady, reassuring tone slowly calmed Ikimoku's extreme fear, gradually stopping the trembling in his legs. Yoriichi unhurriedly walked past Ichimoku, stopping to gaze. We don't have time to waste with you here. If you want to fight, you can come with me to the Tsukiguni. There are plenty of prisoners there for you to fight to your heart's content. As for now, surrender. I don't want to kill you, because judging you is the Tsukiguni's business. Shinigami are only responsible for capture. They only kill those who stubbornly resist, depending on the situation, because every soul with Shinigami potential is very important. Precisely. Kiganjo was one of them. Judge me. Kiganjo scoffed, laughing coldly. He slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with deep contempt for the Shinigami. On what grounds? I haven't massacred any souls, I've only stolen some food to fill my stomach. As for those Shinigami, I didn't provoke them. They came rushing over to let me cut them down. I can't just stand there, can I? Why does the way each of you speaks annoy me so much? Are Shinigami so great? Can Shinigami stand high and mighty and deprive others of their freedom? Puffed. He turned his head, spitting out a mouthful of saliva as if disgusted, his tone full of disdain. If you want me to surrender, then defeat me first. Don't say anything else. I'm not one of those softies who get weak in the knees just hearing the word Shinigami. We all have spiritual pressure, so who's afraid of whom? He was quite arrogant. Yoriichi slightly raised an eyebrow at him, his eyes filled with surprise. He hadn't noticed at first that this seemingly bandit-like fellow possessed such a strong desire to win. If he had been born in the Sengoku period, he would have been a powerful warlord. However, here, in the Soul Society, no matter how much he said, it was just a sophistry for his misdeeds. If he hadn't bullied others and hadn't disrupted the normal order of the surrounding several districts, which Shinigami would have cut him down. There is a cause for every effect. Yoriichi nodded slightly, making his final decision. Very good, he said softly, his eyes firm. In that case. He paused, his tone conveying an undeniable resolve. I will follow your suggestion and take you back to the Siriiti after defeating you. Before his words faded, his figure had already vanished like a ghost, leaving only a faint afterimage. Amidst his astonishment, Kiganjo felt a chill rise from his spine. In an instant, Tsugikuni Yoriichi had appeared behind him, striking down with a palm that carried the force of wind and thunder. Exclamation point. A strong sense of unease engulfed him like a tide. No time for shirkai. He gripped his long sword tightly with both hands, instinctively swinging it wildly backwards, attempting to block the sudden attack. However, his full-strength strike was like a clay ox entering the sea, utterly useless. The cold blade was gently held by a slender finger, unmoving. How is that possible? Kiganjo was utterly horrified. He knew that this strike had enough power to cleave mountains and break stones, yet now it couldn't even affect the opponent's single finger. Was the gap between them really that vast? Third seat Tsugikuni. Which division's third seat was this strong? His pupils suddenly constricted, and he clenched his jaw with all his might. Large, ferocious blue veins climbed along his neck onto his exposed forehead, as striking as tattoos. The sound of tearing muscles came from his arm, and his bones creaked, yet everything was futile. Crack. The sound of the blade breaking was audible in the silent environment. Kiganjo's expression changed. He desperately tried to retract his sword, attempting to change his attack method. However, there is always a delay between thought and action. The thought had just surfaced. The next second. Whoosh. A cold blade, carrying boundless penetrating power, flashed into his vision, plunging directly below Kiganjo's chest. The Seketsu was hit. Pain flooded his brain like a tide. Thud. He lost all strength like a kite with a broken string, instantly falling to his knees. As one of the sources of a Shinigami's power, the Seketsu is like the Hakusui. Once these 2 points are hit, a Shinigami will die within half an hour, and even if they don't die, they will lose all their power. However, hitting 1 point is different. He wouldn't die, but he would be weak for several days, which was enough to quiet down a bandit leader. Thump. As fragments of the blade pierced his body and deeply embedded into the wall behind him, Kiganjo lowered his gaze and slowly collapsed. Like a collapsing giant tower, making the ground tremble. The Zanpakuto in his hand lost its master's power and fell weakly. In a flash, with just one move, everything was over. Clang. Clang. To the side. His subordinates all had their mouths agape, unsure how to react to what they had just witnessed. Speechless. No, it was more confusion and bewilderment. Why did the boss fall? When did he fall? How did they not see it? Wait. The boss is gone. Only then did they realize the horror of the situation. Some of them decisively got up and fled like sardines. However, they were all kicked back by Ichimoku, who was guarding the door. He wasn't great against Shinigami, but against ordinary souls. If he didn't kick the crap out of these bandits, it meant they had clean bowels. Phew. Watching them fly back like broken rags, some of them howling in pain, Ichimoku let out a long breath, feeling more relaxed than ever before. Let your boss threaten me. They deserved it. Chapter 34, Chapter. Done, Tsugikuni Yoriichi said, grabbing Kiganjo by the collar and tossing him to Akagi Chizuru. He ignored the subordinates of Kiganjo surrounding them. He quickly walked over to the two, instructing, Akagi, take him back. Ichimoku and I will head to North Rakongai to deal with the hollow disturbance. Me. Akagi Chizuru raised an eyebrow slightly, her gaze sweeping over Tsugikuni Yoriichi and Ichinisan Ichimoku, her tone slightly puzzled. Third seat Tsugikuni, in terms of strength, I am the best candidate to handle this incident, aren't I? There's suspected to be a Minos Grande in North Rakongai. Isn't it a bit much for him to go? Yes, Ichi-nisan Ichimoku echoed. I also don't think I'm very suitable. Akagi-senpai is strong, and even if she encounters danger, she can probably hold on until your rescue. But I can't. Third seat Tsugikuni, you should find someone else. No need, Yoriichi gently shook his head. Suspected to have a Minos Grande isn't the same as actually having one. Besides, if you come with me. He looked at Akagi Chizuru, pointed at Kiganjo at his feet, and asked with a frown, what about him? He is a major criminal designated by the Siriidi. If something happens during the transfer, who will take responsibility? Ichimoku. Can you defeat him? Even in his weakened state. Yoriichi's gaze swept over Ichi-nisan Ichimoku, finally settling on him, his eyes like torches. Feeling a slight chill from his stare, Ichimoku hesitated and shook his head. No, judging by the reishi he just emitted, he's at least a level of the 4th seat. Even if weakened, he's definitely above the 10th class. You see, upon hearing this answer, Yoriichi nodded slightly, looking at Akagi Chizuru, only you can handle this task. I trust you. As long as you successfully bring him back, it will be a great achievement. Akagi Chizuru said with some uncertainty, is that so? She stroked her chin. She always felt like something was off. However, it was indeed as third seat Tsugikuni said, among everyone present, only she could restrain him. She couldn't possibly take Ichi-nisan Ichimoku to fight hollows. That's not how you court death. So, she bent down, grabbed Kiganjo by the collar, laboriously lifted him into her hands, and, using Shuinpa, soared into the air, bidding farewell as she vanished. Third seat Tsugikuni, in that case, I'll be going first. I wish you success. North Rakongai, District 77. The environment here was far worse than imagined. Some weathered corpses were scattered casually in the forests on both sides. On these corpses, faint traces of being gnawed by wild beasts could be seen. Yes. Wild beasts existed within the Soul Society. Because their entire bodies were composed of reishi, their strength was far greater than those outside. This was why the backwards areas were uninhabited and had high mortality rates. One had to endure the erosion of hunger and poverty while also guarding against attacks from wild beasts. Beyond the forest was a small village. Within a 10-mile radius, there was no sound of flowing water, and the air was filled with an oppressive silence. When Yoriichi and Ichimoku stepped into this area, sensing the surrounding dead silence, he couldn't help but frown. Ichimoku, check the nearest Rakongai residence location. Yoriichi turned and commanded. Yes, Ichimoku decisively drew the Zanpakuto from his waist and performed shurikai without hesitation. Clang. Seek, compass. With a clear clang of the blade, Ichimoku's Zanpakuto instantly transformed into a detailed reishi map with a compass. On the map, the locations of red, blue, and white dots were visible. Those were living beings with reishi around them. White was hollows, blue was wild beasts, and red was human souls. Yoriichi searched carefully, his vision was all blue, with red being extremely rare. However, he still found one, 10 kilometers away. As for the white hollows. Zoom in. The map instantly shrank with Ichimoku's reishi burst. In an instant, dense, ant-like clusters of white light appeared in the upper right corner of the map. That was District 79. District 79. Yachiru. Zaraki Kenpachi was in a terrible mood today. Simply because among the Rakongai residents he had cut down, not a single one was a strong opponent. He could vaguely hear the extreme craving for blood from the Zanpakuto in his hand. However, regrettably, this place was too remote and backwards. All the powerhouses in Yachiru district had been severely taught a lesson by him. To seek that long-lost sense of novelty, he decided to go out. Where should he go? On a stone, Zaraki Kenpachi looked impatiently at a paper map he had stolen from a group of bandits. Since he couldn't understand the markings on it, he simply tore it to shreds. His rugged face was now full of vexation, and he muttered, so annoying. Anywhere. He slowly stood up. His tall, thin figure cast a huge, giant-like silhouette under the dazzling sunlight. Just then, a pink-haired little girl nimbly climbed up his spine to his neck. She laughed innocently and said, Kenpachi, don't be angry. I'll show you the way. She stretched out her soft little hand and pointed in one direction. There, what do you think? Zaraki Kenpachi looked in the direction she pointed and his face instantly darkened. Yachiru, what nonsense are you talking about? That's where we came from. Last time, I listened to you, and a journey that should have taken 1 day ended up taking 3 whole days. Oh, it's a small matter, a small matter. Kusajishi Yachiru seemed completely unaware of embarrassment, her 5-year-old face was still full of innocent smiles. Anyway, Kenpachi, you're already out. 1 day and 3 days make no difference to me. Trust me, this time it's right. Zaraki Kenpachi snorted lightly, turned his head away, and no longer paid attention to Yachiru. Trusting her was worse than trusting his intuition. He looked up, distinguished the sunlight, and strode off casually in one direction. His ears were filled with Yachiru's chirping, bird-like chatter. Although she was nagging, Zaraki Kenpachi didn't feel annoyed at all, he was used to it. On the contrary, if he didn't hear her voice one day, that would be truly unsettling. Not long after walking, dozens of white creatures, about 5 meters tall, suddenly appeared in their sight. Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly stopped. He carefully identified them with a challenging gaze. Instantly, his fighting spirit surged. Is this District 79, Yachiru? At the edge of Yachiru District, Yoriichi and Ichimoku slowly stopped. Sand and dust filled the air around them, and the map in Ichimoku's hand emitted a bright light, guiding the two. Yoriichi looked at the map, about to confirm the hollow's real-time location. The next second, the dense, ant-like white dots instantly dimmed significantly. What? Chapter 35, Chapter 35 Male and Female Demons. What's going on? Yoriichi gazed at the spot where the hollows had suddenly vanished, his mind filled with questions. It was as if those hollows had been instantly erased by some unknown power. He stared in that direction, faintly sensing a ripple of spiritual pressure, like a gentle breeze across his cheek, yet not quite real. Ichimoku quickly scanned the map, analyzing in a deep voice, "Third seat Tsugikuni, in my opinion, there are 2 possibilities for the current situation. 1. Those hollows escaped back to Hueco Mundo. Once they cross into another world, my Zanpakuto can no longer track them. 2. A powerful entity has appeared." Ichimoku's tone revealed a hint of solemnity. "My detection ability is limited by my spiritual pressure level, I can only display creatures with lower spiritual pressure than mine on the map. If these hollows were eliminated by someone, then the speed of their disappearance is truly outrageous. I've only witnessed such power from the former captains." Hearing this, Yoriichi's gaze deepened. He lightly pointed to the blank area on the map. "Are you saying a captain-level Shinigami appeared there?" Ichimoku gently shook his head, correcting him. "Not necessarily, captain-level Shinigami are not common. But a 5th-grade spiritual power is certain. Otherwise, cutting down hollows wouldn't be so easy. Third seat Tsugikuni, why don't we go and see who is secretly lending us a hand?" Ichimoku suggested. "If we're lucky, we might even be able to invite him to join the 10th Division." Yoriichi was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Indeed. It could be a Rakangai resident, or it could be a Shinigami. If it's the latter, then never mind. But if it's the former..." With that, the 2 figures flashed, disappearing instantly like 2 bolts of lightning, speeding towards that direction. Whoosh! A brilliant flash of blade light suddenly streaked across the sky. Zaraki Kenpachi, holding a slender Zanpakuto, stretched his body, leaping swiftly upward from below like a leopard, lightly slashing at the several dozen-meter-tall hollow in front of him. Instantly, a nearly imperceptible cut spread silently from the center of the hollow's skull. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Immediately after, the massive body was split in 2, and blood of an unusual color gushed out like a fountain, staining the surrounding air. Bathed in this blood rain, Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. He flicked the blood off his blade. He let out a faint snort. "Why are they all such trash? They're so tall for nothing, they can't even take one of my slashes. This District 79 isn't worth staying in. Yachiru, don't you agree?" He turned to look at Kusajishi Yachiru on his shoulder, who was idly swinging her small feet. Hearing Zaraki Kenpachi's words, she immediately nodded seriously. "Kenpachi, you're the strongest." Then, she smiled and clapped her hands. "Of course, I'm very strong too." Zaraki Kenpachi gave a faint snort. "Let's not." As his words fell, all dozen or so Minos Grande in front of him had, without exception, met a tragic end. Moving through the hollow corpses like a ghost, Zaraki Kenpachi slowly put away his Zanpakuto. Yachiru then puffed out her cheeks. "Kenpachi, don't underestimate me." She was just about to retort to Zaraki Kenpachi. The next second, her head unnaturally turned to one spot, and an even more excited smile than before appeared on her face. "Kenpachi, it looks like your dream is coming true. A very, very, very strong person is coming." She said "very strong" 3 times in a row, seemingly still not satisfied, and then spread her arms to make a large circle. This suddenly piqued Zaraki Kenpachi's interest. The corners of his lips curved upward, and he looked in the direction of Ichiru's gaze. Amidst the desolate yellow sand, 2 medium-sized figures in black robes were faintly visible. Their attire felt familiar to Zaraki Kenpachi. As the corner of his eye swept over the Zanpakuto in his hand, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. They are Shinigami. How is it? Walking through the desolate desert, Yoriichi looked far ahead. He occasionally looked at Ichimoku beside him, asking in a deep voice, "How much further?" "Almost there," Ichimoku replied, and at the same time, the dust in the air seemed to sense something, gradually settling. The sound of the wind also softened. The two stopped in unison, their attention drawn to a figure in the distance. It was a tall man, holding a long sword, standing silently there. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. "Is that him?" Ichimoku broke the silence first, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. He scrutinized Zaraki Kenpachi in the distance, his heart filled with astonishment. The man's figure was unusually thin, looking like a mere stick from afar. A gust of wind seemed capable of blowing him over. Could such a Rukongai resident truly possess vice-captain-level combat power? Was something wrong with him, or with this world? "Are you asking me?" Yoriichi calmly retorted. He knew well not to judge a book by its cover, so he showed no obvious surprise at Zaraki Kenpachi's appearance. "Ah, my apologies, my apologies." Seemingly realizing his abruptness, Ichimoku apologized repeatedly, his voice slowly returning to normal after several deep breaths. "It should be him, but he looks a bit difficult to deal with." "Of course, he's difficult to deal with. Didn't you notice the nearly uncontrollable, almost insane smile on his face? Like a mad killer." Yoriichi could even clearly see the blood dripping from the zanpakuto. "Ichimoku, you go first." Knowing that the newcomer meant trouble, Yoriichi stepped forward, shielding Ichimoku behind him, and sternly instructed. "This man is not right. You should know this is District 79, even a Shinigami might encounter danger. The little girl on his shoulder, I don't know where she came from, but her spiritual pressure isn't weak. A male and female duo of destruction." A new term suddenly popped into his mind, one he had learned from the captain during his years as a Shinigami. Of course, now was not the time to discuss such things. While the slaying of hollows was a good thing, corresponding troubles would follow. He paused, then continued, "Go back and report to the captain. Just say I'll be back late and not to worry." "Ah, this." Ichimoku hesitated. Although he was naturally timid and fearful, abandoning a comrade and fleeing alone was something he absolutely could not do. To become a Shinigami meant his character was qualified, it was nothing more than death. However, seeing Yoriichi's resolute attitude, he couldn't say much either. He could only. "Third seat Tsugikuni, please return safely." After a worried blessing, Ichimoku disappeared instantly using Shuinpa. In the distance, Zaraki Kenpachi witnessed the entire process, a cold sneer escaping from his nostrils. "Hehehe. Good intuition. I don't have the patience to fight with the weak." Chapter 36, Are you strong? This move of mine is only for the strong. Zaraki Kenpachi's perception of powerful individuals was exceptionally keen. The moment Tsugikuni Yoriichi and Ichimoku appeared, he understood. Ichimoku was an ant. The kind that, on a normal day, could be knocked unconscious by his spiritual pressure alone. The truly powerful one was the person beside him. Very strong. Zaraki Kenpachi had never attended school, so he couldn't describe it well, but seeing him was like seeing the sun, resplendent yet dangerous. An opponent like this, he hadn't encountered in perhaps 700 years. He recalled that the last one was an extremely beautiful woman. She had the serene appearance of a spring breeze, but her heart was bloodthirsty and cruel. He had wounded her with a single strike, and he was almost cut to death by her. No, he had already been cut to death, but she had spared him. It was in that life-or-death struggle that he first heard the special moniker Kenpachi. It was said to be the strongest Shinigami of all generations. After he became an adult, he adopted that name. Kenpachi was the place where he was born. TSK. Breaking free from his memories, Zaraki Kenpachi slightly curved his lips, looking at Ichiro with a playful smile. "Hey, how many moves do you think he can last against me? Although he's strong, he doesn't seem as strong as that old woman. And I'm not who I used to be." "Kenpachi." Ichiro interrupted him, extending a finger and saying seriously, "Don't underestimate any opponent. He's a Shinigami, you know. I cut Shinigami, and I wouldn't bother cutting anyone who isn't a Shinigami." As the two spoke, Yoriichi's figure rapidly approached. Zaraki Kenpachi timely quieted down, holding his breath and watching Tsugikuni Yoriichi, then. "Hey. Let's cut each other. Only the strong one gets to leave here alive." He drew his sword and pointed it at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, his tone arrogant as if he looked down on everything. Yoriichi's steps suddenly halted. He looked at him with a gaze full of doubt. Before Yoriichi could ask why, suddenly, Ichiro transformed into a light, fluttering Kochu, instantly leaving Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder. She stood on a nearby treetop, looking down at the two with a joyful, unhurried tone. "This big brother, please don't worry, Kenpachi is just joking. As long as you can wound him, you can leave here." "I'm sorry, Kenpachi's personality is just like that, he loves to fight, and you came at just the right time." "Noisy." Zaraki Kenpachi retorted with a swing of his sword. Yachiru, why do you have to tell him all this? I still want to experience a battle where the victor lives and the loser dies. Yoriichi remained silent. He opened his mouth, having just uttered half a word, when instantly, Zaraki Kenpachi's horizontal slash followed, exclamation point. Yoriichi parried with his sword. This strike was powerful and heavy, like facing the trampling of an elephant. Zaraki Kenpachi's seemingly slender body had immeasurable strength. Yoriichi couldn't help but furrow his brows, thinking to himself, natural strength. He did not retreat half a step, although Zaraki Kenpachi's slash was heavy, it was far from reaching his limit. Immediately, both released their immense spiritual pressure. Boom. Instantly, two vastly different pillars of spiritual pressure fiercely collided in the air. Like the creation of heaven and earth, they split the clouds in the sky in two, triggering a reishi storm. The surrounding air was drawn away by this force, forming a temporary vacuum, making even weak creatures feel suffocated just by observing. Not far away, Yachiru's smile gradually receded, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. This spiritual pressure, it's actually on par with Kenpachi's. In her 400 years of life, she had seen this for the first time. However, this is good too. She mused, thinking that at least this would allow Kenpachi to have a satisfying fight. With that thought, her face once again beamed with a smile. Hey! Zaraki Kenpachi swung his sword fiercely, the sword light like lightning. You're a Shinigami, right? He said with excitement, his offensive unwavering. Do you know a woman named Retsu Anohana? Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the two exchanged blows no less than 50 times, but all were parried. The sparks generated by their collisions flickered like stars, almost forming a continuous line in midair. Their speed was so fast that Zaraki Kenpachi's mind could barely keep up. He fought purely on instinct. Anohana. Yoriichi pondered, casually blocking one of Zaraki Kenpachi's strikes. Amidst heavy breathing, his figure suddenly vanished from his original spot, leaving only an afterimage. Zaraki Kenpachi's sword swung through empty air, and before he could turn to defend, an intense sense of crisis suddenly climbed up his spine from his tailbone. A chilling sensation surged. Sun breathing. Fourth form. Fake setting sun rainbow. Appearing like a phantom behind Zaraki Kenpachi, Yoriichi struck down without hesitation. Kai. Vivid blood splattered like blooming roses, instantly dyeing the air red and splashing outwards. Bang. Stepping on air, as Zaraki Kenpachi spun to counterattack, Yoriichi vanished again. At the same time, a thrust with a circular flame at the tip of the sword, transforming into a miniature fire dragon with unstoppable momentum, fiercely stabbed towards Zaraki Kenpachi's chest. Seventh form. Solar Halo Dragon Dance, Thrust! Exclamation point. This time, Zaraki Kenpachi reacted in time. The spreading pain in his back made him sharply sober. In the past, he always overwhelmed others with his spiritual pressure. Because his opponent's spiritual pressure was inferior to his own, no matter how they attacked, they couldn't break through his defense. But now it was different. The pain constantly reminded him that he had encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opponent. His innate battle instinct was clearly at a disadvantage against sword techniques honed to perfection. He could no longer let that woman, Retsu Anohana, distract him. Clang. Clutching his sword hilt, he barely blocked Tsugikuni Yoriichi's thrust, the 1,000-pound blow making Zaraki Kenpachi's tiger's mouth numb. Compared to his solemn expression, Yoriichi was in a more relaxed mood. Wounding him meant that his battle intuition was not invincible. Fake setting sun rainbow specifically targeted masters. The more intuitive a master, the more they would be deceived by the illusion. And after incorporating Shuinpa, Yoriichi could appear behind his opponent the moment they struck at the illusion, thereby winning in one move. However, due to Zaraki Kenpachi's strong musculature, the move that theoretically should have been an instant kill only left a gash about half a meter long on his back. Such an injury would be fatal in the real world, but then again, everyone here was a Shinigami with spiritual pressure. Before their spiritual pressure dissipated, they could still live even with their internal organs gone. Healing Kido was created for this very reason. Taking advantage of Zaraki Kenpachi's counter-defense, Tsugikuni Yoriichi slowly responded, "Are you referring to the captain of the 4th Division? Retsu Anohana, do you know her?" Zaraki Kenpachi forcibly contracted his muscles, causing the blood vessels in his back to constrict violently, instantly stopping the bleeding. He faintly snorted, "Of course I know her." Clang. He blocked Tsugikuni Yoriichi's circular horizontal slash, but he failed to block the subsequent double slash. Dark red blood splattered like a fountain, and 2 distinct wounds appeared on his chest, causing Zaraki Kenpachi's words to halt. He took a few steps back, then after a long while, continued, "Where did you learn these sword techniques?" Retsu Anohana. The last Shinigami who made it difficult for me to parry was her. Chapter 37, Chapter. Do you know any Rukongai residents that Captain Retsu Anohana knows? How many years ago would that have been? Hearing Zaraki Kenpachi's reply, Tsugikuni Yoriichi couldn't help but recall the interesting rumors within the Tsukiguni. The Tsukiguni communication log once commented, Captain Retsu Unohana possesses the gentlest smile in the Tsukiguni, and it has been so for hundreds of years. Yoriichi found it hard to connect her with the Shinigami who had wounded Zaraki Kenpachi. Furthermore, the 4th division is a healing division. How could its captain be a master swordsman? What? You look surprised. Zaraki Kenpachi pressed his hand against his wound to quickly stop the bleeding. He watched Tsugikuni Yoriichi indifferently, casually saying, TCH, what's there to be surprised about? The first day I saw that woman, I knew it. She's a woman far more insane than I am. Her blade is sharp, her killing intent cold, and millions of Rakongai residents have died by her hand. Although this was hundreds of years ago, for us, a few hundred years is but an instant. She shouldn't have changed much, right? Otherwise, I'll be very disappointed. He swung his blade through the air, his palm tracing the scar on his face, a dangerous smile spreading across his lips. It was she back then who nearly killed me. I've always wanted to find a chance to cut her back. I still remember the Haori with the number 11 on her back. One day, I will become a Shinigami, and then, I will defeat her. 11. Yoriichi heard this, gripped his sword hilt tightly, and felt a sudden confusion. If he remembered correctly, that should be exclusive to the captain of the 11th division. Was Captain Retsu Unohana once the captain of the 11th division? It was something from hundreds of years ago, no wonder he didn't know. And no wonder this man before him harbored such great hostility towards Shinigami. Phew. Breathing slowly, Yoriichi adjusted his stance, preparing for a quick battle. The sound of the wind suddenly ceased, and yellow sand solidified in midair. The atmosphere abruptly changed. Zaraki Kenpachi swung his sword and smiled. Then. Clang. Ah. Kenpachi is going to lose. Above the tree branches. Kusajishi Yuichiro dangled her small feet, a hint of regret in her voice. She gazed at the battleground of the two, pressing a finger to her lips, and asked with full of doubt. How strange, why can't Kenpachi's blade hit him? Is he that much stronger than Kenpachi? No, that's not right. It's probably a difference in skill. I don't think I've ever seen Kenpachi practice his swordsmanship. Yuichiro shook her head slightly. Faced with Zaraki Kenpachi's disadvantage, she had no thought of stepping forward to help. Kenpachi hated it most when outsiders interfered in a duel between two people. Even if he was cut down by his opponent. He would never ask for help. Kusajishi Yuichiro had lived with him for so long, she knew this well. However. That being said, I don't think I can just ignore Kenpachi getting cut down by his opponent. Sighing, Kusajishi Yuichiro slowly stood up, a trace of adult-like helplessness appearing on her childish face. She leaned against the tree trunk. Thud. She instantly appeared in front of Zaraki Kenpachi, grabbing his collar with one hand and sharply pulling him back. The moment his figure swayed. Whoosh. A chilling red sword gleamed cut through his original position. Seeing this, and feeling his body being pulled back, Zaraki Kenpachi, who had narrowly escaped danger, felt no gratitude towards Yuichiro. Instead, endless indignation surged within him. He shouted. Yuichiro. What are you doing? Let go of me quickly. Who told you to come over? Oh, Kenpachi, don't mind these details. Yuichiro retreated rapidly through the air, still having the leisure to look at Zaraki Kenpachi while changing position. I'm sure you've noticed, you're currently no match for him. Your technique is too poor. Even if you lose, you're not using your true strength. Kenpachi, I understand you. Go become a Shinigami. Only by becoming a Shinigami and learning swordsmanship can you defeat that woman. For now, let's retreat. Retreat. Zaraki Kenpachi laughed in anger, are you kidding me? When has Zaraki Kenpachi ever retreated? Boom. He exerted force from his waist and abdomen, his feet slamming into the ground, forcefully slowing his backwards movement through friction. Screech. Even the hard ground was plowed with a trench dozens of meters long by him. Seeing this, Yuichiro could only release her hands. Landing on a nearby stone, she sighed softly. Kenpachi, your stubbornness shouldn't be used here. If you die, how can you seek revenge on that woman? If I die, it means I'm nothing more than this. Zaraki Kenpachi panted slightly, his feet bleeding profusely. He didn't look back, staring intently at Tsugikuni Yoriichi in front of him. With a voice almost like a roar, he shouted. If I can't even defeat this guy in front of me, how can I defeat her? Kid, tell me your name. I want to know, between you and Retsu Unohana, who is stronger? Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Tsugikuni Yoriichi's voice came unhurriedly. When he answered the latter question, his steps unconsciously paused for a moment, then returned to normal. As for the strength between me and Captain Retsu Unohana, I'm afraid I cannot judge. However, based on position and seniority, she should be much stronger than me. After all, I've only been a Shinigami for a few days. She has been a Shinigami for hundreds or even 1,000 years. Zaraki Kenpachi keenly noticed the detail in Yoriichi's words and subconsciously asked, how many days is a few days? That. Tsugikuni Yoriichi thought for a moment, then gave a definite answer, 3 weeks, I suppose. What? Zaraki Kenpachi instantly gripped his Zanpakuto, his pupils gradually widening. He had originally thought his opponent was an experienced Shinigami, otherwise, how could his swordsmanship be so exquisite, even able to suppress his beastly intuition honed for 700 years? But, he didn't expect. 3 weeks. Are you serious? Then what have my battles over these past few hundred years even amounted to? At this moment, Zaraki Kenpachi seemed to see the profound gap, like an abyss, between himself and Retsu Unohana back then. Even Yachiru, not far away, couldn't help but blink, her small head unconsciously tilting to one side. She mumbled, era. How strange. The words he said were very ordinary, even a little humble. But why, when they reached her ears? Did they have a different flavor? At this moment. Within the Siriitii, inside the 4th Division barracks. Retsu Unohana, who was conducting a medical experiment, suddenly felt her steady hands, which were controlling the instruments, tremble slightly and unconsciously. As if by a ghost whim, she put down the instruments in her hands. She gently brushed aside the hair from her forehead, smiling, and cast her gaze towards a certain direction. A long-lost excitement, like an electric current, instantly coursed through her body. Killing intent was inadvertently released, and the white mouse on the table immediately rolled its eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fell unconscious. Not paying attention to this tiny change, the curve of her lips became even more captivating. Her intuition told her. Something interesting had happened there. What exactly could it be? Ah. I want to know. Chapter 38, Devour Him, Guka. Is 3 weeks strange? Kusajishi District. Tsugikuni Yoriichi quietly scanned the sudden change in Zaraki Kenpachi's expression and couldn't help but ask a question. It's not that strange. Kusajishi Yachiru shook her head slightly, a smile of relief gradually appearing on her tender cheeks. It's just that we didn't expect you to be a genius. Just like Kenpachi. Kenpachi's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing this, and after a cold snort, he turned his head away. Seeing this, Tsugikuni Yoriichi suddenly understood. I see. Were you defeated? There's no need for that, you are very strong. At least, among the opponents I've met, you can rank in the top 5. Who was defeated? Kenpachi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. I just think you're a difficult opponent to cut, that's all. Don't give me time to rest, I can cut you down today. Let's continue. Come on. He let out a loud shout, ignored the pain in his body, drew his Zanpakuto, and slashed forward. The Zanpakuto in his hand became even more formidable under the sunlight. Kusajishi Yachiru helplessly held her forehead. Kenpachi, you're too reckless. With this fighting style, Kenpachi would be lying on the ground, unable to move due to severe injuries, for at most half an hour. To avoid a meaningless battle, as Tsugikuni Yoriichi helplessly swung his Zanpakuto, Yachiru instantly appeared between the two of them. A pink Zanpakuto had appeared in her hand at some point. She pressed one hand on Kenpachi's wrist, while her other hand, holding her Zanpakuto, used the momentum to parry the blade in Yoriichi's hand upwards. Zzzt. A harsh scraping sound rang out, and brilliant sparks shot out from the blade tips. Yoriichi retracted his strength at the opportune moment, allowing Yachiru to pull the lightly injured Kenpachi aside. Yachiru. Let me go. Kenpachi, be good. The battle at this point was no longer just a contest between Tsugikuni Yoriichi and Zaraki Kenpachi. Indeed, Yachiru had always believed Kenpachi was invincible. Ever since she could remember, Kenpachi had never suffered a defeat. But the crucial issue was that his opponents in the past were merely ordinary Rukongai residents. Now, his opponent was a Shinigami, and a Shinigami strong enough to rival Kenpachi's formidable opponents of the past. If he maintained that arrogant attitude at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kenpachi's death in battle was not what Yachiru desired. Therefore, Yachiru could only forcefully intervene and take him away, thinking that they could fight again after he learned swordsmanship. After all, Tsugikuni Yoriichi's attitude seemed quite approachable. However, Kusajishi Yachiru ultimately underestimated Kenpachi's determination. With a rip sound, Kenpachi's clothes were forcibly torn, revealing muscles that, while not particularly bulky, were clearly defined. Dark red bloodstains covered his entire body. Even as his wounds burst open, he did not frown. Watching the noisy Yachiru, Kenpachi lifted her with one hand, while with the other, he used her Zanpakuto to pierce his clothes, pinning her to the tree. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't reach the hilt of the zanpakuto above her head with her small hands. Seeing this, Kenpachi finally had the leisure to re-examine his opponent. He opened his mouth, but before he could utter a single syllable, Yoriichi suddenly interrupted him. Is this okay? His gaze swept over Kusajishi Yachiru, his tone steady. It looks like this little girl should be your family. Not listening to her advice. Is fighting me to the death more important than everything you possess? Of course. Kenpachi puffed out his chest and said as a matter of course. I don't have much ability, I just want to cut down all the opponents I meet along the way. Only then can I reach that woman. Blood excites me, make me retreat, what a joke. My name is Zaraki Kenpachi. Kenpachi never retreats. His voice was deep and powerful, echoing across the silent wilderness, filled with undeniable resolve. Yoriichi pondered for a moment. I understand. But regarding Miss Yachiru's words, I suggest you listen to them. Having a family member who cares about you is not easy, don't easily throw away your life. That's all. My words are finished. He slowly raised the zanpakuto in his hand, and a hint of doubt flashed in Kenpachi's eyes. Immediately, the blade was aimed at him like lightning. Devour him, karmic fire. Yoriichi lightly shouted, and a surging reishi erupted, the blade instantly turning fiery red. A speck of black reishi rapidly condensed at the tip of the blade, appearing on Kenpachi's body in an instant. Kenpachi had not yet had time to react. The reishi had already merged into his body. Almost at the same time. Boom. A circular pillar of flame suddenly rose from his body. Everything around him was completely engulfed within it. What? All he could see was surging dark red, as if he were in an endless sea of flames. A powerful pressure, coming from who knows where, made Kenpachi's breathing heavy and oppressive. In his astonishment, he reached out to touch the leaping flames, only to find that they were not hot. However, the reishi within his body was being frantically drawn away by an invisible hand, rapidly weakening. 3rd seat. 5th seat. 7th seat. 10th seat. From captain level, it slid down until it stopped at the lowest seat officer level, and only then did the flames gradually subside. Of course, it only subsided. The feeling of reishi being drawn away never faded. He tried his best to burst forth again and again, but the flames continued to burn fiercely, dropping another unit in just a single breath. The originally dark red flames gradually deepened, and he seemed to see a skull gate appear above the void. The evil aura emitted by that skull far surpassed any creature he had ever seen. The alarm bells in his heart rang wildly. Extreme danger. Just as he had gained a rough understanding of Tsugikuni Yoriichi's abilities and was highly vigilant towards the Hell Gate. Whoosh! The reishi emitted by Yoriichi instantly retracted, and the sound of wind ceased abruptly. Kenpachi watched with his own eyes as the flames on his body were sucked back into the red blade. Compared to his extreme weakness due to the loss of a large amount of spiritual power, Tsugikuni Yoriichi, on the other hand, appeared much more refreshed, as if his spiritual power had become an excellent tonic for him. Clang! The skull gate above the void instantly vanished without a trace, and the immense pressure that had been like a shadow slowly dissipated from Kenpachi's heart. He took a deep breath, and instinctively touched his forehead, only to realize that his forehead was covered in a large amount of sweat at some point. He tried to forcibly restore his reishi with strong willpower. However, at that moment, Tsugikuni Yoriichi's words interrupted his thoughts. Zaraki Kenpachi, 7/10 of the reishi in your body has been temporarily burned by me. You will need at least 3 days of rest to recover the lost reishi. But in return, all those injuries on your body have also been eliminated by me. I don't quite understand how strong your willpower truly is. But, this situation, for you, for me, and Miss Yachiru, is the best outcome. Chapter 39, Chapter 39 I will fight you again after I kill the captain of the 11th squad. Zaraki Kenpachi remained silent. Although his body was weak, for some reason, he felt much lighter. Perhaps it was because he could no longer cut anyone down. Is this the true power of a Shinigami? Shirkai. He had heard of it, and he had witnessed it, yet for some reason, he could never awaken it himself. The Shinigami he had encountered at the same time were also far less powerful than Tsugikuni Yoriichi. A formidable opponent, a good opponent. Clang. Just then, Yachiru took down the zanpakuto that was stuck above her head. She leapt onto Kenpachi's shoulder, wrapped her arms around his neck, and her joyful tone was mixed with a hint of relief. Kenpachi, don't be angry. Even though you lost, you still have me. Let's go become Shinigami. That way, maybe you can also learn Shirkai. Zaraki Kenpachi said nothing, just quietly looked at her. His rugged face was filled with silence, which was completely out of character for him. However, Zaraki Kenpachi believed that his current expression perfectly reflected his state of mind. As Tsugikuni Yoriichi finished recording the number of hollows and turned to leave, Kenpachi suddenly spoke, "Hey, Tsugikuni, what's your division number? If I join your division, can we still have passionate fights in the future?" Yoriichi slowly turned around and replied, "10th division. You can fight me, it's fine, after all, actual combat is the only way to hone one's skills. But aren't you called Zaraki Kenpachi? Your rightful place should be the 11th division." Zaraki Kenpachi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Then, are the 11th division and the 10th division close? If I cut down the captain of the 11th division, does that mean I can rival you in swordsmanship? It depends. As he had a mission, Yoriichi did not answer further, he only gave two suggestions. If you successfully join the 11th division, perhaps you can spar with Captain Retsu Unohana of the 4th division. I don't know if she's as cold and heartless as you say, but in the eyes of most Shinigami, she's an extremely gentle person. Most likely she won't refuse your request to spar, after all, you two met hundreds of years ago. Secondly, I can introduce you to my captain, who is also a very strong Shinigami. Of course, all of this will have to wait until you join the Godai 13. While the two were talking, not far away, a bald man and a purple-haired youth were rapidly approaching the location where Tsugikuni Yoriichi and Zaraki Kenpachi had fought. The bald man wore a simple short coat, with ragged shorts that almost blended into the yellow sand, and was barefoot, his demeanor exuding a hint of roguish charm. The purple-haired youth beside him seemed much gentler, a light-colored yukata covering his slender body. Even while running, with the wind blowing in his face, he didn't forget to fix his hair, his slender pinky finger slightly raised. Faintly, the frantic shouts from behind them could be heard. "Hey! You two, stop right there. Not only did you not pay the toll, but you also injured two of my brothers. Do you think we, the 20 heroes of Kukyo, are to be trifled with?" Ikikamadorame, the bald man, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. Facing the pursuit of the so-called 20 heroes of Kukyo, he ran, not forgetting to shout back. "What 20 heroes? I think you're 20 bears. 20 people, and you can't even beat two of us. What's the point of living? Just hang yourselves. Charging a toll. Bah. I won't give you a single hair. Ah. The 20 heroes behind them were so enraged their faces turned red. As the bullies of one of the District 78 of North Rakangai, Kukyo, when had these 20 brothers ever suffered such humiliation? Normally, they got whatever they wanted, but today they were outsmarted and ran into two tough opponents. Without a word, they punched one of their brothers down. If they hadn't drawn their blades in time, they would have been wiped out. If this grudge wasn't avenged, they might as well disband on the spot. Just as they were fuming with rage, the youth beside Ikikamadorame spoke elegantly. "How ridiculous, a bunch of utterly ugly guys dream of catching up to us. They should go look at themselves in a puddle of urine. Am I, Yumichika Iasegawa, someone that you bandits can catch? Ikaku, let's go, don't bother with these clowns." He then slowly lowered his voice. "Did you feel those two spiritual pressures just now? Very strong, stronger than any Shinigami we've encountered before. I suspect more Shinigami have arrived. Ikaku, this is our chance. I heard that some strong guys are blocking the way in the districts ahead. We don't have Zanpakuto, so we're at a disadvantage. To become a Shinigami and live a life of prestige, we must reach one of the districts, so we must establish contact with them. Are you sure?" Ikikamadorame raised an eyebrow, the corners of his eyes, naturally adorned with orange-red eyeshadow, appearing somewhat demonic. "What if they're not Shinigami, but hollows? That monster is not an opponent we can handle with our strength. So we just observe secretly and don't get close, isn't that good?" Yumichika Iasegawa's lips slowly curved upwards. His gaze subtly flickered behind him. "Also, don't forget about those guys behind us. Those idiots might be able to test the danger for us." "You're right." Ikikamadorame thought for a moment and agreed. One of the District 79 is already poor, and yet there are still people collecting tolls. These people deserve to die. Let's lead them around for a few laps first. Just as Yoriichi finished speaking, he vaguely caught an unusual sound. He looked in the direction his intuition led him, only to see two small black dots rapidly enlarging on the distant horizon, as if someone was running at full speed. And behind them, a group of blurry figures followed closely, like dust swept up by the wind. Natives of one of the District 79. Yoriichi mused to himself. Of course, he didn't pay too much attention, as long as they weren't hollows, it was fine. He still had a mission to submit. After a brief farewell to Zaraki Kenpachi, he instantly left the area. Zaraki Kenpachi stood still, seemingly having heard some sounds as well. He watched Tsugikuni Yoriichi leave, disappearing into the horizon. While listening to Yuichiru's incessant chatter, he scanned the direction from which the figures were rapidly approaching. His previously calm state of mind once again stirred with some ripples. His pupils flickered. Who? He calmed his breathing. Zaraki Kenpachi slowly sheathed his blade, sat cross-legged on a stone, his gaze stern, quietly awaiting the approach of that group of people. After Tsugikuni Yoriichi left, an inexplicable craving surged within him, like an instinct, seemingly in urgent need of a baptism of blood. No matter who they were. As long as they suited his taste, he could cut them all down. Chapter 40 Vice Captain 10th Division. Not long after. 10th Division. After Tsugikuni Yoriichi submitted his mission report, he received an extra reward. A full 200,000 Kansas. Regarding this, Tsugikuni Yoriichi remained silent. Looking at Shiba Ishin, who had a brilliant smile in front of him, he slowly asked, "Captain, isn't this against the rules?" "I've never heard of." Before he could finish, Shiba Ishin raised a hand to interrupt him. "Hey, what rules? In the 10th Division, what I say is the rule. 200,000 Ken is nothing, just 2 months' salary for a vice captain. The one you captured alive isn't just a bandit leader. After testing, his full spiritual pressure is around 3rd grade. With a little training, he might become a captain in the future. 200,000 Ken is still too little for you. This 200,000 is just my personal reward to you. After a while, the reward from Central 46 will come down, that's the big one. Captain-level Rakongai residents don't appear every day. Even if ordinary Shinigami encounter them, they are definitely not their opponents. Licking blood off a blade, what's wrong with taking some money? Yoriichi, relax, remember, this is all what you deserve. Also, I gave some to Akagi and Hifumi as well, so you don't have to worry about inequality." He patted the table, his tone serious. "Oh, right." Suddenly remembering something, Shiba Ishin blinked and whispered. "I know you hate evil, and you might be quite displeased with a bandit suddenly becoming a captain. But you have to remember, the Godai 13 is not a charity organization. Actually, we all dislike that guy named Kiganjo, but unfortunately, those old men in the 46 chambers took a liking to him. Hee, this isn't a good thing. So far, the Godai 13 has been established for over 1,000 years. Except for the Captain Commander, the 8th Division Captain, the 13th Division Captain, and the 4th Division Captain, all other captains without exception have not held their positions for more than 100 years. Do you know why?" Yoriichi shook his head. Shiba Ishin nodded, "That's right, as a newcomer, it's unlikely you'd know about these secrets. I'll tell you the truth. Except for some important Shinigami, other Shinigami, including captains, can be discarded when necessary. Kiganjo's status seems to have improved, but in reality, the higher he climbs, the faster he will die. Those old men in the 46 chambers have never regarded ordinary Shinigami as human beings. What's more, he's just a mere bandit. Now you should understand why we were quite displeased but didn't stop it. The process of these people becoming captains, isn't it also a process of atonement?" His voice gradually weakened. As he spoke, he looked around. Finally, he leaned his head out and added, "About this matter, you absolutely must not tell anyone around you. I'm only explaining it to you to put your mind at ease, lest you develop a rift with the Godai 13. Under normal circumstances, everyone is still very good, except for those Shinigami with notorious records. Kiganjo is not the first, nor will he be the last." After saying that, Shiba Ishin slowly sat down, decisively ending the topic and continuing to read the mission reports on the desk. Just then, Yoriichi cleared his thoughts, and an indescribable emotion arose in his heart. Finally, he sighed, "I understand." Yoriichi decided not to bother with these matters anymore. This system has existed for 1,000 years. It must have its reasons. And he would not easily sympathize with those who commit evil because of certain policies or strategies. Holding the 200,000 can, he slowly turned and left. At the last moment, Shiba Ishin suddenly called out to him, "Wait, Yoriichi. What you wrote in your report, that you met a captain-level Rakongai resident named Zaraki Kenpachi in the Kusajishi district, is that really true?" "Zaraki Kenpachi, why have I never heard of this guy? Which generation of Kenpachi is he?" "He is not Kenpachi," Yoriichi turned and explained. "I remember that name, it seems he got it from Captain Retsu Unohana a few hundred years ago when he met her. At that time, Captain Retsu Unohana was still the captain of the 11th Division. 11th Division? Shiba Ishin widened his eyes, his tone slightly exaggerated. "Oh. That's incredible, that must have been at least 500 years ago. No wonder I haven't heard of him." "Oh well. You did very well, Yoriichi. I believe Captain Retsu Unohana and the Captain Commander should be interested in this experience. If nothing goes wrong, recruiting him will be another merit. Your luck is really good, Sai, it's a pity, if only you were from my Shiba family." Yoriichi heard the melancholy in his tone. Yoriichi did not speak. He watched him silently. Then, Shiba Ishin waved his hand. "All right, what needed to be understood has been understood. If there's nothing else, go get busy. I'll send these reports to the Goti I-13 later. Remember to make use of those rewards. The living pressure in Siriiti is not much less than in Rakangai. You must arm yourself well. Shinigami are not gods. Combat incurs expenses. For example, a simple combat simulation trainer for hollows costs 20,000 Kansas. More advanced ones cost 100,000 Kan, from the 12th Division, and even then, they are in short supply. With such high prices, to talk about anything else would be somewhat hypocritical. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. In a while, he could use this money to buy Rukia some self-defense items. After all, he wasn't by her side, to prevent her from being disturbed by bad people or even hollows. Thinking of this, Yoriichi silently closed the door. Upon returning to the squad barracks, he then began to communicate with his Zanpakuto. His strength must not fall behind, he would not forget the fundamental purpose of his actions for a little profit. On the other side, after Shiba Ishin finished processing the documents, he hurriedly submitted them to the Goti I-13. Yamamoto Genryusai was in the main seat, and as he scanned the text, his thick white eyebrows furrowed slightly. He held the report in one hand and stroked his beard up and down with the other, his expression very complex. Hollows, Zaraki Kenpachi, Kiganjo. Is there something wrong with this kid's luck? He encountered so many things on 2 ordinary missions. Shiba. Yamamoto Genryusai looked up, his heavy voice tinged with a hint of doubt. Are you sure there's nothing missing? What do you think of this Tsugikuni Yoriichi? Shiba Ishin pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded. Report, Captain Commander, there should be no omissions. My subordinate has confirmed with the personnel who accompanied him on the mission. Everything is true. Of course, we haven't confirmed Zaraki Kenpachi's identity yet, but we can try asking Captain Retsu Unohana. As for your question about my opinion of him, he's great, both in character and strength, he's top-notch. He said with a smile, giving a thumbs up, completely ignoring that this was the 1st Division barracks. Only after he finished speaking did he remember, and he promptly sheepishly retracted it. Seeing this, Yamamoto Genryusai did not mind. Instead, he stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. Is that your opinion of him? In that case, starting next week, let him serve as the 10th Division's vice captain. Do you have any objections? Chapter 41 Virtualization Experiment. Ah. Shiba Ishin's mouth hung open, speechless for a long time. Faced with the Captain Commander's sudden proposal, he didn't know how to respond. Countless thoughts fermented in his mind. Finally, he took a deep breath, furrowed his brows, and asked. Captain Commander Yamamoto, are you perhaps joking? It's only been so long. What about the 10th Division's original vice captain? She still has some time before her transfer. I think Chiharu, no, the Kyoraku won't necessarily accept it. Do you think this old man looks like he's joking? Yamamoto Genryusai rapped the ground heavily and slowly rose. His stern expression was like an unchanging rock, and his tone was deep. This old man has his considerations. You only need to obey the order. As for the original 10th Division vice captain, this old man also has his arrangements. The Kyoraku will accept it. After all, a Shinigami who cannot use Bankai cannot take on your captain's burden. Shiba, do not forget your duty as a Shinigami. This farce between nobles should end. He silently straightened his back. The atmosphere nearly solidified in that instant. Shiba Ishin held his breath, listening to Yamamoto Genryusai's words. Then, he decisively bowed his head and stated seriously, yes, Captain Commander Yamamoto, I understand. What he understood. Ishin wasn't too clear, but he knew that at this juncture, it was best not to go against the Captain Commander's words. Perhaps it had something to do with other nobles. For example, the 4 great noble clans, the Tsuneyashiro. He'd better investigate once he returned. Although Shiba Ishin appeared boisterous on the surface, being able to become a family head, even if only of a branch family, indicated that his schemes were very deep. At least, he wasn't naive. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded, quite satisfied with Shiba Ishin's attitude. He didn't want a good prospect to be ruined by the nobles. Thus, he could only simultaneously strike at those nobles and give Tsugikuni Yoriichi time to think. Becoming the 10th Division vice captain might seem unremarkable to outsiders. But in the eyes of those with ulterior motives, especially the high-ranking nobles, this extremely rapid promotion would signify his importance to them. This could then form a layer of protection, effectively isolating him from the harassment of those nobles. The vice captain position was both a buffer and a springboard. With a certain amount of experience, becoming a captain in the future would be a matter of course. Good that you know. If there's nothing else, you may withdraw. His gaze slightly deepened, and Yamamoto Genryusai's tone gradually softened as the topic concluded. Regarding the transfer order for the 10th Division's 3rd seat, Tsugikuni Yoriichi, I will issue it 1 week from now. Before then, you must maintain strict secrecy. If the news leaks, this old man will punish you severely without mercy. Yoriichi. On a certain street, a blonde figure with a white haori draped over his shoulders walked one after the other with a brown-haired man. The blonde man walking in front ignored everything around him. His hands were tucked into his sleeves, and the corners of his mouth drooped, looking displeased with everyone. However, the Shinigami on the roadside were exceptionally respectful to him. Some even bowed in greeting. Simply because. On his back, on his haori, was a large 5-5, enclosed in a diamond-shaped frame. 5th Division Captain, Hirako Shinji. The brown-haired man behind him was naturally Aizen. However, this was only what Hirako Shinji saw. In reality, in the eyes of many passing Shinigami, the person who looked like Aizen behind him was an ordinary-looking bald man. Zanpakuto, one of Kyoka Suigetsu's effects. Complete hypnosis. Everything seen, heard, and felt could be distorted into something else by the user. This was Aizen's ability. The real him was currently in an underground area of Rakangai. In front of him were rows of glowing blue cultivation tanks, with various machines and containers haphazardly arranged. Inside the containers, some white hollows could occasionally be seen subtly squirming, accompanied by the beeping of a computer. Screech, bang. A hollow instantly disintegrated into charcoal. Aizen stood before the tank. A hint of disappointment appeared on his gentle and amiable face. He casually pushed up his glasses and, with a look of disdain, motioned for a brown-skinned Shinigami beside him to clean it up. When the failed experiment before him was gone, he maintained his benevolent expression. His voice slowly said, "Kanami, prepare for the 103,356th experiment. Subject, Waco Mundo Ajuchas. Experimental environment, Reishi concentration 35%. The Shinigami named Kanami was blind, full name Tozen Kanami, 5th Division 5th Seat. He wore light-colored glasses, and upon close observation, one could vaguely glimpse the pale, lifeless pupils beneath the glasses. Although he was blind, he was not blind in his heart. Faced with Aizen's command, he quickly walked to the computer and sat down, operating it steadily. Unfortunately, the operation was flawless. However, the 103,356th experiment still failed. The Ajuchas, comparable to a vice captain, directly turned to ashes under the Shinigami's Reishi injection, leaving not a single trace. Seeing this, Aizen pushed up his glasses again, his amiable expression unable to suppress the twitching at the corner of his eye. A trace of spiritual pressure emanated. Crack. The surrounding containers instantly cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. Like an overwhelming tidal wave, unstoppable. Even Tozen Kanami, who possessed 5th-rank spiritual power, couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. Helplessly hunched over the computer desk, he urgently said, "Aizen-sama." Hum. As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding spiritual pressure dissipated without a trace, like rapidly receding seawater. Tozen Kanami gasped for air, like a drowning fish. The sound of shattering glass gradually ceased. However, it was still unavoidable. Some hollows had escaped. Aizen calmly scanned them. Then, bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions instantly echoed through the silent laboratory. As if crushed by invisible hands, those hollows vanished in the blink of an eye before they could even scream. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Aizen gradually calmed his mind. Facing Tozen Kanami, he tried his best to maintain the proper demeanor of a superior. His elegant, magnetic voice then resounded around them, "My apologies, I lost my composure. Kanami, continue. For this Shinigami holification experiment, have you brought over the Shinigami you captured in the human world and soul society? Experiments require comparison, just as different levels of hollows yield different results. Ajuchas are the second level of Minos Grande, they broke free from the original racial constraints of hollows by their power. They possess a near-human form. And Shinigami, due to different reishi concentrations in their living areas, also exhibit various subtle differences. Eliminating these differences and finding a balance point is what Aizen aims to do. For this, he needs all sorts of materials. Tozen Kanami immediately responded, "Aizen-sama, they are ready, but, are we sure that what we're doing won't alert the Yoriichi? My exposure doesn't matter, because this life of mine was originally given by you, but you." Chapter 42 Tozen Kanami, if he dares to disturb your plan, I will kill Kenpachi Zaraki. No need to worry, Tozen Kanami. Aizen raised his hand to cut him off. To us, the Godii 13, including those high and mighty nobles, are all a bunch of useless mediocrities. Instead of worrying about their vigilance, we should worry about when our experiment will succeed. It's been 50 years, countless experiments, yet so far we can only guide Jillian-level hollows to gain a certain amount of Shinigami power. This is far from enough. We need more subjects, more experimental results. Tsukiguni, remember, we are fighting for the future of Shinigami. If we can guide Shinigami to holofy, making them like Arankar, breaking racial limits, you and I will both be etched into the annals of Soul Society's history. Sacrificing a few Shinigami is nothing. Aizen's tone was slow, seemingly possessing a special charm. It immediately re-energized Tsukiguni. He promptly seized the Shinigami locked in the prison, preparing to conduct another experiment. At this moment, Aizen recalled something. He looked at Tsukiguni and couldn't help but ask, by the way, Tsukiguni, how are the Minos Grande in North Rakongai? Have they been slain by Tsugikuni Yoriichi? Tsukiguni pondered for a moment, scanned a string of characters on the computer, and replied, Lord Aizen, those hollows are dead, but... He frowned slightly. It seems it wasn't Tsugikuni Yoriichi who killed them. The map shows that the perpetrator is still in North Rakongai District 79. By the time it should be, he should have returned by now. Those hollows had been tampered with by Aizen beforehand. Their blood contained a pheromone, colorless and odorless. Once it touched something, it would remain for 3 months, no matter how much it was washed. He had planned to use it to constantly pinpoint Tsugikuni Yoriichi's location, to make other arrangements targeting him, but... Hearing Tsukigumi's words, Aizen subconsciously raised an eyebrow. Not him. Then who could it be? Who completed this mission first? Tsukiguni lowered his gaze slightly. My apologies, Lord Aizen, it seems there's been a problem with this matter. I will investigate it thoroughly. Based on the perpetrator's location, I think it's probably a Rakongai resident from North Rakongai. This fellow ruined your plan, he deserves to die. Please give me some time, I will surely capture and execute him as a warning to others. Achoo. Just as Tsukiguni uttered these words, Kenpachi, located in Yachiru, couldn't help but sneeze. He stood with his sword amidst a pile of corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood. Some of it had soaked into his feet, making them sticky. Ikaku Madarame and Yumichika Ayasegawa were playing dead, lying in the pile of bodies. They tried their best to suppress their breathing, but they never expected. Hey, you two, get up right now. Were you two just cursing me in your hearts? Rough voices echoed in their ears. Knowing that their act of playing dead had been exposed. To avoid being cut down with a single stroke, they quickly got up, and under Kenpachi's sharp gaze, they bowed without hesitation. Greetings, boss. The boss is invincible, righteous, and saved the countless people of District 79 by eliminating these villains. We truly admire you. May we know your esteemed name, boss? How should we address you? I, Ikaku Madarame. I, Yumichika Ayasegawa. We swear to follow boss to the death. Please give us a chance, boss. Huh. This sudden flattery made Kenpachi widen his eyes slightly. He swung his sword through the air, feeling as if an alpaca had run through his mind. Who the hell are you? Who's your boss? He was about to retort. The next second, a faint sense of crisis emerged from within. It was as if he was being watched, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Kenpachi looked up at the sky, his eyes like a hawk's, piercing through the clouds, as if he could see the source of the danger. Just then, Aizen scanned Kenpachi's location on the computer. Listening to Tsukigumi's suggestion, he thought for a moment. He lowered his hand. No need. It's merely a failed plan, there will be other opportunities in the future. At this critical juncture, avoid creating new complications. For now, just record his spiritual pressure. Perhaps we will meet again if there's an opportunity. Aizen's next move was 7 days later. After all, today was the day Tsugikuni Yoriichi was promoted to vice captain of the 10th Division. Aizen was somewhat surprised when he first heard the news. In terms of age, Tsugikuni Yoriichi's talent was far more dazzling than Kairaku's and Yukate's. He had expected a long delay regarding his assignment. He didn't expect. The matter is to be settled in just a few weeks. Being promoted to vice captain meant that his identity would no longer be easily controlled by him, and there would be no possibility of him becoming one of his own. Therefore, did they sense something? Or were they simply protecting him? Yamamoto Genryusai has indeed grown old, he lacks his former resolve. If this were before, he would have surely used force to assert his authority. And not resorted to subtle hints. Aizen's slender fingers tapped the desk. He sat at the table and in a short while deduced the general cause and effect of the matter. Of course, there might be other motives involved. For example, inducement. But that had nothing to do with him. Besides himself, there were many other ambitious individuals in the seemingly calm Siri. They were all nobles who, to achieve their ambitions, would spare no effort to win over external Shinigami. If the news was true, they would also be unable to sit still. Yamamoto Genryusai might have sensed this, but due to the noble's status, he couldn't act directly, which is why he resorted to subtle inducements. Thump, thump. At this moment, Tozen Kanami walked in slowly, his footsteps echoing on the floor. Entering the vice-captain's office, he informed Aizen of the latest developments. Upon hearing this, Aizen nodded slightly, showing an expression of, just as I expected. Indeed. The latest development was that some minor families were quite dissatisfied. A seemingly normal action. In Aizen's eyes, it was full of flaws. Dissatisfied. What was there to be dissatisfied about? This was the Captain Commander's order. At such a critical moment, those who dared to contact them were undoubtedly restless individuals. Even if they weren't, they certainly held a repellent attitude towards Yamamoto Genryusai himself. Clatter. Aizen put down the brush in his hand and said indifferently. Tozen Kanami, in a moment, go as me to congratulate the new vice-captain of the 10th Division, and by the way, give him a gift. Let's decide on a clock or something similar for the gift. Don't contact the rebels for now, lest you be influenced by them. Afterwards, remember to send some hollows to West Rakongai District 1 and have a no-no act quickly. Shinigami with stronger spiritual pressure are more suitable for hollowification, especially during moments of intense emotional fluctuation. Chapter 43, Chapter 43 Ajuchas. Ha ha ha, congratulations, Yoriichi. 10th Division. Shiba Ishin clapped Tsugikuni Yoriichi's back vigorously, a smile of relief on his face. Promotions to vice-captain were not as complex as captain promotions, which required a meeting of all captains. Under normal circumstances, the ceremony would be held within the original division. Once the ceremony was complete, his name would be permanently recorded in Siriiti's historical archives. This was why the former Inono Yang had been so eager for the vice-captain position. Everyone wanted to make their mark in history. However, things did not go as planned. Bang, bang, bang. Yoriichi felt the strong, forceful pats but said nothing, simply maintaining a faint smile. Then, he slowly walked to the side and put on the armband that symbolized the vice-captain position. Not far away. Seeing this, Inono Yang's teeth nearly ground to dust from jealousy. He was here first. Damn Yamamoto Genryusai. Damn, Shiba Ishin. Whoosh. Inono Yang slowly lowered his head, his eyes shadowed. He recalled the mission Lord Aizen had given him, took 2 deep breaths with effort, and slowly emerged from his gloomy state of mind. He looked up, a pair of bloodshot eyes silently fixed on Tsugikuni Yoriichi, the veins on his fists bulging. Just you wait. Who sent this bell? After his appointment, Tsugikuni Yoriichi was unpacking the gifts from various divisions when he suddenly saw an antique-looking, yet valuable, golden bell. The golden bell was engraved with a blessing. Looking closely. Ah, 5th Division, gifted by Aizen. Looking up, Yoriichi looked at the captain who had not yet left and couldn't help but ask, Captain, is 5th Division very rich? This bell is worth at least 1,000,000 rings, isn't it? Shiba Ishin examined it carefully upon hearing this, then stroked his chin and nodded. Roughly. TSK, I didn't expect that Aizen fellow to be so willing to spend so much. A gift from a vice-captain is more expensive than some captain's gifts. It seems he is intentionally trying to befriend you. I heard early on that he is a kind Shinigami, but I didn't expect him to be so generous. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Well then, Yoriichi, you should accept it. The friendship of a vice-captain is more practical than the friendship of a captain. I heard that the captain of 5th Division has been in office for almost 100 years. Perhaps he will be transferred to another division after some time. When the captain's position is vacant, Aizen, as the vice-captain of 5th Division, will be the strongest contender. Hearing this, Yoriichi nodded, understood. It was nothing more than making a few friends. The more people, the easier things were to handle. He had met Aizen 3 months ago. How to put it, he was a bit strange, giving him a feeling very similar to Ichimaru Jin. However, at that time, Yoriichi hadn't paid much attention. After all, Shinigami in high positions were all old people around 200 or 300 years old. A bit of cunning was normal. Yoriichi had forgotten about him, but this gift made him recall him. After pondering for a while, Yoriichi decided to observe for now. Perhaps this gift had no other deep meaning, and the captain was just overthinking. Silently tidying the gifts, after finishing, Yoriichi sat back in his chair and began his daily routine. Shiba Ishin quietly exited the room. In the following days, time flowed silently like water, and Siriiti had been exceptionally peaceful during this period. For Shinigami with long lifespans, their pace of life was always so slow. Therefore, within Siriiti, only a few incidents would typically occur in a week, and most of them could be resolved by the squad members themselves. As vice-captain, Yoriichi's presence would usually only be required when his subordinates encountered problems that were difficult to resolve. One day, the sun was bright. As soon as Yoriichi woke up, he heard that the 12th seat of the 10th Division had gone missing while on a mission in West Rakongai District 1. One of the districts. For Yoriichi, it was a sensitive number. He went straight to the captain's office to inquire about the details and found out that the captain had gone to the human world for a mission and would only return in about 3 days. During these 3 days, the entire 10th Division would be under his management, even though other seat officers would help him share the pressure. But facing the disappearance of a seat officer. After thinking for a moment, Tsugikuni Yoriichi decided to investigate himself. After all, being a seat officer meant their strength was not weak, they could at least use shurikai. Even if they encountered a Minos Grande, they should have been able to send back news of the attack. However, there was none. In this situation, only 2 conclusions could be drawn. First, his opponent was much stronger than a Minos Grande, and he was already dead. Second, he encountered a problem that a seat officer could not solve and could not contact the outside world. If it were the former, he could do nothing. But if it was the latter, as vice captain, he should take action. After notifying the relevant personnel, Tsugikuni Yoriichi picked up his pass and went straight to West Rakongai. He had a smooth journey and arrived at the location where the 12th seat disappeared shortly after. A yellow cordon line had sealed it off. The location was a small hill. On the small hill lay a Shinigami's uniform. Yoriichi frowned slightly at the sight. "Vice Captain, you're here." Beside him, a female Shinigami approached with a stack of documents. She respectfully handed over the documents. "This is our current investigation of the surrounding environment where Kaneda the 12th seat disappeared. Approximately 300 meters to the north, an abnormal spiritual pressure fluctuation appeared. The spiritual pressure, after detection, is probably an Ajuchas." "Ajuchas?" Yoriichi looked at her, raising an eyebrow, and asked emphatically, "Are you sure there's no detection error? How could a hollow of this level appear in Rakongai so close to Siriidii? Ajuchas are the second level of Minos Grande, with spiritual pressure levels above vice captain but below captain. Some powerful Ajuchas have captain-level spiritual pressure. They generally only live in Hueco Mundo. Their appearance in Soul Society is not unheard of but extremely rare, and always in remote areas." Now, the female Shinigami cleared her throat and slowly said, "To answer you, Vice Captain, we are certain there is no mistake. Because we also found the unique humanoid footprints of an Ajuchas at the scene. Although I know this might be disrespectful to say, the possibility of Kaneda the 12th seat surviving is minimal. I suggest we report to Godii 13 first and simultaneously blockade the surrounding area to prevent further casualties." Hearing this suggestion, Yoriichi sighed. "Is that so?" His tone was a bit dejected, with a hint of regret. For the safety of other Shinigami and Rakongai residents, he was about to wave his hand to give the order. Beep, beep, beep. A sharp buzzing sound suddenly erupted from a machine not far away. Along with it came exclamations. "Vice Captain! That Ajuchas has appeared again." Chapter 44, Cutting Off. Upon hearing this, Yoriichi's expression instantly solidified, and his gaze focused. The machine showed that the Ajuchas was 3 kilometers to the north. Suddenly. Bang. Yoriichi's body moved slightly, bending like a bow, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. His mindset was adjusted in an instant. "I'll go first." His words were brief and powerful. "The reinforcement team will follow." As soon as his voice fell, a figure like lightning suddenly vanished from the spot. The trees in front were all pushed aside, and a surging wave of air stirred up countless dust particles. Everyone only managed to see an afterimage, and then, the afterimage disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye. 3 kilometers had been covered. In a bustling commercial district. On a street, a 2-meter-tall humanoid hollow appeared in his vision. Its massive body was slightly hunched, and the radiation it emitted was almost tangible. It made the Rakongai residents who hadn't fled nearby tremble uncontrollably, prostrating themselves. Visibly, the surrounding buildings had been shattered by it, with tiles and wooden boards scattered everywhere. At this moment, it held the soul of a child, opening its large mouth, about to devour it. The child was motionless, already unconscious. Seeing this, Yoriichi didn't have time to draw his sword. White lightning surged from his fingertips. Heido No. 4, by Akurai. The white lightning transformed into a laser, powerful and unyielding, directly striking the Ajuchas. 0.01 seconds later. Hiss. Flesh was pierced, and wisps of smoke rose. The pain made the Ajuchas suddenly snap back to its senses. It widened its eyes, which were filled with anger and astonishment. A pair of black eyes with no white stared intently at Tsugikuni Yoriichi. The tasteless soul in its hand was tossed aside. Then. He. Shinigami. As if it had discovered something interesting, it let out 2 sinister laughs, its laughter like the hoot of a night owl, sending chills down one's spine. However, just then. Bakudo number 61, Rikuchikoro. Reishi, like a tide, rapidly condensed in the air. 6 golden beams of light struck the Ajuchas simultaneously from 6 directions. Bang, bang, bang. Several continuous roars, like gunshots, firmly trapped the Ajuchas. Its arms bulged as it struggled desperately, but it could do nothing against the Reishi prison. Boom. Its entire body's Reishi erupted violently, attempting to break through everything with brute force. Click. Yoriichi had tightly gripped the sword hilt, his breathing rapid. The moment he leaned forward. Bang. The ground in front instantly caved in. He appeared before the Ajuchas like an arrow released from a bowstring. The Ajuchas was too late to dodge and instinctively condensed a Siro, attempting to blast the charging Tsugikuni Yoriichi into dust. However, as soon as its mouth opened, whoosh! A beam of dazzling sword light, with a sound like thunder, transformed into a meteor appearing in the snowy night, suddenly streaking across the sky. Before the Siro could even condense, the hollow's mask split down the middle. The Ajucha's bewildered eyes were reflected on the pale red blade. It only felt an itch on its head. Crash! As if torn apart, an invisible wound rapidly spread downwards from the center of its skull, revealing distinct muscle and bone. Only the sound of blood splattering remained in the air. You. The Ajuchas only managed to utter one word before the light in its eyes rapidly dimmed. Before dying, it was still puzzled. Why didn't the other party even give it a chance to speak? It had killed his comrade. Shouldn't he be angry? Shouldn't he loudly question it? What was wrong with the Shinigami? Aizen-sama. The battle began in an instant. And ended in an instant. The Reishi tide stirred in the air and gradually subsided. Some of the Rakongai residents' bodies slowly stopped trembling. Yoriichi scanned the Ajucha's body, which was gradually turning into dust, and as he let out a long breath, a question arose in his mind. Where did Kaneda of the 12th seat go? You did very well. Kahalman. Underground, Aizen observed the entire battle between the two, a faint smile gradually appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although the process had some discrepancies from what he had imagined. For example, he had never expected Tsugikuni Yoriichi's strength to be so formidable. As a Shinigami with only half a year of actual combat experience, he could use Kido with such mastery, even casting Kido of number 60 or higher without incantation. But no matter how well he performed, he could hardly escape the trap called a sense of responsibility. Rest in peace. Aizen slightly lowered his head, placing his hands lightly on the control panel, and gently pressed a button. The next moment, a deafening hiss of steam suddenly echoed in the laboratory. A shirtless man slowly emerged from a cultivation tank. He lightly licked the corner of his mouth, revealing an eerie smile, and various colored patterns clung to his face. Fleshy tentacles were occasionally seen protruding from his brain, as if rooted in his flesh and blood. Aizen had his back to him. He slowly spoke, Kaneda, you go and cooperate with Inuno to capture Tsugikuni Rukia. I need you to transform into a hollow and attack her at the critical moment. If necessary, you can sacrifice your life. Can you do it? No problem, Aizen-sama. Kaneda of the 12th seat, controlled by the hollow, said confidently. The patterns on his face gradually disappeared like a faded photograph. Within a mere 3 seconds, he had reverted to the appearance of a normal Shinigami. Even his closest friends and family would not be able to detect anything unusual about him. Damn it. Why is the operation today? Outside the Tsugikuni residence. Inuno Yang was crouched in a tree, burning with anxiety. His gaze pierced through the white high wall, observing the courtyard, faintly hearing the laughter of 2 girls. Tsugikuni Rukia, Hinamori Momo. These were the names Inuno Yang had inquired about a few days ago. Leaning against the tree trunk. Snap. Wood chips flew, and Inuno Yang was filled with indignation. The operation is too rushed, there are Shinigami everywhere, I can't make a move at all. Damn it. How am I supposed to kill her? What a crappy plan. The words of complaint and cursing had just fallen. Beside his ear. A voice suddenly appeared. You are Inuno. Who are you cursing? Kaneda of the 12th seat appeared like a ghost behind Inuno Yang, placing a hand on his shoulder. Exclamation point. This sudden touch made Inuno Yang feel as if he had a thorn in his back, and his expression stiffened. When? He quickly turned around. He had initially thought help had arrived and intended to put on a fawning smile. But what he saw was a familiar face, and his cheeks, as if he had swallowed a fly, immediately drooped. Why is it you? Not far away. Due to the inability to find any trace of Kaneda of the 12th seat's Reishi, the 10th Division unilaterally declared Kaneda had died in battle. Yoriichi was very helpless about this, but the fact was established. He had killed the Minos Grande. He had also saved the surrounding Rakongai residents. But he was still one step too late. A Shinigami seeing this, softly said, "Vice Captain, don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. After all, the opponent wasn't a jutsus. Ultimately, by the time you received the news, Kaneda was already beyond saving. How can one succeed in saving someone already dead? You should rest for a bit. You must be tired after slaying an jutsus. I happen to remember your hometown is nearby. There's still some time until the investigation concludes, leave this place to us." Chapter 45, Have you been corrupted by a hollow? While the words were reasonable, losing a seat officer out of nowhere was no small loss for the 10th Division. Yoriichi sighed, silently sheathing his zanpakuto. He looked at the seemingly endless ancient street, and the fearful, envious, and lingering gazes of the Rakangai residents on both sides of the street. For some reason, a flood of complex emotions, nostalgia, sadness, and more, rushed into his heart. Most of those Rakangai residents were people he knew. And this was the street he had lived on for 10 years. Just then, the child on the ground slowly regained consciousness. Hiss. He rubbed his eyes and touched the back of his head, feeling intense pain throughout his body. The dazzling sunlight made him shed a few tears. He slowly opened his eyes. Amidst the busy crowd, the Nichiren earrings fluttering in the wind, like spotlights, were the first to catch his eye. The boy froze for a second, then immediately shouted, "Yoriichi Ge." This voice immediately caught Tsugikuni Yoriichi's attention. He turned his head to look. Amidst the Shinigami surrounding him, the boy's face was very familiar. If he remembered correctly, it should be the child he saved a few months ago. He wasn't sure if it was the older brother or the younger brother. Meanwhile, on the other side. "Rukia, by the way, what kind of person is your brother?" In a courtyard with flowing water, two girls were eating watermelon and chatting about daily life. The girl named Hinamori Momo casually spat out a few watermelon seeds, her fair legs swinging from the eaves, and asked in a gentle voice, "Being a Shinigami must be very hard, right? It's been almost 4 months. Has he not come back even once?" "It's all right." Rukia propped herself up with one hand, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The ethereal clouds in the sky were so free and leisurely, she didn't feel lonely. "You get used to it. After all, brother is considering our future. When I grow up, I will become a Shinigami and help him share his burdens." "Momo, what about you?" She slowly sat upright, her black pupils like the water in a deep pool at night, looking at her side. "I heard you recently got a younger brother. Is it true? He must be very annoying, being a boy." How did you know?" Hinamori Momo put a finger to her chin, her tone slightly surprised. "Your information is well informed. It only happened this morning. His name is Toshiro Hitsugaya. I don't find him annoying at all, in fact, I find him a bit cute. At least Grandma likes him very much. I plan to become a Shinigami after he grows up. After all, Grandma can't be left without care. Families in Rakangai are not entirely composed of blood relatives. Aside from remote areas, in districts closer to Siriidii, Rakangai residents are led by the station Shinigami to get a number upon their appearance. They then live with the family corresponding to their number. A typical family usually consists of 2 to 3 people, one elder with 2 children. When the children grow up, they are obligated to support their elders. This fragile family relationship barely maintains trust among Rakangai residents and accelerates the process of some souls integrating into soul society. Overall, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. The Toshiro Hitsugaya that Hinamori Momo mentioned was her younger brother. In terms of the soul's age, he was 7 this year, as he was 7 when he died. He had striking white hair. Rukia listened quietly, then asked, "Does he possess reishi?" "He does, I think," Hinamori Momo recalled for a moment. "I remember he drank a little water this morning." "Then you're lucky," Rukia smiled, retracting the hand that was propping her up, picking up a slice of watermelon beside her, taking a quiet bite, and saying, "Who knows, his talent might even be stronger than yours, big sister." Although her tone was somewhat teasing, it was not impossible. Hinamori Momo waved her hand. "Oh, what big sister? He's very wary and doesn't talk much yet. Even if I wanted to be his older sister, he wouldn't give me any chance. I'll have to see in the future. If not, being childhood friends isn't bad either." At this point, a faint smile appeared on Hinamori Momo's face. Rukia felt a mix of emotions upon seeing this. Just then, knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside the courtyard. Rukia raised her head and called out loudly, "Who is it?" No one spoke. Confused, Rukia and Hinamori Momo exchanged glances, then slowly stood up. She cautiously walked to the corner of the courtyard, picked up a slender long sword leaning against the wall, and then slowly walked towards the main entrance. She clutched the item her brother had sent back earlier, hidden in her sleeve. Whoosh! A strong, deep breath echoed in her chest. Although the security in one of the districts was very good, it couldn't stop some lunatics who liked to take risks. Ever since she could remember, she had seen no fewer than 10 cases of Rakongai residents committing crimes in one of the districts, some even committing murder and breaking into homes. Her brother was not here at the moment. It was just the two of them, two girls. They had to be careful. Yoriichi Ge, see you again. The brother waved at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, then disappeared at the end of the street. The clamor of human voices filled his ears, as if he had returned to the past. Yoriichi silently tucked his zanpakuto under his clothes and walked towards his home. In front of the door, it was very quiet. Yoriichi slowed his breathing, placed his hands on the door, and was about to knock. A faint scent of blood vaguely appeared in his nostrils. The scent of blood came suddenly. He disregarded politeness. Whoosh! He instantly flashed into the courtyard. At this moment, dust was scattered throughout the courtyard. Following his senses, he focused his gaze on one spot. By the shimmering pond, a Shinigami dressed in a Shinigami uniform was holding a zanpakuto, confronting two girls. At first glance, this scene looked like bullying, with the strong oppressing the weak. But in reality, a few drops of blood were dripping from the Shinigami's waist. The scent of blood that Yoriichi initially smelled originated from him. Kaneda, 12th seat. It's you. Hearing Tsugikuni Yoriichi's voice, Kaneda slowly turned around. His face was somewhat distorted, and veins were slowly throbbing on his forehead and cheeks. Some veins even broke through his skin, like tentacles, waving in the air. His whole body exuded the reishi of a hollow. Seeing this, Tsugikuni Yoriichi's anger surged, and he sternly said, Kaneda, 12th seat, have you been corrupted by a hollow? It was his first time seeing a Shinigami controlled by a hollow. If it weren't for the reishi purifier in Rukia's palm, it might have been too late by the time he returned. What exactly was going on today? First, an Ajuchas appeared. Then, Kaneda, the 12th seat, who was presumed dead in battle, reappeared, seemingly transformed into a hollow. If such a mission report were to be written down and submitted, the Godai 13 would probably send it back to be rewritten on the grounds of fabricating facts. It was too bizarre. Chapter 46, Gasuk Kenpachi, I am fighting in Hueco Mundo, is it true or false? Godai 13. Within 1 minute of Tsugikuni Yoriichi slaying the Ajuchas, an urgent message, carried by a hell butterfly, reached Yamamoto Genryusai's ears. Yamamoto Genryusai sat shirtless on a zafu. His gaze swept over the hell butterfly perched on his finger. His eyes narrowed slightly the moment his thoughts fell upon him. The nearby window was half open, and his pale beard swayed gently in the wind. He stroked his beard, his voice low, Ajuchas. He stood up. Without turning back, he spoke into the air, Chojiro. Chojiro Sasakabe appeared behind him in a flash, kneeling halfway, his tone respectful, I'm here. Yamamoto Genryusai turned his head slightly, donned the Haori hanging nearby, took a step forward, and commanded. Deliver my orders. Assemble the 12th Division and have them bring their machinery to West Rakongai District 1. If necessary, they may open a black cavity leading to Hueco Mundo. The appearance of Ajuchas class hollows near Siriidi is an omen, something unknown must have occurred within Hueco Mundo. If it threatens the safety of Soul Society, eliminate it immediately. At the same time, assemble the 11th Division, appoint Gasuk Kenpachi as the captain commander for this operation, and have him lead troops into Hueco Mundo to clear all obstacles. Remember, this mission is of great importance, you must not take it lightly. As his voice faded, a heavy atmosphere permeated the air. Chojiro Sasakabe subtly raised his eyes, feeling a slight confusion. However, considering it was the captain commander's order, no matter how sudden, it surely held a deeper meaning. He could only suppress the doubt in his heart and silently bowed his head, yes. Your subordinate accepts the command. What? You want me to lead troops to attack Hueco Mundo? At the 11th Division, a booming voice echoed from within the barracks, its substantial sound waves making the heads of the surrounding Shinigami spin. Gojo Shibe Kenpachi, a fat man 10 feet tall, with eyes like brass bells, a waist like a giant cauldroniston to the order from the Godai 13. The expression on his face quickly plummeted. What a joke! He loudly bellowed. Did that old Yamamoto cough? No, did Captain Commander say that? Hueco Mundo. What kind of place is that? It's the forbidden land of the Shinigami. Hundreds of years ago, when Hueco Mundo invaded Siriidi, Kenpachi Kurashiki once led an attack. Although the results were significant, half of the Ajuchas in Hueco Mundo were gone, leading to an unusually peaceful human world and Rakongai for a time. But the casualties were real. All Shinigami except Kenpachi Kurashiki were wiped out, none survived. And now, another time. Gojo Shibe Kenpachi didn't believe he had Kenpachi Kurashiki's strength or luck to escape from the encirclement of Minos Grande. After all, his Kenpachi position was merely inherited. This is precisely the Captain Commander's order. A messenger Shinigami from the Yoriichi said this to Gojo Shibuya-Kenpachi. He slightly raised his head, his eyes beneath the hood as cold as ice, his tone flat yet undeniable. Act immediately, without delay, or you will be charged with intentionally disturbing the peace of the human world, and disobeying orders. Gojo Shibuya-Kenpachi felt lost. It's over. He had been hoping that with nothing going on in Soul Society recently, he could work peacefully until retirement. He never expected to be stabbed by a few hollows. On the other side, several Shinigami from the 12th Division headed straight for West Rakangai with their machinery. They didn't have much aversion to the Captain Commander's order. After all, opening a passage wasn't dangerous for them. In their world, traveling to Hueco Mundo was a common task because their research required various organisms. It was also because they understood hollows that they knew the reason the Captain Commander issued such an order. Ultimately, it came down to the mechanism of hollow appearance. In the human world and Soul Society, there exist some unstable spaces. These spaces connect to Hueco Mundo, and some hollows can emerge from them. The closer to Yoriichi, the more stable the space. The probability of hollows appearing is smaller, but not zero. And now, an Ajuchas has popped out. To say there's no problem with this, let alone Yamamoto Genryusai, even an ordinary squad member wouldn't believe it. That's why this mission was issued. Furthermore, eliminating these unstable, potentially casualty-causing factors is precisely the duty of a Shinigami. Of course, some people were indifferent to this mission. Along the way, the current vice-captain of the 12th Division, Hayori Saragaki, couldn't help but spit. She carried a large sword on her back and a machine in one hand. These two massive items seemed out of place with her petite figure. As she ran, her dazzling golden hair, tied in two pigtails, shone exceptionally bright in the sunlight. With some freckles on her face, she pouted, her tone annoyed. Why me? My rare holiday is gone for no reason. Damn hollows, damn 10th Division. Why are they all so troublesome? Beside her, another Shinigami carrying a machine quietly said, Vice Captain, mind your words, this is the Captain Commander's order. I know, but what does that have to do with me? I'm on vacation today, don't you know? Hayori Saragaki's words showed no respect for Yamamoto Genryusai. It wasn't just her, most high-ranking Shinigami feared Yamamoto Genryusai far less than their captains. After all, the sky is high and the emperor is far, it's just talk. Could the person being talked about hear it from hundreds of miles away? Regarding this, the Shinigami had nothing to say. Hayori Saragaki, having lost an outlet for her emotions, became even more depressed. Before long, everyone arrived at West Rakangai District 1. At this moment, at the Tsugikuni estate, boom! A towering column of reishi shot straight into the sky, immediately attracting the attention of the 12th Division members. Hayori Saragaki looked sideways. The reishi diffused in the air made her slightly breathless. After a pause, she asked in a puzzled tone, who is that? Is it the captain of the 10th Division? What did the mission details say again? A Shinigami had just put down his machinery. The suffocating sensation quickly dissipated as the light pillar vanished. Clutching his chest, he took a scroll from his sleeve, opened it, glanced at it, and said. Reporting, Vice Captain, we are to assist the 10th Division in detecting whether there are spatial rifts nearby. At the same time, we are to open a black cavity leading to Hueco Mundo afterwards, allowing the 11th Division to enter. That person over there shouldn't be the captain of the 10th Division. My instrument tells me that's our client. Do you remember the weapon we researched earlier that specifically purifies reishi? To detect areas with potential hollows and threats, we specifically installed a batch of transmitters inside. Although it was eventually discontinued due to poor sales, judging by the reishi number. The one who bought or used it is most likely the vice captain of the 10th Division. Chapter 47, I killed him. Ha! Vice Captain. Hayori Saragaki's voice suddenly rose an octave. She gestured forward, her face full of disbelief. You mean that old woman who always calls herself, this concubine? Why would she buy our product? The Shinigami helplessly rubbed his forehead, that was ages ago. The person you're talking about was transferred to the Godai 13 weeks ago. The current vice captain of the 10th Division is a young male Shinigami. It's only been half a year since he graduated. Some of the young girls in the division like him. After all, he's young, with unlimited potential. Too bad he seems to have no interest in it. How young? Hayori Saragaki was full of questions. Although she was shocked that he became a vice captain half a year after graduating, looking back at the 1,000-year history of the Ryatsu Academy, it wasn't unheard of for other Shinigami to achieve this. As far as she knew, there were at least 5 such cases. Of course, these were all nobles, but they weren't isolated incidents. Why would so many people be interested? Could it be that they were all infatuated? Carrying these questions, Hayori Saragaki quickly got her answer. However, the process made her quite annoyed. Her gaze was like a torch, staring directly at the Shinigami in front of her. That authoritative look made the other party feel a chill in his heart. "Ah, please don't get angry when I tell you," the Shinigami stammered, nervously fidgeting with his fingers. He slowly raised his eyes, his gaze flickering away. "His age? Probably, perhaps, only a fraction of yours." Thump. Accompanying a dull thud, a red, slightly steaming lump swelled high. After setting up the machine, Hayori Saragaki stomped towards the Tsugikuni mansion, fuming. The Shinigami behind her was on the verge of tears. "Didn't you say you wouldn't get angry?" He rubbed his head, resigned to his bad luck. He gently touched the large bump on his head, gasped, and quickly followed. Not long after, he saw a man with two girls walk out of a damaged wooden door. The man was dressed in a Shinigami uniform, his face showing a hint of seriousness. Of the girls behind him, one had a sword in her hand. Upon closer inspection, it was a Zanpakuto. A Zanpakuto. His gaze was slightly puzzled as he scanned Tsugikuni Yoriichi. The sword on him was still there. So, whose sword was this? Before the Shinigami could ask, Hayori Saragaki had already stepped forward, raising her chin and saying discontentedly. "Hey! Are you the 10th Division Vice Captain or whatever? Do you know that because of you, my original vacation was ruined? You have to take full responsibility, understand?" Her voice was loud, causing Yoriichi to glance slightly. Before his eyes was a girl who looked about 10 years old, with a very fiery temper. However, when his gaze swept over the armband on her arm and he learned her identity, Yoriichi, out of respect, nodded slightly. "You are the 12th Division Vice Captain. You must be tired. It's a rare vacation, yet you still have to bring your team on a mission. What kind of talk is that? Do you think I wanted to?" Hayori Saragaki subconsciously raised an eyebrow. She was about to retort but then realized that this was a compliment to herself. Damn it, all the emotion she had built up was gone. Taking a slight breath, Hayori crossed her arms and let out a soft hum. "Don't think that just because you greeted me first, I'll let you off. We'll remember this today and settle the score next year. Imezumi, go, check the vicinity and see if there are any overlooked spatial rifts. If there are, fix them immediately." She shouted behind her. The Shinigami named Imezumi immediately took action. At this moment, Hayori Saragaki also keenly noticed that the two girls behind Tsugikuni Yoriichi seemed very afraid of her. Their eyes shimmered with fear. Step. She tentatively took a small step forward. At the same time, the two girls each took a step back. As they retreated, they tightly clutched Tsugikuni Yoriichi's clothes! This discovery made Hayori Saragaki frown deeply. "Is something wrong?" Yoriichi protected his back with one hand and asked indifferently. "If not, I'll be leaving first, I still have matters to attend to." He quickly brushed past Hayori with the two girls. Hayori didn't speak. It wasn't until they were several meters away that she suddenly turned around. "Wait, that little brat, where did you get the Zanpakuto in your hand?" "Yes, I'm talking about you," the girl in white clothes without a braid. Knowing she was referring to Rukia, Yoriichi slowly turned around. "It's Kaneda Takashi, the 12th seat of my 10th Division Zanpakuto." "What about it?" "You still dare to ask, what about it?" Hayori retorted. "If I remember correctly, wasn't he missing? How is his sword in your hand?" "Regarding this matter, I have already reported it to the Gotei 13 via the Tenkan." Yoriichi's gaze was calm as he stared at his mansion. He reappeared after being missing, suspected of having become a hollow, and was about to attack my sister. "So, I killed him." "What?" Hayori Saragaki's pupils suddenly constricted. She wasn't sure if she was surprised by a Shinigami turning into a hollow, or by a Shinigami dying at the hands of her own vice-captain. These were all major issues, the former was difficult to judge for now. But the latter, if not handled properly, could lead to imprisonment, as murdering a comrade was a grave crime. At least a 500-year sentence. This. Hayori Saragaki found it hard to believe. Her lips parted slightly, just about to ask Yoriichi if he had concrete evidence. The next second. A bald, dignified old man slowly walked from the end of the street. Behind the old man were several Shinigami. Hayori looked, and they were all famous captains, Yoriichi Shihoin, Kuchiki Jinryai, etc. A surging ryatsu emanated from them, and the air seemed to turn into a viscous substance. Hayori Saragaki suddenly found it difficult to breathe. She instinctively bent over, unable to stand, one hand clutching her throat. It was as if the oxygen she normally inhaled had now turned into deadly mud, pouring into her lungs. She decisively held her breath, slowly loosened her hand, and the difficult expression on her face gradually faded. Yoriichi had sensed Yamamoto Genryusai's ryatsu the moment it appeared, so his condition was still relatively good. The two girls behind him, however, were not. They had already fainted directly. Clang. Rukia's Zanpakuto fell to the ground. When he arrived in front of them, Yamamoto Genryusai slowly retracted his Ryatsu. His gaze swept over the Zanpakuto on the ground. His brows furrowed even more seriously. Whoosh! The Haori on his back moved without the wind. Thump! He gripped his staff and let out a low growl. Tsugikuni Yoriichi, is what you said true? Kaneda Takashi became a hollow, and you killed him to protect civilians. If this old man discovers any deceit, this old man will show no mercy. Now. This old man will give you one last chance. If you are willing to honestly tell the truth, in consideration of your voluntary confession, this old man might handle it leniently. But if you continue to be stubborn and conceal the truth of the matter. He slightly narrowed his eyes, and his words abruptly stopped there. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Chapter 48, Tsukiguni Yoriichi, the dead can't speak. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept through the street. Right opposite, Captain Commander Yamamoto's attitude was exceptionally clear. He practically had the word doubt written all over his face. In response, Tsugikuni Yoriichi's expression remained calm as he solemnly stated. What I have said is true, every word and every sentence is fact. He understood the reason for Captain Commander Yamamoto's suspicion. It was nothing more than the Shinigami's holification being too shocking and unprecedented, overturning millions of years of Soul Society tradition. Shinigami and hollows were like fire and water, completely incompatible. Once they became compatible, at best, the very existence of Shinigami would be questioned, at worst, the three realms would be destroyed. Hearing this reply, Captain Commander Yamamoto remained silent. His narrowed eyes held an unknown thought. His hand gripped his cane tightly, and the atmosphere felt heavy. The Shinigami nearby, seeing this situation, couldn't help but hold their breath. The current head of the Kuchiki clan, Kuchiki Jinryai, who was over 1,000 years old, kept his hands tucked within his sleeves. His cloudy, slightly aged eyes quietly watched Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Jinryai's eyebrows twitched. Such an upright child. His words are all for the sake of his family. However. Holification. He slowly raised his gaze, his slightly lowered eyes subtly observing Captain Commander Yamamoto's expression from the side. His weathered face showed no change. This caused his brows to slowly furrow. Captain Commander Yamamoto, what exactly are you thinking? It was a long time later. Good. Captain Commander Yamamoto's low shout broke the quiet atmosphere. He sharply struck the ground, instantly raising a ring of dust. The sound of the wind still whistled in their ears. Yoriichi met his gaze, and a solemn voice entered his mind. Do you have any evidence to prove Kaneda Takashi's holification? Your testimony alone is not enough, and the two children beside you, being too young, cannot serve as witnesses. Your Zanpakuto can only prove that you killed him. I need more factual and conclusive evidence. Although he believed Tsugikuni Yoriichi in his heart, being in the Soul Society meant operating by the Soul Society's rules. The current situation was already lenient for Yoriichi, because if it were to escalate to the Central 46. No matter who Tsugikuni Yoriichi killed, and whether it was a hollow or not, he would be charged with premeditated murder of a comrade. After all. A group of old men were very wary of him, fearing the emergence of another Captain Commander Yamamoto. Yoriichi remained silent. Finally, he shook his head. I'm sorry, I have no evidence. As soon as these words were spoken, Captain Commander Yamamoto's hand suddenly clenched. He stared solemnly at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, and a few more words reached his ears. Although there's no evidence, there should still be some residual hollow Ryatsu in the room. That hollow's disguise was very clever. If it weren't for the gift I gave Rukia injuring it, I wouldn't have had time to act. Upon hearing this, Captain Commander Yamamoto imperceptibly loosened his hands, and his gaze shifted, sweeping over Hiyori Saragaki, who stood beside Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Seeing this, Hiyori pouted. Her gaze subtly swept over Rukia on the ground twice. What a nuisance. Although the clash of spiritual pressures had dissipated, the feeling of lingering apprehension still surfaced in her mind from time to time. She waved her hand, summoning her subordinate. Hollow Ryatsu, huh? I'll do my best to detect it. But Captain Commander, before the results are in, please don't casually convict an innocent Shinigami. He and I still have a score to settle. He ruined my vacation. After she finished speaking, regardless of Captain Commander Yamamoto's reaction, she quickly scurried on her short legs towards the location Tsugikuni Yoriichi had described. Behind her, Captain Commander Yamamoto snorted coldly, leaning on his cane. These youngsters nowadays are truly getting out of hand. They even dare to threaten me, the Captain Commander. His voice was deep, causing a hint of surprise to appear on the faces of several captains nearby. Some people quietly observed Tsugikuni Yoriichi. There was an added sense of surprise in their eyes. If they remembered correctly, these two should be meeting for the first time. In just a few short sentences, he was able to win the favor of a vice-captain from another division, causing her to side with him. Unbelievable. Regarding this, Yoriichi Shihoin had something to say. However, considering the current environment was unsuitable, she decided to remain silent for now. Everyone waited. Thoughts flowed in their minds like a torrent. Even someone as calm as Tsukiguni Yoriichi felt a slight impulse at this moment. Soon, Hayori Saragaki returned. She brought back good news, and also bad news. Upon examination, the blood left there indeed contains hollow fluctuations. However, it cannot be determined whether it was Kaneda Takashi turning into a hollow, or simply a hollow. Because there were no Shinigami Ryatsu fluctuations there. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. What did that mean? It was obvious. If it were just a pure hollow, then everything Tsugikuni Yoriichi said couldn't be counted. He might have killed Kaneda Takashi first, and to clear his suspicion, he caught a hollow to frame him. Since Shinigami hollowification was the first such case, even if it happened, the crime would not be too severe. He might even receive credit. Now the matter was at a standstill. Even if Captain Commander Yamamoto leaned towards the former, meaning the conclusion that Kaneda Takashi hollowified. But the second conclusion existed, and no matter how small the probability, it could not be ignored. This gave Captain Commander Yamamoto a headache. Everyone, what do you think? He slowly turned around, uncharacteristically asking for everyone's opinion. Yoriichi Shihoin was the first to speak. If you ask me, don't worry about who he killed. Kaneda Takashi is already dead. Can a dead man still speak? Captain Commander Yamamoto, you wouldn't punish a vice-captain for the sake of a 12th seat, would you? His performance and character over these past few months of service have been evident to you, and he has no grievances with Kaneda Takashi. The probability of his lying is simply too small. It's completely not worth it. As for the Central 46, what's there to care about a bunch of old geezers who refuse to die? If worst comes to worst, hide him in my second division, give them a plausible reason, and superficially detain him. I refuse to believe they can force their way into my Shihoin clan. Do they think my heavenly gifted armaments division is just for show? Upon hearing this, Tsukiguni Yoriichi also expressed his opinion. He nodded silently. This old man also suggests temporary detention. After all, hollowification is a serious matter, and my Tsukiguni clan, as one of the 5 great noble families, has a good place in its mansion. If everything he says is true, then there must be witnesses present, we just haven't discovered them yet. As his voice fell, Yoriichi Shihoin rolled her eyes at him. I say, old man Tsukiguni, your calculations are reaching the heavens. Can the Tsukiguni clan truly accommodate a genius like him? You old men, you don't have much time left, do you? Chapter 49 Decision. The usually reserved Tsukiguni clan uttered such words. Was it a collapse of morality? Or a distortion of human nature? After some thought, Yoriichi found the answer. Tsukiguni Yoriichi's son, Tsukiguni Sojin, was not in good health. Although he was currently the 6th Division vice-captain, he was not skilled in combat and couldn't keep other nobles in check. His grandson, Tsukiguni Byakuya, was not yet an adult. It would take at least 50 years for him to become independent. During these 50 years, the face of the Tsukiguni clan was entirely supported by Tsukiguni Yoriichi alone. It would have been fine if Tsukiguni Yoriichi were in his prime, but he was already old. He had many old injuries from wars in his youth. As someone from the same era as Yamamoto Genryusai, it wouldn't be surprising if he passed away tomorrow or the day after. Therefore, they urgently needed a strong individual or a talented combatant as a fallback, to prevent a generational gap in the decline of the Tsukiguni clan. Thinking about it this way, it was quite pitiful, making Yoriichi Shihoin feel too embarrassed to compete with them. Of course, embarrassment was one thing. She just needed to pretend she didn't see it. Pursing her lips, Yoriichi's expression was inexplicably playful. Tsukiguni Yoriichi, however, didn't get angry with her. 200 years old, just a child. Besides, everything she said was true, and even if he argued, he wouldn't be able to make sense of it. It was better to simply ignore it. Tsukiguni Yoriichi looked to the side and smiled, Lady Yoriichi, everything you said is correct. However, this old man believes he can still hold on for a while longer. At least until I see my grandson grow up. Before that, no evil spirits or demons can affect my Tsukiguni clan. Noticing the topic subtly shifting, Yamamoto Genryusai lightly coughed twice. Pay attention. What we are discussing now is how to deal with Tsugikuni Yoriichi's actions and what judgment to issue. Furthermore, if there are cases of Shinigami hollowification, what should we do? Don't talk about hiding them anymore, this old man cannot afford to lose face. The 2nd Division and the 6th Division were both members of the Gotei 13. Their decisions could easily be taken by the nobles as their own decisions. Yamamoto Genryusai did not want to fall out with those nobles so early. Because there was no benefit. On the contrary, the power accumulated by the nobles in secret would cause extremely severe damage to the Tsukiguni. Unless necessary, they would muddle through and check each other. Upon hearing this, both of them stopped their discussion. Yoriichi Shihoin glanced at Yamamoto Genryusai, then said, "If we don't hide him, the only place he can avoid imprisonment is Hueco Mundo. Captain Commander, I do not recommend you do that. After all, in these past 1,000 years, how many Shinigami have died unjustly because of some idiots? There's no need to affect a captain's future for the sake of someone suspected of being a hollow. He is not worthy." In any other setting, Yoriichi Shihoin would never have said such a thing. Because as a clan head, she must be cautious in her words and actions. However, now it was different. Rather than believing what she saw, it was better to believe what she felt. The Captain Commander's hesitation and Kuchiki Jinryui's decision were enough to explain everything. At this, a ripple suddenly appeared in Yamamoto Genryusai's unchanging expression. The Shihoin clan is so strongly supporting this kid. So much so that the clan head has expressed her stance multiple times. Born in Rakongai and achieving this much, he was truly one of a kind. Not to mention, there was also the subtle support from the Kuchiki clan. But his guiding principle was absolute justice. He could not tolerate the slightest impurity. Clutching his cane tightly. Crack. The dull sound of wood cracking suddenly echoed in his ears. Yamamoto Genryusai took a deep breath and decided to follow his heart. His profound gaze fixed on Tsugikuni Yoriichi, he said word by word. "Things have come to this old man has made his decision. Although the matter of Kaneda Takashi is still unclear, he is indeed dead, and he died by your hand. Given that the two captains have pleaded for you, your death penalty can be waived, but your living punishment is unavoidable. Effective immediately, you will go with the 11th Division to Hueco Mundo to subjugate hollows. The duration is indefinite. But you must kill 200 Ajuchas, or 20 Vasto Lord, before you can return. Do you have any objections?" His gaze gradually deepened. These conditions, seemingly difficult, were a test. After killing so many hollows and returning, even the 46 chambers would have nothing to say. Upon hearing this, Yoriichi did not immediately give his answer. He looked at the two girls on the ground. He asked, "If I leave, what will happen to them? And also the 10th Division." "You don't need to worry about the 10th Division, this old man will give them a perfect answer," Yamamoto Genryusai interrupted. "Additionally, these two girls, as your family members, will naturally receive care from the Tsukiguni. Their food, clothing, housing, and transportation will all be of the highest standard for Rakongai, and this will continue until the day you return, or after 100 years. If he hadn't returned in 100 years, it would mean that Tsugikuni Yoriichi was dead. A dead Shinigami held no value, and there was no need to waste money on him." As the Captain Commander, Yamamoto Genryusai had already done his utmost, even breaking his previous bottom line. Upon hearing this, Yoriichi nodded and said, 100 years, you say? I understand. Don't worry, Captain Commander, it won't take that long. So, you agree? Yamamoto Genryusai asked in return. Yes, I have no reason to refuse, and besides, you are right, Yoriichi nodded slightly. Regardless of who the other party was, Kaneda, the 12th seat, indeed died by my hand. This is a fact, and I cannot deny it. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Genryusai's narrowed eyes reopened, and a faint smile appeared in his long, narrow eyes. Good. As expected of the Shinigami he had favored. He possessed the same sense of right and wrong as he. It was just a pity that he was a bit young. And the timing was not right. Otherwise, he could be cultivated as the third successor. As for Shihoin and Kuchiki, let's talk about it when he returns. A few days later. Rakongai. Brother, are you leaving now? Rukia looked at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, who was ready to depart, with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. She had thought that their peaceful life would continue after her brother became a Shinigami. She never expected it to be suddenly broken by a hollow. She only found out when she woke up. Her brother was going to an extremely dangerous place. He might not return for decades. Or he might never return. Rukia found this hard to accept. She had once asked Yoriichi if he could not go, and the answer was no, because it was the Captain Commander's order. It was also related to the Captain Commander's plan. On the day he agreed to go to Hueco Mundo, Yoriichi had heard Yoriichi Shihoin mention it. If Kaneda Takashi truly turned into a hollow, then his actions could not have had such a clear purpose. Behind him, there must have been a manipulator. Targeting Rukia. Perhaps related to her personally. Or perhaps related to himself. Yamamoto Genryusai seemed to be planning to use this operation to capture that person. Chapter 50, Entering Hueco Mundo. At the same time. 5th Division. At his desk, Aizen held a brush, calmly writing characters. Creak. The wooden door behind him was pushed open. A ray of sunlight poured in. Tozen Kanami closed the door behind him. A soundproofing barrier was cast. Then, he knelt on the ground, hands on his knees. His voice was slow. "Lord Aizen, the plan is proceeding smoothly. Tsugikuni Yoriichi has already entered the game, he won't be able to interfere with us for the next 10 years. Aizen did not speak, continuing to write. The room was silent. Only when a page was finished did he slowly put down his brush. Without turning around, his refined voice echoed through the room. "Kanami, you are mistaken. Our plan was not successful. Yamamoto Genryusai still values him, and the 5 great noble families still value him. The hypnosis on the 46 chambers did not achieve the desired effect. Exiling him to Hueco Mundo. This is meaningless. The original plan was to use Kaneda Takashi's death to imprison Tsugikuni Yoriichi, thereby cutting off the influence of uncontrollable external factors on himself. The Hogyoku experiment was at a critical juncture. If the probability of success decreased due to the appearance of 1 or 2 Shinigami, Aizen would not have wasted 100 years researching the Hogyoku. Silently suppressing him and making him disappear was the best course of action. However, the plan failed. After a review, Aizen realized that he had underestimated Tsugikuni Yoriichi's moral compass. If an ordinary Shinigami killed a colleague, their first thought would surely not be to inform others, but to conceal the truth. After all, it concerned their future. Even some Shinigami with a sense of justice would hesitate slightly at the moment of action. After killing someone, they would then have thoughts such as whether to surrender or to flee. Hesitation is a human instinct. And these were precisely the keys to the plan's success. If Tsugikuni Yoriichi had shown even a hint of hesitation, Yamamoto Genryusai, given his personality, would have thrown him into prison to await judgment. Once in prison, it would have been Aizen's territory. Using Kyoka Suigetsu, he could manipulate the 46 chambers verdict and control everything about the opponent without even moving a finger. This was his calculation. The details were also perfect. Theoretically, Tsugikuni Yoriichi had no way to escape conviction. The result. Something unexpected happened after he killed Kaneda Takashi. Not only did Tsugikuni Yoriichi not conceal the truth, but he even got ahead of him, gathered the captains, and firmly insisted that he was the murderer. His attitude was so resolute that the 46 chambers had no room to intervene. This sudden change caused Aizen's entire plan to collapse. Because it went against human nature. It went against common sense. It was like a person who is hungry needing to eat, but the food is poisoned. He, however, simply ignored it and resisted hunger with sleep. This led to the fact that after Tsugikuni Yoriichi decisively confessed, regardless of whether Kaneda Takashi had become a hollow, Yamamoto Genryusai would label him as someone who dared to take responsibility and valued loyalty. With this naturally good impression, plus the assistance of other nobles. Even if Yamamoto Genryusai's judgment was severe, he would consider their thoughts. It was a miscalculation after all. A ripple appeared in Aizen's calm eyes. Picking up the inkstone, he silently ground the ink. Instantly, a soft rustling sound echoed through the room. Tozen Kanami knelt behind Aizen. Hearing these words, he suddenly felt the atmosphere around him change slightly. After a while, Aizen's voice continued unhurriedly. Although it didn't succeed, it didn't fail either. It was merely a plan I devised on a whim. Although Kaneda is dead, he still left us a valuable set of data. A Shinigami whose moral compass rivals Yamamoto Genryusai's, and whose talent is similar to his. Interesting. This child, perhaps, could become an arrow piercing Yamamoto's heart. Let's observe him for now. We'll talk when he returns from Hueco Mundo. Before then, there's no need to pay him any more attention. Rustle. The sound of grinding ink abruptly stopped. Aizen slowly turned his head. His eyes reflected Tozen Kanami, head bowed, listening silently. The light around them flickered slightly with the breeze. He nodded slightly. Also, don't forget the cleanup work for this plan. Yamamoto Genryusai won't give up easily. Although I believe I won't be discovered, there are always some loose ends in the world. Kanami, you should know who I'm referring to. He is the only breakthrough. After a moment of silence, Tozen Kanami responded decisively, lowering his head, his words clear and firm. Yes. I will dispose of him immediately and ensure not a single piece of evidence is left. Very good. Aizen smiled warmly, his gentle eyes making his demeanor even more refined, yet also revealing a hint of transcendence from the mundane. A strand of brown hair on his forehead swayed in the wind as he nodded. Go on and be busy. I hope to hear good news within 3 months. As his voice fell, Tozen Kanami slowly raised his head. His pale eyes faintly gleamed with resolute light. Click. After he turned and left, whoosh, a gust of wind swept through the room. The curtain by the window was lifted. The air returned to an eerie silence. Damn it. Why is there a 10th Division Shinigami in my 11th Division? Out in the suburbs, Gojo Shibe Kenpachi glared at the red-haired figure before him, complaining incessantly. His gaze swept over the others' indifferent eyes, and a feeling of being disdained inexplicably surged within him. He was the captain of the 11th Division. Normally, who didn't treat him with utmost respect. But this suddenly appearing Shinigami showed no trace of nervousness, no fear, no apprehension in his eyes. There was no emotion at all. One must know, ahead was Hueco Mundo. Your calmness makes me, the captain, look stupid. What was that old man Yamamoto thinking? Gojo Shibe Kenpachi was extremely vexed. He even started to feel that he was nothing special. He had intended to stall for time, but ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the 2nd Division's correctional force, he was forced to lead his team into Hueco Mundo. Yoriichi followed behind, sword in hand. Due to the quiet nature of the departure, no friends came to see him off, only Rukia watched silently from a distance. A bleak wind brushed against her cheeks, and a gripping pain inexplicably surged in Rukia's chest. Yoriichi Shihoin, beside her, keenly noticed this and let out a soft click of her tongue. Yoriichi wore a black battle suit, which stood out conspicuously in the boundless wilderness. She half-squatted, placing a hand on Rukia's shoulder, a bright smile on her face. Gently rubbing Rukia's slightly delicate cheek, Yoriichi said playfully. Don't worry, little Rukia. With his strength, as long as he doesn't encounter multiple Vasto Lord in Hueco Mundo, he generally won't be in danger. Perhaps when he returns, our two families can become relatives. What do you think of the name Shihoin Rukia? Chapter 51, Chapter 51 Back to Demon Slayer. While Yoriichi Shihoin was teasing Rukia, Yoriichi had already entered Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo, according to some seniors, was a boundless silver desert. Eternal night, desolation, with a silver moon hanging high. However, after passing through the black cavity, what met Yoriichi's eyes was not the scene described above. Thump. Under his feet was soft earth, with weeds growing rampant at the edges. A fishy wind, reeking of a foul odor, blew directly at him, causing Yoriichi to furrow his brows. His robes flapped, and his hand instinctively went to his zanpakuto clanking. His wary eyes swept around, vast fields, cold moonlight, silent forests, and spiderwebs everywhere. With just one glance, Yoriichi immediately understood his current situation. I'm back again. At the same time, in the forest on the mountain, a Demon Slayer Corps squad was cautiously advancing deeper into the woods. Some gripped their Nichiren blades tightly, their breathing ragged. The sweat on their palms made their stances slightly awkward, yet the warm sensation from their hands gave them immense confidence. It was as if, before their meticulously forged Nichiren blades, no demon could escape death. Of course, they knew these were just random thoughts born of their nervousness. At the end of the line, Murata, with his black clothes and black hair, his eyes trembled slightly. He surveyed the deep darkness around him, listening to the silent forest. Due to the oppressive environment, his adrenaline was subtly kicking in. His chest heaved violently. Thump. 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 Suppressing his breath, he lowered his gaze and clutched his chest. His steps slowed slightly. Just then, a gentle breeze blew. Whoosh. The white mist he exhaled, in the dim moonlight, in Murata's half-closed eyes, and its fleeting dissipation, almost formed fragmented snapshots. Scenes from earlier that evening rapidly replayed before his eyes. Mt. Natagumo is suspected of having demon activity. Swordsmen of Kino rank and above, assemble immediately. 10 people have gone missing so far. Proceed with extreme caution. If you are outmatched, retreat immediately. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. In his ears were the endless admonitions from the trainers. Before, he found them nagging, but in this claustrophobic forest, they felt especially comforting. I say. Murata broke free from his memories, lowering his voice and looking at a demon slayer behind him, his brow twitching slightly. Do we need to go deeper? Isn't this far enough already? We haven't encountered a single demon on the way. Is it just a rumor? It's so scary here, don't you guys think so? Hearing his voice, a few people scrutinized him. His black eyes were somewhat subdued. His ordinary face belonged to a passerby. The metallic clinking from his trembling hands was a bit grating. A young man smiled, his tone confident and calm. What's there to be afraid of? The more dangerous, the better. If it's not dangerous, how will I earn money? Slaying 20 demons allows you to go to headquarters and learn the legendary original breathing technique, sun breathing. Even if you can't learn it, or don't want to, you can sell this opportunity to others. That's a whole 1,000 yen. My 5 years of salary aren't even that much. This opportunity is rare. Such a good job, others beg for it and can't get it, yet here you are, retreating. Is that right? If you're scared, just hide behind me. I'll protect you, and of course, any demons you should have slain will also be mine. Do you have any objections? No, none at all. Murata shook his head repeatedly, like an ostrich, instinctively hiding behind the young man without thinking. He didn't care about how much money there was. He just felt that this place was dangerous. 1,000 yen, you might earn it, but you also need to be alive to spend it. He was extremely timid. Just as Murata retreated and the young man stepped forward, his face beaming with excitement, a slender silver thread slowly extended from a nearby treetop. It connected two ancient trees. In the center of the silver thread, about 30 meters above the ground, an eyeball-like creature with tentacles, resembling a spider, stood quietly, overlooking everything below. On the eyeball, two powerful characters were carved, Lower 5. As one of Kabutsuji Musen's 12 demon moons, even the lowest-ranking lower moon was a deadly existence for ordinary demon slayers. A single demon could often slaughter hundreds of swordsmen and still have power to spare. The spider demon, lower rank 5, Rue, was no exception. However, tonight, no, since its birth, Rue had no interest in attacking proactively. It was both the leader and the youngest of MT Natagumo. Rue enjoyed role-playing. In terms of bloodline, it was superior to all other spider demons. But in terms of identity, it liked to place itself in the lowest position, thereby enjoying the warm feeling that family brought it. Therefore, even when it saw a group of enemies, its only thought was to let father and mother deal with them. Their strength was second only to its own. To whom should it assign the task? Rue observed for a moment. There were many people. It decided. Mother, go kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. Deep in the mountains, inside a temple, Rue, who controlled the spiders, said this to the spider mother, who was seated in the secondary position. Its tone was like a dead lake, without a ripple. Its eyes were like a desolate white moon, surrounded by a bloody scara, and crimson spots were etched onto its cheeks, giving it a hint of bloodlust. Although the demon's aura soared to the heavens, if one closed their eyes and covered its heterochromatic pupils, based on its small body, no one would believe it was a demon, but rather a child who liked to be unconventional. Upon hearing this, the spider mother's body trembled violently. Her hands involuntarily clasped together. A hint of panic and surprise appeared on her face, which resembled Rue's. It was unclear whether she was afraid of Rue or afraid of this mission. What? Rue asked, you refuse. Its eyes slowly turned, and the emanating aura caused a ripple in the air. It stared at the spider mother, enunciating each word, don't forget your place, mother. Disobedient family members need to be punished. Do you want to be burned by the sun? They are just a few demon slayers. Demon slayers? You say it so lightly. The spider mother had a myriad of complaints in her heart. She recalled the rumors from recent days. The words reached her lips, but she hesitated inexplicably. Rue, what if there's a swordsman among them who has mastered sun breathing? We heard that person encountered a young man using sun breathing in Asakusa. The two demons sent by that person, who were on par with the lower moons, were easily slain by him, almost one hit per demon, and we. What's there to be afraid of? Rue interrupted, isn't it a mother's duty to die protecting me? Or are you trying to desert? As these words were uttered, the air suddenly solidified. The bloodline pressure from the upper-ranked demon made it difficult for the spider mother to breathe. She felt an invisible hand crushing her. Her pale flesh cracked inch by inch, and dark red blood slowly oozed out. Pain covered her entire body. Finally, she reluctantly agreed, I'll go. Rue. Spare my life. Chapter 52, How can a person stand in the sky? Sun breathing, huh? On the mountainside. Some demon slayer core swordsmen, hearing the conversation between the two behind them, felt a surge of emotion. It was said that the sun-breathing inheritance was submitted to the headquarters by a young boy half a year ago. Upon receiving it, headquarters immediately treated it as a precious treasure. They had initially planned to promote this breathing technique, but then discovered its extreme difficulty. Direct cultivation proved challenging even for pillar-level swordsmen. Therefore, headquarters broke it down into 12 forms. One could learn a single form by slaying 20 demons. The reduction in difficulty came with a decrease in power. But even so, some pillars who learned it saw their strength increase by more than 30%. Like the water pillar, Jitomioka, whom they knew well. Just 2 months ago, he mastered a fusion sword technique combining water breathing and sun breathing. Because of this, some ordinary swordsmen wondered if they could do the same. But unfortunately, this was an impractical fantasy. 20 demons were hard to kill. Moreover, without talent, even if given the opportunity, one might not be able to learn it. Thoughts surged. The surrounding terrifying atmosphere was somewhat diluted by the conversation. Having not encountered a single demon along the way, some believed that this mission might indeed be a rumor. But unfortunately, the subsequent sudden change directly panicked them. A slender spider thread descended from the sky, tightly wrapping around one person's Nichiren blade. At the same time, another spider thread wrapped around that person's wrist. Click. The sword guard clanged. He swung his sword, slashing at the person beside him with extreme speed. Blood, like a fountain, splattered onto that person's cheek. Blood dyed his eyes red, and the Demon Slayer Core swordsman who was slashed hadn't even reacted before the pain was etched into his bones. What? Everything happened in a flash. Damn it. To the side. Seeing this situation, everyone cursed aloud. What are you doing? You killed him. Are you insane? They spoke while retreating. Some did not forget to tightly grip the Nichiren blade at their waist, trying to defend against the seemingly traitorous teammate. But then they realized that the reality was not what they had imagined. The person who had injured his companion had a look of horror on his face. His voice was loud, as if defending his actions. No, it's not, I didn't kill him. My hand moved on its own. Though he said this, he still swung his sword forward. The swordsman at the front of the group, facing the incoming slash, decisively drew his sword. But as soon as the blade left its sheath, it uncontrollably slashed at a teammate beside him. Blood bloomed vividly before their eyes like a blossoming rose. This scene made them suddenly freeze, then exclaim, "Quick, get out of the way. There's a demon." Their judgment was so decisive, but unfortunately, by the time they reacted, it was too late. Spider Mother, hidden in the shadows, had already used hundreds of spider threads to control their every move. Nichiren blade, fingers, wrists, ankles, calves, thighs. A struggle between comrades unfolded in the gloomy forest. At the end of the line, Murata covered his mouth with both hands, hiding behind a tree, trembling uncontrollably. Above his head was a Kasugai crow. As soon as a sense of unease had arisen in his heart, he had called the Kasugai crow in, just in case. He hadn't expected to need it. Taking a deep breath, he quickly, with a trembling voice, informed the Kasugai crow of everything that had happened here. Watching the Kasugai crow fly away, vanishing into the sky, he slowly clasped his hands together. Hidden in the bushes behind the tree, he curled up as much as he could. His breathing gradually slowed. Praying silently in his heart. Come quickly, preferably a pillar. Bang. The moment his thought appeared, a sudden bang echoed in the air. A sound like shattering air. Murata lifted his half-closed, trembling eyes, suppressing his breath, and instinctively looked upwards through the sparse leaves. He saw a person standing quietly high in the sky. Behind him was a silver moon. His black robe swayed in the wind, so dazzling under the clear moonlight. It made Murata wonder if he was seeing an illusion. A person. How could he stand in the sky? A demon. Such a foul, terrible stench. Invisible reishi gathered at his feet. Tsugikuni Yoriichi looked down at the scene in the forest below, his brows slightly furrowed. The shouts of humans reached his ears. He waved his hand. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. A reishi chain, 100 meters long, like a giant snake, rushed down into the forest below. Instantly, the snake writhed and crawled. Numerous Demon Slayer Core swordsmen were bound one after another. The spider threads on their bodies all broke under the impact of the Kido, causing the spider mother nearby to freeze for a second. Then, run. Her peripheral vision reflected Tsugikuni Yoriichi in the sky, and a terrifying sense of crisis emerged in her heart. It was like standing on a 10,000-meter cliff, one step forward leading to an endless abyss. The fear from her soul stung her body. She had never thought that one day she would follow her instincts and betray Rue. She ran madly down the mountain. Her actions were undisguised. Tsugikuni Yoriichi looked at her. His gaze was cold. Then, step. Ripples spread in the air, and he instantly vanished from his original spot. On the ground, Murata was trapped in shock, unable to recover for a long time. After some thought, he realized that he had not been mistaken, that was indeed a person. But how could a person fly? An illusion. It must be an illusion. He took a deep breath, attempting to forget what had happened tonight. But for some reason, the image of the man stepping on air and suddenly disappearing was like a maggot in his bones, deeply etched into his brain. After much thought, he could only find one phrase to describe this experience. A world-shaking spectacle. On the other side, because the Kasugai crow's flight was not obstructed. In just 2 short minutes, it flew to a nearby household connected to the Demon Slayer Corps. Through the phone, it quickly reported the matter to Yoshiki Kagaya at headquarters. Upon learning of the heavy casualties among the teams, Yoshiki Kagaya immediately decided to dispatch pillar-level swordsmen to assist. Because being able to silently control more than a dozen members, even if not a 12 demon moons, the demon must certainly be of high status. It needed to be eliminated immediately. Thus, the nearby water pillar, Jutomioka, and insect pillar, Kochishinobu, accepted the order and immediately set off for Mt. Nadagumo, 100 li away. In the forest, Kochishinobu's figure was as light as a dancing butterfly. She looked at Jutomioka, who was running alongside her with a stern expression, and her voice was soft and clear. "Hey, Tomioka-san, do you think we'll make it in time? The opponent might be one of the 12 demon moons. I wonder if my special poison will be effective. I hope they can hold on until we arrive." Chapter 53, I Hate Demons. August. Jutomioka did not speak. His lowered eyes and tightly sealed lips conveyed a sense of sternness. His pure black hair fluttered in the night sky. Kochishinobu was used to it. Gathering her thoughts, she looked straight ahead, pondering how to deal with the demons of Mt. Nadagumo. If they had devoured many humans, what kind of death should be given to them? Oh my. If demons and humans could coexist peacefully, that would be wonderful. Unfortunately, it was but a delusion. Bakudo number 1, Sai. In the forest. Spider Mother abruptly stopped in her tracks. Her limbs felt as if they were bound, and she lunged forward, instantly crashing into a large tree. Boom. Leaves and branches flew everywhere, and her breathing became ragged. Ignoring her fear, she tried her best to prop herself up with her hands, hoping to get up and continue to flee. However, her hands and ankles were beyond her control. This caused Spider Mother's body to tremble even more. An incomprehensible ability. She was a demon. Why couldn't she even crawl? Dare not speak aloud, for fear of startling the heavenly beings. She struggled to crawl, as humble as a caterpillar. Bang. At this moment, accompanied by the scattering of mud, Tsugikuni Yoriichi appeared before her. His red eyes, like a blood moon, emitted an unspeakable oppressive force. Spider Mother's throat convulsed, making it difficult to breathe. For the first time in her life, she was so close to death. Even when she was turned into a demon by Rue, howling all night, she had never experienced such astonishing pain. It felt as if her soul was being sliced into countless fragments by a sharp blade. In a short while, memories from deep within her bloodline began to surface one by one before her eyes. Bamboo forest. Scorching blade. Haze. Nichiren. Wait. Whose memory was this? Just as she was about to see more clearly, Tsugikuni Yoriichi's unperturbed voice rang out, breaking the surrounding silence. Kibutsuji Musen, where is he? Answer me. Demon. Who? Spider Mother regained her senses. Musen-sama. This demon slayer, no, this fellow, who looked more like a demon than a demon, actually wanted to find Musen-sama. Her white pupils trembled slightly, and her breathing gradually froze, feeling utterly absurd. How could she possibly know where Musen-sama was? Even Rue, as a lower-ranked demon, hadn't seen Musen-sama in a long time. This question was like asking an ordinary soldier how to assassinate a general. Spider Mother suppressed her breathing, tentatively speaking, trying to gain some chance of survival for herself. However, before she could finish, Tsugikuni Yoriichi captured the emotions revealed in her eyes and understood everything. You don't know. Very well. As a demon, your fate is sealed. Be on your way. Her sins were too profound, and Yoriichi gave her no room for argument. Whoosh. An invisible flash of a blade swept across the night sky like the wind, and Spider Mother's head was severed instantly. The pupils in her eyes froze at that moment. Even after being decapitated, her head rolled to the ground. She hadn't even seen when Yoriichi had drawn his blade. Only one thought managed to flash through her mind. So fast. So fast. Not far away, in the dim forest. Spider Sister, who had secretly followed Spider Mother, witnessed her mother being instantly killed. The shock in her eyes was beyond words. Her pale hands covered her mouth, trying her best not to make a sound, and her petite body trembled slightly under the chilling killing intent. How could such a powerful demon slayer appear on this mountain? Was he a Hashira? No. Even a Hashira couldn't fly. This was knowledge she had learned when she was human. An instinctive feeling told her that she had to leave this place as quickly as possible. Although when she saw Tsugikuni Yoriichi's profile, she always had a strange sense of déjà vu. But at this critical moment, any déjà vu was less important than a sense of security. Rustle, rustle. She carefully shuffled her feet, slowly backing away, thinking that the demon slayer hadn't noticed her. However, just as she took one step back, Tsugikuni Yoriichi's gaze suddenly turned to her. As if piercing through countless branches and leaves, his gaze was like a knife, his aura like ice, stinging her mind. She felt her heart skip a beat. Then, all her limbs were severed. Falling to the ground like a doll, Spider Sister's underdeveloped brain immediately stopped functioning. The full moon in the sky reflected in her eyes, and pain flooded her mind like a tide, accompanied by the sound of footsteps on the ground. She couldn't comprehend what was happening. She struggled to look around. Her arms were gushing blood, making a hissing sound, and the cross-sections were as smooth as a mirror, revealing distinct muscle and bone textures. The part below her waist had vanished without a trace. The injuries weren't severe, but they couldn't regenerate. At the same time, a burning pain, as if being scorched by the sun, spread from the wounds. It was visible that the severed parts were gradually turning into ash. This scene was as terrifying to her as Muzan seeing Yoriichi. Her thoughts stopped for a moment, and then fear instantly turned into a surging tsunami, washing over her mind. Am I going to die? No. Rustle. Fallen leaves were crushed, and Yoriichi stepped forward, his gaze lowered, interrupting her thoughts. Tell me Muzan's location, demon. Although the demon before him looked very young, demons could not be judged by their appearance. In Yoriichi's estimation, she had devoured at least 50 humans. That was twice as many as Spider Mother. Therefore, there was no need to hold back. Spider Sister was in immense pain due to her condition. Facing Yoriichi's question, knowing this was her only chance to survive, she spoke without hesitation. I don't know. But I can take you to Rue. He's a lower rank, he knows. In a critical moment, betrayal was unavoidable. During the decades she had been a demon, the reason she was able to maintain her position as a sister and not be dealt with by Rue was her ability to adapt to circumstances. Betraying Rue. She might die. Not betraying. She glanced at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, her heart filled with horror. She would die. Lower rank. Seeing Spider Sister's attempt to stall for time, Yoriichi gripped his sword hilt, lowered his gaze, and said calmly. There's no need. Since you can take me to him, it means he's also in this forest. Why should I spare you? I will not spare any human-eating demon, just as you demons will not spare any human. Since you have nothing else to say. Then farewell. I hope in your next life you can be reborn as a good person. Goodbye. That indifferent tone was like the final judgment from hell. The moment Yoriichi's words fell, Spider Sister's head was also thrown high into the air. The spurting blood bloomed like a red spider lily in the night. A look of unwillingness was permanently fixed on her face. Yoriichi paid it no mind, and after absorbing a certain amount of reishi, he continued towards the place with the densest demon aura. Chapter 54, The Last Audience. Tanjiro. Wait for me. At the base of Mt. Nadagumo, about 2 kilometers away, 3 teenagers were sprinting across a vast athletic field. The moonlight was dim, obscuring their faces. Yet, a faint wisp of white mist could be seen escaping and dissipating from the corners of their mouths. Azuma Zenitsu reached out his hand, trying to grab Tanjiro, who was dozens of meters ahead. He shouted. This place is too terrifying. Dangerous sounds are all around, especially ahead. Tanjiro. Do we have to go? I don't want to die. I haven't even gotten married yet. What will Nezuko do if I die here? Let's just stop here, okay? He liked Nezuko. He had taken a liking to her at first sight while recuperating a few days prior. Even though Zenitsu knew Nezuko was a demon, he couldn't resist this affection. Therefore, he hated dangerous missions. Precisely, Mt. Nadagumo was extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Inasu Kashibara, who was behind Azuma Zenitsu, couldn't help but snort. He wore a wild boar mask, his upper body almost completely bare, revealing muscles as defined as rock. Twin swords hung at his waist, though worn beyond recognition, pitted like teeth, their marks still hinted that their owner was a lunatic who loved to fight. He had met Tanjiro and Azuma Zenitsu a week ago. Having lived in the mountains since childhood, he had gotten lost and stumbled into a demon's territory. When he was trapped, the two appeared and defeated that demon. Afterwards, he tried to slay Nezuko, but was knocked unconscious by Tanjiro's sword. A few of them then became friends and undertook missions together. Now, having come at the Kasugai Crow's behest, Inasu Kashibara still, for some reason, disliked Azuma Zenitsu's demeanor. Was he trying to outshout him, the king of the mountains? He took a deep breath and roared in a voice even louder than Azuma Zenitsu's, "Shut up. If you didn't want to come, why didn't you just quit earlier? Now you're talking about stopping. Are you looking down on me? I'm not afraid of those evil demons. I was just looking for someone to fight me." Inasu Kashibara's fighting spirit was soaring. His roar even startled animals a kilometer away, sending wild rabbits scattering. The substantial sound waves entered Azuma Zenitsu's ears, and the tone, full of disdain, made him burst into tears. "What? You wild boar, who's talking to you? Danger, danger, do you understand? You're not afraid to die, but I am. Just thinking that my death would break Nezuko's heart makes me too sad to eat. Besides, what if I die and Nezuko marries someone else? Tanjiro, you have to save me. Can you bear to see Nezuko without a husband in the future? At this point, Tanjiro rubbed his temples, his head aching immensely. He ran and pondered simultaneously. Yet, he couldn't think of any words to comfort Zenitsu. Zenitsu was always like this. Normally, he might try to persuade him, but now, the mission was paramount. He ignored the two of them. Soon after, the three of them arrived at the foot of Mt. Natagumo. The temperature dropped sharply. Even though Tanjiro was wearing the Demon Slayer Corps' special cold-resistant uniform, he couldn't help but shiver. He wrapped his Haori tightly around him. Thump. Stepping onto the solid ground, gazing at the night, Tanjiro twitched his nose twice. A foul odor originating from a demon rushed straight to his brain, making him furrow his brows. At the same time, there was also the smell of many humans mixed with blood, injured. Tanjiro thought so. Instinctively, he took a step forward. The next second, in the cool breeze, another scent arrived. This scent was different from humans and evil demons, it felt somewhat familiar. But he couldn't recall exactly why it felt familiar. His steps hesitated. Seeing this, Azuma Zenitsu thought Tanjiro was also hesitant, and he quickly said, Hey, Tanjiro, you're scared too, right? I told you, no one can encounter a demon and not be scared. Since even you're scared, why don't we hurry back? It's too dangerous. There are demon whales all around. Especially the mountaintop, it feels scarier to me than a cliff. Even if you have mastered sun breathing, you probably aren't its match. Perhaps only the one from the legends can solve this. Tanjiro was speechless. Hearing Azuma Zenitsu mention Tsugikuni Yoriichi, his thoughts instantly drifted. It had been a year. A year had passed since Tsugikuni Yoriichi's disappearance. For a year, the entire Demon Slayer Corps had been searching for him. Even Yoshiki Kagaya, using official power, couldn't find a trace of him, as if his appearance that night was just an illusion. But Tanjiro knew that those things were real. Because sun breathing would not deceive him, the power he wielded would not deceive him. Now, hearing it from Zenitsu, Tanjiro finally understood where the scent he smelled originated from. It's just neither human nor demon. Just as he was wondering, another series of thunder-like movements came from deep within the forest. Birds scattered in all directions. This instantly brought him back to his senses, and he hastily said, Now is not the time to discuss these things. Whether it's an opponent or not, we must hurry into the mountain to support those swordsmen. This is our duty as demon slayers. They are fighting for their lives against demons, how can we stay idle at the foot of the mountain? Let's go in quickly. What? Zenitsu was unwilling again. He squatted down in a huff, vowing to defend his life to the death. Seeing this, Tanjiro couldn't force him, so he could only take Inaso Kashibara and run towards the forest. After the two left, he muttered to himself, damn it. They must all hate me. But what can I do? I'm scared to death, my legs are even weak. If they had encouraged me, maybe I would have mustered the courage to go and help them. But they both just left on their own, running into that terrifying mountain. I was left behind. Damn it. If it were Nezuko, she would never abandon me, she would grab my hand and tell me. Wait. Azuma Zenitsu's head, hidden between his knees, suddenly shot up. He was greatly alarmed, remembering Nezuko, whom Tanjiro was carrying. Immediately, he sprang to his feet as if he had taken drugs. His breathing became rapid, and his gaze swept across the forest. His muscles bulged as he ran with all his might. A cloud of dust rose behind him. His roaring voice echoed in all directions. Tanjiro, you big idiot. How could you take my beloved Nezuko to such a dangerous place? Nezuko, I'm coming. Wait for me. Chapter 55, I beat Hashira, are you joking? Huh. Deep within the mountains, inside a temple, Rue suddenly realized that his bloodline connection with Spider Mother and Spider Sister had been severed. The emotions that had remained unchanged for so long now rippled slightly. He sat stiffly in the main seat, his gaze icy. Suddenly, he stopped weaving the spiderweb with his hands and slowly lowered his head. Dead. Bang. The steel wire-hard spiderweb in his hands exploded, its blade-like fragments scattering in all directions. Not far away, a bloodstain suddenly appeared on Spider Sister's face. Though the mark was tiny, the pain was unbearable, and she couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Then, sensing Rue's sinister gaze fall upon her, she swallowed hard, decisively shut her mouth, and lowered her head. However, her pale face, dripping with cold sweat, constantly reminded her that the flesh and blood within her body were being rapidly destroyed by that slender silk thread. She trembled violently. The bloodline connection constantly informed her of what was happening outside. Mother and sister are dead. Unbelievable. One must know that they had been demons for far longer than she had. They had eaten at least 50, if not 100, humans in their lives. Even an average rank Otisu swordsman would find it difficult to slay them. Why would they die? Is there a Hashira outside? She lowered her breathing, trying to make no sound, lest she disturb Rue, who was in a furious rage. Rue valued bonds above all else. It was fine if he killed his own family. But if someone else killed them? Sister! A low shout suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Spider Sister decisively looked up, her instinct under fear making her unconsciously blurt out, "Yes." After speaking, she sensed something was amiss. At this critical moment. Calling her. Sure enough, after seeing Sister respond, Rue's first words were, "Take father and brother, and kill them all in the shortest time possible, leave no one alive." Are you serious? Spider Sister was stunned. Me, fighting a Hashira-level swordsman. Is this real or fake? Even with father and brother, it wouldn't be enough. The strength of these two demons is only slightly stronger than mother and sister. Rue. She quickly spoke, trying to avoid a fatal outcome. However, just as she uttered a single word, Rue mercilessly interrupted her, "No refusal, otherwise, death. As family, protecting me is your duty." Although he was a demon, Rue valued every emotion, just like a child facing a toy. It didn't matter if the toy was broken, but it couldn't be broken by anyone other than himself. The Demon Slayer Corps' actions had already touched Rue's bottom line. Facing this situation, Spider Sister, left with no choice, could only call upon father and brother to act together. Father was a humanoid giant spider, with little intelligence, bulging muscles, and a formidable aura when he set off. Brother was a small spider, emitting a foul odor, with a human-like head replacing his spider head. He liked to hang upside down from trees, although his fighting spirit was not as high as father's. He also wore a mocking, excited smile on his lips. In his worldview, humans were a group of weak and pathetic creatures. Even a Hashira would die from his poison. That's what he thought. The result. Boom. Brilliant flames illuminated the sky. He watched helplessly as father went from being outmatched, transforming, then charging, and finally, turning into ashes. The brilliant smile on Spider Brother's face suddenly froze at the corners of his mouth. Then, regaining his senses, a human-like panic instantly replaced his smile. His eyes darted around, and he quietly retracted the silk thread hanging from the tree, attempting to hide inside the tree. Something's wrong, something is very wrong. Father's punch could even cause a river to stop flowing. His 3-meter-tall body, with steel-like muscles, not to mention instantly killing a Hashira, at least his strength was difficult even for Rue to resist. Yet he was instantly killed. Is this a human? He quickly lowered his breathing, but even the smallest sound could not escape Yoriichi's keen 5 senses. He casually swung out a single strike. Kacha. The tree behind him, along with the spider himself, was instantly cut in half. Looking out, the falling trees almost formed an arc-shaped shockwave. The bare terrain extended for dozens of meters before finally stopping. Standing there in a daze, Spider Sister didn't know how to react to any of this. She only felt her worldview had suffered a tremendous impact. Her thoughts fell into a brief stagnation. If this is the strength a human should possess, then what are demons? Immediately after, she noticed that Tsugikuni Yoriichi's gaze was directed at her. Her body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Bone-chilling cold instantly permeated her entire being. Her rapid breathing abruptly ceased at that moment. However, what responded to her shortly after was not a swift and powerful strike, but Yoriichi's clear, indifferent voice. He is your father, and that one over there is your brother. Are you a family? Who is the source of your bloodline? That lower-ranked demon. Demons, can they also form families? The similar appearances and faces of the few demons appeared one by one before his eyes, and Yoriichi's emotions gradually sank. An extreme indifference slowly crept into his eyes, along with a long-absent killing intent. He hadn't been this angry in a long time. For demons, these extremely evil creatures, to form a family, was undoubtedly a trampling of moral values. It was like savage beasts, who ate raw meat and drank blood, learning etiquette from humans. How hypocritical. He thought of poetry. Spider Sister was stunned for a moment, somewhat puzzled by Yoriichi's words. She wanted to escape, but... Demon Slayer, were you the one who killed my family? An equally extremely cold voice came from above. Even without looking up, Spider Sister knew it was Rue speaking. Two invisible killing intents instantly collided. The air was as cold and stinging as a knife. Her eyes unfocused, she slowly squatted down and curled up. The current situation caused her strained nerves to go into a state of shutdown. Like an ostrich, she tightly buried her head in her arms, trying to ignore her surroundings. It's too terrifying. Source. Tsugikuni Yoriichi stared intently at Rue's appearance. In his sight, the aura of the demon almost shot straight into the sky. Without needing to think, he knew that this demon was the source of all the spider demons here. He possessed the same ability as Kibutsuji Musen. Combining the information previously obtained from the Demon Slayer core, the words, lower rank 5, were inscribed in his eyes. Presumably, he was Rue, as described by Spider Sister. Very good. Yoriichi nodded. Tell me. Where is Kibutsuji Musen? This sentence almost interrupted all of Rue's thoughts. Musen-sama. The clouds dimmed the moonlight. As the clouds rolled, the moonlight gradually brightened. A gentle breeze blew, and Rue, standing on a silk thread, gazed down at Tsugikuni Yoriichi. When a ray of moonlight shone on Yoriichi's face. In Rue's eyes, the pupils inscribed with lower rank 5 began to tremble violently, like an earthquake, like an epileptic seizure. Chapter 56, 400 years have passed, Tsugikuni Yoriichi, you are still alive. Kyoto. Inside a villa. Crack. The sudden sound of a test tube shattering abruptly broke the silence in the room. Blue liquid spread across the floor, then was absorbed by the carpet. In front of the bookshelf. A well-dressed man in a suit was clutching his eye socket, veins bulging on his forehead, bending over and gasping for breath. He held a book in one hand, seemingly flipping through something. Combined with the liquid stain on his left index finger, it looked like he was experimenting. Who? His breathing grew more rapid. The man's skin was as pale as a corpse, and the hideous veins on his forehead, not content with the narrow area, began to spread to other places. Cheeks, neck, spine. Through the gaps in his fingers, his plum-red eyes were vaguely visible. His vertical pupils, like those of a feline creature, were originally as dazzling as gems. But at this moment, all of this was destroyed by his grotesque posture. Pain spread wantonly through his body like a venomous snake, and the burning agony of the sunlight was like a flame that penetrated his soul, making every nerve in him tremble. Forcing out a few words through gritted teeth, Kibutsuji Musen seemed to return to that day 400 years ago. That man pointed his Nichiren blade at him, his expression like he was looking at trash. Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Boom. The bookshelf exploded into splinters with a roar. Amidst the flying dust and shredded paper, his unwilling, painful, and somewhat unbelievable words echoed in layers throughout the room. 400 years. You're still alive. Neikime. The last sound was filled with ferocity. Almost as soon as his words fell, a strange biwa sound rang out from somewhere unknown. Clang. Like a divine disappearance, Kibutsuji Musen instantly vanished from his spot. Infinite Castle. This place was illuminated by countless warm lights, yet it could not dispel the pervasive oppression and fear in the air. As soon as Kibutsuji Musen appeared, he involuntarily knelt on the ground. The excruciating pain from his limbs and Mukuro constantly reminded him that the wounds from the 400-year-old slash had still not healed. 400 years. The scars caused by sun breathing had tormented him for 400 years. He had thought these would fade with time. He never expected that at the moment Retsu called him. At the moment he saw Tsugikuni Yoriichi. At the moment he heard that man's voice. Countless waves of pain, like a tsunami, destroyed his spirit. Like a searing hot iron, and even more like towering magma, they left an indelible mark on his 7 hearts. At this moment, Kibutsuji Musen felt only difficulty breathing, his aura extremely weak. He clutched his chest, his fingers piercing through it, tearing flesh and blood, attempting to counter mental pain with physical pain. It took him a long time to finally get up from the ground. Beside him, Neikime sat upright, her black hair draped over her front like Sadako. She dared not raise her head, fearing she would see Musen-sama's predicament and then be annihilated. But even so, the waves of fear and pain transmitted through her bloodline caused large amounts of fresh blood to spill from the corners of her mouth. Her protruding single eye even shed obvious bloody tears, which, as she bowed her head, soaked her clothes. Soon, the enraged Musen finally recovered. But at this moment, the surrounding environment also severely deteriorated as he realized his loss of composure. Countless wooden dust particles erupted with his roar. Neikime. Go and call Kokusubu for me. Gulp. Barely swallowing the blood in her mouth, wind sweeping over her body, Neikime, under Musen's oppressive gaze, gently raised her biwa and plucked a string. Clang. Another crisp pluck of a string. Instantly, a door appeared out of thin air within the infinite castle. Whoosh. The door slowly opened, revealing a figure kneeling inside. At his waist hung a uchigatana made of flesh and blood, on which countless terrifying eyes grew. He wore a purple snake-patterned haori, resembling a samurai, with a high red ponytail above the dark red, grotesque markings on his forehead. He showed no reaction to the changes in his surroundings, only steadily raised his head. Facing Musen, he slowly opened his 6 red scara, gold-pupiled eyes, which almost covered his entire face and were slightly tilted with his nose bridge as the center. Neikime, facing the two, her breathing hitched. until she could no longer bear the dual torment of mind and body. Her head lolled, and she directly fainted. The atmosphere was silent for a while. One eye unconsciously swept over the bowed, unconscious Nakheim, swept over the surrounding environment that had been destroyed into dust. Realizing that the matter seemed extremely important, Kokuzubu slowly spoke, "Muzan-sama." Perhaps it was from not speaking for too long, or something else. After he finished speaking, he said no more, seemingly waiting for Kibutsuji Muzan's response. He noticed Muzan's rapidly regenerating flesh and blood. He also felt the terrifying killing intent and some fearful scent that had previously permeated this place. Under Toho Sekigun, everything was clear. The scent originated from Muzan. At this thought, Kakushibu's mind suddenly froze. At this moment, Muzan's pair of blood-red pupils looked down from above, glaring fiercely at Kokuzubu as if looking at an ant. His tone was extremely gloomy. "Kokuzubu. Your younger brother." Hearing the words, "younger brother," a ripple suddenly appeared in Kakushibu's calm eyes, like a lake's surface ruffled by the wind. Tsugikuni Yoriichi's aged, somewhat detestable appearance gradually emerged in Kakushibu's mind. Muzan continued to speak, having moved behind Kokuzubu at some point, his chilling voice coming from above his head. "He is indeed dead, right?" Kokuzubu was silent for a few seconds, then slightly lowered his head. His high ponytail swayed gently with the sudden movement. He said respectfully in an extremely steady voice. "He is indeed dead. Your subordinate, 300 years ago, personally cut him in half at the waist." Then, Kibutsuji Muzan suddenly pressed on his shoulder, a mountain-like pressure almost forcing Kokuzubu into the ground. Squeak. The floor cracked. Kokuzubu dared not resist. Muzan's resentful voice continued to ring out. Who was it that appeared beside Rue? Rue. Kakushibu's brain raced, and in an instant, he knew the identity of the demon Muzan-sama was referring to, lower rank 5. Seemingly aware of Kakushibu's thoughts, Muzan slowly released his right hand. A piece of memory, along the connection between their bloodlines, was sent into Kakushibu's mind. Instantly, Kokuzubu violently spat out a mouthful of blood. A blood mist dispersed. He bent over, gasping for breath, the flesh and blood Nichiren blade at his waist trembling violently, and the bewilderment in his pupils was instantly replaced by a hint of dread. What was that? Reflected in his vision was the scene of a coming slash. That slash not only decapitated himself but also directly cut the nearby mountain in half. Like a giant sword sweeping across. Wait. In his lingering vision, Kokuzubu seemed to have seen something else. He focused his mind to recall. The next second, amidst the flickering flames, he glimpsed a familiar face capable of making him feel jealousy, anger, and resentment. Immediately, his thoughts froze. Chapter 57, Bury him, Hellfire, Resurrection. What is that? Rumble. An endless roar filled his ears. Tanjiro had just reached the mountainside when he suddenly saw a mountain collapse. The mountain split in the middle, and countless rocks rolled down from both sides, like a mudslide, covering all the swamps below the mountain. The ground trembled faintly, and the trees swayed, rustling. Seeing this, Tanjiro's words caught in his throat. Behind him, Inosuke Hashibara shouted, "Ah! The mountain god is angry. Forehead Taro. Quickly think of something." Something? Tanjiro slowly turned around. His ruby-like eyes quietly looked at Inosuke Hashibara, and a huge question mark slowly appeared above his head. Seemingly aware that his words were a bit whimsical, Inosuke Hashibara took a deep breath, deciding to challenge the mountain god alone. He fiercely drew the Nichiren blade from his waist. Clang! The moonlight spilt onto the earth, covering the entire mountain forest with a silver veil. Although the twin blades were severely worn, they still emitted a sharp light. Where the blade pointed, he was full of momentum. Thump! His whole body's muscles tensed, his feet gripped the ground tightly, and a clear white steam rushed out along his wild boar headgear. Oh! Watch my boar rush. With that said, he rushed over without hesitation. Tanjiro saw this. Bang! Stepping forward, one hand pressed on his shoulder, stopping him. Inosuke, don't be reckless. That's a cliff. At this moment, he didn't care about Inosuke's incorrect address for him. If his carelessness caused Inosuke to fall off the cliff and die, he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. Just at this moment, Azuma Zenitsu rushed up. His face was filled with terror and tears, his pale expression as if he were dead, yet his body still charged forward without hesitation. He also shouted, "Aw! Tanjiro, give me back my Nezuko." The madness of the two at the moment left Tanjiro slightly speechless. The scent in the air suddenly changed slightly. He furrowed his brow and sniffed lightly. His bright eyes, following his intuition, suddenly looked in one direction. There. About 2 seconds ago. The scent of a demon suddenly disappeared. Not just one demon, but all the demons in this place, at the same time, their scent completely vanished. Like a basin of water extinguishing a fire. Only a faint afterglow remained. While pondering on the mountain, Yoriichi slowly sheathed his blade. Reflected in his vision was the scene of Rue, not very reconciled, and somewhat fearful. He didn't quite understand why these two expressions would appear on a demon's face at the same time. He asked for Musen's location. It didn't answer either. Its loyal performance truly tired Yoriichi. But Yoriichi believed Musen couldn't escape. Because his current self was completely different from the past, the experiences of two worlds had transformed him. Lower rank. Very good. You'll always show your true colors. I'll wait for you. With Zanpakuto in hand, Yoriichi looked at the spider sister, who was curled up not far away, her body also collapsing as Rue collapsed. His brows furrowed slightly. His mood lightened with the disappearance of the source demon. He walked forward. His voice was calm. You probably haven't eaten humans, have you? There was no stench of a demon having eaten humans in her scent. Her aura was almost identical to Nezuko's. Although it was possible. This change was due to the short time since she became a demon. But the fact was so undeniable. Spider Sister slowly raised her head. In her eyes, she looked at Yoriichi. Tears were almost welling up. She had done nothing, she was captured by Rue 5 days ago and forcibly turned into a demon. Until now, she hadn't adapted to this change, and suddenly she was going to die. The feeling it gave her was no different from suddenly getting a terminal illness during a warm moment. Yoriichi didn't speak. His blade pointed at her. He chanted, "Bury him, karmic fire." Boom. Third-grade spiritual pressure instantly erupted, and a crimson chain instantly pierced through the spider sister's body. There seemed to be a flash of fire before his eyes. Above the void, a gate slowly appeared. Hell Gate. The skeletons on both sides were as grotesque as ever, however, at a glance, their color was very dim, appearing and disappearing, as if they could vanish at any moment. Finally. As expected. Ripples appeared in the air, as if disturbed by something, and the Hell Gate slowly disappeared. In its place. It was an ancient wooden door surrounded by blooming blue spider lilies. The wooden door slowly opened, revealing an endless white light. Yoriichi raised his blade, and Spider Sister stood up, walking towards it. The chain on her chest was still attached to the Zanpakuto. As she pushed open the gate, Yoriichi saw her, and everything he saw. Before him was a river. A bridge spanned both banks of the river. Countless figures lived on the opposite bank of the river, seemingly shouting something towards his side. Every moment, some figures disappeared and then reappeared. The Rue he had just slain was not here, but he saw several others, the Demon Slayer swordsmen who had died from Spider Mother's sneak attack. They were now crossing the bridge, their gazes puzzled, yet they still moved forward by instinct. On the other side of the bridge stood several people. They looked somewhat similar to them. With just one glance, Yoriichi knew. Those were their deceased relatives. Without hesitation, the chain passed through Spider Sister's chest, instantly splitting into 5 in midair, binding all 5 of them. Before they could react, Yoriichi tightened his grip on the Zanpakuto and gently pulled backwards. Clatter. Amidst the clanging of chains, all 5 of them flew backwards, along with Spider Sister, directly passing through the wooden door and returning to the human world. And at the same time, the wooden door closed with a bang. The light disappeared, somewhat muffled. Yoriichi seemed to hear dissatisfaction. But he didn't care. His spiritual pressure decreased by a few points. He lowered his brows and looked at his body. He swept his gaze to the Spider Sister not far away, whose ashes had gradually stopped forming, and whose body was regenerating strangely and returning to human form. His eyebrows slightly raised. Indeed. Although this world had no hell, there still existed another place similar to hell. The people there were not reincarnated, or rather, they were reincarnated after a very long time. In other words, if he could go deeper, perhaps he could truly find his wife and child. Of course, the child might not exist since it was not born. But it was also a glimmer of hope. His breathing became heavy. Infinite Castle. Feeling Rue's disappearance, Musen decided to kill rather than let go. Whether that guy was Tsugikuni Yoriichi or not, he had to send someone to investigate. It's decided. Kokusebu. Chapter 58, Chapter 58. It's decided to be you, Kokushibo, go and kill Yoriichi for me. Musen gnashed his teeth in a fit of rage. His scarlet eyes scanned Kokusebu, who was kneeling not far away, still coughing up blood. His previously gloomy mood suddenly improved somewhat at the sight of Kokushibu's miserable state. Kokushibu. His low voice instantly echoed everywhere, like a maggot clinging to bone, repeatedly entering Kokushibu's mind. Kokushibu hunched his back, slowly wiping the corners of his mouth. He struggled to stop his trembling body, slowly sitting upright along with his Nichiren blade. The veins on his neck bulged, and his fingers, stained with dark red blood, trembled slightly. That fleeting figure from his memory was deeply etched into his heart. The complex emotions of shock, anger, fear, wavering, and jealousy melded together, almost crushing his internal organs. His chest felt as if a stone were pressing down on it. He slowly let out a breath. Suddenly, he heard. "You. Go kill him." Exclamation point. Kokushibu's previously trembling body abruptly stilled. He slowly raised his head, his breathing catching. His 6 eerie eyes, with red sclera and golden pupils, now widened slightly. With his back to Muzan, he looked at the blood-stained floor. Even without speaking, his slightly changing expression revealed some of his true thoughts. His fingers trembled unnaturally. "What's wrong?" Muzan's cold voice continued to sound, and the surrounding temperature plummeted several degrees. "You don't want to. Kokushibu. Don't forget. Who granted you this eternal life?" The anger in these words could be vaguely heard. Time seemed to rewind to a certain day 400 years ago. Moonlit night, eves. Muzan's excited, mocking tone. Standing in front of him. "You too, become a demon." At the thought of these things, Kokushibu lowered his gaze, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. His hands tightly gripped the Nichiren blade hilt, and the blood on the ground reflected his silent face. Seeing that Kokushibu did not answer, Muzan's eyes were cold. "Neikime." With a low growl, Neikime gradually regained consciousness. Then she heard. "Send Kokushibu to Rui's territory. I want to see if he is truly your blood brother." Hearing this, Kokushibu suddenly looked up. He turned around. Just as he opened his mouth, Muzan sa. Clang. A clear sound of a biwa rang out, and Kokushibu instantly vanished from his spot. Only the slowly drying blood on the ground proved his past existence. Mount Natagumo. Ah. Halfway up the mountain. The exclamations of several Butterfly Mansion medical personnel suddenly shattered the silence of the moonlit forest. When they saw some swordsmen, confirmed dead, slowly sitting up from their body bags and making sounds. God knows what expressions they wore. Instantly constricted pupils. Rapidly flowing cold sweat. Some even fell to the ground, embracing each other with distorted faces. In their eyes, there was only one situation for the dead to move again: they had become demons. They had no swordsmanship talent, not even anything to defend themselves with. Facing immortal demons whose physical abilities far surpassed ordinary humans. "We're going to die, we're going to die, we're going to die." Watching the body bags completely bulge, emitting terrifying human-like sounds, they used their hands and feet to crawl frantically deeper into the forest. At this moment, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. A black skirt, a white cape. The pale white blade was hilted with pink plum blossom patterns at her waist. Her fair hands gripped the blade hilt tightly. On either side of her brow, her pink-purple eyes carefully surveyed everything before her, Kaneo's cherry lips pressed together, accompanied by rapid breathing. She suddenly drew her Nichiren blade. However, "Is there anyone?" The voice from inside the body bag made her involuntarily freeze. Whoosh! A peach-colored flash of light swept across, cutting open the body bag and revealing a perfectly intact male figure inside. Kaneo retreated a few steps, and by the moonlight from the sky, she did not see any signs of demonization on his face. A hint of confusion appeared in her calm eyes, and she looked at the medical personnel who had arrived a step earlier, seemingly asking, "Why is there a living person inside the body bag?" Oh dear. At the foot of the mountain, Kocha Shinobu arrived late. She stepped on the treetops, looking towards the depths of the forest, and shortly after, she saw her successor, Kaneo. At the foot of the mountain, she and Tomioka had separated because their divisions of labor were different. She was responsible for rescue, and Tomioka was responsible for combat. If nothing unexpected happened, he was rushing towards the summit, trying to find the location of the 12 demon moons. Facing Kaneo, Kocha Shinobu's gentle purple eyes, half smiling, swept over the injured demon slayers, whose injuries ranged from light to severe. Halfway through, she suddenly noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange. It was quiet. Everyone was silent. Usually, at this time, she remembered that some of the injured would quietly weep over the tragic deaths of their comrades. But now, what's going on? She quietly asked a Butterfly Mansion logistics staff member. Ultimately, she received an unexpected and somewhat world-altering answer. Resurrection. Clang. Another biwa sound rang out. North of Mount Natagumo. South of the swamp, Kokuzibu suddenly dropped from midair as a door appeared. The warm light unique to the infinite castle was gone, replaced by deep darkness. He quickly scanned, silently correcting his posture. Then. Bang. Dust scattered everywhere. Amidst the floating dust, 6 golden specks of light simultaneously pierced through the darkness. Kokuzibu knelt on one knee, one hand supporting his flesh and blood blade hilt, his silent gaze reflecting the desolate and gloomy environment. After confirming the direction. After some hesitation. Hiss. A surging breath echoed in his ears. Boom. The ground cracked with countless fissures. He instantly vanished from his spot. On the mountain. You are. Ju Tomioka's pupils involuntarily constricted the moment he saw Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Although it was his first time seeing him. But the portrait was described firsthand by Tanjiro. Had made every Hashira deeply engraved Tsugikuni Yoriichi's appearance in their hearts. His high ponytail, dark red markings, and the earrings swaying by his ears. Although the Heiori was not present this time, the pressure emanating from both the Shinigami and human, constantly told Ju Tomioka that the person before him was a powerful individual. Ju's voice entered his mind. Yoriichi slowly turned his head. Not far away, a young man stood quietly under a tree, gazing at him. He didn't know Ju Tomioka. However, the rhythm of his breathing was very familiar. Yoriichi asked, "Are you the current water Hashira?" Ju nodded. He disliked speaking, and at this moment, he suddenly remembered what his master had told him after Tanjiro joined the corps a few days ago. He slowly spoke to Yoriichi. "Greetings, senior. It has been a long time, and your demeanor remains as magnificent as ever. Tanjiro is doing well, you don't have to worry." Yoriichi was about to nod in response. The next moment, his gaze suddenly turned as cold as ice. Through the sparse forest, he looked towards the back of Mount Natagumo. There. A demon was rapidly approaching. The scent was very familiar. Yoriichi sniffed. Suddenly fell silent. Chapter 59, read this shit. All the funds which I will get will be used to buy a laptop for my studies. Fund raised, $420/$. Thank you to all the people who replied to me in my previous help message. I will also try your other suggestions. Okay guys, bye, waving hand. Love you all, Red Heart. Chapter 60, Chapter 59. The weak have no value in existence. Boom. A boundless smoke screen suddenly rose. Thunder rumbled in his ears. High above, the cold and pale moonlight poured down like a thin mist, adding a sense of desolation to the surroundings. On the clearing. Click. The sword guard gently collided, an invisible and subtle sound like a plague, instantly making the surrounding air even more stifling and oppressive. Yoriichi held his Nichiren blade in his right hand, his eyes sharp, staring directly at the figure emanating monstrous demonic energy in front of him. Whoosh. Suddenly, 6 golden flickers of light, like fireflies in the night, pierced through the heavy mist, and the demonic aura surged even more intensely as Kokuzibu looked up. He faced the two, his eyes sharp, killing intent rising. Even though the surrounding dust had not dispersed, they could still feel it. The immense pressure permeating the surroundings. The two looked at each other in silence. However, this pressure, like radiation, rapidly spread through the air as time passed. At the foot of the mountain, animals fainted, unconscious. Halfway up the mountain, Kocha Shinobu and a group of Kakushi members found it difficult to breathe. They looked up at the mountain peak in horror, a deep sense of powerlessness welling up in their hearts. Behind them, Ju Tomioka looked as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in his life. Even with his calm disposition, he found it difficult to compose himself at this moment. His face was pale, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and the Nichiren blade at his waist trembled slightly inadvertently. He tried to regulate his body's functions through rapid breathing, one hand barely raised, gripping the sword hilt tightly, to reduce the fear in his heart. Finally, as the fear gradually receded and his will overcame his instincts, he was barely able to lift his eyes and look forward. A gust of wind blew past. He saw golden pupils, like eerie candlelight, with upper rank 1. They were so dazzling. Tanjiro. I'm going to faint. It's so uncomfortable. In the forest, a secluded spot. The 3 people climbing the mountain suddenly got lost. Surrounded by lush green trees, it was now enveloped in darkness. Azuma Zenitsu listened to the thunder-like sound coming from not far away. His pale hands tightly clutched Tanjiro's clothes. His breathing gradually weakened amidst his increasingly faint murmurs. He could only see a dark mist rising before his eyes. The mist completely enveloped him. At the same time, he also saw a patch of grass with blooming blue spider lilies. Behind the grass was a river. For some reason, Zenitsu had a feeling that it was the Sanzu River. It was so painful. Even without seeing the creature making the sound with his own eyes, Zenitsu knew it was definitely not human. Zenitsu. Zenitsu. His eyes gradually closing, in his increasingly hazy thoughts, Azuma Zenitsu seemed to hear someone calling him. He struggled to open his half-closed eyes. The voice in his ear became clearer. Don't sleep. Wake up. Is that Tanjiro? He murmured to himself. Ah. I'm so tired, I can't hold on, the demon is so scary. At this moment, he was like a human enveloped by the aftermath of two colliding aeroplanes. The surging flames mixed with a sound powerful enough to shatter his soul were eroding him. For the first time, he felt so insignificant. He wanted to just fall asleep and never wake up. But Nezuko is waiting for you. Don't sleep. This sudden voice immediately invigorated Azuma Zenitsu. He abruptly opened his golden eyes. Without hesitation, he grabbed Tanjiro's hands, his voice excited and fervent. Really? Tanjiro. You're really willing to marry Nezuko to me? Tanjiro's words were caught in his throat. Zenitsu's golden pupils reflected Tanjiro's somewhat helpless and flustered expression. He clearly didn't say that. No. Snapping back to reality, Tanjiro extended his finger towards the mountain peak, his tone urgent. Zenitsu. This isn't the time for that. I smelled Tsugikuni-san's scent. He's confronting another demon, and that demon is very strong, almost second only to Kabutsuji Musen. I'm worried. What? Azuma Zenitsu was bored. His excitement instantly faded, and he waved his hand, interrupting Tanjiro's words. I thought you were going to marry your sister to me, you got me all excited for nothing. However. Tsugikuni-san. He's here too. That's great. He'll definitely protect me like last time. Tanjiro, let's hurry up. Although their goals were different, the same conclusion was all that mattered. The two exchanged glances, then were about to act. But the next second, they realized Inosuke Kashibara was gone. Silence was a momentary shock. Azuma Zenitsu's pupils contracted slightly. He wanted to shout. Suddenly, a thunderous cry came from the top of the mountain. Yeah. Taste my boar rush, you disgusting guy with 3 eyes. Let me tell you, I'm the king of the mountain here. Hearing that voice, the two exchanged glances. 3 eyes. A figure slowly emerged in their minds. And at the same time, a similar thought was born. It's over. Who is this guy? A boar demon. On the grass, Tsugikuni Yoriichi looked at Inosuke Kashibara, who had suddenly appeared in front of him and was provoking Kokuzabu. His complex thoughts momentarily solidified. Jutomioka suppressed his breathing, leaning against a tree. Although he didn't know Inosuke Kashibara, he was surprised by his courage. Even he didn't dare to fight the demon in front of him, because he could clearly perceive the difference between them, like the sun and a star. Approaching would often only lead to demise. As for Kokuzabu, he coldly stared at Inosuke Kashibara, his indifferent voice coming from his lips. Human. You are very brave. But. He glanced at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, all 6 of his eyes trembling violently, and a strong hint of jealousy flashed in his gaze at the extremely youthful appearance. If, in these 400 years, you had not died, then, what would be the meaning of my existence? Yoriichi. With boulders pressing on his shoulders, the tsunami-like jealousy transformed into towering waves that crushed his spirit and dignity. Kokuzabu gritted his teeth and spat out 4 words. You are too weak. The weak have no value in existence. Almost the instant his words fell. Clang. The flesh-formed Nichiren blade suddenly unsheathed. The black blade reflected a chilling light under the moonlight, and countless eerie patterns formed as covered its surface. At the same time. Bang. The ground suddenly caved in. Dust rose everywhere, and Kokushibu's figure, which had been standing still, blurred into a sprinting shadow and rushed towards Inosuke. At this moment, only one thought remained in his mind. Annoying weakling. Meanwhile, memories from 400 years ago, like lantern slides, appeared one by one before Kokushibu's eyes. Fund raised $425/$. Chapter 61, Chapter 60. Long time no see, brother. 400 years ago. Summer night. Tsugikuni Michikatsu was extremely unwilling after not getting the answer he wanted from Yoriichi. He believed that both he and his brother were special. Whether it was Yoriichi or himself, they had already stood at the pinnacle of the world. No demon or human could withstand the mighty power of the breathing technique. However, no need to worry, brother. You and I are merely passers-by. Yoriichi's calm and gentle voice echoed in his ears. Lying on the rooftop, Gazing at the starry sky, Tsugikuni Michikatsu gnashed his teeth in hatred. He crushed the stone he was tossing in his hand. What a joke. I am not a passerby in human history. There is no way any infant could surpass you and me. We will leave an indelible mark on history. What do you think I abandoned my wife and child for? You don't understand me at all. How annoying, just like when we were little, the same hypocrisy, the same disgust. The drastic change in his emotions made him gasp for breath. It had been like this since he was a child. No matter how much unfair treatment he suffered, Yoriichi was always so gentle. So much so that all of his mother's love was focused on him alone. Michikatsu hated, even detested these things. Because it was completely inconsistent with the samurai philosophy his father taught him. Compromise was undoubtedly an act of cowardice. It was in the past, and it still is now. But Michikatsu couldn't change Yoriichi's way of thinking. After all, even the power he possessed was taught to him by Yoriichi. He was the sun. He himself. It was merely a bright moon that basked in the sun's radiance, emitting only a faint glow. His chest felt extremely heavy. The moonlight shone on his face, but he felt no warmth. He touched the mark on his forehead. Twisted marks, like flames, were rooted there. Warm. And terrifying. Tsugikuni Michikatsu suddenly recalled a rumor circulating within the Demon Slayer Corps. Some said that while the mark granted great power to its user, it also limited their lifespan. Without exception, all who awakened it did not live past 25. Originally, Michikatsu didn't believe it. But when he saw one swordsman after another inexplicably drop dead in the middle of the night, even the most steadfast belief began to show some doubt. Along with it came an inexplicable dread. He was 24 years old this year. His 25th birthday. It was less than a month away. If. At this thought, Tsugikuni Michikatsu's unwilling and agitated voice rang out again. If I die in a month, then what was I born into this world for? Yoriichi, I abandoned everything just to see the world through your eyes, and in the end, will I die because of you? I am unwilling. I am the Demon Slayer Corps' moon pillar. I want to live. I want to catch up to you. Clap. Clap. Just then. Two sudden claps came from above. Well said, human. Kibutsuji Musen's playful voice echoed in the silent night. He watched Tsugikuni Michikatsu go from calm to explosive, like facing a fierce tiger, quickly performing a carp leap, drawing the blade from his waist and pointing it at him. He showed no sign of panic. His dark yukata and the black wisps of hair on his forehead gently swayed in the breeze. He sat cross-legged, one hand clasped to his chest, revealing an expression of keen interest. To happen upon this place and encounter such an interesting human. The moon pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. I've heard a little about it. My demons were killed by you, I presume. So what? Who are you? Me. Kibutsuji Musen chuckled softly, his arrogance evident in his expression. Didn't your Demon Slayer Corps always look for me? Now I stand before you. And you don't recognize me at all. Interesting. He extended a finger. In Tsugikuni Iwakata's suddenly constricted pupils. He tilted it slightly. Human, you said you want to live, didn't you? I can give you that chance. You want to master swordsmanship to its utmost. Coincidentally. I also want to know what difference there is between a human who wields a breathing technique becoming a demon, compared to an ordinary human becoming a demon. Ultimately, humans are simply too weak, they age, they get injured, they die, but after becoming a demon, it's different. You too, become a demon. Your name is Tsugikuni. No, that's too unpleasant. From today onwards, you shall be called Kokuzibu. Remember, I despise weakness. If you stop here, you will have no value in existing. Layers of voices echoed in his mind. The illusory scene slowly shattered. Hiss. Kokuzibu clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. A large amount of oxygen was compressed into his demon body at once. His rapidly moving body transformed into a phantom. His hands gripped his Nichiren blade tightly. Then. Bang. He swung it with force. Moon breathing. Eighth form. Moondragon wheel tail. Countless tiny crescent-shaped purple moon blades condensed on the blade, instantly forming a swaying river of sword energy that swept towards Inosuke. This sword energy was sharp and dangerous, like a swinging dragon's tail, seemingly intending to cut everything in front of it in half. The position where Yoriichi stood, including Jutomioka, was within its attack range. Inosuke's charging horn suddenly stopped the moment Kokuzibu moved. He stared blankly at everything in front of him. Gulp. His throat worked. He only felt he had come to the wrong place. His stiff arms prevented him from swinging his sword. And he had no time to turn and run. Ah. He only managed to let out a cry. The dangerous, sharp, crescent-shaped sword energy was already reflected in his eyes. The wind pressure was close at hand, blowing off his boar head mask, revealing the delicate, almost feminine face beneath. The muscles on his body were a stark contrast to his face. However, Kokuzubu did not hesitate at all. Just as he was about to be cut in half. The next moment. Whoosh! Countless sparks shot out from the blade, scattering in all directions. Immediately after. Yoriichi. Why are you still alive? Kokuzubu gritted his teeth, his arms suddenly exerting force. Clang. He smoothly adjusted his blade upwards, attempting to tear the men in front of him into pieces with a minimal swing. Killing intent permeated the air along with his roar. Countless swirling, tiny crescent sword energies, like a tornado, surged towards Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Moon breathing. Fifth form. Moon Spirit Calamity Vortex. The tornado was close at hand, almost soundless, the tiny slashes it carried cutting the surrounding trees into invisible sawdust. Seeing this situation, Yoriichi stepped forward, lightly swinging the blade in his hand. Instantly. Like a giant axe splitting the heavens, the slash directly cleaved the vortex in two. The vortex dissipated. He sighed, long time no see, brother. You are still so impulsive. Fund raised $442/. Chapter 62, Chapter 61 Yoriichi, you make me jealous and crazy. A slightly nostalgic voice entered Kokushibu's mind, and he felt a suffocating pressure in his chest. His face was filled with rage as he stared intently at Tsugikuni Yoriichi. An impulse from deep within him almost completely shattered his rationality. Why? Why are you still alive? I definitely killed you. His breathing was ragged, and his 6 eyes trembled violently as if in a seizure. Kokuzubu tightly gripped the flesh-covered Nichiren blade hilt. Creak. Yoriichi's casual strike seemed to transport him back to the Blood Moon Night 300 years ago. The cutting wound on his neck from sun breathing was throbbing faintly. Suddenly, the pain jolted him awake. You. With his Nichiren blade held upright in front of him, Kokuzubu took a few deep breaths before his tone turned grim again. His gaze was fixed solely on Yoriichi. Neither Jutomioka, the water Hashira, nor Inosuke Hashibara mattered. They were merely ants he could crush at will. He only cared about Yoriichi. A prolonged sound echoed all around. In the space of a breath, his Nichiren blade pointed forward. You bastard. 300 years ago. You didn't die. Kokuzubu knew this was impossible. He clearly remembered the moment Yoriichi took his last breath and was cut in half at the waist by him. Such an injury would be fatal even for a demon. A human would surely die. But I died. Yoriichi held his Zanpakuto, letting it hang by his side. His calm eyes gazed at Kokuzubu. Even after not seeing him for 10 years, there was still an undeniable sadness. Kokuzubu was stunned. Died. Then. That's right. Yoriichi nodded lightly, interrupting his thoughts. Just as you thought, my soul went to another world, the world of the dead. I was resurrected there. Kokushibu's fingers trembled slightly. He raised his arm. His knuckles extended, pointing at Yoriichi. His tone was heavy. So. You crawled out of there. Just to get revenge on me? Yoriichi, this isn't the you from before. No, you aren't even yourself. His words were somewhat contradictory because he couldn't detect any trace of a human scent on Tsugikuni Yoriichi. It was somewhat similar to a demon, yet fundamentally different. Brother, how long ago was the me you knew? Yoriichi looked at him calmly, shaking his head slightly. His indifferent tone broke the silence between them. From the day you betrayed us and became a demon, I understood that creatures like demons must be eradicated. You killed the master, abandoned the Tsugikuni bloodline, and discarded your identity as a human. Why would you think that I am no longer myself? If that's what you think, then, let me ask you. Who are you? I am Kokuzubu. Kokuzubu blurted out. After speaking. His breathing abruptly stopped. No. No, that's not right, I'm not Kokuzubu, I'm Tsugikuni. Kokuzubu, kill him. Just as Kokuzubu was questioning his own existence. A sudden roar in his mind abruptly jolted him awake. Kokuzubu snapped back to reality. All 6 of his grotesque eyes lifted simultaneously. He gripped his Nichiren blade hilt tightly with both hands. His breathing was labored. He looked at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, his voice heavy and cold. I'm sorry, Yoriichi, I don't care who you are. Today, I must slay you here. The swordsmanship I have trained for 400 years and honed to its peak was born for this very purpose. As his words fell. Bang. The ground caved in as he charged towards Tsugikuni Yoriichi with immense force. The ghost-like figure was as fast as lightning. Tomioka could only see a blurry shadow. In what felt like the blink of an eye, Kokuzubu had already reached Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Towards him. He swung with all his might. Instantly. Countless crescent moons transformed into starlight, engulfing Yoriichi like a vast ocean. Even from a distance, Tomioka found it difficult to breathe. The pressure from the upper-ranked demon had already knocked Inosuke unconscious nearby. The immense demon aura could no longer be described as merely soaring. At this moment, he felt as if he were in an ocean of demon aura. Countless cold, damp black currents felt like filthy insects, burrowing into his pores like maggots, ceaselessly eroding his internal organs. A chill swept through his entire body. Thump. Kneeling on one knee, cold sweat faintly beating on his forehead, Tomioka's eyes were half closed. He managed to lean against a tree, gulping down oxygen, and only then did his condition slightly improve. Observing their battle. No. This was no longer a battle, but a one-sided annihilation. The upper rank one, who had caused him such difficulty, was before Tsugikuni Yoriichi. No matter how heavy the Nichiren blade he swung. Northwest matter how many crescent moons he unleashed. Tsugikuni Yoriichi casually parried them all. It was as if he wasn't facing an upper-ranked demon capable of slaughtering Hashira-level swordsman, but an unthinking child. The Nichiren blade in his hand wasn't a Nichiren blade, but an ordinary wooden stick. Such a disparity. Tomioka narrowed his eyes slightly. Although his expression remained as calm as ever, the subtle changes in his demeanor indicated that he was already plunged into unspeakable horror. His dynamic vision could barely keep up with their movements. Is this the progenitor of breathing techniques? So strong. Yoriichi. Compared to Tomioka's complex emotions. Kokuzubu, in the midst of battle, facing Tsugikuni Yoriichi, whom he couldn't seem to break through, suddenly felt a surge of impatience and resentment. All six of his eyes widened, his arm muscles bulged, and he exerted himself to the utmost to increase the speed and power of his swings. Puff. Puff. His clothes ripped, and he even disregarded the disintegration of flesh on his Nichiren blade as his swinging motions became blurs. Moon breathing was unleashed at full power. Several states layered on top of each other. Yet in the end. Still, no progress. This is impossible. Yoriichi. The gap between you and me shouldn't be this vast. Clang. Sparks flew. The disparity between ideal and reality plunged Kokuzubu into an abyss. He shouted with all his might. Why do you think I painstakingly cultivated my swordsmanship for 400 years? I want to surpass you. Yoriichi. Clang. The Nichiren blade was deflected. In the instant Kokuzubu was distracted, a brilliant blaze, incredibly dazzling in the night, suddenly entered his eyes. Rapidly expanding flames condensed and churned on the black Nichiren blade tip. Scalding hot flames burned and rose in the night. His golden pupils contracted sharply. Everything around was briefly illuminated. Instantly. Puff. His chest was pierced. Ignoring the need to parry, enduring the burning pain like the sun, Kokuzubu spat out a mouthful of blood and decisively retreated. Thud. Dust flew from the ground. As soon as he stabilized himself, he saw Yoriichi shake the blood from his Nichiren blade, looking at him with an indifferent gaze, his tone casual. Brother, you're too fixated. 400 years is nothing. If age mattered, Kibutsuji Musen wouldn't be hiding from me everywhere. Chapter 63, Chapter 62 I Hate You, Yoriichi. Kokoshibo's second form. Tsugikuni Yoriichi's words deeply stung Kokuzubu. Even Musen, behind him, trembled slightly. Nothing more. Utter rage. Because Yoriichi had exposed Kibutsuji's utterly cowardly nature, he truly feared Tsugikuni Yoriichi. No, he feared any swordsman who used sun breathing. So much so that 300 years ago, after Tsugikuni Yoriichi's death, he dispatched Kokuzubu to eliminate all humans who had come into contact with him, attempting to sever the legacy of sun breathing. However, plans often go awry. Tanjiro Kamado inherited his mantle. But inheriting wasn't enough. Tsugikuni Yoriichi himself had crawled out of hell. This was what truly terrified, scared, and even broke Musen. If he could be resurrected. Then, what about the others? What about the demons? Musen dared not imagine. Phew. Clutching his chest, elbows resting on his knees, he sat alone in a small room within the infinite castle. Observing the scene reflected in Kokushibo's eyes, his breathing gradually slowed. This guy who refuses to die. Clenching his fists, gritting his teeth, Musen wanted to retort against Tsugikuni Yoriichi's words. That wasn't cowardice on his part. It was caution. But the words caught in his throat as he remembered his identity, and he choked. As the Demon King, he couldn't lose his composure in front of his subordinates. Although some demons knew he feared sun-breathing, they were a minority, for now, he would observe. If, after this encounter, Kokuzubu died, and Tsugikuni Yoriichi showed no signs of leaving, then the search for the blue spider lily would have to accelerate. Only by standing in the sunlight could he be unafraid of sun-breathing, unafraid of mere humans. Clang. Bang. Ink-like rolling clouds obscured the moonlight. Under the dim sky, the clash of weapons rang out again. The surrounding air ignited with surging, radiating sparks, like continuous lightning. For a moment, even the ambient temperature rose by several degrees. With each breath, Kokuzubu felt a distinct pain. But he still advanced without hesitation. Hiss. Ignoring the abnormality in his lungs, oxygen compressed instantly, and a wisp of white mist escaped his lips. Then, boom. The air exploded. A crescent-shaped sword energy transformed into 5 arcs in midair, sweeping horizontally towards Tsugikuni Yoriichi like a shockwave. The ground was cut into distinct, net-like patterns, almost a dense sword net. Everything in front of it instantly disintegrated. Moon breathing. 6th form. Solitary moon of the long night, perpetual. The imposing technique was expected to buy some time, allowing him to discern Tsugikuni Yoriichi's weaknesses. However, brother. Yoriichi's calm voice continued to echo in the desolate night. This is meaningless. Tell me Kibutsuji Musen's location. I will help you find liberation. He casually blocked countless slashes. The wind pressure from the sword energy didn't even touch his clothes. Watching Kokuzubu, whose muscles bulged and veins protruded, and seeing his killing intent undiminished, a hint of disappointment flashed in Yoriichi's eyes. You've fallen even further, brother. Even if you achieve peak swordsmanship, what's the point if it's at the cost of becoming a monster? He suddenly recalled his childhood. Alas, those times were gone forever. He sighed. Very well. Brother, since you are so deluded, I will send you into reincarnation. I hope you're a good person in your next life. Your life. Silence. Yoriichi's words were cut off by Kokushibu's hateful interruption. His voice was like someone seeing a mortal enemy, twisting his expression noticeably. Then. Click. An intense pain surged like a tsunami, eroding his mind, and the Nichiren blade in his hand suddenly dropped. He bent over, clutching his head, letting out an incoherent roar. Past scenes flashed through his mind like turning book pages. Brother will definitely become the strongest samurai. I hate fighting. Compared to fighting, I prefer flying kites with brother. Brother, I'm leaving. After I go, I will cherish the flute you gave me as if it were you. Brother. Brother. Layers of echoes flooded his mind. Kokuzubu felt unbearable pain. Why do I feel disgusted whenever I hear these voices? Yoriichi. I hate you. You possess such incredible talent, why did you abandon everything? Why can I never catch up to your shadow, no matter how hard I try? Why, after 400 years, does the light you emit still burn so fiercely? What about me? What am I? Ah. Puffed. Kokuzubu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his hunched body swaying precariously. Under the rapidly changing emotions, Kokuzubu felt true hatred for the first time. He detested everything about Yoriichi. That talent, that voice, that appearance. Every single thing caused him unbearable pain. Yoriichi. He forced himself upright, roaring with his head thrown back, all 6 eyes wide open. At the same time, cells continuously burned within his flesh regenerated rapidly, muscles bulged grotesquely, and countless bones pierced through his skin, forming a tangible defense on the surface. The demon blood within him surged, 2 grotesque horns grew from his forehead, his face festered and regenerated, and countless scales formed a bony membrane that proliferated on both sides of his cheeks. His teeth grew wildly, and an Azura-like form rapidly constructed itself. From afar, he looked like a monster that had just crawled out of hell. Second form. Humph. Humph. Kokuzubu gasped for breath. The world before him had opened up considerably due to his sudden increase in height. He hunched his body, raised his hand, and spoke in a hoarse voice, like a night owl. I will kill you. Absolutely. 400 years. I've hated you for 400 years. Why won't you just die quietly, you bastard? Only when you die can I become the strongest in swordsmanship. Swoosh. The sound of bone blades unsheathing reached his ears. Yoriichi looked at Kokuzubu, his expression unchanged even as he transformed into a true demon. I see. Brother, have you always detested me? Swordsmanship. I remember saying I wasn't interested in such things. Yes. That's precisely why I'm furious. Kokuzubu roared, you never studied swordsmanship, so why could you so easily defeat us who trained for years? In the face of your talent, our efforts are as laughable as a babbling infant. Why? Why must I be beneath you? I want to become you, I want to surpass you, Yoriichi. For that, you must die. I hate you, Yoriichi. Is that so? After a moment of silence, Tsugikuni Yoriichi felt a mix of emotions. At the time, he had never imagined that his unintentional actions would wound his brother so deeply. He should have realized it sooner. Only. Brother, if becoming a demon means surpassing me, then why do you remain beneath Musen? Chapter 64, Chapter 63 Beheading, I am Tsugikuni. Michikatsu. Kokusabu was startled. Immediately. Jealousy consumed him. His face twisted in an instant, and he wanted to step forward, for this was his strongest form. But for some reason, his legs felt like they were filled with lead, unable to move at all. After a long while, he finally realized the reason for this: fear. It was like a human seeing a beast. Even knowing the other party was extremely dangerous, they were still unable to move, and in the end, were obediently killed. Seeing this situation, Yoriichi sighed deeply. How pathetic, my brother. Is this what you wanted to become? Then, what was the purpose of your swordplay, cultivated over 400 years? How was it pathetic? I am the strongest. Kokusabu gritted his teeth, clenching his bone blade. He wanted to refute Yoriichi's words, but as the words reached his lips. Step. Tsugikuni Yoriichi suddenly took a step forward, his expression returning to its usual calmness. He slowly raised his zanpakuto. Enough, my brother. Say nothing more. Let me see you off on your final journey. After speaking, Yoriichi instantly vanished. Kokushibu's pupils contracted. In his astonishment, he only had time to hastily parry the incoming slash. Then, crack. The bone blade, reinforced to be harder than diamond, directly snapped. On his skin, the bone membrane defense, which even pillar-level swordsmen struggled to overcome, was rendered useless, sliced open by a single strike. Finally. Splurt. The spurting blood transformed into a dazzling rose in midair, and Kokusabu desperately clutched his neck. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at Yoriichi, who had instantly vanished and instantly returned to his original spot. It wasn't until he came to his senses and a pang of pain spread from his neck to his limbs that he realized. He himself had been decapitated. No. His body swayed, and he nearly lost his footing. It shouldn't be like this. I am the strongest. But why? Kokushibu's eyes became unfocused, and the bone blade in his hand was the first to turn to dust. He staggered back to a tree, raised his dim six eyes, and felt the wound that could not regenerate. His tone gradually changed from resentment to confusion and bewilderment. You can defeat me, again and again. In the end, I left nothing behind. Changed nothing. What was I born for, after all? Can you answer me? Yoriichi. He could no longer recall the faces of his wife and child, only that he had resolutely abandoned them. As a human, he was undoubtedly a failure. As a demon, 400 years had yielded no achievements. The more humans he consumed, the more he felt his own weakness. Because he needed to spend 400 years to catch up. How despairing was this gap? I am unwilling. But Kokushibu's body rapidly turned to sand, and his voice gradually faded with the disappearing sandstorm. Until only his head remained, his six eyes all faded, and in the ethereal dust, he gradually recalled everything from his human life. Afternoon, tranquility. Mother. In the last moments of his consciousness, he took one final look at Tsugikuni Yoriichi. The characters in his eyes completely vanished, and the corners of his mouth, which were weathering away below, suddenly curved into a smile. A human smile. I remember now. I am Tsugikuni Michikatsu. Goodbye, Yoriichi. At the same moment his voice fell. A soul detached from his body. It was so ethereal it was almost illusory, and it was entering the world of the dead as his head vanished. Click. A door invisible to humans slowly opened above his head. Yoriichi held his sword, the blade slightly moving. Whoosh. The blade returned to stillness. He quietly watched the scene before him. And did not interfere. It wasn't until there was no longer any scent of a demon in the air that Yoriichi slowly turned and descended the mountain. Senior. Jutomioka slowly raised his eyes at this moment. He struggled to stand, attempting to stop him. Please wait. Oh my! A female voice suddenly drifted from the air, and Kocha Shinobu exhaled deeply as she descended from the sky. She pressed one hand to her chest, her face pale, but her condition was relatively good due to the great distance. After landing, she glanced at Jutomioka, revealing an, as I expected, expression. Tomioka-san is really too careless. She murmured silently. She then raised her head and suggested to Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Tsugikuni-senpai, please don't leave for now, alright? The master asked me to tell you. Tanjiro Kamado, whom you value, encountered Kibutsuji Musen a few days ago. Buzz. As soon as her voice fell, an invisible ripple suddenly spread across the ground. Yoriichi instantly appeared in front of Kocha Shinobu. Looking at her, his tone became a few shades heavier. Where? Ah. Tsugikuni-san, it's been a long time. After some time, Tanjiro finally ascended the mountain. The moonlight spilt down like water from the sky, and he bowed to Tsugikuni Yoriichi, his voice gentle. I'm very happy to see you again. If there's anything you wish to ask, I will tell you everything I know. Where is Kibutsuji Musen? Tsugikuni Yoriichi did not bother with pleasantries. Kokuzubu was already dead, all that remained was to kill Musen and then revive Yuta. Tanjiro pondered for a moment. I'm very sorry, Tsugikuni-san, I only know his location from a few days ago. If I remember correctly, it should be in Asakusa, Tokyo. I met him there and used the breathing technique you taught me to slay 2 demons under his command. They were very weak. This was natural. Tanjiro, without mastering the complete sun breathing, could still survive until the end, let alone with Yoriichi's personal instruction. Yoriichi did not pay attention to the weakness or strength in his words, he only heard 2 words. Tokyo. Asakusa. Understood. After a moment of silent contemplation, he vanished again amidst the unspoken gazes of the others. As he vanished, a voice also came through. Whether or not I find Kibutsuji Musen, I will appear promptly at the Flame Pillar's residence tomorrow morning. If there are important matters to discuss, come here for a talk. Hearing this, Kocha Shinobu and Jutomioka exchanged glances. Then, they looked at each other in bewilderment. Soon. What? A few exclamations of surprise came from inside a classic Japanese residence. Are you kidding me? The master is coming to my house to hold a pillar meeting. Tomorrow. You're not joking. Kyujiro. In the warm room, Rengoku Shinjiro looked at his son, Kyujiro Rengoku, who was kneeling before him, and nearly spat out the sake in his mouth. Gulp. He stared, mouth agape, his brain, numbed by the sake, rapidly processing everything. Kyujiro, hearing his father's doubts, did not flinch. Instead, he loudly exclaimed, "Yes, father." His voice was as clear and resonant as ever. You heard right. It is indeed tomorrow. Not only will all the pillar-level swordsmen and the master be there, but also the originator of the breathing technique from 400 years ago, the one mentioned in the Flame Pillar's records. Please be prepared. Fund raised $459/$. Chapter 65, Chapter 64 Long time no see. As Rengoku Shinjiro stood in stunned silence. Asakusa. Atop a villa surrounded by a police cordon, Tsugikuni Yoriichi quietly appeared. Tap. He landed on the rooftop as lightly as a dragonfly touching water. He sensed everything around him. Blood, souls. Things related to humans appeared in his senses. He looked down. As expected. The moment he held his Shirkai Zanpakuto, he saw the souls of the unjustly deceased lingering there. There were women, children, and some servants. When Yoriichi looked at them, the souls noticed his gaze. Their eyes met. Then, they all froze in place. You. A soul that looked like the mistress of the house hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. She looked at Yoriichi, whose attire was extraordinary and whose appearance was sudden. She couldn't help but wonder if he was related to those demons, or perhaps an opposing creature. They had all been killed by Kibutsuji Musen. A few days ago, Musen had disguised himself as a human and lived here for quite some time, even marrying and having children. However, when Tanjiro appeared, Musen was exposed. To prevent any unexpected incidents with his goal of finding the blue spider lily, he decisively relocated. During the relocation, all the humans he knew died unnatural deaths. Perhaps due to lingering resentment, or some other reason, they couldn't pass on and were bound within the villa's area. As souls, they couldn't communicate with humans, and they had thought they would remain alone until their demise. Unexpectedly, a non-human-looking creature appeared again. If she hadn't been mistaken. This man seemed to be flying just now. You are. The hesitant gaze from the woman in front of him made Yoriichi subtly frown. He couldn't help but ask, are you the original inhabitants of this place? After speaking, he felt that the term original inhabitants wasn't quite fitting, so he rephrased. You must be earthbound spirits. Who killed you? I heard that a pale-faced man named Tsukihiko lived in this house a few days ago. Do any of you know him? Tsukihiko. Hearing that name, the woman's expression suddenly shifted from confusion to resentment. She gritted her teeth, her voice heavy and shrill. He is my husband, and also my murderer. He is a monster. He didn't even spare my daughter. As she spoke, she looked behind her. Yoriichi followed her gaze, and about 30 meters away, he saw a 6-year-old girl squatting in a corner, counting ants. Her body was semi-transparent. I see. The scene before him made Yoriichi instantly understand the cause and effect. His eyes darkened slightly. Don't worry, I will kill him. Now, please tell me his detailed information and where he went. Also, do you wish to reincarnate? At this moment, in a nearby alley, Tamayo, who was out scouting for enemy intelligence, suddenly froze when she saw a familiar face. She looked up, gazing at Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Time seemed to rewind to 400 years ago. You. Are you still alive? She murmured to herself. Beside her, Yashiro, seeing Tamayo suddenly stop and look up, also couldn't help but halt his steps. His purple eyes slowly turned, reflecting Tamayo's delicate, elegant, gentle, and kind appearance. At this moment, Yashiro had only one thought. Miss Tamayo, even when she's spacing out, is so beautiful. How could such a perfect being exist in this world? Thinking this, he followed Tamayo's gaze. Since the two of them were acting secretly, they hadn't expected to find any clues. After all, Muzan was extremely cautious. Miss Tamayo had been his enemy for over 400 years, and her goal of killing him had made no substantial progress. But Yashiro believed that Miss Tamayo would succeed one day. And when she succeeded, he would surely have a place by her side. That's what he had originally thought. But who was that person in the sky? Why did he make Miss Tamayo stop and gaze? Was he an old acquaintance of Miss Tamayo's? Besides himself, was there any other demon by her side? Ah. My heart aches. Yashiro clutched his heart, feeling as though his worldview had collapsed. It was the first time he had seen Miss Tamayo wear such an expression. Nostalgia, anticipation. How undignified. Yashiro was unwilling. He instinctively spoke, attempting to regain his dignity and status. Miss Tamayo. Shoo. Unfortunately, before he could finish, Tamayo raised her hand to interrupt him. Placing a finger to her lips in a gesture for silence, Tamayo whispered, Yashiro, don't speak further. Keep watching. At these words, Yashiro's heart ached even more. But it was Miss Tamayo's command. No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing else he could do. He could only passively wait. After a short while, the black-clad man, who had appeared to be talking to thin air, suddenly stopped his conversation and looked directly towards their direction without concealment. Mistaking him for a demon like himself, Yashiro met his gaze without hesitation. Then, thud. Yashiro suddenly knelt, as naturally as an ancient commoner seeing an emperor. The pain in his knees startled him awake. Before he could react to what he had just done, Tsugikuni Yoriichi had already appeared before the two of them as if by instant transmission. Ignoring the kneeling Yashiro, Yoriichi looked at Tamayo, his voice heavy with nostalgia. It's been a long time, Tamayo. I never thought you would still be alive after so many years. When he encountered Muzan back then, the female demon by Muzan's side was her. She was also the first demon to break free from Muzan's control. Tamayo was silent for a moment, then forced a smile. I can't compare to you, Mr. Tsugikuni. I also never imagined that a human could live for 400 years. You are still the same as when you were young, but your clothes. That Haori. It should be buried deep somewhere, but that's not important. Tsugikuni Yoriichi's tone returned to calm, and he waved his hand. Back to business, Tamayo, are you also here to look for clues left by Muzan? That's right. Tamayo nodded, a hint of hatred showing on her gentle face. Since breaking free from his control 400 years ago, I have wanted to kill him every moment. I heard his new base was in Asakusa, which is why I came to investigate, but I was still a step late. He is too cautious. At this point, Tamayo suddenly remembered something and abruptly looked up. Mr. Tsugikuni, is your objective the same as mine? Yoriichi nodded. Seeing this, Tamayo showed a gentle smile. Her elegant kimono further enhanced her Yamato Nadeshiko-like demeanor. She smiled and suggested, since that's the case, how about we exchange information? What do you think? Chapter 66, Chapter 65 Upper Moon Conference. Exchange information. Yoriichi thought for a moment and did not refuse the suggestion. A minute later, after sending those souls to the other side, and amidst their grateful gazes and words, Yoriichi returned to his original spot. He walked with Tamayo towards the other streets. Yashiro had already gotten up. He followed behind the two. He felt a lingering fear. To this time, he still didn't understand what had happened with that Neil. And a human who had lived for 400 years. If it hadn't been Miss Tamayo who said it, he would have even thought she was joking. How could such a human exist? The conversation between the two as they moved drifted over quietly. Yashiro took it all in. Mr. Tsugikuni, if I wasn't mistaken just now, were you flying? To be precise, that's not called flying, merely aerial movement. Then, this flying, oh, no, this aerial movement, for a strong person like you, is it already a reality that can be achieved? What have you encountered in these 400 years? I completely can't see through you anymore. Although she had never seen through him 400 years ago either. This man was an endless abyss to her. Any creature that dared to oppose or challenge him would be completely devoured. Yoriichi said calmly, this is quite normal, Tamayo, if you had also died once. No, this isn't normal. I've studied medicine for 300 years. This is the first time I've learned that flying could be so simple. Died once. Can death have a second time? Unimaginable. The Tsugikuni Yoriichi she encountered today far surpassed the one she had seen in the past. Tamayo felt at one point that the men before her had transcended the category of human. She sensed him briefly and found that she had no desire to consume him at all. Is this possible? Her breathing became slightly rapid, and Tamayo couldn't continue to think deeply. Because once she connected his appearance being the same as 400 years ago with this condition. She couldn't help but think of the Demon King Muzan. Since the first incomplete Demon King could appear, why couldn't a second, perfect Demon King appear? Tamayo. Yoriichi's calm voice suddenly rang out in Tamayo's ears. Tamayo instantly snapped awake and hastily said, my apologies. Please forgive my distraction. She stroked her pounding chest, trying her best to slow her breathing, paused for a moment, and continued. Let's walk a bit faster. It's getting late. Although I don't know the reason why Mr. Tsugikuni survived, I am relieved that you are well. With you here, I believe Kabutsuji Muzan won't be arrogant for much longer. Infinite Castle. 2 hours had passed since Kokusabu lost contact. Muzan was curled up in a small room, restless. When Kokusabu underwent his second transformation, Muzan had already cut off his connection with him, fearing being affected by the sun breathing unleashed by Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Every time he saw that surging firelight, the wounds on his body would ache faintly. As a result, anger and fear continuously surged into his heart. But there was northwest other place for these emotions to vent. So his expression and movements became increasingly twisted. When they accumulated to a certain critical point, his trembling stopped. Instantly. Rumble. The pressure generated by his bloodline destroyed all the surrounding floor and even the architectural structure. He called out to Nakime, determined not to wait any longer. He actually knew Kokusabu was dead, but he was unwilling to believe it. However, it was different now. Tsugikuni Yoriichi's revival was an undeniable fact, and he had to act quickly. Go and summon all the upper moons. I want to hold an upper moon meeting. Clang. As the sound of the biwa faded, several doors opened from various corners of the infinite castle. A young man wearing a cult leader's hat, holding a copper fan, with a smiling face, and a pair of colorful, brilliant eyes was the first to emerge from one of the doors. His demeanor appeared exceptionally bright, accentuated by his gentle smile. However, the words engraved in his eyes. Upper Moon. 2. These two large characters clearly indicated his identity. Upper Moon 2, Doma. Just as Doma wondered why he was the first to arrive. Thud. A figure suddenly descended from the sky. Whoosh. A strong wind ruffled Akaza's short shirt. He lowered his head slightly, maintaining a balanced posture as he fell. Bang. He landed like a cannonball, creating a circular, radiating deep crater in the surrounding ground. Wood splinters turned into dust and floated around him. The warm light from all sides shone upon him, illuminating his peach-pink short hair, the dark blue tattoos on his body, the prayer beads on his feet, and even the words in his eyes. Upper Moon. 3. Clearly visible. Akaza looked around, somewhat confused as to why he had suddenly appeared in the infinite castle. He only remembered that he was hunting down human experts everywhere. Suddenly, he stepped into thin air. Foo. Just then, a strange laugh suddenly rang out beside his ear, completely interrupting his thoughts. Oh! Isn't this Lord Akaza? We haven't seen each other for almost 90 years, have we? Hearing this voice, Akaza's gaze sharpened, and he turned to look. What met his eyes was a creature resembling a monster, emerging from a pot. Its facial features were inverted. Where its tongue should be, there was an eye, and where its eyes should be, there was a tongue. Engraved above its bright yellow, grotesque eyes were the large characters, Upper Moon, 5. Gyako. Since he was also here, it meant that an Upper Moon had died. Ha ha ha. Another laugh rang out as Doma walked over to Akaza's side. He casually slung an arm around Akaza's shoulder, as if addressing a friend, and said playfully, Lord Akaza, I'm not dead, you wouldn't be suspecting in your heart that I died, would you? Don't be like that, we're all friends, and I'm always thinking about your safety. Akaza's body stiffened, this insincere tone made him extremely uncomfortable. He was about to make a move. Clang. The surrounding scene suddenly changed. The broken wooden floor was gone, replaced by a vast, open space. Nakime sat to one side, her hair hanging low, not daring to breathe. Only because Muzan sat in the main seat, hands crossed, chin propped up, eyes lowered. Beside him was a trembling, curled-up old demon with two small horns on his head and a massive fleshy lump in the middle. One could vaguely discern the words Upper Moon 4 engraved in his eyes. Upper Moon 4, Hantengu. And opposite Hantengu. She was a beautiful young woman with long black hair draped over her shoulders, her pink lips tightly sealed, her posture subtly arrogant. Upper Moon 6, Daki. At this point, all 5 remaining Upper Moons had gathered. This seemingly peaceful environment, in Akaza's eyes, revealed something amiss everywhere. Since all 5 of them were here. Then who had died? Upper Moon 1. Chapter 67, Chapter 66 Changes in the Inferior State. His pupils suddenly constricted. An indescribable emotion surged within Akaza. He had cultivated martial arts for over 100 years, only to pull Kokusabu from the position of Upper Moon 1 and prove himself the strongest. However, he had yet to defeat Doma, and Kokusabu was already suspected to be dead. Who? It was hard to breathe, an unexplainable pressure enveloped his entire body, making his chest feel heavy. Akaza didn't know what was happening to him. Just then, Muzan slowly raised his head. His scarlet, blood moon-like eyes quietly gazed at the few demons before him. Then, a tangible aura of coercion emanated from his body. Thud. All 5 demons, including Upper Moon 6, knelt in unison. Akaza rested a single fist on the ground, his head bowed low, clearly feeling the almost volcanic eruption of rage emanating from Muzan. For Lord Muzan to be so angry, it must be. That's right. Akaza's thought had just faded when Muzan's gloomy voice echoed in his ears. Kokusabu is dead. Akaza, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Akaza's body trembled slightly. Finally. He stammered for a few seconds, then whispered, your subordinate. It's hard to believe. To the side. Doma took out his copper fan and fanned himself lightly. His tone mimicked sadness, how could this be? Upper Moon 1, in his impression, was a demon who had existed even before the Upper Moons were established. For hundreds of years since the 12 demon moons were formed, the lower moons frequently changed, but the Upper Moon positions rarely did. Now, the strongest among them. Upper Moon 1 is dead. Except for Doma. The other Upper Moons all trembled with fear. Muzan sensed the emotions of the Upper Moons, his expression uncontrollably irritated. He suppressed the anger in his voice and coldly snorted. This is a change. A change for the worse. Creak. He clenched the armrest of his chair, his teeth gradually grinding together, the oppressive aura emanating from him growing thicker, and the surrounding structures, including the ground, began to crack and shatter one by one. The moment that single word was uttered. Bang. Countless wood splinters exploded under his palm. He coldly swept his gaze over the Upper Moons before him, the rage and even hatred in his eyes almost materializing. What I hate the most is change. Whoosh. Muzan, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly vanished. He appeared in front of Akaza, his expression icy, looking down at him from above. His palm pressed down slightly. His pale knuckles suddenly tightened. The next second. Chirp. Gyako, who was trembling beside him, had his bewildered head suddenly appear in Muzan's hand. Blood splattered from his neck. Gyako looked at the suddenly inverted world, the few small hands on his head flailing about. Then. He felt the touch on his head. A blush crept up his cheeks, accompanied by a few excited smiles. Lord Muzan is actually caressing my head. Muzan, who had intended to vent his emotions on something, immediately lost interest upon seeing this. He frowned slightly and tossed Gyako's head aside like trash. His gaze was utterly indifferent. I no longer have any expectations for you. Seemingly oblivious to the oppressive atmosphere permeating the area, Doma waved his copper fan and smiled as he raised his head. Why do you always say such things that make people sad? Have I ever failed to meet your expectations? Failed. Muzan's voice squeezed out from between his teeth, like an interrogation. He looked at Doma, if so. Why have you still not found the blue spider lily to this day? I truly. At the mention of the blue spider lily, veins uncontrollably bulged on Muzan's forehead. I'm gradually starting to wonder why you even exist. The Ubuyashiki family still survives to this day. For hundreds of years, your existence has not propelled my plans forward in the slightest. Now, how dare you say you've never failed to meet my expectations? He flashed again, appearing in front of Doma. Doma's emotionless eyes and the fake smile on his face infuriated Muzan even more. Without warning, he flicked a finger. Bang. Doma's head exploded with a boom. Scarlet blood splattered like raindrops in all directions, and Muzan stood before him, his voice undisguisedly chilling. From now on, no matter what methods you use, you must find the blue spider lily for me in the shortest possible time. As he spoke, Doma's head had already regenerated. He wasn't angered by Muzan's sudden action. Instead, he continued to smile, nodded, and accepted the command. Yes. Seeing this, the other upper moons also assented. Then, PSHH. Several fleshy tentacles grew out of the floor, piercing through their bodies like lightning. Muzan's blood, accompanied by the wriggling of the tentacles, continuously flowed into their bodies. Immediately. Hoo-ah! All 6 demons, including Nakheim, let out cries of varying intensity. Some even lay prostrate on the ground, their veins bulging all over their bodies, their forms twisted, emitting agonizing wails. When the blood injection ended, the aura emanating from the 6 demons visibly swelled by a noticeable amount. Nakheim became Upper Moon 6. The beautiful girl, Daki, also transformed from her original half-human form into a pure demon form. Her pale skin was like that of a corpse, colorful sashes floated behind her, and fine, dense veins twisted and spread like a spiderweb across her limbs. The kanji in her eyes had changed from Upper Moon 6 to Upper Moon 5. Doma observed the kanji, Upper Moon, and 1 in his eyes through the ice he formed with his blood demon art. The smile on his face became even more pronounced. This scene made Upper Moon 2, Akaza, grit his teeth in hatred. He was just about to initiate a blood battle for rank. The next moment. Clang. Akaza suddenly vanished from his spot. Close behind him, Doma disappeared, but before leaving, he heard Lord Muzan's message to him. Go and expand your eternal paradise faith. Don't worry about the numbers, even tens of thousands of people are fine. I only want the blue spider lily. Flame Hashira's residence. When the Upper Moon meeting concluded, the sky gradually brightened. Several Hashira returned from their respective assigned regions, quickly arriving here. The former Flame Hashira, Rengoku Shinjuro, leaned against the eaves, his brows lowered. He watched the people coming and going, holding a gourd full of sake, silent. He raised his head. Crystal clear sake poured from the mouth of the gourd, and he opened his mouth, drinking it all in one gulp. Immediately after, a mumbling voice echoed in the corridor. Meaningless. Even if it's him, what then? 400 years. Who knows if he's become a being comparable to Kibutsuji Muzan? He had never seen a human who could live for 400 years, never. Rengoku Shinjuro felt that the master was confused. But it was not false that Upper Moon 1 died by his hand. Even an experienced veteran like him couldn't discern the current situation, so he could only prepare for both possibilities. Clang. He touched the smoothly polished Nichiren blade placed beside him. A resolute mindset fermented in his chest. Chapter 68, Chapter 67 Pillar Meeting. Soon. A brief pillar meeting was quickly convened. Since Tsugikuni Yoriichi had not yet appeared, Ubuyashiki Kagaya concisely explained what had happened last night. This included the squad's ambush, Yoriichi's appearance, the death of a lower moon, and the death of an upper moon. These 4 simple events could be broken down into countless smaller details, such as the swordsman's revival and demons turning into humans. Upon hearing this, everyone present was deeply affected. Some found it hard to imagine that in just a few hours, the Demon Slayer Corps' situation had completely reversed. The squad's 0 casualties were not even mentioned. The death of Upper Moon 1. Demons turning into humans. With his body covered in scars and a sinister grin on his lips, the Wind Pillar, Shinazugawa Sanemi, wearing a white haori, questioned. Begging your pardon, master. Are you sure what you just described wasn't a story but reality? He clasped his hands, knelt on one knee, and lowered his head. His voice gradually grew louder. I truly find it hard to believe. Also, where is the Tsugikuni Yoriichi you mentioned? Shinazugawa Sanemi looked around but did not see Tsugikuni Yoriichi, and he sked in increasing irritation. Beside him, another person also kneeling, with 2 jeweled scimitars on his back and adorned with jeweled headwear and earrings, was incredibly flamboyant. This person was the Sound Pillar, Uzuitingen, who also loudly said. Shinazugawa is right. Master. Uzuitingen raised his head. This is not flamboyant at all. How can one be late for such an important meeting? Or did everyone at MT Nadagumo last night see an illusion? Hearing this, the Serpent Pillar, Igiro Abanai, agreed. I'll concur with Yuzui's view for now. He subtly lifted a slender finger, and a small white snake coiled around the bandaged side of his chin, following his breath. Hiss, hiss. The sound of Kaburamaru flicking its tongue was in his ears. He paused, then slowly spoke. If it truly was an illusion, it would explain why the 20-person team had no casualties. Among demons, there are indeed corresponding blood demon arts. But if that's the case... Kochu Shinobu glanced at him, interrupting his words. Then, what's your explanation for that girl? She extended her finger, pointing to a corner of the room. There, a girl of 12 or 13 was sitting with her head bowed. She didn't speak, and her presence was extremely faint. So much so that many pillars mistakenly took her for a servant or a relative of the Rengoku family. Initially, no one paid much attention, as this pillar meeting was somewhat special. However, now that Kochu Shinobu brought her up, everyone frowned. Her. Yuzui Tingen opened his mouth in surprise, his dangling earrings clattering with his movement. Kochu, is she that demon? That's right. Kochu Shinobu nodded solemnly, her feelings somewhat complex. Her parents and even her sister had died because of demons, and her sister's wish was for humans and demons to coexist peacefully, but normal demons could not coexist. But, what about a demon who hadn't eaten humans and then turned into a human? Upon hearing this, seeing that her expression was not feigned, Yuzui Tingen suddenly fell silent. Iguro Abanai swept a glance, his eyes subtly shifting, and he said no more, the environment returning to a brief quiet. Gulp. Not far away, Rengoku Shinjiro leaned against a corner of the room, taking a swig of his drink. Since Kyujiro took over his position, he had honorably retired from the Demon Slayer Corps. As the host, as long as it didn't affect the meeting, anything he did was fine. His gaze turned to Kyujiro. In his lifeless pupils, Kyujiro's strong and resolute back was reflected. Suddenly, Kyujiro's loud voice directly broke the silence. Master, I firmly believe in you. He raised his head, his golden hair with crimson edges shaking twice. His eyebrows lifted significantly. Regardless of the truth, the death of Upper Moon One is an undeniable fact. This is something we humans have not accomplished in 1,000 years. We should respect him. This means that we humans are about to reach a new turning point. The 12 demon moons led by Kibutsuji Musen will all be dismantled through our efforts. A peaceful era is about to arrive. Am I right, Master? His golden eyes were like a lion's, and his voice was deep and powerful, echoing in the silent room. Abuyashiki Kagaya nodded slightly, seated at the head of the table for everyone, his gentle tone like a spring breeze. Indeed, on this point, Kyujiro, you spoke very well. I understand your concerns. However, the past perception that humans did not live long was based solely on the absence of demons. He is the only human who has directly fought Musen and emerged unscathed, and he is also the only human Kibutsuji Musen fears. It has been clearly recorded in history that his power was something ordinary mortals never possessed. Since he is not a mortal, it is not surprising that he can live for 400 years. Although Tsugikuni Yoriichi directly stated that he was resurrected from the world of the dead, the 400 years from his birth to now could not be erased. Therefore, in the human worldview, he was already 400 years old. Hence, as soon as Abuyashiki Kagaya's words fell, Amitabha. In front of everyone, a robust monk holding prayer beads, with pale eyes, quietly recited a Buddhist prayer. 400 years, such a long time. Pat, pat. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and the stone pillar, Jyomi Haim Jima, opened his mouth, his voice mournful. Ah, just thinking about it makes me feel lonely. Master. He raised his head, his pale eyes like rippling water, long unable to calm down. Do you know where he is? Upon hearing this, Abuyashiki Kagaya opened his mouth. The next second. Clack. The tightly closed door suddenly opened, and a large swathe of warm sunlight poured in. Directly in front of the sunlight was a man with red hair tied in a high ponytail, dressed entirely in black, like a general. His sword hung at his waist. Even without being drawn, the pillars could feel the waves of danger emanating from it. Yuzui Tingen only stared for a moment, then felt a chill run through his body, his mind hazy, as if he were about to fall into hell. Nerves driven by fear pulled at his muscles, and he couldn't help but shiver. It wasn't until his gaze moved away from the sword that Yuzui Tingen felt his body gradually improve, though he was still filled with lingering fear. His breathing was somewhat rapid, his jaw clenched, and an absurd thought instantly flooded his mind. This sword has magic. Clack. At this moment, Tsugikuni Yoriichi had already walked in. He scanned the many humans before him, then casually found a spot and sat down on the floor. Then, he raised his eyes, signaling Abuyashiki Kagaya to continue. So handsome. Upon first seeing Tsugikuni Yoriichi, the love pillar, Kenroji Mitsuri, was mesmerized by his backlit figure. Sitting behind everyone, when Mitsuri clearly saw his face, she didn't feel at all that he was an old man. He was clearly the same age as them. Chapter 69, Chapter 68 Purification of Soul. Kanroji Mitsuri observed Yoriichi. Yoriichi was also observing everyone. The world in his eyes was completely different from that of humans. Due to the existence of Toho Sekigen, he could clearly see each person's talent and current strength. As expected, the monk in the lead was the strongest, and his talent far surpassed anyone he had ever seen. At his age, without activating his Demon Slayer mark, even his own brother was not his equal. After a while, during Ubuyashiki Kagaya's introduction, Yoriichi heard his name and also learned the names of the other pillars. Jyomi Haimjima. Stone breathing. Not bad. He's almost entered the Toho Sekigen. Nodding slightly, Yoriichi looked at the others. Rengoku, Shinazugawa, Yuzui, Iguro, Kochu, Tomioka, Kanroji. Oh, and there was also Yuichiro Takito. This child sat alone in the corner, lost in thought, giving Yoriichi a very special feeling. His aura was restrained, his thoughts empty, like a walking corpse. Wait, Takito. Just then, a memory suddenly surfaced in Yoriichi's mind. As he recalled, about several decades ago, after his brother became a demon, his wife learned of it and changed her and her child's surname. If he remembered correctly, their surname was Takito. Considering his physical attributes and current identity. My brother's descendant. Russell. Yoriichi subtly placed his hand on his Zanpakuto. He didn't ask, but instead looked at Yuichiro's back. Since recovering his third-grade spiritual power, his Shurkai could be activated at any time. Through this ability, he could see various souls in this world. His gaze projected over, and sure enough, two pale figures accompanied Yuichiro. The three looked very similar, probably father and son, the younger one, or perhaps a younger brother. Yoriichi wasn't sure, because after a person dies, their appearance freezes at the moment of death. His thoughts churning, he slowly loosened his grip on the Zanpakuto. This scene was observed by Rengoku Shinjuro nearby. At first, Shinjuro wanted to draw his sword, as gripping the sword hilt in front of the master was a very dangerous thing. It was recorded in the Flame Pillar's records that when Tsugikuni Michikatsu betrayed the Demon Slayer Corps back then, he used a sneak attack to cut off the head of the then master, and it was from that point on that a new rule was added. All pillars, when meeting the master, must not carry weapons. However, Tsugikuni Yoriichi was an exception. The Demon Slayer Corps couldn't control him. He himself was the employer. That's what he originally thought, but before he could act, Yoriichi loosened his grip on the sword. This scene made Rengoku Shinjuro's mood even heavier. He couldn't understand Yoriichi's actions. Of course. Soon after, he understood. The pillar meeting gradually came to an end, and when discussing the matter of demons turning back into humans, Ubuyashiki Kagaya softly asked Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Mr. Tsugikuni, I wonder if this child is an isolated case or a common occurrence. Knowing he was referring to the spider sister, Yoriichi looked sideways and calmly replied. If there's an opportunity, an isolated case can become common. But I don't recommend you do that. The reason I was able to turn her back into a human is that her soul's age was still 13. If a demon's age surpasses their human age, like a demon over 100 years old, even if they turn back into a human, they will instantly die of old age. This is the price. Price. Ubuyashiki Kagaya repeated the word, then he asked. Does this mean that if we can capture a group of freshman demons, we can turn them back into humans without any price? Yes. Yoriichi slightly raised his eyes, however, my ability is limited. I understand your Demon Slayer Corps' intentions, but not every demon wants to become a human. This was indeed a problem. Ubuyashiki Kagaya pondered for a moment. The gentle sunlight penetrated the thin paper window, shining on his warm face. He looked up, and his gentle voice continued. Then, what about Nezuko? As his words fell, his gaze passed over everyone and looked behind him. There was a sliding door there. Tanjiro, come in. Whoosh. Following Ubuyashiki Kagaya's command, the door was pulled open, and Tanjiro entered, carrying his sister on his back. He cautiously surveyed the room, and finally, he bowed and sat down in a dimly lit spot. All the pillars looked at him, their cold gazes mixed with scrutiny, simply because the one on his back was a demon. Shinazugawa Sanemi hated demons the most, because his entire family, except for his younger brother, was killed by his mother who had turned into a demon. He wished he could kill all the demons in the world, and even though Nezuko's existence was guaranteed by Tsugikuni Yoriichi, a tangible killing intent was born in his heart. The air gradually turned cold, and the atmosphere became silent with Tanjiro's appearance. Tanjiro lowered his head, only muttering in his heart, so scary, are they all pillars? Mr. Tomioka is here too. He actually didn't want to come, but who knew that Mr. Tsugikuni had found a way to help demons turn back into humans. For his sister, he had to come. Even if he was disliked by the pillars, whose duty it was to hunt demons, he would not hesitate. His thoughts scattered, Tanjiro lowered his head and remained silent, one hand subconsciously shielding Nezuko behind him. Seeing this, Yoriichi nodded and said, "Tanjiro, we meet again. According to the information you gave me, I didn't find Muzan in Asakusa, but I met an old friend. It was a different kind of gain. Are you here today because you want me to help turn your sister back into a human?" "Yes." Tanjiro sat up straight and looked up abruptly. His hands were on his knees, his posture steady, and his tone sincere. "I beg you to turn my sister back into a human. Nezuko shouldn't suffer like this." As if he felt the atmosphere wasn't solemn enough, he leaned forward and prostrated himself directly. "It's been 2 years. Every time I think of that morning, I feel as if my heart is being cut. Mother died, Rokuta died, Takeo died, Hanako died, Shigeru died. I only have this one sister left, but she turned into a demon. If I can't cure her, I truly cannot face my parents and my younger siblings." Yoriichi's expression didn't show much fluctuation. After 90 years, he had long seen through life and death. Tanjiro was ultimately not Tanjiro. However, "I see your sincerity. Let's do this. If you're in a hurry, we can perform the ritual now." Yoriichi gripped his Zanpakuto, and instantly, he saw 5 illusory figures behind Tanjiro, as expected. These should be the relatives he just mentioned. Yoriichi nodded slightly towards them and then said, "Let me state beforehand, the prerequisite for me to turn a demon into a human is to kill them first. Only then can I purify their souls, pull them from the other side, and then resurrect them in human form. Theoretically, there's no chance of failure, but there's never an absolute in this world. Tanjiro, are you ready?" Chapter 70, Chapter 69 Liberated Nezuko. Tanjiro hesitated for a long time, but eventually agreed. He only believed in Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Although he didn't understand the meaning of Yoriichi's words, for example, pulling a soul from the other shore. But this was the only way now. While Tamayo was also researching turning demons back into humans, after 400 years, the results were minimal. He dared not gamble on the probability of a human transformation drug being developed within the next few decades. Phew. Taking a deep breath, he watched Yoriichi draw his Zanpakuto and, to everyone's astonishment, plunge it into Nezuko's chest. No blood splattered from the wound. Nezuko's expression was also unusually calm. It seemed that the sword didn't exist. Yet, in his line of sight, the sword clearly existed. Tanjiro's thoughts were in disarray. The other pillars' thoughts were also in disarray. Only Gumiai Haimjima remained relatively calm. His pale eyes quietly watched Nezuko. Unable to see, he could only use his hearing, supersense, and perception to sense everything. The so-called supersense was the sixth sense. Through his sixth sense, Gumiai Haimjima felt death, pure death. He couldn't describe this feeling. It was like the horror when a meteorite fell, very heavy. So much so that tears flowed uncontrollably. Amitabha. He pressed his palms together, twirling his prayer beads, his voice sorrowful and mournful. Not long after, he noticed Nezuko's aura instantly disappear. She was dead. More tears flowed, large as beans, almost soaking his clothes. Of course, this state didn't last too long. About 3 seconds later, Nezuko's aura gradually returned, the aura of a human. At the same time, he also sensed the undisguised astonishment of the other pillars. Former flame pillar Rengoku Shinjuro's flask even clattered to the ground, splattering tiny drops of clear liquor. Swish. The atmosphere suddenly solidified. Without even looking at the flask on the ground, Shinjuro's mouth hung open, his eyes glazed over. He watched Nezuko's body rapidly regenerate like a demon, yet in a human form, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible?" His voice was a bit stammering. At that moment, memories flooded his mind like a cold tide. He seemed to recall something, tidied his clothes, and decisively stood up. Thump. "Tsugikuni-senpai." His voice was incredibly solemn. "Forgive my ignorance, but I wish to ask you, can your method of resurrection be used on the deceased?" Yoriichi slowly turned his head, recognizing the person. "You are Shinjuro." "Yes, senpai." When he said this, Rengoku Shinjuro didn't feel awkward at all. Although he was the former flame pillar, in his 40s, compared to Tsugikuni Yoriichi, he was merely a babbling infant. If not for the other party's overly youthful appearance, he might have even called him a grand ancestor. After all, his own flame breathing was taught by him. After a moment of silence, seeing Nezuko's consciousness gradually return, Yoriichi asked. "The deceased person you refer to, it wouldn't be your wife, would it?" "If it's her, I'm very sorry, but I can use some means to let you meet her. This is also what I promised Senjuro earlier." "Really?" Rengoku Shinjuro's eyes lit up, excitement uncontrollable in his brows. His body trembled slightly, clearly overjoyed at the prospect of seeing Ruka. Rengoku Ruka, Shinjuro's wife, was a wise and strong woman. It was her death that made Shinjiro realize. No matter how far he cultivated his breathing technique, he couldn't protect the people he cared about, which led to his period of decadence. However, now, a miracle appeared before him. Hope reignited in his heart. As the atmosphere shifted, Nezuko quickly transformed into a human. She stood barefoot on the ground, opened her mouth, looked at Tanjiro, her eyes confused, and spoke with some difficulty. Bro. There. These two short words immediately made the usually strong Tanjiro cry tears of joy. Ignoring how Nezuko had become human, Tanjiro stepped forward and tightly embraced her. Immediately. Wah. Tears of happiness streamed down like a broken dam, freely soaking both their clothes. An incredibly complex emotion suddenly permeated the air. Seeing her brother lose his composure, Nezuko couldn't help but purse her lips and gently pat Tanjiro's back. As a sister, she was about to say something. The next second. Activating the ability of Karma Flame, Yoriichi also allowed them to see their respective relatives. Nezuko's expression suddenly froze, her gaze fixed on the space behind Tanjiro, as if she had seen something incomprehensible. For a moment, the sorrowful atmosphere in the room grew even denser. The pillars stood there, mouths agape in a daze, the successive changes numbing their minds. However, Yoriichi's next words suddenly brought them back to their senses. He looked at Yuichiro Takito. Yuichiro Takito. Do you know from whom your surname originates? You possess the bloodline of my elder brother, Tsugikuni Michikatsu. Now. Kokuzubu, who was Tsugikuni Michikatsu's alias, is dead, and all of the past has vanished into thin air. But Kibutsuji Musen has not yet died. As my grandnephew, are you willing to inherit my legacy? What? Yuichiro Takito didn't speak, but the other pillars exclaimed in surprise. Yuzui Tingen recovered, striking what he considered a cool pose, his voice filled with disbelief. This Takito kid actually has your bloodline. Flashy. Absolutely flashy. He covered one eye with a hand, lowering his head, unsure how to precisely describe the situation. Wordless, he could only use some empty words to describe it. Kanroji Mitsuri, meanwhile, thought how amazing it was, her two hands tightly clasped together. This scene was noticed by Abanai Igiro, who looked down, finally understanding the reason for Yuichiro Takito's exceptional talent. The pillars' thoughts varied, and it was a long time after Yoriichi's words fell that Yuichiro Takito reacted, letting out an eh. He blinked his bewildered eyes, his dark demon slayer uniform combined with his dark hair gave him a somewhat cold demeanor. Yuichiro Takito tried hard to recall Tsugikuni Yoriichi's words, but for some reason, he just couldn't remember. His mental state seemed to have some issues. And at this moment, Kagaya Ubuyashiki slowly recounted Yuichiro Takito's past experiences. To summarize it in one sentence. He was severely injured by a demon, causing him to lose all his memories, all his emotions, and even forget his former family. Sometimes, words he heard would be forgotten as soon as he turned away, because he simply didn't care about his surroundings. Regarding this situation, Yoriichi nodded slightly. So that's it. Is that why the two souls beside him are so dim? I understand. He raised his Zanpakuto again. Then. Under the bewildered gazes of the pillars, Yuichiro Takito suddenly shed tears. His tears dripped down his cheeks onto the ground, his hands reaching forward as if trying to grasp or embrace something. Ah. Not far away, Shinazugawa Sanemi watched this scene, his head about to explode. He had a million questions in his heart, yet no one could answer him. Anxious, he shouted. Damn it. Are they all crazy? What exactly did they see? How can you bring people back from the dead? Are you a god? No, impossible, I don't believe in gods. If there were a god, why didn't you hear my prayers back then? His tone was somewhat urgent, and even more inexplicable. However, through the souls behind him, Yoriichi understood the meaning of his words. His family had died tragically at the hands of demons. At that time, he most likely prayed to a deity, but it failed. To this, Yoriichi shook his head. They merely saw their deceased relatives. Shinazugawa, if you wish, you can too. I am not a god, yet I am a god, I am a Shinigami. Responsible for guiding departed souls. Chapter 71, Chapter 70 Return to Hueco Mundo. Shinigami. Ha. Under the dim light, Shinazugawa Sanemi's eyes widened, and his mouth twitched violently. His astonished gaze was fixed on Tsugikuni Yoriichi. It was the first time he had heard someone utter such a world-shattering term in such a calm tone. Shinigami, wasn't that a legendary deity? Yes, and no, Yoriichi explained faintly, as if sensing the confusion in Shinazugawa Sanemi's eyes. To others, a Shinigami might seem extraordinary, but in reality, it's merely a profession. Shinigami also experience birth, aging, sickness, and death. I'm not sure how you perceive me, but I am not noble. At these words, everyone present instantly fell silent. Even the souls beside Tanjiro and Yuichiro Takito subconsciously looked at him. That's a bit too humble. If even dying and being reborn, and controlling souls, couldn't be called noble, then what could? No wonder some say that luck is just a strong person's humble remark. Not far away, Abuyashiki Kagaya's hand rested unconsciously on his knee, his gentle, light purple eyes observing Tsugikuni Yoriichi's calm expression. He suddenly felt that this ancestor from 400 years ago was not as unapproachable as he seemed. What a pity. Since he was a god, he likely wouldn't stay long in the mortal realm. No wonder he had suddenly disappeared last time. No wonder. Kanzaki Aoi of the Butterfly Mansion had seemingly seen Tsugikuni Yoriichi's figure vanish into the void. Perhaps he had returned to Takamagara. He sighed silently in his heart. The pillar meeting gradually concluded amidst a series of shocking emotional fluctuations. At the end, Yuichiro Takito, whose memories had returned, stood before Yoriichi and bowed solemnly. Ancestor Tsugikuni, I greet you on behalf of my father and elder brother. As for the question you asked earlier, I'm afraid I cannot answer you now. After all, I joined the Demon Slayer Corps not just to avenge my brother. More importantly, I want to repay the kindness the mistress showed me back then. She saved me when I was on the verge of death. Yuichiro Takito slowly turned his gaze towards the woman beside Abuyashiki Kagaya, who was like a birch tree fairy. Memories surfaced in his mind like dusty book pages, one by one. His tone was solemn, clearly recalling the origin of his name. The Mu in Yuichiro Takito is the Mu of infinity. I shouldn't bother you over such a small matter. Besides, the mist breathing is already enough for me, I shouldn't seek anything else. Hearing this, Yoriichi understood his thoughts. Grateful and repaying kindness, very good. Knowing when to choose and when to give up, is also very good. As expected of a descendant of the Tsugikuni family. A hint of appreciation appeared in his eyes, and Yoriichi silently nodded, in that case, let it be. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, it was just one attempt. In any case, his legacy had already been passed to Tanjiro, and Tanjiro had also passed it to the Demon Slayer Corps. The only difference was the lack of his personal guidance. It was not a big deal. His gaze then turned to Rengoku Shinjiro. The meeting is over, Shinjiro, come with me. Let's find a quiet place, you wouldn't want to lose composure in front of all these juniors, would you? Hearing this, Shinjiro quickly stood up. Click. He opened the door and walked alongside Tsugikuni Yoriichi down the corridor. In an instant, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Not long after. Within a secluded courtyard, muffled sobs suddenly echoed. The sound was suppressed and heavy, like a mournful melody drifting in the deep night, lingering for a long time. Hueco Mundo. Whoosh. As the Garganta opened, Tsugikuni Yoriichi stepped out from within. He landed on the ground. He looked at the endless silver desert, at the silver crescent moon hanging high in the sky, and nodded slightly. This time I didn't come to the wrong place. It was indeed Hueco Mundo. He hadn't stayed long after the pillar meeting concluded before leaving. Now that he was back, he felt a faint sense of detachment. However, this was his world. Not far away, Gojo Shibe Kenpachi was counting people. When he saw Tsugikuni Yoriichi disappear, the veins on his forehead couldn't help but bulge. This brat. Just at that moment, the corner of his eye caught sight of a figure descending from the sky. He turned to look, cleared his throat, and was about to roar in fury. But Tsugikuni Yoriichi raised a hand to interrupt him. My apologies, Captain Gojo Shibe Kenpachi, my purpose for entering Hueco Mundo this time is not entirely the same as yours. Therefore, the Captain Commander instructed that I could act separately from you. Let's part ways here. What? Gojo Shibe Kenpachi was bewildered. However, this bewilderment did not give him a chance to ask. In his wide eyes, he saw Tsugikuni Yoriichi gently step on the ground, and then vanished instantly. Whoosh. Although there was no wind around, Gojo Shibe Kenpachi could feel the intense wind pressure created by the sound barrier being broken due to the extremely fast speed, caused his Shinigami uniform to flap violently. Before he could react, Tsugikuni Yoriichi had disappeared several kilometers away. His raging mood instantly deflated. However, immediately after, he still gritted his back teeth in anger. This damn brat was the captain of the 11th Division. Even if you are the vice captain of the 10th Division, you can't just ignore me. Separate actions. I'll see if you can survive in Hueco Mundo with your strength. If you're just showing off, I'm sure you'll come back obediently to seek my protection. When that happens, hee. Just thinking about it made Gojo Shibe Kenpachi excited. So much so that, not far away, he didn't even notice the faint red glow quietly rising at the edge of the dune. Bang. Bang. A series of earth-shattering thuds caused noticeable tremors across the boundless dunes. Yoriichi stepped on the sand, watching the figure flying backwards in a parabolic arc in the distance. Seeing it dissipate into dust in midair, a slight ripple appeared in his calm eyes. The 20th Ajuchas. Almost there. Scanning the 20 red dots illuminated on the token at his waist, Yoriichi nodded slightly and continued deeper. Although there was no sunrise or sunset to gauge time, based on his own feeling, it had been about 10 days since he entered Hueco Mundo. For 10 days, he had run with all his might, yet he still hadn't reached the edge of Hueco Mundo. It seemed that this place was indeed as described in the records, boundless. The reishi in the air was also incredibly dense, at least 3 times that of the Siriidii. In other words, surviving here, even without food, one could live forever. Until the soul withered away. Of course, this was not what Yoriichi wanted, he just wanted to quickly return to the Soul Society. Hunting 20 in 10 days. At this rate, he should be able to return in less than half a year, right? Thinking so, before long, he encountered a few more Ajuchas. However, these Ajuchas were different from the ones he had encountered before. They were organized and disciplined, relentlessly pursuing someone, or rather, something that looked like a person. Blonde hair, white bone armor. A Vasto Lord. Only a Vasto Lord was truly humanoid. Chapter 72, Chapter 71 Tear Haribel. As Tsugikuni Yoriichi observed. Boom. The ground trembled from the running hollows, and a sky full of silver sand dust rose around them. Tear Haribel, who was being chased at the forefront of the hollows, heard the commotion and slightly turned her head. Through the mask formed by white bone armor, her light blue eyes reflected the relentless pursuit of those hollows, and she couldn't help but feel troubled. As a Vasto Lord, she shouldn't have been chased by a group of Ajuchas, but unfortunately, her opponents were numerous. If she didn't go to an open area, it would be easy to accidentally kill them, which was not what she wanted. And at this moment, the shouts of the hollows came in waves. Haribel. Stop right now. How dare you challenge Lord Barragan, who gave you the guts? Don't you know that the entire Hueco Mundo belongs to Lord Barragan? It would have been better if they hadn't said anything. The more they spoke, the more helpless Tear Haribel felt. Barragan was the king of Hueco Mundo, and the only reason she was being chased was because she had injured one of his subordinates. And this was unavoidable. After all, if that hollow hadn't been so arrogant, trying to devour another female hollow right in front of her, she wouldn't have made a move. Whoosh. The surrounding space gradually became open, and Haribel instantly stopped. Immediately, a cloud of dust rose and floated with her movement. Silver light spilt onto her shoulders, shimmering faintly. She turned to face the Ajuchas, her calm eyes showing no ripples. Her clear, cold voice followed. I have never challenged him, why do you relentlessly pursue me? Undeniably, Hueco Mundo is Barragan's territory, but that doesn't mean he can act recklessly. I am merely protecting the weak. Protecting the weak. The group of Ajuchas seemed to have heard a joke and immediately burst into undisguised mockery and disdain. Haribel, you are simply the disgrace of Hueco Mundo. Every hollow living in Hueco Mundo knows that hollows need to devour their own kind to grow. But you, not only do you not devour your own kind, you even prevent other hollows from devouring their own kind. Do you think you are the king of Hueco Mundo? What makes you think you can decide everything? His Majesty Barragan said that heretics must be purged. Of course, you also have another choice. Join him. What is your choice? Do not attempt to refuse, otherwise, next time you will face His Majesty's personal expedition. I don't think you will be his opponent. Facing this almost tangible threat, Haribel remained unfazed. She touched the cold bone armor on her face with one hand, recalling the philosophy she had consistently upheld, her tone firm and resolute. Yes, I am not his opponent, but I will never easily compromise. As a Vasto Lord, the highest rank of hollows. Why do you think I would surrender? Is it Barragan who gives you this confidence? If so, then I apologize, but I will defeat you here. Your tone is as arrogant as ever. Are you not going to kill us? An Ajucha scoffed. In response, Tear Haribel shook her head. This is not arrogance, it's simply not wanting to create meaningless sacrifices. Why should we kill each other among our own kind? Our enemies are the Shinigami, aren't they? So what? I still detest your tone immensely, an Ajuchas retorted. Don't you see where this is? Where are the Shinigami? Weakness is weakness, there are no other excuses. I truly don't understand why His Majesty Barragan would value someone like you. Perhaps it's because I am strong. Haribel spread her hand, the bone blade growing from her right hand reflecting a sharp, cold light. I don't believe there's a problem with my philosophy. It's only right for the strong to protect the weak. If one person can't defeat an opponent, then everyone should work together to defeat them. You are the ones with the problem. All right, communication over. You can leave now. The moment her voice fell, Harabelle suddenly vanished from her spot. The hollows only managed to see a ring of dust rise from her feet. Then. Ah! Howls rose and fell, ceaselessly. As if a rain of blood had fallen, some hollows appeared with massive wounds on their bodies, though not fatal, the amount of bleeding was enough to obscure the sky. Bathed in blood, some of the Ajuchas behind wanted to flee, but Harabelle's speed was too fast, they couldn't escape at all. They were caught up after only a few steps, then cut down with a single swing and stepped on. Her healthy, wheat-colored skin was also stained with blood. She pointed her sword at a hollow's head, her voice cold and merciless. Remember this lesson. I'll let you go this time, but next time, I will never let you leave so easily. If you heard me, then get out. The hollow beneath her struggled incessantly, cursing as it struggled. If you have the guts, kill me. You coward. Dying for His Majesty Baragon, we die with honor. This statement seemed to resonate, as similar voices came from all around. Making Harabelle frown. You know I won't kill you, why provoke me? She looked around, among the Ajuchas lying on the ground, some with tenacious life force were struggling to get up. One of them spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed mockingly, why do you think? Our mission is to bring you back. If we can't bring you back, even if we return alive, we will die at the hands of His Majesty Baragon. Rather than being killed by him, it's better to be killed by you, at least you can give us a quick death. Come. Don't pity us, do it. He spread his arms, attempting to embrace the impending death, but Harabelle hesitated. She raised her arm, her lips moving slightly, just about to persuade them to abandon their loyalty to Baragon. The next second. Whoosh! A crimson sword light flashed in the air, followed by a black figure. This figure was extremely fast. Just as Harabelle saw it, the struggling hollows in front of her instantly lost all signs of life. She instinctively lifted her right foot. Immediately. Rustle. The hollow beneath her foot also turned to dust and dispersed. This scene caused Harabelle's expression to change, her eyes darkening. Hugh. She slowed her breathing, her expression wary, her gaze coldly fixed on the figure that had stopped in front of her, seeing him dressed in a Shinigami's uniform. Her mood was heavy and irritated. Shinigami. At this moment, Tsugikuni Yoriichi watched as the last hollow completely vanished, and he slowly turned his head. Meeting Harabelle's stern gaze, he asked calmly. Why didn't you kill them? Hollow. Do you truly believe that it is only right for the strong to protect the weak? Chapter 73, Chapter 72 Sailaporo, ah. Research materials are everywhere. Is that not true? Of course it is. However, I didn't expect those words to come from your mouth. Both sides spoke calmly. Yet, Yoriichi could sense a hint of annoyance in her voice. That was only natural. From his observations just now, Yoriichi knew he had touched her bottom line. But hollows and Shinigami were natural enemies. Their mutual slaughter had nothing to do with justice. What concerned Yoriichi was Harabelle's attitude. When he was in Soul Society, he had thought all hollows were utterly cruel beings. He never expected to encounter such a human-like existence. A Vasto Lord. Truly extraordinary. That is your Shinigami's prejudice, Harabelle said indifferently. Why did you kill them? Did they have a grudge against you? No, but they were hollows, Yoriichi calmly replied. To eliminate and purify hollows is our duty as Shinigami. I, on the other hand, want to ask why you were unwilling to kill them. I already said it earlier, I don't wish to create meaningless sacrifices. Harabelle calmed herself as much as possible. In her perception, her opponent was strong and she could not act rashly. Although she was a Vasto Lord, the Reishi and Hueco Mundo could greatly enhance the power of hollows, Shinigami, and Quincy. Captain-level Shinigami could exert combat power beyond a captain here, and the fellow in front of her was just like that. She took a deep breath, paused, and continued. I know a world without sacrifice is impossible, but if one blindly pursues sacrifice, they will surely suffer a backlash in the future. Just like now. She slowly raised the bone blade in her hand, adjusted her breathing, and her light blue eyes gradually became resolute. Shinigami, you killed them. Are you ready to face my wrath? Interesting. Hearing this reply, Yoriichi rarely smiled. To think there would be such a hollow with a sense of justice. Her philosophy was essentially to end the chain of hatred. If I kill you, your loved ones will inevitably resent me. Resentment is the backlash your sacrifice brings upon me. This backlash is endless, because your loved ones also have loved ones, unless a lineage dies out completely, enemies will always exist. It seems hollows are not all cruel and bloodthirsty. Unfortunately, the one before him now was an enemy. He raised his Zanpakuto, and surging spiritual pressure erupted as he slowly said, in that case, then come. Let me see whose belief is superior, yours or mine. Harabelle's philosophy did not align with his. If one chose to give up on rooting out evil for fear of bearing the consequences, then they would surely regret it in the future. Because the slaughter caused by the opponent afterwards would be borne by you alone. This was another kind of evil. At the same time, on the other side, Gojo Shibe Kenpachi stood on a dune, looking at the pink-haired figure before him, his zanpakuto trembling violently. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and the corpses of his comrades lay at his feet. His eyes became somewhat bloodshot. He heard the figure continuously saying, "This one won't do. This one won't do either. How come none of the Shinigami who entered this batch are good research material? 11th Division. It's declined. Kenpachi Kuriyashiki, whom I met last time, isn't here, and this time a big fat guy came instead. So useless. Sigh. I'll just have to make do." Sailaporo Grands pushed up his silver-rimmed glasses, formed from bone armor, his eyes overflowing with disappointment. He looked at the Shinigami who were not yet dead at his feet. He saw them unwillingly reaching out their hands, grasping his ankles, trying to pull him down. He couldn't help but snort. Materials must act like materials. He forcefully pulled his foot free and stomped down. Crack. Amidst a Shinigami's painful grunt, he slowly raised his head, turned, and looked at Gojo Shibe Kenpachi, his tone unhurried. "So, Kenpachi, what is your name? I killed your teammates, aren't you angry? According to Shinigami tradition, shouldn't you be coming over to cut me down right now? Why aren't you moving? Are you afraid? You." Gojo Shibe Kenpachi's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at his teammates, who were enduring pain and breathing weakly while bowed beside Sailaporo. Gritting his teeth, his voice heavy, he said, "You, how do you know us so well?" "Of course, you told me," Sailaporo smiled, his elegant tone like that of a noble. He raised one hand to push up his glasses, while the other adjusted his sleeve. As if any blemish on his appearance was a sign of disrespect to himself. "You must be wondering why a vasto lord like me would appear here, but there's no need to wonder. Because the coincidences in the world cannot be explained by logic. Do you have any other last words? If not, could you tell me your name? I'd like to prepare a special container for you. A captain-level Shinigami, it's been a long time since I've met one." His voice was somewhat nostalgic, and the spiritual pressure he exuded was like a vast ocean, causing Gojo Shibe Kenpachi's body to tremble uncontrollably. It was like facing the captain commander, filled with dread. Absolute first-class spiritual power. A feeling of despair immediately enveloped his heart. No last words. Never mind. Sailaporo shook his head, losing interest in toying with Gojo Shibe Kenpachi. He had thought he was a true man, but it turned out he was a coward. He had planned to have a good time with 8 different drugs, but now it seemed he would have to lock himself in the research lab and play with him slowly. He sighed, and the moment his words fell, Sailaporo suddenly vanished from his spot. He appeared beside Gojo Shibe Kenpachi. Gojo Shibe Kenpachi instinctively swung his sword. Bankai. Devour the abyss. Instantly. Surging spiritual pressure erupted. The soaring pillar of spiritual pressure stirred up wave after wave of violent winds. He held a massive 3-meter-long iron hammer and slammed it towards Sailaporo's position with a roar. Boom. As the iron hammer struck, the surrounding area, including the ground, all sunken by a third. Fine silver sand even formed hollow areas, creating a suction force that swallowed everything around it, including the corpses of his comrades. Since I can't take them back for burial, I might as well destroy them. Even destroying the bodies is better than becoming research material. Who? Ah. Gojo Shibe Kenpachi took a deep breath, veins bulging on his forehead, and pressed down hard, attempting to force Sailaporo into the quicksand. This scene was fully observed by Sailaporo, who sneered and flicked his finger. Crack. Fine, spiderweb-like cracks immediately spread across the iron hammer. He lightly lifted his ankle, yet the quicksand continued to spread widely. However, none of this mattered to Sailaporo, because the counterforce from his flick directly sent Gojo Shibe Kenpachi flying. The moment he landed, due to the backlash formed by the collision of spiritual pressures, Gojo Shibe Kenpachi's vision went black, and he knew nothing more. Chapter 74, Chapter 73, Will you win? Or you will die. Clang. 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 Above the vast plains, 2 figures were rapidly clashing. Dense sparks formed golden-red lightning, and the air, distorted by high temperatures, rippled distinctly. The explosive sound of metal clashing filled the ears. Yoriichi's breathing was deep and scorching as he tightly gripped his zanpakuto hilt, facing Haribel's relentless, rain-like slashes. For the first time, he felt what it was like to face a true opponent. This was a real battle. Compared to his entrance exam fight with Yamamoto Genryusai, the danger now far exceeded anything before. As captain commander, even if Yamamoto Genryusai wanted to test a student's true level, he couldn't set such a high difficulty from the start. However, Hollows fought completely differently. They were wild and violent, putting their full strength into every move. Due to the dense reishi in the surroundings, Tear Harabel felt no fatigue whatsoever. Precisely because of this, Yoriichi's long-dormant battle instincts were fully awakened. With scorching breaths, Yoriichi's gaze was like a torch, fixed on Harabel's movements. He tilted his head back, dodging a horizontal slash. Seizing the instant vulnerability when her opponent couldn't retract her strength after a slash, he launched a fierce kick towards Harabel's wide-open chest. The surrounding air seemed to tear apart, emitting a sharp, explosive roar. Harabel's pupils contracted, and she instinctively used Sonido to dodge. However, just as the ground reishi exploded, Yoriichi also appeared behind her as if teleporting. His arm muscles tensed, his entire body's strength concentrated in his palm, and the Zanpakuto in his hand thrust forward with lightning speed, too fast to cover. At the same time, the Yoriichi in front of Harabel gradually dissipated into an illusion. Sun breathing. Fourth form. Fake sunset rainbow. What? The pincer attack from the front and back caught Tear Harabel off guard. She couldn't imagine a Shinigami would use Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, that he would use an illusion to disrupt her attack rhythm, thereby putting herself in danger. She bit down with all her might. Creak. In the moment of crisis, she could no longer think, only follow her instincts to twist her body at full speed. Finally, in the nick of time. Swish. Amidst the sharp sound of air being torn, the blade pierced through her chest, narrowly avoiding a fatal spot. Even so, she still spat out a mouthful of blood, her body leaning forward, staggering a few steps. In her pale blue eyes, the blade piercing her chest was reflected, and she tried to grasp it to restrain Tsugikuni Yoriichi's movements. But the pain made her movements sluggish. The moment she raised her hand, the Zanpakuto had already been pulled from her body. The sharp blade brought out a spray of fresh red blood, like a fountain. Hiss. On the still unstained blade, Yoriichi's expressionless face was reflected. A roaring wind sounded. Damn it. Harabel roared, her unwilling emotions making her grit her teeth, enduring the pain, and slashing backwards. Unfortunately, Yoriichi's movements were far faster than she anticipated. Clang. He raised his hand to block the incoming slash. The next second. Rumble. The ground suddenly trembled, and accompanied by the oncoming strong wind, a vast pillar of reishi light rose in the distance. Exclamation point. This reishi was very familiar. Gojo Shibe Kenpachi. Yoriichi briefly paused his movements due to the sudden change. Harabel retreated, glancing slightly towards that direction with half-closed eyes. Although she didn't know what was happening over there. But. Such a huge commotion, is it a Shinigami, hollow? Times. Thinking of this, the two came back to their senses and exchanged glances. Your person. Times. No, Times. Then who is it? Times. Times. The two were speechless for a moment. After a few short sentences, the air fell silent. Harabel spoke first. She was breathing heavily, blood seeping from between her fingers, breaking the silence. That one over there, is your teammate, right? That's right. Yoriichi nodded. For him to unleash such powerful reishi, it must be a formidable opponent. Harabel slowly spoke, then, don't you have any reaction? He will die. If I remember correctly, that should be Sailaporo Granz's territory. He is a Vasto lord even stronger than me. Is that so? It seems he is indeed troublesome. Although he said this, Yoriichi did not move. Battles among Shinigami fall into two categories, one for honor, and one for duty. Currently, both are present, and casualties during a mission are inevitable. As a captain, while enjoying certain privileges, one naturally must also bear certain risks. If he went to save him, then what would be the meaning of a captain's existence, and where would their honor be placed? Furthermore, there was still a Vasto lord in front of him. Evidently, Gojo Shibe Kenpachi could only save himself. He would not be swayed by Harabel's words. Harabel took a deep breath. She pressed one hand to her chest, trying to stop the bleeding, while the bone blade formed by her other hand was tilted in front of her, in a wary stance. Following that, her somewhat weaker voice sounded between them. Shinigami, you are even calmer than I imagined. I thought someone like you would rush over quickly after learning your comrade was attacked, but you remained completely still. Is this the belief you uphold? Is it too hypocritical? How is it hypocritical? Yoriichi gently shook his head. I trust him, that's all. If he loses, it is the fate of a Shinigami. Millions of years of slaughter are not a game. Any soul who becomes a Shinigami holds the resolve to die and not have a good end. Fate. Heh. Hearing this, Harabel sneered. I never believed in such things. Fate is just boring comfort for losers. I am not your opponent, I admit that, but as long as I have enough companions, I will not lose. This is what I have always believed. Because she was being hunted, she didn't bring along the few female hollows she met along the way. If she had, although she wouldn't have 100% win rate, she wouldn't be in such a sorry state as she was now. Yoriichi looked at Harabel, watching the reishi light pillar in the distance shrink instantly, his tone completely unruffled. So, where are your companions? As you said, a world without sacrifice cannot exist. The passing of bloodlines, the inheritance of techniques, including the growth of Shinigami, all of these without exception require sacrifice. No one is immortal, including you and me. Don't be too presumptuous, Harabel. Continue. Hearing this, Harabel instinctively wanted to retort. However, just as she opened her mouth, Tsugikuni Yoriichi in front of her had already vanished like a ghost, leaving only a faint afterimage. The incoming slash was extremely cold. Clang. Her rapidly contracting pupils reflected on the cold blade, and Harabel hastily blocked, completely forgetting to breathe. A sense of crisis enveloped her entire body. It was like being submerged in seawater, or even crushed under a mountain. The immense force from her wrist made her retreat continuously. Hiss. The ground immediately plowed a silver gully dozens of meters long. For a moment, she couldn't find any room for a counterattack. The battle had completely turned one-sided. Chapter 75, Chapter 74. How about being my experimental material? TSK. Around the half-collapsed sandy ground, Sailaporo stored his various research materials in a special type of hollow. He turned his head to look at the reishi traces in the sky, which sometimes expanded and sometimes contracted. A sudden interest arose in him. Another Shinigami? Indeed. He pushed his glasses up, a slight smile playing on his lips. For things like research materials, the more, the better. As a scientist among hollows, he loved all things unknown. And coincidentally, the Zanpakuto wielded by Shinigami was precisely the subject he was currently researching. After all, it contained the secret to why Shinigami were so powerful. And this was also closely related to hollows. Let's continue. Sailaporo looked towards the battleground of Tsugikuni Yoriichi and Harabel, and due to his inner craving for scientific research, he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Never mind whether my conclusion is right or wrong. As one of the materials, Shinigami definitely cannot be missing. They were rare to see in the past, but now that a few have appeared, we can't waste them. They absolutely cannot be allowed to die at the hands of other Vasto Lord. Over there. I remember that's Tyr Harabel's territory, isn't it? Good luck, too bad you ran into me. Sailaporo smiled faintly, a very mysterious and eerie smile. He did not think Tyr Harabel would be his opponent. If she were sensible, letting her go would be fine. But if she was stubborn, perfect, his material library was just missing a Vasto Lord level Minos Grande. However, he then recalled the Shinigami he had just defeated. Remembering the bloodstains that had accidentally gotten on his clothes, he pondered for a moment. Finally, he decided to return to base for now, change his clothes, and then come back. His head could be severed, but his clothes and hairstyle could not be messed up. Soon after, facing Tsugikuni Yoriichi's swift and powerful attacks, Tyr Harabel could no longer hold on. Although the reishi of Hueco Mundo could give her a great boost, her injuries would not heal. As a Vasto Lord, her original ability of ultrafast regeneration had gradually been lost during her evolution. In its place were extremely strong physical attributes and indestructible bone blades. It was a pity that these abilities were only suitable for dealing with enemies of the same level. Once an opponent's certain ability exceeded her limit, such as strength and speed, even if their reishi were comparable, she would gradually fall into a disadvantage. Breathing heavily, her bone armor was mostly covered in dark red bloodstains. Harabel slowly raised her eyes, her once star-like eyes now much dimmer, as if covered by a thin veil. It was visibly apparent that her condition had deteriorated like never before. What a difficult opponent. Are all Shinigami like this? Powerful physical attributes, keen intuition, unrivaled swordsmanship, and a resilient spirit. In their previous conversation, he had dismissed all her ideals in just a few words. It was as if her adherence to non-killing was a ridiculous joke in front of him. What's wrong with not killing? As long as she was strong enough, no matter how much her enemies resented her, they would not come looking for trouble again. It's just, was she really strong enough? Harabel felt a bit lost. She looked at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, who was in perfect condition not far away, with only a slight tear in his shihakusho, his breathing long and his aura deep. Then she looked at herself, covered in blood. Suddenly, she felt being a Vasto Lord was nothing special. Not making a move. Seeing Harabel distracted for some unknown reason, Yoriichi's brow inadvertently raised. She was very strong. That was for sure. It had been half a year since he became a Shinigami, and she was the first hollow to fight him for so long. The strongest he had encountered before. It could only last 5 seconds. But now. They had been fighting for nearly 20 minutes. Although he could release his Zanpakuto, Yoriichi would not do so, because it would be an insult to both their ideals. Protecting the weak was not wrong, only not killing was wrong, just like his younger self. It was precisely for this reason that Yoriichi would make a move when she hesitated. His lingering aura echoed in his ears, and Yoriichi raised his Zanpakuto. He was about to condense and unleash his sword pressure. The next moment. A powerful reishi appeared undisguised in the pile of rubble on the right. The surrounding air immediately became as thick as mud. Yoriichi frowned slightly and looked over there. He saw. An elegant young man with pink, shoulder-length hair and a slender build slowly walked out of the rubble. There was no mask on his face, and his aura was very dangerous. Judging by the overall reishi he emitted, he was probably a hollow, and one that was even stronger than Haribel. At this moment, Tear Haribel's voice sounded in his ear, with a hint of surprise. Sailaporo. How did you get here? So he was Sailaporo. Since he appeared, Gasuke Kenpachi must have been defeated. Yoriichi remained silent. Sailaporo smiled, his slender fingers resting on his glasses, his tone playful. What, Tear, can't I come? Long time no see, you've gotten weaker, you can't even handle a mere Shinigami. You've even been beaten like this. No wonder those Ajuchas can provoke you. As a Vasto Lord, you're truly disgraceful. How about? Do you accept my modifications? I will definitely make you stronger than before. What do you say? The modification won't hurt at all, you know. Tear Haribel snorted, her repulsion undisguised. I was just careless, Sailaporo, what are you doing here? What else? Of course, I'm looking for materials. Sailaporo said casually, his gaze sweeping over Tsugikuni Yoriichi nearby. A meaningful glint immediately flashed in his eyes. He raised his chin and called out to Yoriichi. Hey! Kid, I just defeated a captain. Who is he to you? Since you can suppress Tear, you must also be a captain, right? How about you tell me your name? Tsugikuni Yoriichi, Yoriichi said indifferently, I am not a captain, but since you defeated Gasuke Kenpachi, you are my enemy. Vasto Lord. Interesting. Sailaporo chuckled softly, reaching up to smooth his hair back, a hint of coldness on his face. Enemy? I don't think so. I observe your reishi is only around the 3rd grade level, right? Let me tell you a cruel reality, my reishi already reached 1st grade not long ago. In your Shinigami terms, that's probably equivalent to the Captain Commander. Although I don't know where you get your courage, it is indeed commendable. I admire you very much. Be my research material, and I will give you the best care. You only need to take 8 doses of medicine a day, and even during experiments, I will try my best to leave you with 1 breath. How about it? As an experimental subject, this is already an exceptional treatment. Even that captain doesn't get to enjoy it. Chapter 76, Chapter 75 Bankai. Sailaporo's tone was exceedingly elegant, like a god bestowing a gift from on high. However, his words were extremely cruel. Research material. He couldn't tell that the Vasto Lord in front of him was actually a scientist. Had the hollows of Hueco Mundo evolved to such a degree of intelligence? No wonder they needed regular purges. It's just that. Captain Commander. Was he perhaps overestimating himself? 1st grade spiritual power was merely the upper limit of spiritual pressure levels, not the Captain Commander's upper limit. A mere Vasto Lord actually considered himself at the pinnacle of the Shinigami, truly arrogant to the extreme. And with his attitude of despising life, even Kibutsuji Musen couldn't compare to him. Thinking of this, Yoriichi tightened his grip on the sword hilt, the force in his palm as if to crush it, and an endless oppressive aura permeated the air. Very well, Sailaporo. You are the first being I have encountered in Hueco Mundo that I find utterly detestable. 1st grade spiritual power. Is this the capital of your arrogance? Just how many Shinigami have you killed, you fellow? Well, who knows? Sailaporo waved his hand indifferently. He raised his head, his tone casual. Perhaps 200, perhaps 500. Never mind, seeing as you are about to become my research material, I will mercifully tell you. Hundreds of years ago, the invasion of Soul Society by Hueco Mundo was orchestrated by me. During that invasion, over 300 Shinigami from the 11th Division were captured by me. And it was precisely after that incident that your Shinigami side gained a tradition, sending troops to purge Hueco Mundo at regular intervals. This behavior may seem to alleviate pressure on the 3 realms, but in reality, it was merely me guiding you to do it. If you Shinigami didn't come, where would I get the research materials to continue my research? At this point, the smile on his face grew even brighter, as if his scheme had succeeded, and he laughed with a playful tone. Haha, how about it, Shinigami? Hearing this, aren't you very surprised? Your captains, the captain commander, including those nobles, were all kept in the dark by me. They even thought the casualties were normal. But now, even if you learn the truth, you will certainly not be able to transmit it back. Just surrender obediently. I don't want to harm you, because complete materials are more valuable than incomplete ones. First-grade spiritual power, theoretically, already stood at the pinnacle of the three realms. Even the king of Hueco Mundo, Baragon, Sailaporo did not fear him. In other words, unless the captain commander of the Shinigami personally arrived, he would surely win. Harboring such thoughts, Sailaporo's gaze gradually became playful. Facing Tsugikuni Yoriichi's silence, he didn't even show the slightest impatience. Instead, he even wanted to play a few rounds with the other party. Like pretending to be outmatched, to make the other party happy. Finally, when the other party thought he had a sure win, he would turn the tables, making him fall from the clouds into the abyss. This was the fighting style of a hollow. This was elegance. As the two confronted each other. Who? Yoriichi's breathing gradually grew heavy, and angry emotions fermented and swelled in his chest. Hollows, indeed hollows, their methods are all despicable things. Kibutsuji Musen was still too conservative compared to him. Past memories surfaced little by little. The faces of those who died because of him seemed to flicker before his eyes, their voices shrill, leaving Yoriichi with an unforgettable impression. Buzz. He suddenly raised his sword, and an abyssal spiritual pressure erupted from his body, the surrounding silver sand stirred by the strong winds, like an apocalyptic storm. Sailaporo. A suppressed, heavy voice followed. You. What do you take life for? After a moment of apparent stunned, Sailaporo smiled, saying indifferently, life. What is that? Don't you think it's ridiculous to discuss these things with a hollow? The hollows in Hueco Mundo are endless. For each hollow to evolve into a vasto lord, they need to devour at least 1,000,000 hollows. Do you think, we who have devoured so many of our kind would still care what life is? It's just food. Shinigami, stop resisting stubbornly, just surrender obediently. Surrender sooner, enjoy sooner, later, those conditions I promised you before will be gone. His voice remained playful, as if he didn't take anything seriously. In response, Yoriichi sighed. His voice was complex and regretful. Yes. You are hollows. Indeed, there's nothing good to talk about with creatures like you. The moment his words fell, Yoriichi's aura suddenly transformed. The spiritual pressure on his body turned into illusory chains, moving before him, and as the chains moved, they emitted sharp, piercing sounds, like the wailing of ghosts. A dense oppressive force caused noticeable wrinkles in the surrounding space. Under Sailaporo's puzzled gaze, Yoriichi slowly lowered his sword, the blade pointing to the ground. Bang. Black, almost abyssal karmic flames suddenly ignited on the dark sword body. These flames were dense and cold, seemingly wanting to burn and devour the surrounding space. At this moment. Bankai. Like a whisper, time and space solidified for an instant. Yoriichi slowly loosened his grip on the sword hilt, and the sword body fell downwards, then shattered into countless dreamy dust particles in midair. Each particle of dust was a ball of black flame, captivating like black holes, turning into mist, and scattering in all directions. Then, in an extremely short period, they completely eroded the surrounding time and space. Boom. The surging black flames, like brilliant fireworks, completely burned the surrounding air. The silver desert that met the eye was no more, instead, it was a dim space filled with rocks and rising karmic flames. The clanking sound of moving chains echoed all around. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Time and space were sealed. Sailaporo was astonished to find that he could no longer absorb reishi from the surrounding air. He ran his hands through the air, finding it full of black, viscous substances, which, like maggots clinging to bone, drilled into his body. With every bit that drilled in, his spiritual pressure would weaken by a fraction, and what was in front of him was far more than just a bit. This scene made Sailaporo's expression change. Bankai. What kind of Bankai is this? Judgment. Seemingly sensing Sailaporo's emotions, Yoriichi answered him faintly. At the same time, he reached his hands forward, and two black, flame-burning swords were held in his palms. Upon hearing this, Sailaporo glanced over, his gaze instantly fixed, and his breathing involuntarily slowed. Simply because Tsugikuni Yoriichi's appearance had undergone an extremely dramatic change. A mask appeared on his face, like a hollow's, hanging on his forehead, white and simple, like Makuro, but the aura it emitted was completely different from a hollow's. The transformation of the surrounding environment caused his attire to transform into distinct black and white colors, clearly separated. The black was the rising karmic flames, splattering everywhere, the white was the glowing white bones, reflecting a scene of hell, as if half light, half abyss. Sailaporo opened his mouth. Tsugikuni Yoriichi, as if prescient, answered him again. Welcome to hell. This is judgment. Here, I will judge your entire life. Chapter 77, Chapter 76 Judgment, First Sin, Pride. Judgment. You. Sailaporo gritted his teeth, the change in the situation causing his emotions to fluctuate uncharacteristically. He was extremely displeased with the other party's tone, as if he were being regarded as an insignificant ant. Who do you think you are? The raging hellfire around him reflected in his eyes. He stared fixedly at Tsugikuni Yoriichi with a voice as cold as frost. Kid. You think a mere Bankai can judge me? I am the strongest Vasto Lord. Hell. I'll tear it apart. He suddenly raised both hands, and the surrounding reishi seemed to be swallowed whole, held in his cupped palms. Under the pressure of high-speed collapse, it instantly condensed into a blue cannonball. With a flick of his finger, it immediately transformed into an unstoppable torrent of reishi, crushing the surrounding air as it surged towards a barrier on the right. Even with the excruciating pain burning throughout his body, Sailaporo did not lower his control over the reishi. Although he could no longer absorb reishi to strengthen himself. But he firmly believed that even a single Siro, under his immense first-class spiritual pressure, could never be resisted by a Bankai domain created with third-class spiritual pressure. This was an eternal truth. He observed his attack from the corner of his eye, while his gaze remained on Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Sailaporo slowed his breathing, trying his best to quell the anger in his heart. His pale white claws clenched, murderous intent rising and then vanishing. In the blink of an eye, he was ready to defeat and take Tsugikuni Yoriichi away the moment the domain shattered. This damn kid, he actually dared to judge him. Even Barragan wouldn't say such a thing. He definitely had to teach him a profound lesson when they returned. The moment Sailaporo made up his mind, the Siro had already struck the barrier. Amidst a deafening roar, Sailaporo looked sideways, only to see dust rising everywhere, the scattered dust obscuring his vision. Although he couldn't see what was behind the smoke, Sailaporo knew his attack must have been successful. He couldn't help but smile, then looked back at Yoriichi, his expression mocking. Yoriichi showed no reaction to this, merely gazing quietly at the scene before him, the blade in his hand burning even more fiercely. You're celebrating too soon. The whistling wind filled his ears, and Yoriichi's eyes were calm and unwavering, seemingly indifferent to that Siro. Upon hearing this, the smile on Sailaporo's face gradually faded. Just then, the dust had already settled, and he stiffly turned his head to gaze. Suddenly, his pupils contracted violently, completely unable to comprehend the current situation. Not only was the domain's barrier not shattered, but there wasn't even a single crack. The circulating chain spewed out his reishi, rapidly repairing the slightly damaged areas on the ground, as if absorbing all of the Siro from just now. His confident attack earlier was now utterly useless. What is this thing? I already said it's hell. Yoriichi swung his blade, and an illusory blade mark trailed a black tail flame, blooming brilliantly in midair. A hollow, cannot destroy hell. His tone was indifferent, and the coldness in his eyes was unmistakable. Do you have any other methods? If not, then it's my turn. You. Sailaporo's expression turned solemn, and he took half a step back, completely unprepared for how troublesome his opponent was. One must know that the Gasu Kenpachi from earlier couldn't even block one of his fingers. Both of them had third-class spiritual pressure, so why was the difference so great? Where did something go wrong? Hell. Thinking of this, his breathing gradually quickened. Impossible. A mere Shinigami couldn't possibly control hell. That place was a forbidden zone for all things, and the end for all living beings. It was a place even the Soul King had never mastered. Sailaporo had researched in Hueco Mundo for many years, and because some hollows were extremely evil in life, he had personally witnessed the Hell Gate capturing them. That shocking, cruel scene remained fresh in his memory. Even a Vasto Lord was so tiny before it, as if hell possessed a will. He believed. As long as he dared to make even the slightest attempt to obstruct the Hell Gate from capturing prisoners, he too would be captured, utterly powerless to resist. Yet now, a Shinigami was telling him that the surrounding area was hell. How could he believe it? How could he dare to believe it? He took a deep breath. You must be lying to me, right? I've studied your Zanpakuto. No matter how strong an ability is, it's limited by the user's spiritual pressure level. Even if this truly is hell, with your spiritual pressure being so much weaker than mine, how could you block my Siro? This must be an illusion. If you think so, then so be it. Seeing that Sailaporo was unwilling to believe reality, Yoriichi couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. He merely spoke softly, each word seemingly carrying immense weight. Judgment, first sin. Pride. As soon as his voice fell, the air instantly solidified. In an instant, he vanished from his spot like a sudden gust of wind. When he reappeared, he was like a phantom behind Sailaporo. His speed was astonishing. Like a sharp blade cutting through the air, the moment Sailaporo recovered, he suddenly felt his body being torn apart by a powerful force, and intense pain surged like a tide. He managed to lower his head, and the sight before him filled him with dread. His waist was a bloody mess, almost severed, and wisps of black substance were relentlessly corroding deeper into his flesh like venomous snakes. His body's defenses seemed so fragile and vulnerable at this moment. With just this one glance, he felt his worldview completely shattered by this powerful force. This is impossible. Hollows are born with the ability of he-arrow. Under the same spiritual pressure, a hollow's defense far surpasses a Shinigami's. Only if a Shinigami's spiritual pressure exceeds a hollow's by a notch can they break through its defense. And he, with first-class spiritual pressure, theoretically no living being should be able to break through his defense. Yet Tsugikuni Yoriichi could destroy it with ease. Why? Is it a Kido-type Zanpakuto? Believing he had discovered the truth, Sailaporo was overcome with excitement. He suppressed the urge to vomit blood and shouted at Yoriichi. Kid. I've seen through your secret. If it were a Kido-type Zanpakuto, then he just needed to block his 5 senses. As for which sense was being affected, he would need to experiment to find out. Thus, Sailaporo decisively blocked some of his senses, retaining only enough strength for a counterattack. This scene struck Tsugikuni Yoriichi as inexplicably odd. Secret? What secret? The only reason he could break through the defense was that this place disregarded all defenses. That was all there was to it. Yoriichi was speechless. He stared intently at his opponent. As he adjusted his breathing, he prepared for a quick battle. And at this moment, Sailaporo suddenly opened his eyes, a crazed smile spreading across his face. I understand. He had thought of an excellent way to break the illusion. No matter where he was. Tsugikuni Yoriichi must be near him, so. As long as he used Siro indiscriminately, he would definitely force him to reveal himself. Chapter 78, Chapter 77 First-Class Spiritual Pressure. Thoughts like a spiderweb continuously spread across his mind, clinging tightly, impossible to sever. Sailaporo was firmly convinced of this conjecture. He unhesitatingly gathered all the reishi around him, after a momentary pause in time. Rumble. With a wave of his hand, dozens of Siro blasts exploded in all directions like a raging storm. The boundless reishi storm expanded and contracted, dazzling like the Big Bang. For a moment, the domain was rocked by a cataclysmic upheaval, as if the entire world was trembling. Sailaporo took a deep breath, the light and heat erupting around him made his smile even more sinister. He felt more at ease than ever before. It had been hundreds of years since he had encountered such a troublesome opponent. What a hellish dog, it was all fake. It was all an illusion. This time. I win. Sailaporo raised his head, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He looked at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, his posture extremely arrogant. Surrender now, and I might consider sparing your life. Tsugikuni Yoriichi remained silent, increasingly perplexed by everything before him. He was nearly cut in half. Yet he could still speak with such composure. As expected of a Vasto Lord. Whoosh. As the thought settled, Yoriichi vanished like the wind. His gaze was locked on Sailaporo. His entire body's muscles tensed rapidly. A wisp of ghostly fire flickering at the tip of his blade expanded, making the blade itself grow by a third. The Makuro carved into the hilt now glowed with a cold light, like a firefly in the night. In a breath, his gaze swiftly swept over Sailaporo's entire body, finally locking onto one area. That was his target this time. The head. At this moment, the multiple Siro blasts had ended. Just as Sailaporo, filled with eager anticipation, looked around, believing he had finally broken through the illusion. He never expected to see everything as normal. Whoosh. In his astonishment, before he could react, a sense of crisis instantly climbed into his heart like a fierce tiger. A bone-chilling cold permeated his being, and alarm bells rang wildly in his mind. Every pore on his body screamed frantically, like the roaring of boiling water. It made Sailaporo's breathing stop. At this moment, he had only one thought. Not good. He wanted to move his feet, but there was always a delay between imagination and action. The moment the thought landed. Swish. A black blade light flashed across his vision. He only had time to condense a Siro for defense, but both he and the Siro were instantly cut open by that black blade light. A heaven-shaking explosion followed. Rumble. The earth shook and mountains swayed, the surroundings were covered by expanding reishi tides, and light obscured everything before his eyes. However, Yoriichi's movements did not stop. He seemed to have struck something with his blade before quickly retreating from the center of the Siro explosion. His distinct black and white attire was completely unharmed. Flames rising like black smoke slowly converged under the illumination of the pristine white bones, clearly having perfectly blocked the aftermath of the explosion. It wasn't until the smoke and dust from the explosion cleared, revealing a charred figure within. Only then did Sailaporo's formerly elegant posture vanish without a trace. At this moment, he was sprawled on the ground like a beggar, spitting black smoke, his aura weakened. One hand gripped his neck, and blood was gushing out between his fingers, dripping onto the ground. He struggled to stand up, looking quite disheveled. But it was also strange. This earth-shattering explosion had shattered the bone armor defense on his body, yet it didn't even knock off his glasses. Yoriichi stared at him. Only then did he realize. That was his mask. Cough cough. Through long-term modification, Sailaporo possessed powerful self-healing abilities, so he only coughed twice, and the explosion wounds from the Siro on his body completely healed. However, his neck, his waist. The slashing wounds in these two places showed no signs of healing for a long time. He endured the pain and looked. He found that the black substance clinging to the wounds was spreading along his flesh and blood, already close to eroding his heart and meridians. His spiritual power had also dropped from first class to third class because of this. This was not a small number, seemingly 2 units, it actually represented hundreds of years of his effort. The difference was like falling from third class back to an ordinary Rakangai resident. The magnitude of the drop was unacceptable to Sailaporo. At the same time, he also could not accept that he was completely unable to see through Tsugikuni Yoriichi's ability. He considered himself superior, yet now he had been defeated by an ordinary captain-level Shinigami. How was this different from Yamamoto activating Bankai and being brutally beaten by Kenpachi? Damn it. Anger surged, and he could no longer maintain his usual composure, his standing body trembling. Sailaporo glared at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, and after taking a deep breath, beneath his seemingly furious expression, he was actually rapidly thinking of countermeasures, trying to analyze the essence of this ability. Arrow failure. The slash ignores defense, or rather, weakens defense. My spiritual pressure has been weakened, damn guy. Those black viscous reishi on the wounds cannot be removed, is it the reishi of hell? How can a domain be indestructible? Upon this thought. Although Sailaporo was very reluctant to admit it, considering everything, what he was experiencing was indeed a scene only seen in hell. The arrow's failure might be due to being within the Bankai domain. Shinigami Bankai are too bizarre, like the Gasuke Kenpachi he met before. Seemingly a direct attack type that transforms into a hammer, it was actually a Kido type that enhances gravity fields. Any creature that was a little weaker would turn into mush if he slammed it once. Even if they didn't turn into mush, they would sink into the ground due to the change in gravity, leaving no room for resistance. This attack was too rushed. If he had collected more data, he wouldn't be in this state now. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for this. Before the battle, who could have predicted that a Shinigami with third-class spiritual power could make a first-class hollow like him suffer such a great loss? It completely subverted the three realms' traditions of millions of years. High-level spiritual power was actually defeated by low-level spiritual power. Even if the outcome was told to Sailaporo in advance, he probably wouldn't believe it. Woo-woo. In his ears was the hellish tune played by the ghostly wind, and Sailaporo held his breath, suppressing the urge to vomit blood. Just as he was about to speak. The next second. Tsugikuni Yoriichi swung his sword, igniting a fierce flame in midair, his aura awe-inspiring. He pointed his sword at Sailaporo, not dead. It seems Siro saved your life, but next time you won't be so lucky. Judgment, second sin. Wrath. As the cold voice fell, the black flame swords in his hands instantly vanished. In their place were 2 pairs of brilliant white flame armguards wrapped around his elbows, covering his shoulders. Holy light illuminated everything around him. With a wave of his hand. Whether it was reishi or reishi, they were all held in his hand like soldiers, finally merging into his body. His spiritual pressure gradually soared to first class. Chapter 79, Chapter 78 Spirit Subordinate. The reishi gradually climbed, and the air became increasingly viscous, as if even breathing became difficult. The surging gale, carrying a reishi storm, rapidly gathered towards Tsugikuni Yoriichi, like an apocalyptic scene. At the center of the storm, a soft and sacred white holy light shone. As Yoriichi waved his hand. Boom. Instantly, it illuminated the entire world like the sun, dispelling all darkness. Sailaporo stared at this scene in astonishment, for a moment, even forgetting the pain in his body. Bankai, theoretically, isn't there only one ability? Why did a second one appear? This was something he had never expected, to the point where he was at a loss. This is unscientific. He screamed wildly in his heart. Everything he had once firmly believed in turned into a bubble through repeated reversals. Why do your changes repeatedly exceed my expectations? Sailaporo gritted his teeth, his tone filled with unwillingness and resentment. He had once held an absolute advantage. However, because of one Bankai, the situation completely collapsed. All his previous deductions about the domain were invalid, because if a second ability existed, before its ability acted upon him, he couldn't know the true effect. And once it acted, could he still live with the condition of his current body? Even if he lived, how could he be sure that Tsugikuni Yoriichi didn't have a third or fourth ability? The path ahead was an abyss of despair. He had no hope of turning the tables, as powerless as an ordinary Shinigami facing Yamamoto Genryosei. Damn it. He clenched his fists, faint blue veins visible on his charred arm. A voice full of indignation followed. I refuse to accept this. Why can a mere Shinigami defeat me? If you have the guts, wait until I complete my Shinigamification research. I will definitely be able to break your Bankai. Shinigamification meant that Hollows could also wield a Zanpakuto, both sides having special abilities, and Hollows would no longer be able to only use Zero to attack others as before. This was historical research, but unfortunately, he was only halfway through when an unexpected enemy interrupted him. Thinking of this, a deep regret grew in his heart. Sailaporo swayed. Due to the suddenly viscous air and the substantial oppressive force emanating from Tsugikuni Yoriichi, he breathed heavily, unable to stand steadily. Some double vision appeared before his eyes. After the indignant voice sounded, there was no echo. What responded to him was only the holy fist that suddenly entered his sight like a divine punishment, and finally, the fleeting thought, like a spark. If only I had acted earlier. Outside the domain, Tyr Harabel was uneasy. Desolate sand swirled around her. She looked at the black space in front of her, which covered several kilometers. She recalled the strange fluctuations in the air around Tsugikuni Yoriichi before he disappeared. She lowered her gaze, standing in place, her mind in chaos. She disliked both of them, no matter who it was. Their ideas were opposite to her own. Sailaporo regarded life as nothing, often hunting his own kind. Although Tsugikuni Yoriichi also slayed Hollows compared to him, undoubtedly, he gave her a better impression. Because he acted with reason and justification, not contempt for life. It's just a pity. Shinigami and Hollows are irreconcilable. Damn it. She cursed softly. Why did it have to be Sailaporo? She quietly lowered her head, and under her bone armor mask, her sharp, shark-like teeth unnaturally bit her lip. Tyr Harabel found it difficult to explain her current state of mind. She really wanted to continue competing with Tsugikuni Yoriichi to prove her theory correct. Even if she died in battle, it wouldn't matter. At the same time, she also wanted Tsugikuni Yoriichi to die at Sailaporo's hands. Because only then would the sacrifices of those Hollows have value. However, ridiculously, this went against her own principles. The weak need to unite to defeat the strong, but what if the strong bully the weak? Sailaporo was also her enemy. Because he disregarded the lives of Hollows. Some Hollows she had saved had died at his hands. On a conceptual level, as the weak, she and Tsugikuni Yoriichi should unite and defeat him. Contradictory. Too contradictory. Harabel felt herself caught in a logical vortex, unable to escape no matter what. Exhaling a turbid breath, her gaze gradually deepened, and she touched the wounds on her body, before she could make up her mind. Suddenly, the black space before her eyes gradually faded in color, like clear water diluting a drop of ink. The uppermost layer of space was opened first, like an egg peeled from its shell, and an endless white light poured out all at once. This white light was abnormal, completely out of place with the surrounding environment. The moment the white light entered Harabel's eyes, she felt a pressure like a mountain pressing down on her head. Buzz. She found it difficult to breathe, even when prostrating herself. The surrounding space vibrated with obvious ripples due to the immense oppressive force. At first, she thought this was Sailaporo's reishi, but then she sensed it and found that it was actually the Shinigami's reishi. Lowering her eyelids, her pupils suddenly contracted. She could hardly believe her perception. How is that possible? Only a few minutes had passed, but why did it suddenly increase from third-class Ryatsu to first-class Ryatsu? Did he take drugs? No, even if he did, it wouldn't be this fast. For an ordinary Shinigami or Hollow to advance from third class to first class, it would take at least 1 to 200 years. This gap cannot be overcome by drugs. If it could, Hueco Mundo would have been cleansed by the Shinigami long ago. There weren't many third-class captains, but there were plenty of fifth-class seat officers and vice-captains. But if it wasn't drugs, then what could it be? She struggled to raise her head and looked over. Under the boundless eternal night, Tsugikuni Yoriichi stood in front of Sailaporo. His appearance was exaggerated and full of oppressive power. Unlike his previous look, his armguards and shoulders were erupting with majestic white flames. Through perception, it could be seen that the flames were actually an aggregate of reishi. They had no attributes. The surrounding reishi was absorbed by him all at once through the burning flames. Like purification. Sailaporo's head was lowered at this moment, and a huge hole was gaping open in his chest, mercilessly annihilating half of his body. The dark red blood surging within him burst out of his mouth like an uncontrolled fountain, unstoppable. Their final words, accompanied by the gradual dissipation of the Bankai domain, slowly drifted to Haribel's ears. Reishi subordination. Cough cough, damn it. I really wasn't mistaken, this is definitely Quincy's ability. But you are different from them, you can actually remove the side effects of this ability, absorbing my Reishi without any ill effects. Ah. I really want to study this, damn it, why am I dying? You are simply the bane of hollows. I refuse to accept this. Tsugikuni Yoriichi. At this point, Haribel could no longer hear clearly, yet those few short sentences shocked her greatly. There was even some fear. Reishi subordination. Chapter 80, Chapter 79. Damn Shinigami, go and be buried with my master. Reishi subjugation, that is, the absolute enslavement of Reishi. The user can decompose, reconstruct, and strengthen their body, as well as heal injuries, using all surrounding Reishi. The amplification depends on the concentration of Reishi in the environment. Precisely. The Reishi concentration in Hueco Mundo far exceeds that of Soul Society and the human world. Theoretically. As long as Reishi remains, and the user does not suffer an injury that causes unconsciousness or even death, they are immortal. This was originally an exclusive ability of the Quincy, so why is it seen on a Shinigami? Moreover, unlike traditional Quincy, Tsugikuni Yoriichi can absorb the Reishi of hollows without being affected. This is what is most astonishing. The Reishi of hollows is a deadly poison for Quincy, even a slight contamination can lead to agonizing pain, or even instant death. And for someone like Tsugikuni Yoriichi to absorb Reishi like this, regardless of its attribute, and utilize it. An ordinary Quincy would have died 100 times over. It's incomprehensible. Boom, the surrounding sounds gradually faded. Listening to Sailaporo's unwilling words and seeing his pained expression. Yoriichi's expression shifted slightly, Reishi subjugation, a very apt term. However, I'm sorry, I don't know any Quincy. This is one of his Bankai abilities, purifying all surrounding Reishi and absorbing it into himself. This allows him to greatly enhance his defense, offense, and spiritual pressure. It is a pure power-type ability. Combined with ignoring the opponent's defense. Even against opponents at the pinnacle of Shinigami or Hollows, he can easily defeat them at certain critical moments. Sailaporo weakly raised his head. Hey, you don't know any Quincy, interesting. Kid. I'll be waiting for you in hell. His voice regained a momentary sharpness. At the moment he was on his last breath, a blood-stained, blackish hell gate suddenly appeared in the void behind him. The bloody white bones on both sides were as striking and sinister as ever. Boom. The hell gate slowly opened, and a white sharp sword shot out like lightning, piercing Sailaporo through in the blink of an eye. Sailaporo grunted. He didn't even have time to look back, the bone-white sword blade reflected in his eyes clearly showed the pained expression on his face. Damn it. His two hands desperately clutched the sword blade, even though he knew this was Hell's judgment, to prevent the prisoner from resisting. But facing death, he ultimately succumbed to his instinctive fear of it. Zzz. His palms bled, and even with all his strength, he could only produce some sparks. Seeing that Sailaporo still had the strength to resist, the Hell Gate tightened its restraints. Meanwhile, Yoriichi, relying on his recovered Raikoho, keenly perceived all of this. Subconsciously. He aimed his blade at Sailaporo. Bang. A reddish beam of laser erupted from the sword tip without warning, transforming into surging flames that directly enveloped Sailaporo. Then. A wail was heard. Ah. Boom. The Hell Gate suddenly closed, and a Vasto Lord, a being at the apex of the three realms, vanished without a trace. Only faint traces of Reishi lingered in the air, proving his former existence. Just now. Having witnessed Sailaporo being imprisoned by Hell, Yoriichi stood still for 2 seconds. He shifted his gaze from the endless silver sand sea to the Raikoho in his hand. If his perception wasn't mistaken. When the Hell Gate disappeared just now, he seemed to have received a message. A message that was very satisfied with him. It originated from within the Hell Gate. Satisfied? Who? The will of Hell. Yoriichi frowned slightly, he wasn't sure what the purpose of Hell conveying this message to him was. But he thought it must be related to Sailaporo. Exhaling a turbid breath, the special attire on his body gradually dispersed like wind and sand. His proper Shinigami attire reappeared on his body, making his powerful physique even more heroic. Turning to look at Haribel, Yoriichi's eyes were calm, and his lips parted slightly. Suddenly, a violent surging of the sand sea interrupted the words he was about to speak. Rumble. Countless grains of sand rapidly surged up like an inverted tide, forming a 100-meter-tall white giant on the ground. The giant's body blocked the moonlight from the sky, plunging the surroundings into darkness. However, even in the dim light, its full appearance could be seen. The mask on its face was exceptionally clear, its overall design resembling a Western knight, tightly clutching a flawless quartz spear in its hand. Evidently, this was also a hollow. Yoriichi glanced at it. He only heard it roar, "Damn Shinigami, you actually killed my master, unforgivable. Come and die. My name is..." Bang. Yoriichi swung his sword along with the motion, not giving it a chance to state its name, and cut it in half with one stroke. The invisible sword energy carved a hundreds of meters long deep chasm in the ground behind it. Its body, split in two, also crashed to the ground with a boom, raising a sky full of dust. The quartz spear rolled, partly sinking into the ground. The surroundings instantly quieted down. Seeing this situation, Yoriichi withdrew his gaze, gripping the sword hilt, intending to deal with Haribel last. Unexpectedly, the hollow's voice continued to resonate in his ears. "Barbarian. Interrupting a warrior's self-introduction so casually is not the act of a strong person. Remember, my name is Runaganga." The corner of his eye reflected the sight of the hollow rapidly rising from the ground and regaining its original form, and Yoriichi remained silent. He let one hand hang down, and a dense reishi immediately condensed in his palm, raising it towards that direction. Heido number 63, Raikoho. The moment the words fell. Sizzle. Golden lightning, like a thunder snake, moved through the air, distorting the surroundings. Immediately, a grand torrent of lightning surged towards that direction, crushing everything in its path. Boom. As if hit by a missile, Runaganga was completely scattered. Even the spear he had regripped in his palm turned into sand-like fragments. This injury would be fatal even for a Vasto Lord, however, in just 3 seconds, his enraged voice rang out again. Along with it came a continuous earthquake, as if shaking the entire world. "Damn Shinigami. You truly infuriate me. Go and be buried with my master." Quicksand pit. After an angry roar, the ground within a 10,000-meter radius, wherever there was sand, began to wriggle downwards. Like a glutton, the suction was strong, aiming to swallow everything above. The ground beneath Yoriichi's feet was no exception. Whoosh. With a slight effort, he broke free from the sand's restraint. Yoriichi looked at Runaganga, who had regained his original form not far away. After 2 attacks, he had probably deduced its weakness. Not afraid of slashing, not afraid of lightning. Presumably. It was afraid of water. After a second of contemplation, his spiritual pressure surged. Heido number 75, Hyoka. Chapter 81, Chapter 80. Interesting, Haribel, I will remember you. A moment later. Bang. As countless ice crystals reflected dazzling light under the moonlight, there was nothing left where Runaganga had been. It was as if he had been washed away by the river of time. Only the rapidly dropping temperature revealed the ferocity and unparalleled power of the previous strike. Yoriichi lowered his palm, his gaze calm. He swept his eyes over the now level ground before looking back at Haribel and asking. "You didn't run away. Why would I run away?" Haribel slowed her breathing, a wisp of white mist accompanying her exhale, dissipating into the air. She had seen all of Tsugikuni Yoriichi's movements. Whether it was his sword strikes or high-level Heido, she knew she would be hard-pressed to resist them, as they were attacks under first-tier spiritual pressure. Although his Bankai had ended and Tsugikuni Yoriichi's spiritual pressure was slowly dropping with the passage of time, given his current pristine state. Even with third-tier spiritual pressure, she would definitely not be his opponent. There was no escaping anyway. Better to fight to the death. Staring intently at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, in a vigilant stance, Haribel's muscles rapidly tensed. She tried to find a weakness in Yoriichi, but after observing for a long time, she found nothing. Conversely, she herself was full of openings due to the prolonged standoff. Her tense mood was like a taut string, her breathing heavy, and the surrounding air quieted down with it. Yoriichi nodded lightly, "Very good." Sweeping his gaze over Haribel's posture, and understanding her attitude, Yoriichi was quite satisfied. As a hollow, her performance had already exceeded most Vasto Lord. Unlike that disgusting Sailaporo Grands. If they weren't on opposing sides. Perhaps there was even a possibility of becoming comrades. What a pity. "Let me ask you a question." Yoriichi suddenly spoke. "Have you killed a Shinigami?" After a moment of silence, although she didn't understand the meaning of the question, Haribel answered with the attitude of stalling for as long as possible. "No. This is Hueco Mundo, very few Shinigami come here. My understanding of you all comes from what I've heard from other Ajuchas." Then. Yoriichi nodded slightly, his hand gripping the hilt of his Zanpakuto. After speaking 2 words. He pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing his words, before his gaze returned to being peaceful. "If one day you encounter a Shinigami, what would you do, regardless of your stance, provided there is no conflict of interest?" Upon hearing this, Haribel immediately understood the meaning of the question, so she took a deep breath. I will not make a move, because I hate meaningless sacrifices. If defeating a Shinigami could make one's future life smooth sailing, then Hollows and Shinigami would not be mortal enemies. However, although I believe this, what you said cannot happen. Everything is based on the premise of being unrelated to one's stance. However, being unrelated to one's stance is an impossible reality. As early as millions of years ago, Hollows were labeled as evil. Any Shinigami viewed them as heretics, taking it upon themselves to hunt them down. The men before her, in Harabelle's opinion, was no exception. Not bad. Tsugikuni Yoriichi did not deny these words. He merely loosened his grip on his Zanpakuto, his posture becoming relaxed and casual. Individuals and groups cannot be equated. Is Kamado Nezuko evil? Not necessarily. Theoretically, the more numerous a certain species is, the more likely it is to produce individuals with diametrically opposite personalities. Previously, Yoriichi still adhered to the attitude of rather killing the wrong person than letting one escape. He let Tamayo go only because she had broken free from Kabutsuji Musen's control at that time and could help him kill Musen. Although it ultimately failed, Tamayo indeed did not eat humans in the decades that followed. This seemingly unconventional successful action was merely an extreme rarity. That's why, after his reincarnation, he didn't let go of any demon he saw. And now, Yoriichi only cared who their king was. Do you know Baragon? Upon hearing this, it was as if a cold wind swept across a frozen lake. The air was as still as if time had stopped. Harabelle's eyes widened, her pupils slightly contracting, and she said with some disbelief. Are you perhaps thinking of fighting Baragon? No. Yes, but... Harabelle hesitated. With your current strength, it's not quite enough. Baragon is a Minos Grande who was born in ancient times. When I was born, he was already the king of Las Noches, and even the entire Hueco Mundo. He is the strongest Vasto Lord-level Minos Grande. The Sailaporo Grands you defeated earlier was merely a subordinate under his name. In terms of strength, in Hueco Mundo, he can probably only rank in the top 5. Top 5? Yoriichi frowned slightly. This number, how should he put it? It always gave a feeling of both despair and hope. At this moment, Tyr Harabelle continued. Undeniably, you possess abilities similar to a Quincy, thriving in Hueco Mundo. But correspondingly, those Minos Grande are not without their trump cards. As far as I know, Baragon possesses an ability capable of turning hollows into dust. No substance can resist it. Even our proud bone armor and he arrow are rendered useless in the face of that ability. Ignoring defense. If that were the case, then it would indeed be troublesome. Both sides would be completely undefended, and even a tiny mistake could lead to one side's complete defeat. The margin for error was too low. Moreover, whether that ability truly ignores defense still needs to be verified. Tyr Harabelle's status was too low, information heard through hearsay had no credibility whatsoever. Let's wait and see for now. Collecting his thoughts, Yoriichi's tone was as usual. Your answer is very detailed, and I am very satisfied, but correspondingly, I have a question. I only asked if you knew Baragon. Why tell me all this? As a hollow, do you also feel very dissatisfied with his existence? Harabelle fell silent. Suddenly realized. What Yoriichi wanted to ask was also what she wanted to ask. Why did she say these words? Could it be? In her subconscious, she stood on the Shinigami's side. That shouldn't be right. It must be because Baragon is too cruel. Harabelle silently found an excuse for herself, her expressionless face showing no ripple of emotion, only saying faintly. Who knows? Perhaps. It's my instinct speaking for the weak. Heh. Hearing this answer, Yoriichi's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Interesting, Tyr Harabelle, I remember you. I take back what I said earlier, you are indeed very special. Remember what you said today. If one day you betray your current beliefs, no matter where you flee, I will kill you. You may leave now, before I change my mind. Unsurprisingly, this was another Tamayo. Adhering to a no-kill policy against enemies was quite foolish, but for one's own side. After all, he had to leave something for the future Shinigami. Seemingly in disbelief, Harabelle's body trembled twice. Really? Yoriichi did not answer, nor did he look at her. The next second, Harabelle tentatively moved her feet. Suddenly. Oh, by the way, could you leave a detailed map of Hueco Mundo? The question Yoriichi posed caused her body to stiffen again. When she heard clearly. Phew. Harabelle let out a sigh of relief. She wiped non-existent sweat from her forehead, her tone gradually relaxing. No problem. Chapter 82, Chapter 81 Gosuk Kenpachi, you will be the captain of the 11th Division. Forest of Minos. Las Noches. After Tier Haribel left, Yoriichi looked at the map marked on a piece of quartz, his brows slightly furrowed. Based on the directions, he was currently located in the northern part of Hueco Mundo. Las Noches was in the center. It was approximately tens of thousands of kilometers away from him. It would take at least a week to reach it. The forest of Minos, however, was extremely close, right underground, but once inside, it would be difficult to get out unless he used Bankai. It wasn't impossible, but there was no meaning to it. His mission was merely to kill Ajuchas to alleviate the pressure on Soul Society and train himself at the same time. And speaking of alleviating the pressure on Soul Society, Yoriichi suddenly remembered something. Had Gasuke Kenpachi died yet? His gaze deepened slightly. He looked in one direction. Instantly. Bang. Turning into a streak of light, he vanished from his original spot. Dozens of kilometers away. The flat desert had been transformed into a basin by their battle. Bleak silver light spilt over this area. The surroundings were utterly silent. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind broke the quiet atmosphere. Whoosh! Standing at the edge of the basin, Yoriichi looked down. Although he didn't know how this basin was formed, he sensed traces of Gasuke Kenpachi's spiritual pressure within it. Closing his eyes, he perceived carefully. Spiritual threads subtly emerged. This was something only high-ranking Shinigami could perceive. Through spiritual threads, one could sense another's location, even from an extreme distance. Of course, the prerequisite was to be able to see and grasp them. Opening his eyes. Amidst countless spiritual threads of various colors, a crimson ribbon appeared. Yoriichi accurately grasped it and pulled downwards. Whoosh! As if a surging wind appeared by his ears, his entire being was invigorated. His consciousness seemed to leave his body. His vision was continuously pulled away, like a god's eye view. Before long, he saw Gasuke Kenpachi's current location and everything he was experiencing. After a moment of silence, Yoriichi couldn't find words to describe it. He could only see Gasuke Kenpachi confined in a glass jar filled with liquid. The dignified Kenpachi had lost all power to resist, being treated and kept like a pet. If this were to get out, he would probably become a laughingstock. The moment the thought settled, he made a decision. He disappeared with a step. Yoriichi headed straight for Sailaporo's base. After half an hour, and dealing with a few hollows along the way, he successfully rescued Gasuke Kenpachi from the container. Ah. Puffed. Staggering as he spat out some liquid, Gasuke Kenpachi felt disgusted. His consciousness had remained at the moment he was defeated. It was only when he subsequently realized that he seemed to have escaped danger and that his surroundings had changed that he couldn't help but be startled. Then. You saved me. Kneeling on the ground, looking at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, Gasuke Kenpachi was somewhat bewildered. In his black pupils, the image of the other person, who was even taller than himself, was reflected. He really wanted to ask why he didn't come sooner. But the words got stuck in his throat. What right did he have to say such things? As a Kenpachi, as the strongest Shinigami, he had been miserably defeated, unable to even protect his subordinates. Although he disliked other divisions, he held deep affection for his own division. Watching his squad members die one by one before his eyes, it was like a knife twisting in his heart. Was it his fault? Clearly it was, and because of this, whenever he thought of it, he felt he had let them down. His chest felt a bit tight. Gasuke Kenpachi's eyes dimmed, and he struggled to stand up. His gaze swept around, and when he saw his Zanpakuto not far away, his expression darkened again. It was broken. The black great hammer was left with only a handle. The upper part had vanished without a trace. It's over. A broken Bankai meant it was irreparable. In other words, as a Shinigami, he had lost his greatest trump card. Even if he could return to Siriidi alive, he wouldn't be able to remain as the captain of the 11th Division. Although he still had spiritual pressure and could still use Kido and Hakuda, the problem was that the 11th Division was not proficient in these. The only thing they were skilled in was Zenjutsu. Clutching his chest, the successive blows made it difficult for Gasuke Kenpachi to stand steady. When Yoriichi noticed his condition, his gaze swept over. He was also speechless. However, Yoriichi's subsequent discovery made Gasuke Kenpachi suddenly snap back to reality. Your teammates don't seem to be dead. In front of the container, Yoriichi vaguely sensed some spiritual pressure fluctuations emanating from inside. Gasuke Kenpachi quickly rushed over and smashed the container with a punch. Crack! A large amount of yellow liquid flowed out. Cough cough. Along with the liquid, several members of the 11th Division also emerged. They lay on the ground, coughing incessantly, seemingly struggling to adapt to the change in environment. They coughed for quite a while before recovering. Raising their heads. Their expressions brightened with joy, their eyes gleaming. Captain. Soon after, the group thoroughly searched and cleared out the area along the passage. Aside from the few Shinigami they initially encountered, there was no one else. Although there were no living people. But Gasuke Kenpachi discovered several mummified corpses. They were wearing Shinigami robes. They were Shinigami. Judging by their squad badges, they were members of the 11th Division from several centuries ago. Gasuke Kenpachi was uncharacteristically silent. He didn't speak, but merely quietly laid them down. Yoriichi, on the other hand, found some materials in a place opposite to them. They were related to holification of Shinigami. The text was somewhat complex, but he could roughly understand it. It was probably Sailaporo's research on Zanpakuto. He believed that a Shinigami's release of their Zanpakuto was a liberation of their own power. Then perhaps Hollows could also achieve this. Because high-ranking Minos Grande also possessed souls and consciousness. Based on this hypothesis, he had conducted hundreds of years of research and finally achieved some results. Of course, he hadn't put it into practice yet, which benefited Yoriichi. Yoriichi thought silently. Very valuable. As a taboo, if they succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'll take these for now. When I return to Soul Society, perhaps I can warn the Captain Commander. You never know. There might be Hollows in the vast Hueco Mundo who have succeeded. After all, it's a research topic from centuries ago. Once destroyed, there would be no way to counter them. Putting away these materials, Yoriichi let out a long sigh. After continuing to search for a bit longer and confirming there were no further gains, he then left the place with Gasuke Kenpachi. Outside the base, Gasuke Kenpachi suddenly turned around in front of everyone. He looked at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, his tone solemn. If I remember correctly, you should be the vice captain of the 10th Division, right? Thank you for saving me this time. Also, I have something I'd like to ask of you. The fact that you could defeat that Vasto Lord shows that your strength is not as simple as it appears. And my Zanpakuto is already destroyed. Even if I can return alive, I can no longer serve as the captain of the 11th Division. Therefore, at this point, he took a deep breath, as if having made a certain decision. You should become the captain of the 11th Division. Chapter 83, Chapter 82, Sword Spirit reappears. Gojo Shibe Kenpachi's words made Tsugikuni Yoriichi stop abruptly. He turned to look back. The atmosphere instantly froze. It had to be admitted, this suggestion was somewhat sudden. Although becoming a captain was a dream all Shinigami pursued throughout their lives, Yoriichi didn't particularly care about the current situation. His previous thoughts were merely because he hadn't yet arrived in the human world. Furthermore, currently being in Hueco Mundo, when he would return was another matter. And even if he did return, the 11th Division was not his ideal division. At this, Yoriichi opened his mouth. Just as he was about to speak. The next second, the squad members who had miraculously survived by Gojo Shibe Kenpachi's side all urged him. Captain, no. Captain. Their voices were urgent, their tones slightly panicked. It was as if they were facing not a captain, but an old father. Never had they been so agitated. You are a Kenpachi. Although your Zanpakuto is broken, who says it can't be repaired? If we can get back alive, maybe the 12th Division has a solution. Perhaps, but the probability was minuscule. Gojo Shibe Kenpachi exhaled. His massive physique appeared particularly unburdened at this moment. He extended a hand as large as a cattail leaf fan, pressing it down to signal for silence. Say no more, my mind is made up. After speaking, his gaze turned to Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Even if you don't agree, my end is already sealed. Entering Hueco Mundo was inherently a near-fatal mission, but it was also something the 11th Division had to do. Because we are the strongest among the Goti I-13. It's ironic, really, as the strongest squad, our casualty rate is also the highest. I am the 9th Kenpachi. Among the previous 8 Kenpachi, the one with the shortest tenure only lived for a mere 20 years, not to mention the squad members. Those around me will likely find it difficult to return, but we will not surrender, we will continue to stay here. Accordingly, I hope that after you return, you will report this news to the Captain Commander. Tell him that although Gojo Shibe Kenpachi is dead, his will has been passed down. After that, whether you take on the role of captain of the 11th Division or not, it will no longer concern me. As he spoke, his voice gradually deepened. This is also my final request. Without my Zanpakuto, my strength is less than 3/10, even if I were to survive here with your help, it would be an insult to us. Also, if you have the chance, I hope you will take them out with you as well. Gojo Shibe Kenpachi pointed to the 5 squad members beside him and spoke solemnly. The squad members froze for a second upon hearing this. One of them anxiously said, "What are you saying, Captain? If we stay together, if we die together. How could we be the kind of people who abandon their comrades and shamelessly cling to life alone? From the day I joined the 11th Division, I knew what my end would be. But we have never been afraid, because this is the very combat philosophy of the 11th Division. Our squad flower, the sawtooth herb, also signifies combat. Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten, but precisely because of that, I cannot let you die with me. Combat does not mean sacrifice. Their voices were all very loud. If this weren't a Vasto Lord stronghold, just a few sentences of casual conversation would probably attract a large number of hollows. This was also what Tsugikuni Yoriichi disliked. He preferred quiet, but the 11th Division was very noisy. He remained silent. After some time, the argument within the 11th Division gradually ended. Ultimately, Gojo Shibe Kenpachi was defeated by the unwavering conviction of his squad members. He decided to take his squad members and fight to the death in Hueco Mundo. Of course, it couldn't be aimless fighting. He decided to visit the Forest of Minos. It was said that the most hollows resided there. Dying there would not be in vain for his status as a captain. As for his affairs after death, they remained as before. He entrusted them to Tsugikuni Yoriichi. There were no extensive demands, only that he report his death to the captain commander upon returning. Because it was a heroic sacrifice, Siriitii would provide some compensation to him and his squad members' relatives. And so, bidding farewell to the squad, a few of them embarked on their journey anew. Yoriichi watched them disappear into the vast silver sea, uncharacteristically not trying to stop them. For Shinigami, at such a critical juncture, dissuading them was tantamount to defiling their will. It was like someone telling him to lay down his blade and immediately achieve Buddhahood when he was about to slay Kibutsuji Musen. If one could easily give up, they would not be called a Shinigami. He silently exhaled. Whoosh! As a gust of wind blew, the group ahead vanished without a trace. Yoriichi composed himself and set off again. He walked in the opposite direction from the others. Due to the lack of companions, the surroundings were exceptionally quiet. However, this also gave Yoriichi ample time for contemplation. He pondered why Kaneda Takashi had turned into a hollow and why he had coincidentally appeared before Rukia. There must have been an unknown reason behind it, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't find the root cause. The information he had gathered was still too scarce. However, Yoriichi believed that as long as he became strong enough, no demons or monsters would be able to approach him or his loved ones. When he found Yuta again, he absolutely could not let her suffer the same fate as Rukia. Clutching these beliefs, the Zanpakuto at his waist suddenly emitted a noticeable glow. Yoriichi was startled. He saw Karma of Good and Karma of Evil reappear before him. Karma of Good's expression was as calm as ever. Only Karma of Evil showed some change. He stood on the soft sand, his indifferent eyes slightly narrowed, and his voice complex. Yoriichi, even now you still think you can protect Yuta? Of course. Yoriichi nodded, expressing only a brief surprise at the appearance of the Zanpakuto spirits. His voice was calm. Decades ago, during my battle with my brother, I understood. If I had had the remaining strength to deliver a second blow back then, my brother would never have been able to commit evil for another 300 years. If I had run faster when Yuta was giving birth, she wouldn't have been attacked by a demon at night. Everything is simply because I wasn't strong enough. Indeed. Karma of Evil exhaled, quite pleased with this answer. He had long grown tired of the old Yoriichi, who was prone to emotional impulsiveness. Because he was too emotional, he was completely indifferent to things like power. However, after several incidents, he had come to understand that even a leisurely life required strength to support it. This was also why Yoriichi was able to use Bankai just now. Only by gaining the complete recognition of a Zanpakuto and making it submit will Bankai awaken. As the two spoke, Karma of Good slowly raised his head, his ethereal eyes sweeping forward until they fixed on Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Knowing that his purpose in becoming stronger was to protect his loved ones, the words he was about to speak caught in his throat. After a long moment. Very well. He nodded gently. His heart, too, was filled with relief. Chapter 84, Chapter 83 Ishido. At the same time. On the other side. After a series of maneuvers, Gojo Shibe Kenpachi had already reached the underground of Hueco Mundo. The Forest of Minos, as its name suggests. The lowest level of hollows living within it were all Jillian-class Minos Grande. Ajuchas class were even more numerous. However, there were almost no Vasto Lord. Although Gojo Shibe Kenpachi had lost his Zanpakuto, due to his immense reishi, he could instantly kill ordinary Ajuchas even without a weapon. Because of this, he showed no hesitation when entering the Forest of Minos. Compared to this place, Hueco Mundo was simply too dangerous. Thud. Countless grains of sand swirled around him like starlight as Gojo Shibe Kenpachi dropped from dozens of meters in the air, landing on the ground with a thud, causing the earth to tremble twice. He patted himself off and stood up, looking around with his team. Having never seen the Forest of Minos before, they couldn't help but gape at its unique geographical environment. Numerous quartz trees shot up from the ground, forming a vast forest. There was no moonlight around, only the faint glow emitted by the rocks illuminating this silent space. Using these lights, one of the Shinigami was surprised to find that the quartz stones on the ground were all formed by the parts of the surrounding trees that had pierced through the surface. Those were tree branches. Is this the forest of Minos? It was worth the trip. A Shinigami murmured with emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, Jillian lurking in the darkness appeared one after another, sensing the reishi fluctuations. Like assassins, they quietly surrounded the group. Without warning, they condensed large siro at their mouths, intending to completely blast them to oblivion. Buzz. Countless reishi gathered and converged, the swaths of siro as conspicuous and dangerous as flashing artillery fire in the night. Just seeing them caused their pressure to double. Seeing this situation, Gojo Shibe Kenpachi snorted coldly. He instinctively drew his Zanpakuto, but realized it was already shattered the moment he moved. So he could only unleash his reishi, attempting to crush them with his fists and feet. Just then. Roar, Beniheim. One of the people beside him quickly activated his shurikai, and amidst a series of low shouts, waves of reishi fluctuations of varying strengths erupted around them. These reishi spread out in all directions like radio waves. Not far away. About dozens of miles out. Ashido, who was resting in a cave, suddenly opened his eyes. Above him was the faint light emitted by Kido. Ashido propped himself up on the stone bed, his long, narrow, stern eyes looking outwards, his silent face inexplicably solemn. Shinigami. His gaze swept over the bone mask hanging on the wall, and after a moment of silence, he slowly got up. When he stood outside the cave, his reddish-brown short hair fluttered slightly, and Ashido's eyes deepened, suddenly recalling the past. Once upon a time. He was also a Shinigami, serving Kenpachi Kurayashiki. However, during the hollow invasion of Soul Society that year, he followed the main force into Hueco Mundo, fell into a hollow trap, and mistakenly entered the forest of Minos, disappearing ever since. All his comrades died in that battle, leaving only him. A very tragic thing. And very lonely. Initially, Ashido thought so, even having thoughts of self-abandonment when he witnessed the death of his last comrade. But later he realized that enduring loneliness was something he had to do. After all, only by staying here would his comrade's sacrifice not be in vain. Killing the Minos Grande in the forest of Minos, in his opinion, could effectively reduce the number of hollows appearing in the human world and decrease casualties among humans and Rakangai residents. This was the duty of a Shinigami. And it was his belief as a seat officer of the 11th Division. And there was no sunrise or sunset in Hueco Mundo. So since then, he also didn't know how many years he had spent here. 100 years, or 200 years. After such a long time, have Shinigami arrived here again? And it looks like their reishi is not weak. Ashido gazed at the unchanging silver-white rocks and casually put on his mask. Click. He tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword at his waist, his resolve hardening instantly. Whoosh. He disappeared like the wind. When he reappeared, through the surrounding light, he could vaguely be seen leaping among the strangely shaped, rocky trees. In the darkness, some Ajuchas with glowing red eyes saw his figure, but only watched for a moment before looking away. Can't beat him. Although he was only at the level of an ordinary seat officer at first, after several centuries of combat, Ashido's current strength was comparable to that of a slightly weaker captain. Although his reishi had not reached the 3rd tier, he was skilled in practical combat. Even if these Ajuchas could temporarily team up, they still couldn't gain a clear advantage. Unless an unknown variable appeared. Some Ajuchas followed their instincts and looked towards the source of the reishi eruption. Sensing the reishi that was even more immense than Ashido's, their faces instantly darkened. To hell with unknown variables, the Shinigami over there are clearly stronger than Ashido. If the two teamed up, they could already imagine their miserable future. No. Must leave here. Some intelligent Ajuchas understood how to seek advantage and avoid harm, and after cursing under their breath, they immediately packed their things and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Ashido, who should have disappeared, suddenly appeared above the hollows. He stood on a rock-like tree, his sharp Zanpakuto glinting with a cold light, aimed at the Ajuchas, and said in a cold tone. Where are you going? Huh. This voice seemed to come from hell, and although some hollows were unwilling to believe it, they still looked up, their expressions changing. Ashido. You bastard. Why didn't you leave? The smooth blade reflected Ashido's ferocious appearance with his bone mask on. The long years of solitude had gradually made him taciturn. Facing the hollows questioning, he merely said faintly. Why should I leave? Do you really think I would go save them? Such naive thoughts, simply laughable. Although he hadn't been a Shinigami for many years, he hadn't reached the point where he couldn't distinguish between strong and weak reishi. A group of Jillians trying to defeat a Shinigami of 3rd or even 4th tier spiritual power. Unless a Vasto Lord was mixed among the Jillian, even tens of thousands of them would be impossible. Countless zeros, added together, are still just 0. The reason he disappeared was simply to show these Ajuchas and test their intentions. The conflict between them had been going on for centuries. Initially, he couldn't defeat them. But now it's different. For the peace of the 3 realms, they must die. Under the collective gaze of several Ajuchas, Ashido swung his sword at the nearest Minos Grande. Whoosh! In an instant, the Minos Grande vanished into dust. Seeing this, the Ajuchas' faces became incredibly grim, and without the slightest hesitation, they all shouted, "Charge!" The battle suddenly intensified. And at the same time, on the other side, boom! Dozens of Jillians fell one after another. Gojo Shibe Kenpachi gradually reigned in his reishi, staring into the depths of the darkness. Before he could catch his breath, his expression suddenly changed due to the sudden reishi fluctuations. Shinigami. Chapter 85, Chapter 84 Meeting after hundreds of years. The magnificent silver sand sea was boundless. Yoriichi watched the 2 Zanpakuto spirits in front of him, his mood gradually relaxing after expressing his emotions. There was nothing inherently wrong with power itself. This was also what the 2 Zanpakuto spirits believed. Karma of evil had not spoken again after saying that sentence. Karma of good, after a moment of silence, slowly began to speak. Yoriichi, since you have mastered Bankai, you must also know the abilities we each possess. I specialize in purification. Karma of evil specializes in slaughter. In some situations, our abilities can be fused and reorganized to form new abilities, such as fury. Besides these, there are others. Since you have been recognized by us, I will tell you about our other abilities. Listen carefully. Some time later, the 2 karmas, good and evil, disappeared, and Yoriichi resumed his journey. His expression was as calm as ever, but there was a clear ripple in his heart. The words of the Zanpakuto spirits echoed in his ears for a long time. For the first time, he knew that the abilities of a Zanpakuto were not immutable. Their degree of recognition of their master determined the upper limit of the Zanpakuto's abilities, like ordinary Shinigami squad members. The Zanpakuto had not recognized them, so no matter how hard they tried, they could not unleash the power inherent in the Zanpakuto itself. At the same time, even if recognized, the power would differ depending on the attitude. Although Bankai meant complete recognition, it did not mean that the Zanpakuto's upper limit was here. Through the conversation with the Zanpakuto spirits just now, Yoriichi understood. Some techniques could only be taught by the Zanpakuto spirits themselves, otherwise, Shinigami would never be able to learn them. They were not comrades or partners of the Shinigami. Every blade was an independent entity, with an unpredictable personality and temper. Because of this, some Shinigami, after mastering Bankai, might never be able to advance further in their entire lives. While some Shinigami would continuously improve after mastering Bankai. He belonged to the latter category. With new techniques in hand, Yoriichi tightened the Zanpakuto at his waist, dealt with a few ordinary hollows along the way, and soon completely left Sailaporo's sphere of influence. He could test them anytime. However, only on a Vasto Lord could the true upper limit of Bankai be tested. Before encountering them, it was better to hold back, lest some hollows see his trump card in advance. In Sailaporo's base, he had seen several monitoring screens. It was clear that Hueco Mundo was not a desolate land. Underground. Ashido. An Ajuchas let out an unwilling roar, his eyes bloodshot, his bone armor glowing red. You're forcing me. A mere Shinigami. With an angry shout, he suddenly opened his mouth wide, rapidly condensing a Siro, and blasted it towards Ashido. Buzz. Dense reishi formed a red beam of light, erupting with a powerful air current under immense pressure, pushing everything in front of it away. The vast spiritual pressure transformed into a boundless ocean, completely enveloping Ashido. Boom. A deafening explosion was like thunder. The rapidly expanding ball of light instantly illuminated the entire space, and the tangible air currents, like changing winds and clouds, turned into a furious storm, rapidly crushing outwards. Some rocks fell from above, and dust scattered. However, after the dust dissipated, what was revealed was an unharmed figure. This sight made the Ajuchas' eyes nearly pop out. Swish. Ashido swung his sword, cutting through the air, his calm eyes devoid of emotional fluctuation, completely indifferent to everything in front of him. A mere 5th-tier Siro, he could have cut it decades ago. The only thing that concerned him was the Ajuchas in the team who was close to 3rd-tier spiritual power. He had thought this battle would be very difficult. Never expected. Crash. After he bisected the Ajuchas who had unleashed the Siro with one swing, several black figures suddenly rushed over from not far away. The spiritual pressure fluctuations were obvious. They were Shinigami. Ashido subconsciously looked over. Seeing them dressed in Shinigami robes, a strange emotion rose in his heart. How long had it been? Even though he constantly told himself to remain calm, he found it difficult to calm down at this moment. When they drew closer, both sides looked at each other and fell silent. The Hollow also fell silent. Simply because he found that the fat man opposite Ashido was an opponent no less formidable than himself. What a disaster. The Hollow cursed inwardly. If he had another chance, he would have killed Ashido hundreds of years ago. He had thought the Shinigami would become his food, and the only reason he let him grow was because he was too weak back then. Even eating him wouldn't increase his own power by half. And now, because of his continuous indulgence, he had brought about a backlash. Who would have known that a third-tier Shinigami would suddenly appear one day? Third-tier spiritual power. Judging by his attire, isn't he a captain? The Hollow showed faint signs of breaking down. Ashido's state, however, was the opposite. He looked at Gasuke Kenpachi. He opened his mouth and asked, which division? 11th. Gasuke Kenpachi was concise, and you? I'm also 11th. Which generation? The conversation between the two seemed to completely ignore the Ajuchas present. Seeing this situation, the Ajuchas wanted to escape but was suppressed in place by Gasuke Kenpachi's spiritual pressure, unable to move. Between the fourth tier and the third tier, though seemingly only one stage apart, the actual gap was like a chasm. Knowing that the Ajuchas here could no longer escape, Gasuke Kenpachi withdrew his gaze, his tone gradually becoming relaxed. 9th generation. He looked at Ashido, seemingly waiting for his answer. If nothing unexpected happened. This kid. Greetings, 9th generation Kenpachi. Ashido nodded lightly. His thoughts wandered. So, during his stay in Hueco Mundo, Kenpachi had already reached the 9th generation. The change of Kenpachi meant the death of the previous Kenpachi. It seemed. The 7th generation Kenpachi, Captain Suzoku Kunishi, was no longer in this world. He sighed silently, and beneath his mask, Ashido's expression was somewhat forlorn. However, none of these expressions were captured by Gasuke Kenpachi or the squad members beside him. He sheathed his sword. Since the 9th generation Kenpachi has graced us with his presence, I shall not show off my meager skills. My name is Ashido. I once served under Kenpachi Kurashiki. I wonder how many years have passed since Kenpachi Kurashiki's death. Gasuke Kenpachi casually crushed the 4th-tier Ajuchas to death. Facing Ashido's question, his gaze darkened. Sure enough, it was one of the 11th Division Shinigami who fought in Hueco Mundo back then. Ashido. He had never heard of him. It seemed he wasn't a vice-captain. Despite the clear difference in status. But Gasuke Kenpachi thought for a moment. He still truthfully answered and asked why Ashido hadn't left the forest of Minos if he hadn't died. To be able to live in Hueco Mundo for so many years, he must be powerful. It would be good if he could be Ret. Chapter 86, Chapter 85 Gasuke Kenpachi, I killed Sailaporo. Listening to Gasuke Kenpachi's question, Ashido fell silent again. His eyes were downcast, his right hand resting on his sword hilt, a few strands of reddish-brown hair gently swaying before his eyes. The white bone cloak behind him moved without a breeze. He imperceptibly exhaled, turned around, facing the endless darkness, and said in a low voice, "Staying here is my duty." He seemed unwilling to say more. Once that sentence fell, he said nothing further, but instead walked silently forward. Gasuke Kenpachi was quite puzzled. However, adhering to the principle of, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, he waved his hand, leading everyone to follow. Along the way, Gasuke Kenpachi opened up topics from other aspects, and soon talked about how he entered Hueco Mundo, and then how his companions were completely wiped out. Vasto Lord are indeed dangerous. If he hadn't entered his laboratory at the last moment, Gasuke Kenpachi probably wouldn't have known the name of the Vasto Lord who instantly killed him until his death, Sailaporo Grands. Sailaporo Grands. Hearing this, Ashido suddenly stopped. He turned to look at Gasuke Kenpachi, seemingly very familiar with the name, and his tone became incredibly solemn. Where did you meet him? What? Ashido's change in expression and attitude made Gasuke Kenpachi very uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, Gasuke Kenpachi tentatively asked, "Is that Vasto Lord very famous?" Of course, Ashido nodded. That guy was the culprit behind the invasion of Soul Society back then, and also the culprit who caused heavy casualties for the 11th Division. Even Captain Suzoku Kunishi couldn't keep him. From what you're saying, you met him. And many people died. Ashido uncharacteristically spoke so much, as it was related to Kenpachi Kurashiki. Furthermore, Sailaporo Grands was also his enemy. Now that news related to both of them had suddenly appeared, he had to thoroughly investigate it. When casualties were mentioned, Gasuke Kenpachi's expression became somewhat downcast. He looked at his waist, where only a hammer handle remained, sighed, and then helplessly said, "Yes, we did meet him. I didn't expect him to be an enemy that even Kenpachi Kurashiki couldn't deal with back then. No wonder he's so powerful." "No," Ashido corrected a detail in Gasuke Kenpachi's words. "It wasn't that Kenpachi Kurashiki couldn't defeat him, but that Sailaporo fled to Hueco Mundo because he was no match for him at that time. Sailaporo was never Kenpachi Kurashiki's opponent. Our captain is very powerful, extremely powerful, and we ordinary Shinigami have always been proud of him. It's just a pity that we fell into a hollow's trap and were ambushed by dozens of Ajuchas. Otherwise..." At this point, his voice gradually became lower. The surrounding environment grew much brighter as time passed. Gasuke Kenpachi watched this scene. Suddenly, the corner of his eye caught sight of several graves not far away. Only then did he realize that he had followed Ashido's footsteps to an unknown location. Some quartz flowers and plants bloomed near the graves. Several holes were opened in the sky above, and a bit of moonlight poured down, forming a bright pillar of light that shone obliquely on the graves. It was as if a hazy veil was floating. Ashido walked to the graves, bent down into a half-crouch, his black pupils gazing at the slightly decaying cross in front of him, and said in a heavy tone, "This is where my companions rest. It's also where we were ambushed. Gasuke Kenpachi, I thank you on their behalf. Your ability to defeat Sailaporo suggests you are a strong individual, no less than Kenpachi Kurashiki. Your appearance is truly a blessing for the 11th Division." That. Hearing this, Gasuke Kenpachi spoke hesitantly. He wasn't sure if Ashido had misunderstood something, but Sailaporo wasn't defeated by him. As a member of the 11th Division, he hated falsehoods the most. Moreover, the battle process was truly embarrassing. What if Ashido asked him how he defeated Sailaporo? Would he have to reveal that he was instantly killed by a single finger? The battles between Shinigami are battles of spiritual pressure. It's illogical for a third-grade spiritual power to defeat a first-grade spiritual power. Wait. Thinking of this, Gasuke Kenpachi suddenly noticed something was amiss. If he remembered correctly, wasn't Tsugikuni Yoriichi also a third-grade spiritual power? Why could he defeat Sailaporo? Hiss. A toothache flared up, and Gasuke Kenpachi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, a strange vexation flooding his heart. He couldn't help but wonder, was he too weak? Otherwise, why would the difference be so great? Just then, Ashido turned around. His black eyes, slightly hesitant, swept over the people in front of him, repeating Gasuke Kenpachi's earlier words, "That, what?" A Shinigami explained, "Actually, that's Sailaporo." "Wait," Gasuke Kenpachi directly interrupted him. His bell-like eyes glared at the Shinigami, and his large body took a step forward. Thud. Dust rose. "Nothing, it's just that I feel this isn't the place to talk. If possible, how about we change locations to discuss it? You've lived here for over 100 years, so you must be very familiar with the surroundings. Please recommend a relatively safe place for us. We will also be spending a considerable amount of time here." Ashido exhaled, and seeing Gasuke Kenpachi's bold demeanor, his doubts were temporarily dispelled. He turned around and waved forward, "Follow me." Whoosh. As his voice fell, he instantly disappeared with a flash step. Seeing this, Gasuke Kenpachi followed quickly without hesitation. The several Shinigami behind him looked at each other in silence. One wondered why Gasuke Kenpachi would take credit that didn't belong to him. It was clearly something that could be seen at a glance whether he could defeat a Vasto Lord. Pat. One of the Shinigami put an arm around his shoulder and quietly explained as he moved, "The captain lost his Zanpakuto. Who knows if he could defeat a Vasto Lord at his peak? What is our mission? Have you forgotten? This forest of Minos is unlike other places, the captain's strength should definitely be as strong as possible. Only then will Ashido respect him. And we will benefit from it. Otherwise, if we told him the truth of his crushing defeat, how do you think Ashido would view us? So, it's better to say less than more, and better to say nothing than less." Whoosh, whoosh. The surging wind whistled in his ears, and watching the figures of the few people above him speeding by, his tone was meaningful. If there's a chance, the captain might even be able to recruit him and have him become our companion. We entered here with the belief that we would die, but that doesn't mean we are doomed to die. Staying here for about 10 years, we might be able to leave. By then, Vice Captain Tsugikuni probably would have just reported our deaths to the higher-ups. We can both receive compensation and return as heroes. This is the best of both worlds. Chapter 87, Chapter 86 Grimjow, God of Death, how about a fight with me? On the ground. Tsugikuni Yoriichi was unaware of Gojoshibe Kenpachi's predicament and simply continued on his way. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much, because he wasn't interested in such things. The desolate desert was exceptionally quiet. Hueco Mundo, plunged into eternal night, seemed to have lost the concept of time. No matter how far Yoriichi advanced, the silver moon hanging high in the sky never set a single inch. Whoosh. Occasionally, a gust of wind blew by, bringing a hint of coolness, and this tangible sensation made one acutely aware of their own existence. He traversed through the stone forest with a relaxed mind. Suddenly, a faint scent of blood wafted into his nostrils. Thud. Yoriichi abruptly stopped. Ah. Not far away, in the dark part of the forest, a bored voice drifted over, like a deep, rich male bass, slightly lazy. So boring, the hollows here are too weak, eating them provides no nutrition at all. When will I finally become a Vasto Lord? A panther, completely covered in bone armor, squatted atop a pile of corpses. It extended its tongue, gently licking its claws, its posture elegant. The ground was stained with blood, and red sand gradually spread. Its blue eyes scanned the hellish scene below, its mood filled with disdain. A bunch of useless things. Paw. Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, Grimjow, having eaten too much, prepared to lie down on the pile of corpses and doze off for a while to digest. The next second, it suddenly raised its head, looking towards the illuminated area. The moonlight was as cold as water, and sensing the aura of a certain creature, its white muzzle curved slightly, revealing a dangerous smile. Its sharp, blood-stained teeth were fully exposed, and its panther-like, ferocious face seemed to be etched with excitement. Interesting. Clatter, the bones beneath its feet slightly fractured, and its crouching body quickly stood up. It raised its chin and shouted towards that direction. Come out. A spiritual pressure I've never encountered before. You're a Shinigami, aren't you? How about we fight it out? Rustle. The pristine white sand indented as Yoriichi slowly stepped forward. The ground was somewhat sticky. Standing at the junction of light and shadow, he slightly raised his head. Through the dappled light, a blood-stained panther abruptly came into view, and adjuches. His gaze deepened slightly, and Yoriichi drew his sword. The atmosphere, with the sword-light crisscrossing, fell into a brief stillness. Spiritual pressure erupted accordingly. Boom. The surrounding airwaves surged like a storm, and the tsunami-like spiritual pressure, transforming into a viscous substance, assailed Grimjow's face, instantly turning him pale. His 4 legs instinctively bent, but he stopped them with all his might midway, trying to straighten up. Creak. The sound of tearing muscles was incessant, as if facing the oppression of a giant. His eyes widened, bloodshot, and he could barely breathe. The words half-spoken caught in his throat. You. Until. Whoosh. Yoriichi suddenly retracted his spiritual pressure and looked to one side. The pressure covering Grimjow gradually dissipated. Before Grimjow could catch his breath, Yoriichi's next words immediately made him intensely wary again. Come out. You've been following me for so long. Exclamation point. Grimjow's breathing quickened. Following the direction Yoriichi indicated, he saw 2 human-like beings, one tall and one short, with different postures, emerge from the darkness on one side. Just one glance. Grimjow's expression drastically changed. So strong. Every cell in his body was warning him that these 2 were unusually powerful. Humans. No, that's not right. They are hollows. Vasto Lord. And when they walked into the moonlight, Grimjow had a full view of their forms. Instantly. The expression on his face completely froze. Reflected in his eyes was a young man in a tattered cloak, barefoot on the sand, with a wisp of black bangs on his forehead swaying in the wind. A small tuft of mustache on his chin made his overall demeanor slightly melancholic. Beside him was a girl. She wore a bone-white helmet, and her clothing was quite simple, with only a few pieces of cloth covering some important parts of her body. They looked like a warm, ordinary, and even somewhat poor human father and daughter. However, the black hollows in their chests and eye sockets revealed their identity. Hollow's Grimjow's mouth was slightly agape, trying to make a sound, but no matter how hard he tried, his throat felt as if it were blocked. Under the immense pressure emanating from both sides, he couldn't utter a single word. Damn it. Why are there Vasto Lord in my territory? Gritting his teeth, Grimjow was extremely unwilling. He forced himself to stand up, but the male Minos Grande below suddenly glanced at him, and in that instant. Thud. He knelt without warning, his body sinking directly into the bones. After a moment, he struggled to climb out again, prostrating himself before the 3, finally resigned to his fate. At the same time, he also knew. His desperate efforts were so laughable in the face of absolute power disparity. Why are you still here? While confronting Yoriichi, the male Minos Grande heard a sound and slightly turned his head. When he saw Grimjow still there, he said with a hint of surprise. This isn't a place for you Ajuchas. Leave quickly. And the female Minos Grande said. Stop nagging, Stark. If he wants to die, let him. We don't have the energy to worry about the life or death of an Ajuchas. This Shinigami is very strong. At least 2 Vasto Lord level Minos Grande have died by his hand along the way. If we hadn't discovered him beforehand, perhaps the Vasto Lord of Hueco Mundo would have been slaughtered clean by him. Finally, it will be our turn, Stark. We cannot let him escape. Is that so? Coming back to his senses, the male Minos Grande named Stark looked a bit helpless. His posture was lazy, as if he didn't care about anything. However, the spiritual pressure he unintentionally emitted was enough to stun creatures with third-class spiritual power and plunder their life force. His movements were full of flaws, yet utterly flawless. Reaching up to touch his chin, Stark said casually, "But it's so troublesome. Lily Nettie, tell me, is there a possibility that we don't need to fight, and can persuade him to stop hunting Vasto Lord? He is a Shinigami." Lily Nettie Gingerbuck's voice fell, her pink eyes staring intently at Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Without turning her head, her small body's muscles tensed as she continued. "Stark, you should understand the relationship between Shinigami and Hollows. We and he are like fire and water, incompatible. Even if we let him go, he won't let us go. The corpses on the road are enough to prove everything. I don't want to lose you." Hearing this, Stark sighed, his voice helpless. "That's why I hate fighting, I hate trouble. This Shinigami looks very strong. Although he's weaker than us in terms of spiritual pressure, if we really fight, casualties are always inevitable." At this point, Stark suddenly looked up at Tsugikuni Yoriichi and suggested, "Hey, Shinigami, how about we both take a step back? Although I don't know why you're hunting those Vasto Lord, could you stop here? I want to talk to you. How about we temporarily cease hostilities?" Chapter 88, Chapter 87, Koyate Stark, why can't the Hollow and Shinigami be friends? I think they can. Ceasefire. Upon hearing this, Yoriichi's brows furrowed slightly. His gaze was like a torch, fixed intently on the two, carefully observing every minute detail. In the blink of an eye, an extreme sense of danger, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, suddenly coiled around his heart. The surrounding air seemed instantly encased in ice, sending a slight chill down his spine. This sense of danger was so intense that he hadn't even felt it when he encountered Sailaporo. It was as if it were a crushing blow at the very level of existence. Something isn't right. Yoriichi's brows were tightly knit, his thoughts surging like a turbulent tide. He stood there quietly, without making any moves. Seeing this, Coyote Stark nodded lightly, a relaxed smile curving his lips. "Very good, just like that, don't move. I really dislike fighting. I won't make a move unless necessary, because death can be said to be the most superfluous thing in this world. Shinigami, what is your name?" he asked softly, his posture devoid of any hostility, which was fundamentally different from Lilinette's stern gaze. Yoriichi exhaled slightly, pondered for a long time, then slowly said, "Tsugikuni Yoriichi." "Tsugikuni Yoriichi. A good name." Coyote Stark smiled. From his smile, Yoriichi could see the genuine sincerity of his emotions. Is he another special Hollow? No. To be precise, he's a person who closely resembles a Hollow. Yoriichi had never seen a Hollow treat a Shinigami with such an attitude. Even Harabel, when facing him, would generate some degree of hostility, whether slight or significant, due to their respective identities. It was ingrained in their very being. However, the Hollow before him did not. At this moment, Stark continued. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Coyote Stark. This is Lily Nettie Gingerbuck." He pointed to the girl beside him, paused, and then raised his eyes. "Before we formally converse, I'd like to ask you, do we have any animosity between us?" "No." "Then, between you and those Vasto Lord, is there any animosity?" "Yes, or no." Yoriichi looked up. "They have eaten Shinigami. That's all." Hearing this answer, Coyote Stark understood. "I see." He nodded, stating as a matter of course. "Because they ate your comrades, you're going to kill them, is that right?" "Correct." "But that raises a problem," Stark immediately continued. "Suppose there's a Hollow that has never eaten a Shinigami, would you still treat them this way?" "It depends on the situation." Yoriichi replied, his voice steady, "The one beside you." Lily Nettie Gingerbuck also said that we are natural enemies. "I believe there are Hollows who have never eaten Shinigami, but I don't believe there will be a Hollow who never eats souls in their entire life. Protecting those souls is our duty as Shinigami." Stark nodded lightly. "Well said, young Tsugikuni. I believe in your professional integrity, however. The souls you refer to should be human or Shinigami souls, right? This is Hueco Mundo, and besides you, there's nothing else of that kind here, so I don't think we should be opponents. Although slaying us helps the stability of Soul Society, the three realms have developed this way for millions of years. Letting it continue to take its natural course is not a bad thing. What do you say?" Clearing his throat, before Tsugikuni Yoriichi could answer, Coyote Stark continued. Your entry into Hueco Mundo must be a mission assigned by Soul Society, right? If we are willing to help you complete your mission. Hey. Hey. The more she listened, the more something felt off, and Lilineti quickly interrupted. Her lips twitched, growing more speechless, and she exclaimed loudly. Stark, what are you saying? Help him complete his mission. Are you crazy? We are hollows. What's wrong with being a hollow? Coyote Stark countered with a smile. Without any conflict of interest, can't hollows and Shinigami be friends? This is the first time I've seen a Shinigami, the first time I've seen a being unaffected by my spiritual pressure. My intuition tells me he's very strong, and also, his personality is like mine, he dislikes trouble. His current actions must be forced by external pressure, right? Isn't that right, young Tsugikuni? After speaking, he added a sentence. My intuition has never been wrong. Indeed. Yoriichi remained silent. He increasingly felt that the hollow before him was truly human. If all hollows were like him, why couldn't the relationship between Shinigami and hollows improve? The million-year-long feud between the two sides will probably slowly resolve. Unfortunately, hollows like him were ultimately a minority. He silently exhaled. Yoriichi could not sense any hostility in the air. His hand, tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, slowly relaxed, and he raised his eyes, his voice slow. Correct. Due to some special reasons, I need to kill 200 Ajuchas, or 20 Vasto Lord in Hueco Mundo to leave. 200. Coyote Stark was slightly taken aback. Not because the number was too high, but because it was too low. Subconsciously, he looked at the 20-meter-high mountain of white bones beside him. Among the countless white bones, nearly 100 Ajuchas' skulls could be vaguely seen. To this gaze, Grimjow, who was sprawled on the bones, bared his teeth. I'm not afraid of you. Vasto Lord. Want to fight? Ignoring Grimjow's provocative tone, Stark shook his head slightly. He looked sideways at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, his tone a little wistful. Young Tsugikuni, I'm not entirely sure how you in Soul Society view Hueco Mundo, perhaps you think that Ajuchas are few and far between within Hueco Mundo. But what I want to tell you is that since the birth of Hueco Mundo, over the long years, the number of Ajuchas, like Jillian, is almost immeasurable. It's just that because they are scattered throughout the boundless Hueco Mundo, they seem particularly rare. 200. Honestly, for strong beings like us, that's really an underestimate. He once accidentally killed hundreds of Ajuchas due to his overwhelming spiritual pressure. The piled-up corpses were as high as 3 mountains. It was precisely because of this that he connected the dots here. He slowly said. If it's just 200, I can tell you a location. There are hollows there who once bore sins. Approximately 150 Ajuchas. Of course, this information is not free. Let's agree beforehand, once your mission is complete, you must leave here immediately and return to Soul Society. As the first Shinigami I've ever met. Tsugikuni Yoriichi. I'll remember you. I hope we can meet again in the future. I look forward to that day. Chapter 89, Chapter 88 Kuchiki Sajin, It's Time to Die. Soul Society. Rukongai. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. On a small path on the outskirts, a group of people was quietly gathering. Cough, cough. Not far from the group, beneath an ancient tree, a refined young male Shinigami in a shihakusho was gently coughing. His face was somewhat pale. The black strands of hair falling behind his ears swayed gently with his movements. The senkaki tied in his hair gleamed under the sunlight, reflecting a noble, expensive luster. The 6th Division insignia on his shoulder clearly indicated his identity. 6th Division Vice Captain, Kuchiki Sojin. Rustle. The rustling of trees in the wind filled his ears. Kuchiki Sojin's eyes were half closed, his breathing slowly adjusting with the rise and fall of his chest. Just then, a dark shadow obscured his vision. Young Master Sojin. The voice from the shadow was deep and powerful, echoing through the air like a majestic lion. The surrounding area has been swept, and there are no traces of the rebel army. Would you like to return? Kuchiki Sojin slowly raised his gaze, meeting the figure of a middle-aged man. Time had left its mark on his face, and his eyes were filled with concern for Kuchiki Sojin's current state. His gaze was like that of a loving father looking at his injured child. Cough, cough. Kuchiki Sojin slowly stood up, leaning on the tree trunk, and said with a hint of helplessness. Uncle Ginhui, outside, you don't need to address me like that, just call me Sojin. Father isn't here. How can that be? Kuchiki Ginhui's gaze was incredibly firm, his tone brooking no argument. Etiquette cannot be disregarded. I have served Master Jinrei for a full 700 years, and as his son, and the current vice captain of the 6th Division, you naturally cannot lose your manners. Furthermore, before we departed, Master Jinrei warned me to protect you well. Your health is not good, and this place, located in the 70th district of South Rakongai, has an extremely low reishi concentration. This is not a place you should be. I know. Kochiki Sojin nodded with a smile. His gaze looked into the distance, his voice gentle, but I have to come, I cannot hold everyone back. I've heard about the rebel army for a long time. They were suppressed by my Kochiki clan decades ago, but I never expected them to resurface decades later. The mission my father couldn't complete, it's only right for me, his son, to finish it. Saying this, he withdrew his gaze and nodded at Kochiki Ginhui. Let's go. To the next place. I can still hold on. As his words fell. Swish, swish, swish. A series of continuous whooshing sounds suddenly echoed from the surroundings. As the sounds of rushing wind disappeared, all the Shinigami within sight fell to the ground like wheat after a harvest, unable to get up. Seeing this, Kochiki Sojin's expression changed. Step. He instinctively took half a step back, his eyes instantly becoming vigilant. One hand gripped his Zanpakuto's hilt, his gaze fixed tightly on the front. Then, at the end of the path, a burst of unrestrained laughter suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha. The Kochiki clan is nothing special. Leave. I don't think any of you are getting away today. Our brothers didn't stake out for half the day for nothing, we finally waited for a big fish like you. Lord Sojin, would you kindly make a heroic sacrifice? Upon hearing this, Kochiki Sojin quickly identified the group's identity. Rebel Army. The person slowly walked from the end of the street, not revealing his true face, showing extreme caution. Looking at the wary Kochiki Sojin through his mask, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, revealing a sneer. TSK TSK TSK. I imagine the death of a prominent figure like you should shake the Siri 3 times over. I never thought we would actually have a day when we could kill you. It's truly an honor, an honor. His voice was undisguisedly high-pitched, as if everything was under his control. And indeed, it was. Within a 10-kilometer radius, the area was desolate. Furthermore, some places were covered by their barriers. Even if spiritual pressure erupted or he screamed until his voice broke, no one would discover the abnormality here and come to save him. As a bird in a cage, Kochiki Sojin had no chance of survival. The only thing he could do was be killed by them, and then they would pin the crime on another noble, allowing the mastermind behind the scenes to profit. Facing this sudden change in the situation, Kochiki Ginhui instantly drew his sword. He tightly shielded Kochiki Sojin behind him, his wary gaze fixed on the masked man with extreme solemnity, and he said in a deep voice. Young master, leave this to me, you must go quickly. Bankai. Jingetsu. The blade glowed silver, and he directly used his Bankai, attempting to give Kochiki Sojin a slight chance of survival. Although he knew there was danger on this trip, he didn't expect these guys to completely throw away their dignity and launch an all-out attack. At least 20 Shinigami were surrounding them from all directions, their spiritual pressure not weak. At the very least, they were seat officers, and the leader was even a captain, roughly estimated to be of second-grade spiritual power. Are these nobles crazy? It was only because he was a guardian specifically appointed by Kochiki Jinrei, possessing captain-level combat power. Otherwise, this encounter would have ended in utter defeat. Of course, even as a captain, facing dozens of opponents would not yield much advantage. So he could only resolve to sacrifice himself, in exchange for young Master Sojin's hope of survival. Phew. Exhaling heavily, Ginhui's mind was in turmoil. The masked man opposite couldn't help but laugh at this situation. He raised a finger, Kochiki Ginhui, I know you, the 6th Division Vice Captain 600 years ago. You announced your retirement 300 years ago, but I didn't expect you to re-emerge now as Kochiki Sojin's guardian. If I'm not mistaken, you should be over 900 years old this year, can you still wield a sword? Bankai. Interesting. As he spoke, he slowly drew his Zanpakuto, and his spiritual pressure instantly erupted. Boom. Bankai. As the words fell, a 20-meter-tall stone elephant slowly emerged from the void. Its aura was majestic, like a towering mountain. With just a light stomp, countless dust clouds arose, and the surrounding rock layer instantly collapsed by half a meter. Manzo. Whoosh. Manzo raised its trunk and roared. Amidst the loud sound, its body gradually became covered in pale white rocks. As one of the Bankai's effects, these rocks could transfer damage. At the same time, they could grant him powerful strength and defense amplification. Manzo was immortal and could regenerate. On the ground, wherever there were rocks, he was invincible. There would be no need to clean up the battlefield afterwards. Seeing this, Kochiki Ginhui's expression instantly darkened. A Bankai he had never seen before. In captain-level combat, if one couldn't quickly ascertain the opponent's Bankai ability, the chance of defeat would be over 80%. Not to mention that the opponent knew his Bankai. Damn it. A strong sense of crisis suddenly gripped his heart. In contrast, the masked man's confidence soared to its peak. However, at the same time, not far away, either due to the clash of spiritual pressures or some other reason, a black spatial rift slowly opened from the edge of the forest. Whoosh! A blood-stained hand suddenly reached out from within. Chapter 90, Chapter 89 Crisis Appearance. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, each second becoming incredibly slow. The moment Tsugikuni Yoriichi emerged from the black cavity and his feet touched the ground, the battle on the other side began. Whoosh! A surging wind howled, and the surrounding trees rustled. Tsugikuni Yoriichi's ponytail was blown wildly by the strong wind. He reached out and gently smoothed it, a grave expression on his face. Before he could catch his breath, due to the sudden shift in the tense atmosphere, he immediately focused his gaze on the source of the spiritual pressure explosion. Although he didn't know what exactly was happening over there, judging by the surging spiritual pressure fluctuations, it seemed two groups were engaged in a fierce battle. This time. This place. He slowly looked around, and as expected, this was likely the rear area of Rakongai. How could a battle of second-grade spiritual power erupt in a backwards, remote area? Had a Vasto Lord invaded? No, that's not right. Both groups were Shinigami. Internal strife? A word suddenly surfaced in his mind, causing Yoriichi to fall silent. He tightly gripped the Zanpakuto at his waist, a grave look gradually appearing in his eyes. Hiss! A faint wisp of air escaped from his lips. Click! With the clinking of the sword guard, Yoriichi quickly walked towards the direction of the battle. After a short while, he arrived near the battlefield. The surrounding air became extremely viscous, as if walking through a swamp. Through the dense bushes, from afar, he saw two people flying and crossing paths in an open space, their sword lights dense and chilling. One person was followed by a giant elephant. Every movement caused the surrounding ground to tremble a few times, a truly majestic sight. The person directly opposite him was extremely elegant, each sword swing pulled forth a water-like silver radiance, like a dreamlike reflection formed on the water by a meteor streaking across the night sky. Although his appearance was somewhat aged, he still exuded a faint sense of dignity. However, this dignity was slightly diluted by his opponent's continuous attacks. Faintly, one could see fine beads of sweat on his forehead, clearly indicating he was struggling to parry. A noble. Tsugikuni Yoriichi's gaze swept past him and saw another person. The kansekin worn by Kachiki Sojin was so eye-catching, shimmering with a unique light under the sunlight. If he remembered correctly, this should be a unique hair ornament of the Kachiki clan. Moreover, only direct descendants could wear it. Although he didn't recognize Kachiki Sojin, since he was wearing a kansekin, he must be a relative of Kachiki Jinryai. Yoriichi had met Kachiki Jinryai before, he had left a very good impression and was unlikely to betray Siri-Idi. But now, a group of people was attacking them. If it wasn't the former, then it could only be the latter, they had been betrayed. Just as Tsugikuni Yoriichi was carefully assessing the situation, the battlefield changed in an instant. Leaving aside Kachiki Ginhui, who was almost suffocated by the pressure of the myriad elephants, Kachiki Sojin's side alone could make one feel immense pressure. Despite numerous enemies, he didn't flee. Coupled with his relatively poor physical constitution. Even with captain-level spiritual pressure, facing dozens of seat officers, it should have been a crushing victory, yet he seemed somewhat overwhelmed at the moment. Clang! Kachiki Sojin held his sword to block a downward slash, feeling a tingling numbness in his hand, as if countless ants were gnawing at his palm. He retreated a few steps, the high-speed, continuous sword movements causing his body to fall into severe fatigue. If not for the firm will of a noble supporting him, he would probably have dropped his sword and gasped for breath by now. Humph. He tried to find an opportunity to break through the encirclement, yet his body's instincts consistently failed to keep up with his consciousness. Thus, after barely parrying a few slashes, his torso was already bleeding. This blood seemed to provoke the attackers, they seemed to see the dawn of victory. Remembering the mission's reward and the merits they could gain, their attacks became even faster, and their coordination even more perfect. Their sword swings instantly transformed into a dense web of blades, surrounding Kachiki Sojin, leaving him no escape in any direction. Not far away, Kachiki Ginhui, realizing this, had his eyes wide with fury. Young master. He stomped his foot, attempting to break through the enemy's defenses to rescue Kachiki Sojin, but was completely blocked by the powerful impact of the myriad elephants. Kachiki Ginhui. You stay right here. Boom. Throwing a punch forward, endless strong winds enveloped his body, and the black-clad man shouted. The death of Lord Sojin is inevitable, if he doesn't die, we will. Accept your fate. Rumble. The ground cracked with countless fissures, and rocks shattered inch by inch, as if the earth itself was trembling. The moment his words fell, Kachiki Ginhui was sent flying by a punch, able only to watch helplessly as he drifted further and further from Kachiki Sojin. The giant elephant stomping only added insult to injury, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Damn it. Mid-flight, he suddenly clenched his fists, hating his own weakness and powerlessness, while at the same time, a trace of regret grew. If only he had been able to persuade young Master Sojin before the operation. Knowing the danger beforehand, if only he had brought a few more captain-level combatants. That way, even if they encountered danger, they wouldn't be in their current predicament. Unfortunately, there was no if only. Boom. Suddenly crashing through several large trees, Kuchiki Ginhui couldn't help but cough up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He tightly gripped his zanpakuto, and the surrounding dust flew up, forming a yellow mist. Through the swirling haze, he looked towards Kuchiki Sojin's location. He had expected to see only a corpse, but unexpectedly, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of Kuchiki Sojin. This person held a sword and easily blocked the slashes of those people. The clanging sounds were incessant and somewhat familiar. He couldn't see clearly through the vast dust, but once the dust settled, he saw it clearly. Red hair, markings. Isn't this the Shinigami that the master once tried to recruit? Kuchiki Ginhui's pupils suddenly dilated. Of course, he knew this wasn't the time to delve into such matters, so after a brief moment, he collected himself and looked back at his opponent. However, when his gaze swept over the black-clad men, Kuchiki Ginhui noticed. The black-clad man's gaze was no longer on him, but on the newly appeared Shinigami. You fellow. Watching his subordinates being knocked flying one by one, some even falling to the ground unconscious, the black-clad man gritted his teeth, suddenly sensing that things were going awry. The surroundings were already sealed by a high-level Kido barrier. Non-captain-level combatants couldn't break it, and even if they did, it would cause a commotion. How did this guy get in? They were just a hair's breadth away from killing Kuchiki Sojin and then escaping unscathed. Why did a meddler suddenly appear? And it seemed this meddler was quite strong. He could send a vice-captain flying with a single blow. At least 3rd-grade spiritual power. Damn it. He cursed inwardly, the sense of urgency stemming from his soul causing his anger to surge. He hated this feeling of things spiraling out of control. Because every time it happened, it meant an increased probability of failure. It was a surefire situation, but it was ruined by this guy who suddenly appeared. Chapter 91, Chapter 90, Fight Back, this guy is a monster. You are. Kuchiki Sojin's eyes widened, staring blankly at the Shinigami who had descended like a deity, his heart filled with disbelief. He had thought he was certainly going to die, as the enemy's fierce slashes came like a storm, impossible to resist. However, at the last moment, all those fatal slashes were blocked by one person. How perilous was that? A lingering feeling of fear surged through his heart like a tide. Kuchiki Sojin let out a sigh of relief, slowly retreated, leaned against a thick tree, and gasped for breath. The intense battle just now had left his body exhausted, and the thin reishi around him only worsened his physical condition. If his injuries hadn't been too severe, he probably would have fainted by now. Even so, he still felt an invisible hand tightly gripping his throat, making it difficult to breathe. With his eyes half closed, the tension in his mind completely dissipated after the danger passed. He forced a breath, his hands still tightly gripping his zanpakuto, as the light ahead was so intense, illuminating the increasingly towering figure. Who? Kuchiki Sojin looked ahead, his voice weak. Although I don't know who you are, but, thank you. Be careful of the man in black over there. He is a rebel. Yoriichi glanced sideways and nodded gently. He had only saved Kuchiki Sojin out of consideration for Kuchiki Jinryai's goodwill back then. The man in black looked over with a stern gaze. His words were clearly angry. Kid. Who are you? This is a matter between noble families. If you don't want to die, I advise you to leave quickly. Even if you want to curry favor with the Kuchiki clan, you have to see if you have the ability. I am no one. Yoriichi turned his head and said indifferently, I am just a passing Shinigami. You all abuse your power and incite rebellion. If I leave, it would not befit my identity. What identity? The man in black said disdainfully. No matter how strong a Shinigami is, they are just a dog in front of us. We can even murder high-ranking noble families, so why would we worry about not being able to deal with you? I'll ask you one more time. Are you leaving or not? What the Kuchiki clan can give you, we can give you just the same. As long as you kill him with your own hands and are willing to join us, the existence behind me can even grant you the status of a high-ranking noble family, which is not difficult. Although I don't know how you broke in here, this is your last chance. Beneath his mask, his gaze gradually turned cold. Despite knowing Tsugikuni Yoriichi's general strength. But just like Kuchiki Ginhui was to him. If he didn't understand his abilities, it was easy to make a mistake. Otherwise, why would he feign compliance? If it were an ordinary vice-captain, he would have killed him with one sword already. Yoriichi retorted, do you know me? No. The man in black frowned. Why ask that? Is he trying to test their side's influence? Before he could continue speaking, Yoriichi continued. No, as expected, no wonder you would make such a crude promise. It seems your intelligence work is not thorough. I have never cared about the status of a high-ranking noble family. I only do what I want to do, and it has nothing to do with anyone. At this point, he glanced slightly, looking behind him. You are Kochiki Sojin, right? Who is your opponent? Can you tell? Which noble family is he from? Kochiki Sojin coughed twice, seemingly wary of something, and whispered. Sir, if I'm not mistaken, he should be a retainer of the Tsuneyashiro clan. Among the 5 great noble families, only they and our Kochiki clan are in a completely hostile state. In previous years, Tsuneyashiro was the head of the 5 great noble families, but due to the rebellion that year, they declined. Our Kochiki clan replaced them and became the head of the 5 great noble families. This attack, perhaps, is precisely due to this reason. Of course, these are all my personal judgments. As for the specifics, it depends on how my father verifies them. However, I think this matter will ultimately be unresolved, after all. At the end, he pointed to the sky. His expression was profound. Seeing this, Yoriichi understood. Of course, what he understood was not something Sojin could guess. Anyway, it certainly wasn't the Soul King. The Soul King's secrets, even among the noble families, were known only to a select few. The Godii 13 need not be mentioned. Not far away. The man in black snorted coldly. His cold gaze swept over Kochiki Ginhui, who was gradually emerging from the forest, and knowing that the tide had turned, he immediately conceived the idea of retreating. However, Shwa. Invisible fist wind crushed the ground, and while all things trampled the ground, he instantly annihilated dozens of his own Shinigami who had fallen to the ground. Watching them lose their lives, the men in black's mood finally eased slightly. The mission could fail, but no evidence must be left behind. His identity had not been exposed, and he could find another opportunity to attack the Kochiki clan in the future. But if his master behind him were exposed, even if he did nothing, he would be imprisoned in the Mugen for over 10,000 years. They would say it was his own unauthorized decision. That's how blame is shifted. He was unwilling to become a casualty in the struggle between the 2 great high-ranking noble families. You over there. The man in black extended a finger, pointing diagonally at Tsugikuni Yoriichi, and said loudly. I've remembered you. Just wait, the Kochiki clan's favor isn't so easy to obtain. You. Before he could finish speaking, in his line of sight, Tsugikuni Yoriichi, who had been standing casually, suddenly vanished from his spot. This sudden change caused the man in black's gaze to condense sharply, and his rapid breathing echoed in his ears. He quickly raised his fists. Instantly. Boom. Under the torrent-like immense force, he was sent flying backwards violently. Even the hard rock covering his entire body could not dissipate all the power of Yoriichi's punch. Some of it flowed into his body through the cracks, and he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Intense pain surged in his chest. Damn it. Miscalculation. He cursed under his breath. It's not 3rd-class spiritual power. It's 2nd class. This kid. An indescribable pressure enveloped his entire body, and he felt utterly absurd. So young, yet possessing such spiritual pressure. Yamamoto back then was probably no more than this. No. I must escape. Now is not the time for provocation. In a 2-on-1 situation, he had no advantage. As long as he could get back alive, he would surely be able to find out his identity and then deliver a precise strike. He was at least 2nd-class spiritual power. Thoughts surged. Taking advantage of being sent flying, he quickly adjusted his posture, preparing to break through the barrier and disappear from the area. However, Yoriichi's speed seemed to be even faster than his backwards flight. Before he could even reach the edge of the barrier, he was struck by Yoriichi again, driven into the ground, deeply embedded in the rock. Boom. Ah. Puffed. Spitting out a large mouthful of blood, the man in black's vision gradually blurred. This personal pain caused a tumultuous storm in his heart. How is this possible? The previous injury could still be explained by carelessness. Now. Is this kid's strength greater than his Bankai state? Damn it. His eyes were bloodshot, trying to resist. Finally. The moment before his Bankai disappeared. Rip. Blood splattered like a fountain, and at the cost of an arm, he finally broke free from the barrier. Without the barrier's concealment, his spiritual pressure instantly erupted, directly attracting the attention of the Siriidii. Yoriichi originally intended to pursue, but was stopped by Kochiki Ginhui, who arrived shortly after. Enough, that's enough, Yoriichi Dano. Do not pursue a cornered foe. Chapter 92, Chapter 91. 3 questions. I don't have it, don't talk nonsense. 12th Division, Reishi Measurement Research Department. The moment the barrier shattered, a series of surprised gasps suddenly echoed through the dim room, which occasionally flickered with blue light. Several researchers in white coats stared intently at the sudden surge of fluctuations on the computer screen, their eyes wide. They pressed their hands tightly on the desk and shouted urgently. Massive reishi fluctuations detected in South Rukongai District 70. Preliminary analysis, second class. Number of individuals, 3. One of them is a high-ranking noble. Where is the captain? The researchers quickly turned around, searching everywhere. A moment later, a full-figured woman pushed open the door and entered. She carried a large ladle on her back. This was her zanpakuto. Her attire was very different from the other Shinigami here, subtly tinged with purple, exuding an elegant yet uniquely charming aura. Hikifune Kiryu walked steadily into the Reishi Measurement Research Department, looking at the detection information on the large screen with a helpless expression. With a swish, she took down the zanpakuto from her back, her movements gaining an air of heroic grace at some point. She turned to face the door and said with high spirits. Let's go, my little ones. Where is Hiyori? She's coming with me. The situation is urgent. The 6th Division sent a request for aid. Kuchiki Sojin, the next head of the Kuchiki clan, was attacked, and we need to go to the scene to investigate the reishi fluctuations. Although I'm leaving tomorrow, a mission is a mission after all. As soon as she finished speaking, Vice Captain Hiyori Saragaki walked out, clutching her forehead. Looking at her subordinates behind her, an urge to punch someone welled up inside her. However, she knew the situation was urgent and could only suppress this impulse, thinking she would settle accounts with them later. She had originally planned to hold a farewell banquet tonight for the captain's departure and promotion to Squad 0, but now it seemed the banquet was likely off. There was nothing she could do. The 6th Division was noble, and the leader was from the Kuchiki clan. She sighed helplessly. Whoa. Suddenly, Hiyori Saragaki's vision changed abruptly. She felt a softness and realized she had been pulled into the captain's embrace. She looked up at the captain's gentle brown eyes and heard the captain say. All right, little Hiyori, don't be angry anymore. I understand your feelings. But as long as we're fast enough, we can still come back tonight. Let's go. Time waits for no one. If we delay any longer, it will truly be too late. Whether it was moved by the captain's actions or words, the anger in Hiyori's heart instantly vanished without a trace. Like a little follower, she gathered a few people and left the place with Hikifune Kiryu. About an hour later, they arrived at South Rukongai District 70. It's you. As soon as they arrived, Hiyori's eyes widened, her face filled with surprise. This was because she saw Tsugikuni Yoriichi, who should have been in Hueco Mundo. How are you here, you guy? She asked. Are you perhaps deserting? Or? She extended a finger, her face full of disbelief. You completed your mission. This isn't right. The scene from that day was still clearly imprinted in her mind. Leaving aside the 20 Vasto Lord, it was uncertain if Hueco Mundo even had them. It was clearly a pretext Captain Commander Yamamoto used to fool the 46 chambers. But there were definitely 200 Ajuchas. That was 200. Ajuchas weren't Jillian, it was impossible to kill a whole group with one slash. Even a vice captain would take half a day to deal with them. While a captain could kill them instantly, it would take time to find them. How much time had passed? Half a year, and he's finished killing them all. Once a day. She gasped, deeply shocked by Tsugikuni Yoriichi's luck. Ajuchas that ordinary Shinigami wouldn't encounter in their entire lives. Yet, he was killing one a day. Yoriichi replied, it's done. Although there were many unexpected events, overall, it was a close call but without a major incident. Thank you so much last time. Ah. Hiyori Saragaki blinked, looking bewildered, not knowing what he was talking about. But then, she remembered the moment she threatened Captain Commander Yamamoto. To be honest, she didn't know why she had done that at the time. Recalling it now almost made her heart jump out of her chest. Perhaps, maybe, it was because she couldn't bear to see those two little girls, Rukia and Hinamori Momo, lose their loved ones. Even though she later learned that Hinamori Momo was not Tsugikuni Yoriichi's relative. Her thoughts scattered, and she came back to her senses, forcing a smile. Not at all, not at all. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a pat, and Hikifune Kiryu appeared beside her, patting her on the shoulder. Hiyori was startled and quickly turned her head to look. She saw the captain raise an eyebrow slightly, a hint of playfulness in her tone. You too, what are you talking about? I think I heard something incredible, little Hiyori, you wouldn't be. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Hiyori quickly denied with 3 negations. In the 100 years she had spent with the captain, due to their close relationship, she could read the meaning in every one of the captain's expressions. Therefore, she decisively denied it. Heh. Hikifune Kiryu lifted her chin and smiled. I haven't even asked yet, and you're already saying no. Indeed, little Hiyori, you've changed. She gently patted Hiyori's shoulder, then her fingers moved to caress her chin, seemingly deep in thought. As she thought, her gaze gradually shifted, her smile grew brighter, finally settling on Tsugikuni Yoriichi. This must be the brave warrior who saved Kachiki Sojin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am this child's guardian, and also the current captain of the 12th Division, Hikifune Kiryu. If possible, could you answer a few questions for me? Yes. Yoriichi nodded. Hikifune Kiryu lowered her fingers and nodded, then I'll ask. First, how did you defeat that man in black? Second, the reishi collector you're wearing, it should be a product of my 12th Division, right? I remember Captain Commander Yamamoto ordered me to create it back then. How did it end up in your hands? Third, what is your relationship with little Hiyori? The first two questions were easy to answer, but as for the last one. Yoriichi looked at her with a strange gaze and asked. Does the third question have anything to do with this incident? No. It's just my personal curiosity. Hikifune Kiryu answered matter-of-factly. But I am a captain. I've seen your intel, you were once the vice-captain of the 10th Division. Although we are in different divisions, your rank is lower than mine, so you should answer my questions. That was indeed true. Yoriichi thought for a moment. Before he could speak, Hikifune Kiryu added. I'm being transferred tomorrow. Before I leave, I'm very worried about this child, Hiyori. She rarely shows any personality other than being irritable, and as someone who has been like a mother to her, I naturally take this matter to heart. Could you tell me? For a mother's sake. Chapter 93, Chapter 92 Hiyori, genius is just the threshold to meet him. Hearing this, Yoriichi Tsugikuni stood silently, offering no opinion. Instead, Hiyori Saragaki was the first to grow anxious. Captain. Captain. Her words stammered, sensitive to the word mother. What are you talking about? Shouldn't the mission be the priority right now? Let's get to work. By the way, who here has previously exhibited a second-class reishi power? Hikifune Kiryu blinked slightly. She seemed to know that Hiyori was extremely resistant to this question. She somewhat helplessly skipped over the topic, sighing softly. Never mind. Whatever happened between you, as long as it makes Hiyori change a bit and be happy for a while, that's enough. Slowly turning her head, Hikifune Kiryu coughed into her fist, stating formally. All right, Hiyori, calm down. Let's get back to the main topic. Based on the spiritual pressure that erupted here, those who fought and unleashed second-class reishi power were Kachiki Ginhui, Tsugikuni Yoriichi, and an unknown Shinigami. That Shinigami's spiritual pressure is not recorded in the existing archives. Preliminary deduction. It's a retainer kept by a noble family. Which noble family specifically is not something we can meddle with. A hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes. To be honest, our work is done now that we've detected this much. The rest needs to be handled by the nobles themselves. Understood, little Hiyori. Huh. Hiyori Saragaki found it hard to believe. Was this job really over so quickly? It felt like she hadn't done anything. Wait. Suddenly remembering something, Hiyori's expression changed. She looked at Yoriichi Tsugikuni. Second-class reishi power. I remember you were third-class before, weren't you? Yes. Yoriichi Tsugikuni nodded. But reishi is abundant in Hueco Mundo, and after fighting those hollows for a short while, my spiritual pressure broke through. I must admit, practical combat is the best teacher. Though he said so, this progress was too fast. You're not even 100 years old yet. If things continue like this, at the slowest pace, 200 years old. First-class reishi power. What was she doing when she was 200 years old? She was just over 200 years old this year, and only barely fourth-class reishi power. To reach third class would require at least 200 years. From third class to second class, at least 400 years. That would already make her 800 years old. The final jump from second class to first class hadn't even been accounted for. Over 1,000 years old compared to 200 years old. This gap was no longer something that could be described as heaven and earth. Hiyori felt a wave of despair. Compared to ordinary Shinigami, she was already a genius. But even among geniuses, there were differences. She suddenly recalled a saying. Genius is merely the threshold to see him. It hurt. Her chest felt heavy, as if a weighty stone pressed down on it. She clutched her chest tightly, trying her best not to think about it anymore. After a long while, she finally caught her breath. Feigning composure, she said. So, your mission is over. Are you going back to the 10th Division now? It's been half a year since you left. In these past 6 months, your sister has missed you terribly, often running to my 12th Division and even the 2nd Division to play. What are your plans regarding Yoriichi Shihuin's invitation? Yoriichi Tsugikuni raised an eyebrow. She hasn't given up yet. How could she possibly give up? She muttered to herself. She really wanted to say, with your talent, the future captain commander position could even be yours. Unless the Shihuin clan was blind, they wouldn't give up on such a hot commodity. At the same time, once other noble families found out that you had risen from third-class reishi power to second-class reishi power in just 1 year, they would undoubtedly go crazy too. The commotion that would be stirred up in the Tsukiguni then would probably be difficult for even the captain commander to quell. Unless marriage. Or the last thought hadn't even fully formed before Hikifune Kiryu interrupted it. At the same time, after Kochiki Sojin finished handling his affairs, he slowly walked over. Yoriichi Tsugikuni Dano, X. Both spoke at the same time. Hikifune Kiryu paused for a second. Then she decisively stopped speaking, signaling for the other person to speak first. Kochiki Sojin felt a bit awkward. He lightly clenched his fist and coughed twice. To thank you for your strong assistance this time, we have decided to invite you as a guest to the Kochiki clan. My father greatly welcomes you. He also wishes to discuss your plans. Please do not refuse. The Tsukiguni is in turmoil, and there are some things I must tell you. Even if you don't wish to participate in our noble affairs, by saving me, you will automatically be categorized by our enemies as belonging to our faction. Because I didn't die, their plan failed. For this, I am truly sorry. However, this matter is not without a solution. He raised his head, changing the subject. Yoriichi Tsugikuni Dano, you must know about Genryu, right? I do. Yoriichi Tsugikuni nodded. The school of thought created by the captain commander. Since you know, that makes things easier. Kochiki Sojin smiled. With my father's intervention, you can certainly become Captain Commander Yamamoto's disciple. With this layer of protection, they will definitely not come to bother you again. This is also our gratitude for your intervention this time. Yoriichi Tsugikuni remained silent, neither agreeing nor refusing. And at this moment, Kochiki Sojin also had another idea in his heart. After Yoriichi Tsugikuni became a disciple, he would have his father convene a noble meeting and elevate him to a noble position. Although he himself might not need it, or even care about it. But with the identity of a noble, things would be easier to handle in the future. As for the merit of becoming a noble, saving him, that was enough. After a long while, Yoriichi Tsugikuni nodded. Captain Commander Yamamoto's strength was undeniable. Offending a high-ranking noble indeed required some protection. He only wanted to live a peaceful life. And the prerequisite for a peaceful life was power. Second-class reishi power was not enough. So, he needed time. Seeing this, Kochiki Sojin was somewhat pleased. Although the nobles stood above the Gotei 13. The 5 great noble clans even more so. But his father and Captain Commander Yamamoto had a private friendship. Yoriichi Tsugikuni becoming the Captain Commander's disciple, given their relationship, would also benefit the Kochiki clan. As the next head of the family, he had to consider the family's interests. Of course, while considering it, it would be even better to make a few friends. A smile played on his lips, and Kochiki Sojin turned and left. Recalling their conversation, Hikifune Kiryu smiled. Her gaze towards Yoriichi Tsugikuni grew even more appreciative. Not bad, kid. I didn't expect the Kochiki clan and you to have such a good relationship. Have you interacted with them before? It seems you'll be rising through the ranks very soon. Let me congratulate you in advance. Oh, right. Remembering what she had to say, she then pulled out a notebook from her chest, took out a pen, and with a calm and elegant motion, said seriously. Yoriichi Tsugikuni Dano, let's talk about the questions we didn't finish earlier. Regarding that man in black, do you know what his Bankai ability is? Chapter 94, Chapter 93 Tsugikuni Yoriichi, I will kill you. Tsukiguni, Noble District. White buildings stood in abundance, and expensive decorations were visible everywhere, showcasing elegance. In the center of the noble district, within a solemn and magnificent mansion, angry shouts echoed. Useless. A team of 30, going to deal with a squad of less than 10, yet they were annihilated. What else can you even do? In the quiet study, a lavishly dressed young man glared at the one-armed Shinigami kneeling before him, his eyes filled with gloom. His voice was sharp, and though his appearance was handsome, he could not hide the arrogance in his expression. Now, you escaped back alone, do you think I will spare your life because of past favors? This is a crucial moment in the struggle for the family head position. Originally, if I just killed Kochiki Sojin, the family head position would surely be mine for the taking. But now, it was ruined by an idiot like you. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Is your arm enough? Ah. By the end of his words, his expression gradually lost control, becoming more ferocious, and he kicked the Shinigami on the ground, sending him sprawling. Even though the Shinigami's face was pale from severe injuries, he remained silent despite the sudden attack. He simply got up from the ground quietly, continued to bow his head, and knelt, appearing as if he would not fight back or retort. Seeing this, Tsuneyashiro Yashin revealed a deep sneer. Useless. He spat, then, maintaining the elegance of a noble as much as possible, slowly turned and sat down. With his hands crossed, his tone was arrogant. You're only fit to be a punching bag. A second-class Ryatsu beaten to this state, tell me, how did you fail? Logically speaking, the team I assigned to you was already top tier in Serie ITI, some weaker squads might not even be your opponents. Let alone, a mere squad of 10. Even if Kachiki Jinryai, that head captain, sent out his retainers, with your strength, you could still hold him back. After that, those dozens of seat officers plus some vice captains killing a Kachiki Sojin would be too easy. Why did you fail? Don't give me reasons, I only want to hear the process and the conclusion. Taking a deep breath, the Shinigami quickly recounted what had happened earlier. When Tsuneyashiro Yashin heard that a red-haired Shinigami appeared and disrupted things, he also heard that he possessed second-class Ryatsu. A familiar, yet somewhat hateful, face appeared before his eyes. Is he called Tsugikuni Yoriichi? Tsuneyashiro Yashin interrupted. His teeth instinctively clenched. The Shinigami replied, this subordinate is not sure, but Shinigami with around second-class Ryatsu are not common. If you, master, believe it was him. Perhaps it was. As soon as he said this. Crack. The tabletop suddenly caved in with a finger impression, and the smile on Tsuneyashiro Yashin's face became somewhat distorted. It was actually this fellow. A mere Rakangai. As early as when Tsugikuni Yoriichi first emerged, the Tsuneyashiro clan had noticed him. Due to the decline of the clan, they had intended to win him over but were politely refused by Tsugikuni Yoriichi. Since then, Tsuneyashiro Yashin, who regarded his clan and bloodline as his glory, remembered him. He remembered this madman who regarded high-ranking nobles as nothing. In Tsuneyashiro Yashin's view, the Tsuneyashiro clan's overture was the highest honor for any Shinigami. An ordinary Shinigami, even a captain, should kneel and accept it, as if facing an imperial decree. Refusal, even the most polite refusal, was a slap in their face. If nobles were not required to maintain elegance, demeanor, and class at all times, this fellow who defiled noble honor would have long been dragged away and beheaded. Later, they had intended to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson, but unexpectedly, before they could act, Tsugikuni Yoriichi entered Hueco Mundo. The plan became empty talk, and because of this, Tsuneyashiro Yashin could only withdraw his forces. If not for what happened today, who could have expected that the Shinigami, whom he had long forgotten, would cause the complete collapse of the assassination attempt? Damn fellow. He had been planning for decades, just to kill Kachiki Sojin at a critical moment, to use it as his achievement to become the family head. The result? Because of an obscure nobody. It was ruined. The hatred that permeated his bones was not enough to express his feelings at this moment. Bang. Tsuneyashiro Yashin slammed the table in anger. Kill him. Kill him for me. Rumble. The desk collapsed, and Tsuneyashiro Yashin's angry voice continued to resound. How dare a mere Rakangai block the path of my Tsuneyashiro? Death is too good for him. Uncle Keed. I want him dead. As his voice fell, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler instantly appeared in the study. His white gloves were neat, and he placed one hand over his chest, his head bowed, his posture respectful. His monocle reflected a faint light, and he faced Tsuneyashiro Yashin's command. He took a deep look at the Shinigami at his feet, who was bowing his head and dared not speak, and said in a deep voice, Yes. Young Master Yashin. However, forgive my presumptuousness, I have a humble request. Speak. I need help to stop the Shinigami who will come. A first-class Ryatsu battle is an impact that barriers can hardly withstand. Once it erupts, it will inevitably attract the attention of others. Although I am confident that I can resolve it within a minute, however, due to today's events, I do not believe that Tsugikuni Yoriichi is being specially monitored. Taking a deep breath, Tsuneyashiro Yashin suddenly remembered the crucial point of the problem. Uncle Keed was a butler he had known since childhood. As a guardian of direct lineage members, even within the entire Tsuneyashiro clan, he was one of the few strongest individuals. He possessed Ryatsu that surpassed most Shinigami. Although not as strong as Yamamoto Genryosai, he was also first class, so dealing with a second-class Ryatsu Tsugikuni Yoriichi would be easy. However, it was also first class that brought success, and first class that brought failure. If he couldn't get rid of the Shinigami around Tsugikuni Yoriichi, even if he forcibly killed him in the street, he wouldn't get off lightly. Because the butler would be exposed. Shinigami with first-class Ryatsu were much fewer than those with second-class. Throughout the entire Soul Society, there were only less than 10. If Yamamoto Genryusai were a bit more aggressive, he could investigate them one by one and then find the real culprit. By that day, he couldn't abandon the butler, could he? One must know that even if the plan failed, with the support of a strong person like Uncle Keed, he would surely be able to rise again. Tsuneyashiro Yashin had never forgotten that his goal had always been to seize the position of family head. To take revenge on a second-class Ryatsu Shinigami and expose a first-class Ryatsu Uncle Keed would be completely counterproductive. No. Thinking of this, he reissued the task. Since that is the case, Hinashita Makoto, from today onwards, you will be under Uncle Keed's jurisdiction. You must not disobey any of his orders, he is me. I need you two to kill Tsugikuni Yoriichi on a certain day in the future, to avenge today's humiliation. Chapter 95, Chapter 94 Hizana. South Rakangai. Yoriichi slowly described the black-clothed man's abilities to Hikifune Kiryu. The focus was on power amplification and injury transfer. Of course, he didn't forget the elephant. Yoriichi guessed. That elephant should be the source of his power. An elephant? Hikifune Kiryu pondered. Click. She closed her notebook, put it back into her chest, nodded, and understood. I understand. I will report this information to the Captain Commander. In the future, investigations will likely be based on this information. Of course. But don't have too high hopes. After all, that guy managed to hide his bankai for so many years without exposing it. He must be a private soldier or a loyalist raised by a noble family since childhood. If it weren't for today's incident, perhaps he would never have appeared on the stage until his death. Nobles. At this point, she sighed, it's really troublesome, but fortunately, I'm leaving tomorrow. Everything in Siriiti shouldn't bother me. I can also make the delicious food I want to make. Little brother Yoriichi. Hikifune Kiryu raised her chin, revealing a smile. If there's a chance, I'll treat you to a meal. I hope you can make further progress on this basis, so you can see an even vaster world. Siriiti is still too small. Her words were a bit unclear, but Yoriichi didn't delve into them. Seeing that the matter was concluded, he was about to turn and leave. But the next second, Captain. A Shinigami hurried over from a distance, stating that all the Rakangai residents nearby had fallen into a coma, likely caused by the rebel faction. After the barrier broke, Ryatsu radiated dozens of kilometers away, indirectly affecting 3 areas. Due to the large number, they were difficult to handle, so the 4th Division had to be called. Additionally, the 6th Division members injured by the rebels also needed treatment. The Kuchiki clan is not skilled in healing Kido. Upon seeing the Shinigami lying on the ground, Hikifune Kiryu asked, how many people were affected? Around 100,000. 100,000. Hikifune Kiryu frowned. Such a number was already enough to be called a large-scale disaster. If luck were bad, a large number of Rakangai residents might die due to soul collapse. It seemed that the rebel faction had gone to great lengths to eliminate Kuchiki Sojin. Silently exhaling, she then used a machine to contact the 4th Division. The distance was too far, and neither Tenkei Kara nor Hell Butterflies would be fast enough. After Retsu Unohana agreed, Hikifune Kiryu turned around. Suddenly, she saw. Tsugikuni Yoriichi remained in place, not yet having left. Oh. Little brother Yoriichi, you haven't left yet. Yoriichi nodded and replied. I heard your conversation just now, and I'll help too. After all, I also bear some responsibility for this matter. Coincidentally, I'm also slightly proficient in healing Kido. Is that so? Hikifune Kiryu thought for a moment and did not refuse. However, since some Shinigami were already being treated and their lives sustained, she had someone bring Tsugikuni Yoriichi to the disaster site. Not long after, they saw a village of unconscious Rakangai residents. Treatment and soothing then began. After the last few Rakangai residents were awakened, a 12th Division member quickly walked out from a forest on one side. She was holding a child in her arms. Blood stained her fingers. Walking up to Yoriichi, she respectfully said, Vice Captain Tsugikuni, is it all right if I call you that? I found this child in the forest 2 kilometers away. She is suspected to be a resident of this district as well. She fell to the ground and became unconscious when her Ryatsu burst while she was climbing a tree to pick fruit. Her head was also cut. Please take a look. Tsugikuni Yoriichi's gaze followed, and with just one look, his eyes froze. Because this child closely resembled Rukia. But after careful observation, he found there were still relatively obvious differences between the two, such as clothing, hairstyle, and temperament. But even so, Yoriichi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Who was she? Where are the injured? On the other side, Retsu Unohana, who arrived ahead of the 4th Division by riding Minazuki, descended from the sky with Kiyono Tsukimata. Her white Haori combined with her gentle smile was very eye-catching. However, the male Shinigami beside her was somewhat ordinary. His expression was cold, and his physique was thin. If it weren't for the division emblem on his shoulder, an ordinary person would probably mistake him for an extra at first glance. Kiyono Tsukimata, the current vice-captain of the 4th Division, was the only existence in the entire Soul Society whose healing Kido technique was second only to Retsu Unohana. Thud. Landing, he looked around, carefully observing the surroundings. Under the trees, the dim light caused his cold eyebrows to furrow slightly. When his gaze swept over the heavily injured and unconscious Shinigami on the ground, he couldn't help but tch in disdain. Incompetent fellows, to actually require Captain Retsu Unohana to personally appear. Siriitii does not need these incompetent Shinigami. Unfortunately. These words could only be thought in his heart, after all, it was a noble division. Perhaps an inconspicuous extra within it was the descendant of some high-ranking or mid-ranking noble. All right. In just a few minutes, Retsu Unohana concluded that the treatment was complete. She slowly stood up, her smile still kind and gentle. Looking at Kachiki Sojin, who had not yet left, that will be 80,000 Kansas. Her tone was like a spring breeze, but Kachiki Sojin could hear the undeniable authority within it. He took 80,000 Ken from his person and handed it to Retsu Unohana. Subsequently, seeing his subordinate members' injuries healed, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the 4th Division hurried over, Retsu Unohana continued. Then, will the Kachiki clan also bear the treatment costs for those Rakangai residents? Indeed. Kachiki Sojin nodded. All of this began because of me, so it naturally must end with me. I believe father will also be pleased. By the way, your prices for treating Rakangai residents and Shinigami aren't the same, are they? It depends on the situation. If there are no obvious injuries, naturally there's no need to save them, they will slowly regain consciousness on their own. But if there are obvious injuries, ignoring issues like lifespan, it's 1,000 Ken per person. 1,000 Ken. Kachiki Sojin thought for a moment, that's acceptable, not too expensive. Even if the casualty rate was 1/10, it would only be 10 million Kansas. This amount couldn't even buy a single Senkabaku. Using this money to gain peace of mind. It was worth it. As the 4th Division members dispersed, Yoriichi slowly walked out of a forest on one side. He was holding a child by the hand. The child was a bit shy, her eyes darting around, seemingly unable to comprehend the current situation. Who would tell her? Why, just from climbing a tree to pick fruit, did she inexplicably gain an older brother? And this older brother seemed to have a very high status. He was a Shinigami. Could this be a dream? Chapter 96, Notice Free Advanced Chapters. Attention, readers. Your patience has officially been deemed too epic for standard release schedules. I'm thrilled to announce that we now have our very own website. And as a thank you for being awesome, you can now read 5 chapters ahead, totally free. Find your advanced chapters here, omnikalptols.online. Go forth and read, my friends, and thank you all for supporting me. Wait for a day I have updated the settings. OT will available soon.